Another year, another Super Bowl Sunday, and you'd think that with the Chiefs being my home team, I'd be way into football. Thing is, ever since the Chiefs really started to get good, I just haven't gotten into the sports.
Football, or American football to you British weirdos, is such an American sport to me. I mean, it's right there. I don't know, I kind of agree with the notion that football is a dumb name for this sport. There is some kicking the ball with the foot, but what else are the feet used for in the sport? Running? Football is definitely a more fitting name for soccer.
But then again, if I agree with that, then I'd be agreeing with Britain, so whoa, yeah! USA! Woo! Yeah!
Well, actually, the sport itself is called Gridiron? God, no wonder why we stole the name from the Brits. We declared ourselves independent, then stole their sport's name. While I'm not into football, I've seen a handful of games and have a small understanding of the rules. You have two teams and the ultimate goal is to get the ball that isn't shaped like a ball to the end of the field. Minor tangent, but a football field is 100 yards long. That's all fine and dandy, makes total sense. But sometimes when explaining the length of something, someone will say,
oh, what's the size of 3 football fields?
Like, damn, is it too hard to say 300 yards?
So the park's gonna be about 200 feet long. Can you put that in American terms? Oh, yeah. My bad. It's gonna be about the length of a football field. Yeah! Yeah! Woo! Yeah!
Anyways, one of the team's goal is to get the ball to the end of the field. They're playing offense. The other team is playing defense. Their goal is to stop the ball from reaching the end of the field. The team on offense has a certain amount of turns to get the ball to the end of the field, and so the team on offense's goal is to open a path or get someone available to catch the ball. It's hard to explain but easy to catch on to. When the team on offense successfully gets the ball to the end of the field, they score a touchdown, which is worth 6 points. They then get a chance to score an extra point by successfully kicking the ball through the goalpost. And if a team feels they're unable to get a touchdown before they run out of turns, they can try and kick the ball through the goal from farther out. This is called a field goal. And a successful field goal is worth 3 points. After a team scores or runs out of turns, the roles switch. Aww, the teams are taking turns, how cute. I think this is part of the reason why I'm not a huge fan. In hockey, my favorite sport, they don't take turns. Whoever has the puck has the puck. It can change in a moment's notice. And with hockey, plays can last for minutes. In football, a play lasts no more than 30 seconds at the most. There's nothing wrong with that, that's just how the sport works, but it makes it slow. Who knows, maybe I'm like a cat who just instantly likes things that are constantly moving. But counterpoint, does football have a bunch of big sweaty men fighting on ice skates? Yeah, hockey was the first sport I really got into, and it instantly set the bar of what I want out of sports. It's just pure craziness and I love it. But we're here to talk about football.
And unfortunately, watching the sport itself has not done anything for me. Don't get me wrong, I'd love to be into football, but I just can't get into it by simply watching the sport. So, we're gonna try and get some help from some friendly neighborhood video games.
Video games are my favorite entertainment medium, period. They're a combination of many other forms of art. Story, cinematics, art, acting, coding, music, all combined into an interactive experience. Video games can tell such amazing stories. Whether you're a cowboy working his way to redemption in a dying old west, a former knight who wakes up 100 years after the kingdom he protected fell and must chase his past to save his kingdom, or even simply a plumber exploring the cosmos to save a princess. On top of telling amazing stories, they can have engaging gameplay. Exploring a vast open world, fighting monsters of all shapes and sizes, cooking, you can do it all, and I love it all. But I've primarily been talking about the kinds of games I like to play, and there is a whole world of games unlike those. And in that world, there are sports video games. Some farts may talk against sports games by saying, oh, well, if you want to play the sport, you can play it in real life. And that is a really stupid mentality. I'm not a huge sports guy, but I absolutely get the appeal of sports games. They can give you the feeling of being a sports player on a team in the same way a game like Skyrim can make you feel like a warrior on a quest. Video games can offer a sports experience that can't be replicated in real life. I get that it's healthier to do it in real life, but at the same time, to play football in real life, you need a ton of people who are down for it, and frankly, I can't see this happening. But back to my main point, sports games exist, especially football ones.
And since video games are my favorite entertainment medium, I'm gonna play some football games to see if they can help me get into football. But I'm not just gonna play the most recent Madden. Instead, I'm gonna take a look back at the history of football games from when they began to now. I have a stack of football games right here. In total, these cost me a nickel.
Football games are worthless. Take, for example, Real Sports Football on Atari 2600 going for a whopping $1.99. You know, some people act like all Atari games are rare and expensive.
Some people are also serial killers. Not everyone's mentally there.
There were a couple of football games released on the 2600, one of them simply titled Football.
What do you want me to say?
Well, this is Real Sports Football. Why is it called Real Sports Football? kind of look like humans.
Man, what a long way video games have come.
For some reason, I always call this game Real Sports Action Football. I have no clue why. Real Sports was actually a series used for multiple sports on Atari's earlier systems. Real Sports is an Atari-developed series, which shocked me at first. But Real Sports was a response to an Intellivision marketing campaign where they bashed Atari's earlier sports games for its graphics. I wonder why. So, in response, Atari created the Real Sports series. They sure showed them. The art is gorgeous. Looks like a nice painting you'd see on a huge football fan's office or something. I don't know, football fans. This is just a well done piece that really nails how this isn't just football. This is real sports football. Well, let's actually play this game. We'll be playing this in the Atari 7800 since it's backwards compatible with the 2600. The 5200 isn't, but the 7800 is, and it isn't backwards compatible with the 5200, and some wonder why Atari is now dead. Okay, so here we are, and wow, this is bad. Well, I will give them credit where credit is due. No credit is due. I can kind of tell they're humans. I mean, you can definitely see their arms and legs and absolute dump trucks of asses. But the game itself, what? Unlike football, this game is played from more of a side view, which definitely works better for football. And compared to football on 2600, this isn't that bad. That's not saying much, but at least this plays like football. You can pick up and play the game as long as you know the rules of football. With this, I don't even want to pick it up, but this is much better. The field is much bigger. It's much easier to tell where each yard line is and how close or far it makes you from the end of the field. And the scoreboard on top is simple but works perfectly. But this is an Atari 2600 game, and with a controller that only has a joystick and a single button, how does it control?
See, that's the funny part. It doesn't.
Well, props to them for making the controls simple and understandable. You move with the joystick.
No!
And you hike the ball with the button. A quick press will throw the ball and a hold will kick the ball. If the ball manages to pass the G line, you get yourself 3 points. If it doesn't, the other team gets possession and starts where it landed. Not a bad way to map the controls to this controller. It may sound all fine and good until you try to play the game and it goes like this. Again, bravo to the fact that this plays like a normal game of football. You want to get the ball through the line of the defense players, but my god, that's impossible. You can throw the ball, but someone else on your team would have to catch it, and I can't figure out how to do that. Not to mention, you move slow. Too slow. By the time I get to an opening, a fart knocker is already on my ass. Yet, when the CPU team is on offense, they have a player always ready to catch a throw. Yet, a throw is rarely ever caught. You can also intercept the ball, but again, the chance of it happening is so slim. I've only seen a goal a couple times, and even then, they've all been field goals because it seems impossible to make it very far. It's more frustrating than anything. It's just a confusing experience. The game should feel like this, but it more so feels like this. The CPU is not well designed. The quarterback is okay when it tries to throw the ball, but when he tries to run, it always runs into a defensive player by accident. This is a huge step up from football and is overall an okay game for the Atari 2600, but playing it these days is just a nightmare. Well, Atari isn't the farthest back we can go with football video games. What about the Magnavox Odyssey? One of the first home consoles, the Odyssey is a weird system. The games themselves weren't necessarily games. You had some games on screen that you could control. The games came from screen overlays, and each overlay was meant to be a separate game. Some of them even include real-world objects to work, and football was one of them. You get a football field overlay, but also a physical game board, some playing pieces, cards, and other stuff. I will say, this was a unique way to make a football video game back then, but at that point, what's the point of all this physical stuff? What was the point of playing football on Odyssey? Just play a board game at that point. So thankfully, Atari was able to supply a football-like video game experience, even if it wasn't that great. But then comes along the Atari 5200, and a year after Real Sports Football on 2600 came out, came Real Sports Football on Atari 5200. Now, this doesn't look half bad, but for some reason, the box art is more cartoony. Now, that isn't really a problem. It still looks really nice and definitely matches the game more than just being an ultra realistic drawing, but I find it odd that the 2600 art looks like this and the 5200 art looks like this. Taking a look at the manual, this is absolutely gorgeous. Atari manuals are so nice. They had so much care put into them, but these screenshots, I mean, the game looks better than the 2600 version graphically, but not by much. The game also came with a playbook, which is awesome. This allows the game to let you strategize how you want your team to behave. That seems really in depth for a game created in 1983. Each play has a 2-number code, which may may be a bit confusing, but just take a look at this bad boy. The Atari 5200 controller. Oh man, what a funny little guy. Why does this thing have a number pad? So I can call my friend and tell him what a joke real sports football on Atari 2600 is.
Dude, the game fucking sucks.
You aren't calling me on a 5200 controller, are you?
No.
Strangely enough, this has more buttons than most modern controllers. I count 19 and something like the PS4 controller has 17. In what world does a game like this need this many inputs? Nah, this was a bit ingenious. Games that required a ton of buttons on the 2600 like Star Raiders had to come with a separate controller. With a controller like this, any game could work on it. And with each game having a different control style, games would usually come with overlays for the buttons that can be stored on the back of the cartridge. My god, were they clever back then. If only they were smart when making the games, then maybe these games wouldn't be such ass.
But of course, we need to play the game before we call it ass. Now, one issue, my Atari 5200 is not plugged in, but thankfully, it's a 6-step process in order to plug in your 5200. So, I'm going to run you through a 6-step process on how to plug in an Atari 5200.
Step 1, locate the power cord of your Atari 5200. Okay, this wasn't a part of the original few steps, but step 2, dig through your bin of wires and find the power thing for the 5200. Okay, well this will be a bit more complicated, but it shouldn't be too bad. Step 3, find an Atari AC adapter. This should be good. Step 4, plug it in. Nice. Step 5, plug in the cord from the system into the box. Easy. Step 6, connect the box to the antenna port. Son of a bitch. New step 6, remove your CRT from the entertainment center. Step 7, plug it into your TV. And finally, step 8, plug in your game, the controller, switch to channel 3, and hit the power button.
So, for the Atari 5200 to work, the power adapter has to have a certain input and output voltage. I don't have any of those AC adapters. So, final step, give up, put up the wires, and move on with your life.
Let's move on from Atari and jump over to Nintendo. Tecmo Bowls were released from the Nintendo Entertainment System in 1987 and is apparently one of the most iconic games on the system. In 2016, Nintendo made the NES Classic Edition, a small replica of the NES that came with a bunch of the NES's most iconic games, including Tecmo Bowl. It's also playable through the NES Online app on Switch Online, and because of that, it's one of the only football games on Switch. But more about that later. Tecmo Bowl is of course named after the company that developed the game, Tecmo. They've created such series as Ninja Gaiden, Fatal Frame, and Dead or Alive, and they merged with Koei later down the line to form Koei Tecmo Games. And just by playing this, you can tell it's a Tecmo game, as there are some fun Easter eggs to some of their other games. But now for the game itself, well, it seems to have 2 title sequences. That's kind of fun. We can pick from multiple teams to play from, and the game itself, well, isn't that bad. Graphically, it looks quite nice for NES. It's obviously a cartoony art style, but it looks nice, and the gameplay isn't that bad either. Before each play, you get to choose a play, and it's a lot quicker and intuitive than having a physical playbook by your side. If you don't start your play fast enough, they won't stop saying hike. The digitized voice sounds nice for an NES game, but man, it's kind of annoying.
Alright, just pick my plan. Come on. Hello?
Hey, I was just wondering. You playing Tecmo Bowl?
No!
Well, the game itself is actually quite fun. It's a lot easier to make progress, but it's not just handed to you. But it's great having a ton of plays to choose from, and the CPUs on your team will do what they need to do to make the play happen. It works really well. Couple that with the visuals, and we've got a winner. It's clear some modern games like Retro Bowl drew heavy inspiration from this game, and it's easy to see why. It's fun. I can totally get behind this and see myself playing it every now and again. But I can't say it's gotten me into football much more. It's definitely more entertaining, but I'm having fun because I'm playing the sport, not just watching it.
But now, let's move on from 2D football games and go into the area of 3D football games, which is primarily dominated by the series Madden.
The Madden series is named after the late football coach John Madden. It's an annual football series that has been going on since the 90s and has had multiple entries on every console that's released since. Most Madden games are named after years, and they come out the year before the year in the title. So for example, Madden 2005 came out in 2004. But there are a few exceptions to this rule, one of them being Madden 25. This was released in 2013 to celebrate the 25th anniversary of Madden. Now with there already being a Madden 25, that raises the question, what will next year's Madden be called? The left wants to call it Madden 25 too, the right wants to call it Madden 13, but I think they're both dumb and that it should be called Madden 36 to celebrate the 36th anniversary of Madden. Anyways, another Madden game with a weird title is Madden 64. Well, was this released in 2063? Nope. Released in 1997, the game was called Madden 64 because Acclaim Entertainment had the exclusive rights to produce NFL licensed football games for the N64 during the 1997 season. And to combat this, they called it Madden 64, since 64 was a subtitle commonly used on N64 games, and they didn't want to use any of the team's logos. However, they were able to use the real players' names, so that's a bonus. Madden 64 was also the last game in the series to lack the NFL license, and was the first Madden game to fully be in 3D. God, what a trendsetter. This is actually the most expensive football game I own. It costs us $7. Well, that's a little steep, but is it worth it? Well, we'll start with the intro movie, and oh my god, this is already top 10 games of all time. This intro is amazing. It shows gameplay, then a football helmet cut in half is welded together by lightning. A football comes roaring from the sun, orbits the logo as the theme crescendos, and we're hit with the greatest title screen in video game history. Well, we have a variety of things to do, including making our own draft. It's no concern if a huge war breaks out. If we need to instate a draft, we can just draft CPUs according to this game. Well, let's play an exhibition match. Madden 64 allows for so much control. Who will play? Well, I'll choose St. Louis to show my continued support for Ukraine. And we'll play against Dallas. I've never been crazy about Poland.
Who knew football could get so political?
And we'll be playing in the Madden Bowl. That's what I call my favorite bowl. We get a rundown of the weather conditions, and the forecast of weather is hot. Thank God it's night. After a coin toss, we start the game, and yup, this is truly the first 3D Madden game. It's Madden 64, what do you want me to say? We get full control over the player. When the teams line up for a hike, you can get the hell out of there. The ref will be upset if you cross the line though. But that adds to the game's immersion. I love free will. Overall, Madden 64 is an experience. It's a great time, which is code for I hate the play system. It's overly complicated and the gameplay feels so much closer to real sports football in the Atari 2600 in the sense that it's hard to make progress, but this is Madden 64, so speaking against it is blasphemy.
Well, that's enough for Madden games on cartridges. We looked at one game. But now let's move on to Madden games on CDs. No, we're not looking at Madden CD.
Damn. Madden 2001 on PlayStation. Whoever owned this last really cared. Underneath the disc is little diagrams showing the controls, which is really cool and a good use of resources. Here's what Madden looks like on a CD. Well, the opening cinematic this time has live action segments. Wow, these things are lifesavers. Also, CDs take forever to load, so it takes forever for the demo to load. How fun. Well, this time we get to see team logos. Good for it. The gameplay itself isn't half bad. Visually, it's on par with Madden 64. If anything, this one is a bit less saturated, but it still looks pretty good. The animations look super smooth and nice, and overall, it's a lot more playable. Madden 64 is of course one of the greatest games ever made, but Madden 2001 isn't half bad. The controller rumble is also really nice. It just rumbles when you collide with other players, but it's a nice touch. You even have realistic profiles of each player, that's nice. The gameplay is much more enjoyable, but some flaws from 64 are still here. Mainly the plays. I don't know, it's just too complicated. These diagrams mean nothing to me. I can understand a few of them, but even then, they don't always follow this play. But this is another enjoyable one. It's not as good as Tecmo Bowl, but like Tecmo Bowl, I'm not against popping this in every now and then.
Now let's jump over to the HD consoles with Madden 07 on the Xbox 360.
I can be an NFL superstar and develop my players in a minicamp?
What is that? A camp for ants?
Seems EA is aware that this is the first high-definition Madden game, as they have their own separate logo for it. Also, no opening movie or title screen music, how lame. The menu is awful, an absolute pain and chore to use. But we do get to make our own player. Meet Mr. Jabals, who hails from Orlando, Idaho. He may only be 5'5", but that doesn't stop him from being 400 pounds and 66 years old. Here is the minicamp. He can run and do some bench presses. Just give him a minute. In general, this game has so many more options. Graphically, it's better, but in a very funny way. It's super early HD graphics, so they're pretty rough and funny looking. But in terms of the ambiance and realism, well, this is on another level. Even something as simple as a kickoff, you can adjust the direction easily, all that jazz. While the graphics haven't aged the best, the animation isn't that bad. From the varying camera angles to the smoother gameplay, this is a genuine evolution of Madden.
What has become of me?
They did swap the controls a bit. In Madden 2001, cross, or what would be A on Xbox, was switch player, but now it's B. But besides that, it's a pretty enjoyable time. I'm actually not that bad at this. I'm able to get some touchdowns, do some interceptions, and even knock back the team on offense a decent amount. Dare I say, I like this. Overall, Madden 07 ain't too bad. I definitely enjoyed my time with it and would totally pop this one in every few months or so for a quick game. But still, I like playing football. It's just watching that I'm still struggling to get into.
Like, if you were to just show me a video of game. Well, let's move on to Madden 09 All Play on the Nintendo Wii. You may wonder, how did I just get a Wii disc by itself? Well, it's kind of a long story. Welcome back to Microwave Manhunt. As you know, microwaves are evil and they're always hiding stuff in them. I got one back here. We're gonna go and see what's in it. Oh, Madden 09 on Wii.
So, Madden 09 on Wii, while we choose our preferred team and set up our game.
What a surprise.
Of course, there's motion controls, we can test them out. To snap the ball, we pull the Wii remote up, so let's try it out. Oh, what? So, you can do any motion? Huh. When it comes to the stiff arm, I can't do it! Well, on to the game. This is just not good. Of course, this is the Wii version, but man, isn't that hard to make something somewhat competent? The gameplay itself is okay, but just inferior to other versions at the same time. When you get a touchdown, you're supposed to go crazy and dance.
I'm about to turn into a safety violation.
With how jumpy the Wii remote pointer can be, many times I'll select the wrong play, which is just infuriating. Well, we get to see a Madden me, that's cute, but with the forced motion controls, significantly worse graphics, and utter lameness compared to the Xbox 360 and PS3's Madden offerings, I refuse to believe that anyone actually thinks this is a good game.
If a kid ever says, man, Madden 09 on Wii is my childhood, Jesus Christ, call Child Protective Services immediately! Well, let's end our journey with Madden 20 on the PS4. Come on, I had to get it. It has Chiefs guy on it.
Well, the graphics are definitely better, but it's nothing groundbreaking. I guess I was just expecting more with 11 years of improvement. And that goes for everything in general. It's obviously better. I mean, there still was 11 years of improvement, but man, this is annoying. There's just way too much going on. A replay after every single play. Too many camera view changes. It just makes me feel nauseous. The gameplay itself is fine, but the rest it's just ugh. Madden 07 has definitely aged in pretty much every department, but I enjoyed it so much more. I don't get how some people get hooked on Madden. How is this the only game some people play? These commentators are also so annoying. And with the overall presentation, wait, I get it. With this, I feel like I'm actually watching football. With the constant replays, annoying commentators, and overly basic presentation of it all, it reminds me of why I don't like watching football. When playing Madden 07, I began to understand the appeal of football games. I will admit, I did feel like I was a football player. But here, it's like I'm watching football. I genuinely can't stand this. I'm just baffled at how these games got better, then got worse.
Now I skipped an entire world of handheld football games, which I can talk about in the future, but for the time being, let's just call it there. But speaking of handhelds, what about the Switch?
For some reason, the Switch has gotten no Madden games, and barely any football games in general. Of course, there's Tecmo Bowl for NSO members, but when you search up football in the Switch eShop, there's a couple of games, but no Madden. Which is strange because EA's soccer series, FIFA, has been getting yearly entries. So why don't they bring Madden to Switch? FIFA these days are legacy editions, meaning they're old games with updated player rosters, and I have to wonder, why isn't EA doing that with Madden? It's something that keeps me up at night, but it just baffles me to no end.
And those are football video games. I will say I did enjoy them more than I thought I would, and I thought it was cool looking at their evolution. Looking at their rough start on the Odyssey and the Atari systems, to Retro Bowl, which is actually pretty good, to Madden 64, which is an okay game, but f***ing amazing with a title like that. Madden 01's pretty good, and Madden 07 is a game that I can genuinely find myself popping in every couple of months for a quick round or two. Madden 09 wasn't anything special, but it was on the Wii, what should I have expected? And Madden 20 makes me want to vomit, but that's not someone who doesn't enjoy watching football. And that's how this all started. I wanted to play through the history of football games to see if it could get me into watching football, but the interesting thing is, it increased my respect for the sport, but also my hatred of watching football. Why would I watch football when I can play Madden 07 and feel like I'm one of the players on the field? Video games offer an escape from reality where you can be someone that you can't be in real life, and that's exactly what Madden 07 does. I don't care about being a football player as much as I care about being a hero on an epic quest or something, but I still genuinely found Madden 07 to be a fun, enjoyable game. I'm definitely into playing this, but with this journey, I don't care about watching football, but I can tolerate some football games. But I still won't be watching the Super Bowl. Partly because I don't care about watching football, but also partly because I'm still trying to get over this. Hi, I'm Number of Nicus, and I'm your special guest host for this Nintendo Direct. Recently, the Nintendo Switch has outsold the PlayStation 4 and the original Game Boy, and could quite possibly be the highest selling console of all time. So, how is Nintendo helping make sure that happens? We have some more garbage shovelware to announce today. Well, it's February 14th, you know what that means. It's time for me to talk about the most recent Nintendo Direct. Why else would I be dressed up like this? Last Wednesday, we had our regularly scheduled February Nintendo Direct, so today I'm gonna act like I haven't seen it yet, just so I can be different for once. As for my predictions this time around, I predict disappointment in the form of a new Mario Sluggers game, one that will launch around June, have minimal content, and have 2 characters and stadiums added later this year, which is announced in the September 2023 Nintendo Direct, but the game itself will die 3 hours after launch. In other words, disappointment.
The last Direct was disappointing to say the least, because I should have seen that coming. Some undeniably great announcements, but nothing to know was coming remotely soon. But last year's February Direct was stellar. Man, I wonder how this one will turn out. Well, we begin with a much more in-depth look at Pikmin 4. This looks fantastic. I've never played Pikmin before, never had too much interest prior to this, but this trailer caught my intrigue. Visually, this looks stellar, and is proof that if developers try, the Switch can truly pump out some amazing looking games. As Miyamoto said last time, the game's camera angle will be lower than it usually is, and I really like that. It really helps show how big these regular objects are compared to the Pikmin, helping give a sense of scale. This trailer was comprised of mainly gameplay, and yeah, it looks quite fun, showing a variety of environments and types of Pikmin. But there is one major flaw with the trailer, and that is its length. Unfortunately, this trailer just dragged on. It seemed to more focus on showing as many gameplay mechanics as it can instead of just simply showing a quick teaser showing off small bits of gameplay that still look appealing. And then there's a title card towards the end of the trailer that seems like a fine place to end it, but then it just keeps going. But to round out the trailer, we get a current release date of July 21st. Besides the length and pacing though, this was a solid trailer that intrigued me as someone who has no experience with the Pikmin franchise as a whole. Takahashi then introduces himself as he always does, and he talks more about the trailer.
Takahashi, I love you, but let's move on to some headlines. I'm all Pikmin'd out right now.
Some Xenoblade Chronicles 3 DLC.
So what were you saying about Pikmin?
Volume 3 of the Xenoblade Chronicles 3 expansion pack is detailed. Good news, there's only one more volume. I have no problem with the announcement that the next volume is coming out, but why go in depth on what's in the volume when it strictly appeals to Xenoblade Chronicles 3 fans, aka 2 people watching. Also, they tease Volume 4, thank god we're almost done with Xenoblade 3. A new Samba de Amigo is coming to Switch. It'll be a motion control rhythm game, and I love that the announcer has to say to gently shake the Joy-Cons.
Grab your Joy-Con controllers and gently shake them like maracas to match the targets during a song.
Next up, a fashion shovelware game. Why does Nintendo include games like this in their directs? Are they aware that the only people tuning into these are actual Nintendo fans who want to know what Nintendo games are coming when? Who watching this direct lost their shit at this part like, wow, graphics? This is clearly a game directed towards little girls, which there's nothing wrong with, but why highlight this game in a Nintendo Direct? My only theory is that Miyamoto killed a man in 2002 and the developer knows, so he blackmailed Nintendo into showing off this game.
Joke's on him, still nobody's gonna buy it.
Dead Cells gets some Castlevania DLC. This is awesome. I love Castlevania and this game's art style looks sick. I'm definitely intrigued, and this is just DLC. I need to get Dead Cells in the first place. Tron Identity, a visual novel based on the world of Tron. And Ghost Trick Defender Detective, a remaster of a DS game. Now this isn't something you see that often. DS games are in an awkward boat. They're developed for such specific pieces of hardware. Dual screens, one of them being a touchscreen, a microphone. It's no easy feat remastering a DS game for modern systems, which is why that's something we pretty much never see. So it's cool that this is happening, but that doesn't change the fact that this is an incredibly goofy trailer. Next up, a trailer for Deca Police. This was genuinely one of the most boring trailers I've ever seen. As if the anime art style wasn't a turnoff already, the game just does not look fun in the slightest. And Bayonetta Origins, Cereza and the Lost Demon, a Bayonetta prequel that plays nothing like Bayonetta. I'm not a Bayonetta fan, so take my opinion with a grain of salt, but why is the prequel a completely different type of game? Obviously it's much more low budget, but like, it's Bayonetta. How does a prequel get this low of a budget? But with me not being a Bayonetta fan, it means I won't be buying this, so why even care? Well, then we move on to a bigger announcement, Splatoon 3 DLC. Well, they're bringing back the lobbies from the first 2 Splatoon games, that's fun. Wave 1, Inkopolis, looks the way it did in Splatoon 1, but then something f***y is going on with Splatoon 2's lobby. The teaser is incredibly vague, which is awesome. We'll have to wait to find out what's going on here. I'm sure this will ruin some Splatoon fans, but as someone who's never played Splatoon,
What, am I supposed to care?
Disney Illusion Island, f*** off. I hate Mickey and his pals with a passion. They scream soulless and corporate to another level, and I just can't stand them. I don't even know how the game looks because I was too busy doing my daily Mickey Mouse hating. Fire Emblem Engage DLC. They're bringing back characters from past Fire Emblem games.
And I'm bringing back Al Capone's Pepto-Bismol. How else would I sit through Fire Emblem Engage?
Harmony, the Fall of Reverie. It may be time to accept that this direct is bad. We're 20 minutes in and there's only been 2 good major announcements, one of them just being DLC. Maybe this direct can redeem itself. Octopath Traveler 2. A demo is dropping after the direct, and so am I. We love Katamari Reroll. Wow, an actual video game? And Switch Online members get a free trial? Thank God I'm paying $50 a year for this. Sea of Stars. I don't know. It's another 2.5D RPG, and I don't know what to say. It's visually gorgeous, but that's where the appeal ends for me. Omega Strikers, a free-to-play game. Okay, fine, but why can you pre-order a free-to-play game?
Pre-orders for this free-to-play game begin today on Nintendo eShop.
Well, that's enough attention for Omega Strikers. Let's move on. An HD remaster of the first 3 Etrian Odyssey games is coming. Man, Omega Strikers doesn't look half bad. Advance Wars 1+2 Reboot Camp is finally talked about again. This game was set to release in spring of 2022, but was delayed indefinitely due to the situation over in Europe, which was a fair call on Nintendo's part. Now, why the game still isn't out a whole year later, that needs some explaining. I can only imagine Nintendo just completely forgot about the game, then last month were like,
Oh shit, we still need to release Advance Wars.
Toss it in the next Nintendo Direct.
well, here's to hoping it does well. I don't have any interest in the game, but I still hope it's successful since it's a Game Boy Advance remaster. Advance Wars being a success could open Nintendo's eyes a bit to remaster some other Game Boy Advance games, but due to the delay, I'll bet this game will flop big time, which is a shame. It doesn't look that bad. We then jump into another look at Return to Dreamland Deluxe, announcing a new mini campaign. That's kinda cool for a remaster, definitely adds some more value to the package, and an announcement that a demo for the game will be released after the Direct. Nice. We're half an hour in and we have 3 decent announcements, none of which crazy exciting. This truly is a bad Direct.
Next, here's some news about Nintendo Switch Online.
Why? You still have yet to finish adding all the Nintendo 64 games you announced in the September Direct. What?
Game Boy games are being added to Nintendo Switch Online, including Game Boy Color games. Super Mario Land 2, Tetris, Metroid 2, Wario Land 3, Kirby's Adventure, and Link's Awakening DX, my favorite game of all time, are coming at launch, which is so exciting. Along with that, some more obscure games, Gargoyle's Quest, and Alone in the Dark: The New Nightmare. You can set different filters to simulate playing the games on the original Game Boy Pocket, or Game Boy Color, which is such a neat touch. And there's local and online multiplayer, which is again, very neat. A quick look at some more games, the Oracle games, the Pokemon card game, and Kirby Tilt and Tumble.
Really, of all games, Super Mario Land 1, Donkey Kong, Pokemon Red, Blue, Yellow. No, Kirby Tilt and Tumble always comes first.
Well, regardless, an exciting announcement.
What?
Game Boy Advance also? Oh! The Game Boy Advance is my favorite handheld, period. So many stellar games on here. The Legend of Zelda: The Minish Cap, Super Mario Advance 4, WarioWare, Mario Kart, Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga, and Kura, and I don't even know what that is and I'm losing it. And that all goes without saying, the games look absolutely stellar on Switch. Game Boy Advance games were so colorful and the emulation here is fantastic. And some of the games coming in the future, Metroid Fusion, Kirby and the Amazing Mirror, Fire Emblem, F-Zero, and Golden Sun are all coming in the future, which is like, what?
And after today's Nintendo Direct, you'll be able to play the Game Boy and Game Boy Advance titles we introduced.
What? Yes, these were playable once the Direct was over, and you bet your ass I've been all over them. I'm so damn happy to have all these games on here, along with knowing all the others are confirmed to be coming. And with Game Boy Advance now a part of Switch Online, I can taste Mother 3 on Switch. Game Boy games can be played with a base Switch Online subscription, and Game Boy Advance requires the expansion pack, and my god, that just added so much value. I already thought the expansion pack was worth it with all the quality N64 games you can get, but now combine that with all the Game Boy Advance games, and it's just like, jeez. Well, after that amazing announcement, let's cool down with some boring headlines.
The original Metroid Prime game is remastered on Nintendo Switch.
So, right after announcing Game Boy and Game Boy Advance games coming to Switch Online, Nintendo just casually announced a Metroid Prime remaster releasing right after the Direct.
Yeah, we're bringing Metroid Prime to Switch. Yeah, it's gonna be an HD remaster. Yeah, it's launching later today.
Metroid Prime is Nintendo's most iconic first-person shooter, and the fact that they're bringing it to Switch is so exciting. Visually, it looks fantastic, but there still is one major issue in my opinion: the price. This is an amazing game that is not worth $40. Nintendo knows what they have. Metroid Prime is beloved, and because of that, they know they can get away with selling it for $40 when it's really worth $20, $25 max. You can get Metroid Prime Trilogy on Wii U for $20 and get all 3 Prime games, but bad news, the eShop is closing down next month. Looks like you gotta pay double for just one game. It's pretty trashy and does turn me off from picking up the game for a while. That doesn't downplay the excitement, but it just kinda leaves a bad taste in my mouth, in more than one way. With Game Boy and Game Boy Advance now being on Switch Online, the next logical step is GameCube games on Switch Online. But I feel that Metroid Prime Remastered could be a hint that Nintendo won't be doing that. The 2 first-party GameCube games on Switch, Metroid Prime and Super Mario Sunshine, are HD remastered in widescreen, and I could totally see that's how Nintendo may handle GameCube games on Switch. The GameCube used discs, which could hold a couple gigabytes. A Nintendo 64 cartridge could hold roughly 64 megabytes, so I can't really see Nintendo making an app with multiple multi-gigabyte games. But I can see Nintendo remastering GameCube games and tossing them on eShop, which I'm fine with, as long as they handle it better than they've done with Prime. Make the games HD and widescreen, slap it on the eShop for $10, $20 max. I'd be down for that, but Nintendo pricing Metroid Prime Remastered at $40 is quite simply concerning. As for headlines, another anime type game, f**k off. Another anime type game, f**k off. Fantasy Life, okay. And jump into another major announcement, the return of Professor Layton. This is a really short teaser confirming the return. Nothing crazy, but still exciting news. Mario Kart 8 DLC Wave 4 information with the announcement of a brand new track. When the DLC was announced, they said that it would just be remastered tracks. But here's a Yoshi's Island track, which is so cool. Also, Birdo is being added, which is also cool. A sizzle reel before the final announcement as always, and the direct ends with a more in-depth look at Tears of the Kingdom, and oh my gosh, so much cool stuff. Some new enemies, some more advanced enemy types, Ganon's voice, new weapons, new runes, something's up with Link's arm, seemingly craftable vehicles, absolutely crazy. Tears of the Kingdom looks so good. A collector's edition is announced along with a new Link amiibo, and that's it for this direct.
Wow, that was amazing. There were so many exciting announcements. Pretty much all of them were at the end. The one problem with this direct was undoubtedly the placements of some of the announcements, and I think this could have simply been fixed by moving up Metroid Prime, then everything else would have been much more balanced. But when you think of everything that was announced or further detailed in this direct, there was a lot of really good stuff. It was filled to the brim with shovelware, but that really doesn't matter. What matters is that we got a more in-depth look at Pikmin 4. What matters is that we got Game Boy and Game Boy Advance games on Switch Online. What mattered is that we got Metroid Prime on Switch in a remastered version. What mattered is that we're getting a new course in Mario Kart 8. What matters is that we got a new trailer for Tears of the Kingdom. Because ultimately, we remember Nintendo Directs for their big announcements. There are some Directs that are memorably bad, but this isn't one of them. While it still had a bunch of not great games, the good announcements will still overshadow it, and that's ultimately what makes this a good Direct. And my god, the fact that Game Boy, Game Boy Advance, and Metroid Prime Remastered were playable as soon as the Direct ended, that was awesome! I love the idea of Nintendo having these apps ready to go by the time the Direct starts, so then after the Direct you can just jump into them, because that keeps the hype train going and just is so much more fun. Overall, this was an amazing Direct. But it could have used a few more farming games. What is this, a February 2023 Nintendo Direct? Oh, hi. I was reading some reviews, and a lot of people are saying to get new jokes. Strangely enough, I got the best joke 12 years ago.
Superhero video games.
Oh, I knew it smelled like shit.
You know, superhero video games make total sense. Video games allow you to be something you can never be in real life. Oh, finally, I can be a depressed, poor, homeless college student. Superheroes have always been associated with saving the world, fighting bad guys, being awesome, and the idea of a video game where you are a superhero, brilliant. But a lot of superhero games over the years kinda fucking stunk. They've been around for the longest time. Earliest I can think of is Spider-Man for the Atari 2600.
You know, oddly enough, this is one of the better superhero games.
While there were a handful of original superhero video games, most are based on whatever movie is coming out. I mean, back in the late 80s, early 90s, there was a Batman game made each time a movie came out, but there was also a decent amount of original games. And the tie-in games weren't always relegated to just films. Some of them drew inspiration from some TV shows like Superman on Nintendo 64.
Now do you believe what I was saying about Spider-Man?
While superhero games stayed mostly original in the 90s, nothing could brace us for the 2000s. Oh my. This was the era where superhero movies really took off. It started with Sam Raimi's Spider-Man trilogy, then Christopher Nolan's Batman trilogy, and then Iron Man, which blossomed into the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And with all of these films came movie tie-in games, and not just any movie tie-in games, bad ones. Okay, some of the Spider-Mans were okay, but Batman Begins?
Well, that was a short career for Batman.
But it was Batman who began to lead the charge of making superhero games good. Batman Arkham Asylum, released in 2009, was loosely based on the comics and instead told its own original story. Combine that with well-designed gameplay and a stellar voice cast, and Batman Arkham redefined what a superhero game was. You didn't have to base it on a movie for it to be a success, you just had to make a good game. Now we are in a renaissance with superhero games. Not all are winners, but we've gotten more stellar original superhero games, and I think Arkham was responsible for all of that. But even after Arkham, movie tie-in games lived on for a few more years, especially with the MCU films. All of the Phase 1 MCU films besides Avengers all received tie-in games, some of them sharing the title with the film they're based on, others adding dumb subtitles like Super Soldier and God of Thunder. Yeah, that is a God of Thunder.
And that's why we have Thor, God of Thunder. But it's gotta go deeper than that, right?
Well, the game was developed by Sega. Yeah, that's Sega. They developed the flagship version of the game for PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360. Sega was talking this game up. I mean, Chris Hemsworth and Tom Hiddleston lent their voices and likenesses. They must have thought they were making Jesus 2.0. But the version I have was developed by Redfly Studios, a studio who focused on developing Wii ports. They developed the Wii version of The Force Unleashed 2, which was okay enough, so this must have turned out quite good. What happened here? The game was released on Xbox 360, Wii, PlayStation 3, and DS on May 3, 2011 in North America, and a 3DS port came out on September 13, 2011. The flagship version took a beating, getting a low Metacritic score. The Nintendo versions fared a bit better, with more mixed reviews, the DS version reviewing the best.
No, it's almost like it's a completely different game.
The Wii and 3DS version, which are pretty much the same, reviewed okay, but who cares what these game critics have to say? It's my opinion that truly matters. My god, this game is ass! I do not remember how I ended up with this game in my possession. I've known I've owned it for years, but I don't remember how I got it. I can only assume my mom was out getting me a Wii game once, saw a Thor game and was like, oh, my son likes Marvel, he'll like this. I remember playing the first level years ago and I haven't touched it since.
I've still played it the most out of anybody else in this world. I know I said this with Madden 09, but if this game is your childhood, I don't even need to finish that statement. This game is no one's childhood. But how can people talk shit on this game? No one's played it. And what, are you gonna track down a copy and play it just so you can rightfully call it bad? Well, thankfully, I already have a copy, so now all I have to do is play it, and then I can rightfully call it bad. Oh shit, this game has a disc? Might not be so bad after all.
Well, taking a quick look at the manual, damn, this is a quick look. Oh wow, the button that says A is the A button.
What a revolutionist.
Well, let's press A to start. I know what button that is, I read the manual. Well, we start with the cutscene, and I like the cutscene style. It looks like a comic book with thick outlines around the characters, it looks nice. Well, the story, so these bad guys want to kill Odin, I guess, so someone helps them get into Asgard, so Thor goes to stop them. He then flies in and growls. Does he mean business? Well, the first level is the Jotun invasion. These are the Jotun and they sure are invading.
Checks out.
Interestingly enough, the game does have motion controls, but you can also attack with A. A is its own separate attack, so you have to use motion controls, but also A.
I told you, a revolutionist.
Well, this serves as a tutorial level, and you fight your way through Asgard. The game itself is a simple hack and slash with motion controls. Pull off combos, kill ice guys, and walk to the end of the level. And the level ends with the easiest boss fight ever. Well, one of Thor's friends died, and Loki manipulates Thor to leave Asgard. Odin revives Thor's friend and goes to sleep, and now nobody is around to protect Asgard. The approach is the same as the Jotun invasion, but in another map. Even the same boss fight, but just a tad more difficult. How lame. Flight to Mount Ymir. This is one of the Wii exclusive fight levels, something they decided was worthy on being on the back of the box. This is just putrid. It's a Sin and Punishment type rail shooter, but unlike Sin and Punishment, this is ass. But it is exclusive to the Wii version of the game, so this is Game of the Year worthy. The Avalanche. We ride down Mount Ymir on a piece of ice fighting more Jotun. Wow, fighting Jotun? How original. At the end, we also get to destroy Ymir with a quick time event. Niflheim Core. Again, icy environment, fight Jotun and the same damn boss for the third time. This game is mechanically okay so far, but my god is it lazy. But then you fight Ymir and oh my god. So it starts with Ymir dragging you down a pit. Shake the Wii remote and nunchuck to escape, then you have to fly up, avoiding icicles that come out of the wall. It seems easy, but Thor moves so slow that sometimes you know where you need to go, but you can't get there fast enough. Then later on, the icicles will come out faster and you can't see when you're recovering from being hit, so you hit even more. Then there's quick time events where you have to swing the Wii Remote in certain directions, and again, not hard, but my Wii Remote won't register these directions. And if you fail, back to the pit. After dealing enough damage, you enter a mini cutscene for about 5 seconds, then you have to do another quick time event. But I didn't know this, so I set down the controller, and by the time I realized it's time to do a quick time event, it's too late. Guess who has to do the whole fight all over again? Well, after defeating Ymir, this guy's released on Asgard, and Loki wants to stop him to seem like a hero, but Sif stops him? I don't know, I'm barely following the plot. Odin has woken up, and they need to find Thor, and the arrival of big improvements. No ice in sight, just some Norse hallways, nothing exciting, but something different. New enemy types, gameplay mechanics, overall an improvement. Frostgrinder continues the improvement, starting with beginning in an outdoor area. You start with fighting a bunch of enemies, which is okay, as the combat is okay. You then fly to a castle and start fighting through it, and it's okay too, but just drags on for a bit too long. Overall though, it's fine. Oleg's Palace, just a big boss fight with Oleg. Once again, a huge step up. Instead of being a copy-pasted reused boss, Oleg is something completely original, and to even damage him, you have to ditz around and do a ton of other stuff. Once again, a nice improvement. Burning Town. Thor is now on Earth in a burning town, once again fighting a new type of enemy. Once again, a big improvement. It's still running around and fighting enemies, but a new environment really does help. Police Station. Same enemies, now in a police station. Not much to say besides new environment, woo. Although the boss fight at the end is new, a giant hellish monster. I love his design, I sure hope he isn't reused multiple times. Harvester of Worlds, I really like this environment. Fiery rocky area, nice contrast to all the blue ice hallways of the earlier levels. This level wouldn't end. Yeah, this is a pretty good level besides the fact that it just feels like it goes on forever. Also, it reuses the boss fight from the police station. My god, is originality that hard? Flight to Twilight, another flight level, no thanks. Like Flight to Mount Ymir, but with a different, more interesting environment. But that doesn't change the fact that it's still the same shitty flying mechanics doing the same boring shitty thing. You eventually land and have to fight some enemies on foot, which is unique for this flight level, but it really doesn't change much. Sword Forge, another hellish temple. The hell theme is really starting to lose its luster. This level overall just feels repetitive. And it ends with the same damn fire boss again. Are you kidding me? Surtur is a giant boss fight against Surtur, and this is neat. There's a flying section towards the end, which sucks because it's the flight section, but it's cool to have in the middle of a fight. Invasion area, back on Asgard, but now with fire everywhere. It's fine, I guess, but just feels pretty repetitive and boring again. This poor realm can't catch a break. And lastly, Odin's Hall. It's just a boss fight. It's okay. Also, this game's credits, my god, are they fast. Outside of the campaign, you can collect things to see concept art and other useless stuff. You can also collect costumes, upgrade Thor. There are some challenges, but that's mainly it.
And that is Thor God of Thunder on Wii. It kinda sorta sucks.
I didn't really like this game. The gameplay was pretty repetitive and the design was incredibly lazy. They designed 4 unique enemy types and reused them for multiple levels, which was so lazy. The bosses being reused was also incredibly lazy, and the fact that I got excited when I saw trees,
I think that means the game is ass.
it's mechanically fine besides the frame rate dropping. There isn't anything really broken about it. It's not unfairly hard, it's just kind of whatever. It's lazy, it's boring, and that's just the Wii version because the 360 version is apparently worse. But it's a movie tie-in game, it's okay. It doesn't follow the movie that much. I mean, Thor is mainly about Thor being sent to Earth to learn about what it's like to be mortal. It's a coming-of-age story where he realizes what it truly means to be worthy. I think the film itself is pretty underrated. It's a solid fish-out-of-water tale, and while it's a bit slow at times, I think it tells a good Thor story and serves as a good introduction of Thor into the MCU. Now, the game does not follow the plot because what could they have done? A quick time event where you try to pull out Thor's hammer? As a Thor game, this is okay. They reached into the comics and brought in some iconic Thor villains like Surtur. With being based on a single 2-hour film, they found a way to tell a story that lasts 3 hours. Jeez. As a licensed movie tie-in game for kids that was simply puked out to promote the film, it's fine, but that doesn't excuse it from being a bad game.
In the realm of superhero games, I put it above Superman 64 and below Batman Begins. Just wait until I reveal the full metric, then you'll really have something to shit your pants about. But that's enough of that. I wonder what day it is. Oh shit, it's opposite day? I just spent the last couple of minutes complimenting the game. But I only have a minute and a half left, and I need to find a quick way that I can reverse everything I've said.
Lego, Marvel, and Shattered Dimensions, Iron Man 2 among the greatest inventions. Batman, Arkham, Spider-Man 2, sure, all these games just make me go woo! But there's one game better, don't you see? It's Thor God of Thunder on the Wii. Published by Sega in 2011, now playing it.
Am I in heaven?
If we take a look back at the polls, this game had sick motion controls. Makes it feel like Thor, the God of Thunder. They don't have this game in the land down under? Thor's hammer hits with a mighty whack. He controls so well you'd think he's on crack. Specific movements lead to powerful attacks. This game is so good, look at all of its plaques.
But that's just the game's mechanics. There's so much more than that. 16 whole levels. But what are they like? Well,
starting off with the Jotun invasion, my god, what a special occasion. Then you got the approach. As cool as this broken stage coach.
Flight to Mount Ymir. This alone deserves Game of the Year.
Following is the Avalanche. This game goes so well with booze and rant. The arrival follows Niflheim Core. This game thankfully never feels like a chore. Frost Grinder and Oleg Pals. Wait, Frost Grinder? My god, that sounds phallus. Burning Town and Police Station. Burn downtown? Time for migration. Harvester of Worlds. Flight to Twilight. The chance of getting tired of this is slight. Sword Forge. Mamba George. Fight Sword Tour. This shit got me sword. Invasion Area. And lastly, Odin's Hall. Oh my god, this ending made me ball. This game may only take 3 hours to beat, but it'll make you shout, this game is so neat. I really hope you try it. I love this with my heart. Now I'm gonna turn this off and play Mario Kart.
remember, the opposite of Mario Kart is something bad.
Hi there, this is Whycus with an important message for a important future cuss. The year is 1977, and Atari just released their Atari 2600, but the planned launch title Cyberpunk 2077 is not ready yet, and because of that, I made it that way. That's the deal. I made it that way. It's all my fault. This game cannot be released. If it does, there will be disastrous consequences. Just promise me. It'll be fine for about 40 years, but in 2017, whoever has this tape, as soon as you're done watching it, there should be a drive with this tape. Please insert it in the back of your neck, okay? Trust me. This will help me communicate with you, and thus we can work together to stop this game once and for all. It must be delayed indefinitely again.
Well, I messed up. And what was I supposed to do? Read? Well, let's hope the driver here, so let's see what happens if I insert it to my... Oh, God. Wake the fuck up! We have a game to delay. So you're telling me you put this off for 6 years and now the game's out? I mean, yeah. Unbelievable. Well, I'm sorry, I had stuff to do. Like what? Yeah, stuff. But the game's out. We can't change that. Well, why did it matter if Cyberpunk released or not? Because it was destined Balan's Wonderland would follow. Shit, that's my fault? Yep. And in 17 minutes, your body will be mine. Wait, what? Honestly, I couldn't care less if Cyberpunk actually released. I just wanted to see what 2023 was like. Well, joke's on you! It's not that great. Well, that doesn't change a thing. You don't have much time left till I take over your body. Well, shoot, I don't have much time left. I guess it's time to wipe something off my bucket list.
This is the most broken, the buggiest, maybe even the worst game of all time. I'm also dumb. Cyberpunk 2077, one of the most notorious games released within the last few years. It had a rough launch, being incomplete, and that followed a series of long delays.
Cyberpunk became the stuff of legend, as iconic as E.T. for Atari 2600 and Superman 64 for how bad it was. And because of its reception, I've always had a weird fascination with this game, eventually wanting to play it. I've put it off for a while now, but with my clock ticking down, guess there's no time better than now to do so.
Cyberpunk 2077 is based on the Cyberpunk series of tabletop RPGs created by Mike Pondsmith, who acted as a consultant for the game ever since the start of development in 2012.
And I actually started development in 1975. Wait, you're telling me Wikipedia lied?
But saying it started development in 2012 is a long stretch. Really, in 2012, they had the idea of creating a video game based on the series. The game was to be developed by CD Projekt Red, developers of the Witcher series. However, in 2012, they had just started developing the third entry in the Witcher series, Wild Hunt, so that meant Cyberpunk was still a ways off. But they couldn't wait to start lying. In January of 2013, the first teaser was released, which was just 2 minutes of, oh, pretty CGI. I don't get why they couldn't have just said, yeah, we're making a game based on the Cyberpunk series and then move on. Why did they have to go ahead and make a teaser? Full-on development didn't start until they finished The Witcher 3 DLC in 2016, so in reality, the game only had 4 years of actual development. And at E3 2018, the first official trailer was shown off and it looked fantastic. The game drew inspiration from Blade Runner, Ghost in the Shell, and some other games too. The trailer mainly showed the world and it looked gorgeous. It really nailed the look of a futuristic Blade Runner-esque city. By August of 2018, the story itself was finished and development continued, and it went smoothly at first. And at E3 2019, they showed a second trailer that revealed the slightest bit of story, ending with showing off Keanu Reeves' character for the first time. And after the trailer, Keanu Reeves himself came out on stage, which became one of the most legendary E3 moments. Even I, someone who wasn't into gaming at the time, heard about all the fuss and in turn heard of Cyberpunk. Looking back, this is kinda hard to watch, but to have such a big actor representing your project at E3 was such a good call on CD Projekt Red's part. And following was a look at gameplay along with the first release date of April 16th, 2020. Around this time, the core of the game was nearly finished and development then shifted to polishing up the game. With the game being developed by CD Projekt Red, people were so pumped. I recently started playing The Witcher 3 and I can see why. The Witcher 3 is an excellent game, so it's understandable why people had so much faith in this game. But then came 2020 and the pandemic, and thus the game was delayed multiple times until it was finally released for PC, PlayStation 4, and Xbox One on December 10th, 2020.
Contract renegotiations. And you keep your contract.
And the game still wasn't done. Cyberpunk had an abysmal launch with bugs and glitches riddling the game. The PS4 and Xbox One versions ran the worst with horrible frame rates, glitches, all of it. It ran better on the 9th gen systems, the PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X, and it ran the best on PC. But the fact that it ran so horribly at launch was simply inexcusable. In a content sense, yeah, the game was finished besides DLC. The core story and gameplay was all done, but it was incredibly unpolished. And as time went on, a ton of controversy came out. In 2019, CD Projekt Red said they wouldn't require developers to work overtime and in time crunch, but as November 2020 neared one of the planned release dates, CD Projekt Red instated 6-day work weeks and overtime to try and finish the game for a November release, which was simply unacceptable. Only the PC version was released for reviewers, which looked and ran the best, adding to a false representation of the final product. But once the game launched, it was all over. They couldn't hide it anymore. Refunds were issued and the game was taken down from the PlayStation Store as they actually finished the game. After the disastrous launch, CD Projekt Red took time to finish the game, and now, over 2 years later, let's see how it is. I'll be playing this on a base PS4, so I won't be surprised if it explodes.
But before I talk about the performance and all that jargon, this game does tell a story, so I'm gonna talk about it.
Great. I really care.
Well, we start with a character customizer, which is super in-depth. There's so many damn choices, over 50 hairstyles, so many colors to choose from, just so much customization. You really have to create your character for yourself to truly grasp how in-depth it is, even allowing you to adjust your breast and schlong size.
Dude, video games have come such a long way.
No matter how you customize your character's name is V, and V's gender is simply defined by their voice. A masculine one and a feminine one. And once you're done customizing, you are presented with choosing 3 possible openings: Corpo, Street Kid, or Nomad. I went with Street Kid, where you start off as a street kid in a bar. This guy wants you to steal a car, so you go to it and meet Jackie Wells before being knocked out by the police. Once you regain consciousness with Jackie, you guys become friends, and through a montage work your way through the ranks of being a criminal in Night City, which is where all 3 openings collide. Yet, no matter what opening you choose, the bulk of the game remains the same. The main effect your chosen beginning has on the story is some dialogue. Each opening has unique dialogue choices throughout the game, but that ultimately doesn't change a thing. The Corpo opening, you're a rat working for Arasaka, the big ruling government of Night City. You already know Jackie, and the company finds out you're a rat and revokes all your information. Key the montage. And the Nomad opening, you start as an auto mechanic in the Badlands inside of Night City. You meet Jackie, do stuff with him, in montage time. And those are the openings. It's a neat concept, but it has too little of an effect on the story. It may spice up a second playthrough at first, but once the game becomes the same again, the magic of a unique opening is lost. But the story after the montage, well, you and Jackie start working together and are playing an ultimate heist, stealing a chip from Arasaka. The chip of immortality, this guy Dexter wants it. So you get help from Evelyn Parker, a prostitute who does what she does to be a spy. Through her, you discover that the chip is being held in the apartment of Yorinobu, as he's stolen it from his father, who is Arasaka's leader.
Family not getting along? Sounds familiar.
So after getting all the information, you and Jackie infiltrate Arasaka Tower, successfully finding the chip in his apartment. But then Yorinobu arrives, so you and Jackie hide and secretly witness Yorinobu murder his father.
Family not getting along.
You and Jackie are spotted and have to make a daring escape where the chip is damaged and Jackie is mortally injured. To ensure his protection, you put the chip in your mind and continue to escaping Arasaka Tower and the Arasaka forces, heading to Dexter. But on the way, Jackie unfortunately passes. You arrive at Dexter's where he betrays you, shooting and technically killing you. How about a title card? No, I'm not joking. It took me about 5 hours to reach the actual game's title card. You then experience some weird flashbacks where you play as an overpowered badass as his crew raids Arasaka Tower in 2023?
Wow, to think as I sit here moments before my death, there's some guy out there fighting a huge evil corporation. What a world we live in.
You then regain consciousness in a landfill where Takamura, an Arasaka agent, takes you away as he believes you killed Saburo. But then Arasaka attacks Takamura, so you have to help him fend off Arasaka, and Takamura takes you to a Ripper Dock to recover. You then learn what those flashbacks were. They were memories of Johnny Silverhand, a legendary rock star from Night City's past. His consciousness is on the chip, and thus Silverhand is a part of your mind unless you can find a way to remove it. And if you can't, well, Johnny will eventually take over. And at first, Johnny is a douche, but then you realize it's Keanu Reeves and then fall in love with him all over again. The following day, you meet with Takamura, and he sends you to find Evelyn since she was close with Yorinobu. He hopes that Evelyn can help them convict Yorinobu for the murder of Saburo, and hopefully Evelyn can also send you down the path to get the dang chip removed.
But I love Keanu. But if he doesn't get it removed, he'll die. Huh, sounds familiar.
Johnny also recommends speaking to a fixer called Rogue to get the chip removed, and from here the story branches off a bit. You have 3 objectives that you can complete in any order. Find Evelyn to get info on Yorinobu, find Anders Hellman, the creator of the chip, to find out more about it, and now Rogue. To find Evelyn, you speak to her friend Judy, who sends you to the Clouds, the brothel she's been working at, but she isn't anywhere to be found. You follow her trail and find out that she has been kidnapped, so you and Judy team up to rescue her. After doing so, you scan her memories and find out she was doing stuff with some voodoo boy, so then you meet up with them. They have you raid a rival gang's mall and take out a net runner, but V almost dies as he was set up. But it turns out it's all fine, as they just wanted to see the chip a bit.
Yeah, you can kill me to study a trend in my hair. Okay!
You eventually meet Alt Cunningham, one of Johnny's former lovers who is now in the net, and you learn that she can get the chip removed if you can get underneath Arasaka Tower. Brilliant. Meeting with Rogue, she sends you to work with Penam Palmer, a nomad who is a part of a cult thing called the Altercados. You help the Altercados with some stuff, and in return they help you find Anders Hellman, but he turns out to be useless as the chip is an experimental version. You then work with Takamura, planning to kidnap Hanoku to show her that Yorinobu killed Saburo, and so they plan to do so during a parade. So they rig some floats, figure out some openings, and the parade eventually comes and everything almost goes to plan, but you have to fight Hanoko's bodyguard, this not so tough son of a bitch. Takamura kidnaps Hanoko and takes her to an abandoned apartment to try and get her to agree, but then Arasaka raids a place and you have to escape quickly. You hide out in a motel and Hanoko sends you a proxy, telling you she wants to meet and that she believes you. And thus, you meet with her and the ending splits off from there. You can trust Hanoko, who will take you directly into Arasaka, or you can bust him with Johnny. And the game has a ton of endings based on the choices you make, but here's my ending. I rejected Hanoko's offer and you get the opportunity to team up with past allies based on side quests you did. For example, there are romance side quests where you can get romantically involved with side characters and they can help you with the ending. And so I did the side quest that gets you close with Penam and had her work with me on this last mission. And so with the Altercados, you break into Arasaka Tower, hook up to the net so all can free you, and you're given one final choice. Either you can keep your body for yourself and die in a couple of months, wiping Johnny completely, or giving control to Johnny so he can then live on. I kept control and of course felt bad for Johnny as I loved him, but he is removed from my consciousness, and you then escape Night City with Penam, ending by getting out of a tank and sitting with her, as you supposedly live out the rest of your days free. Again, there are a ton of endings based on the choices you made as you play through the game, which is genuinely awesome. Whether you chose to do some side quests or not affects the ending. Even if you just did the story, you made the choice to not do anything else, and thus it affects your ending options, which is a great concept executed well.
I was beyond satisfied with my ending, but I like that you can replay it and make different choices in order to have a different ending, but that's it for the story. The beginning and ends depend on the player's choices, but besides that, it's pretty much the same for every playthrough. The core story is fine. It's not amazing, but it's okay enough. But that's just a story, and this is a video game. So how is it a video game? Well,
Cyberpunk 2077 is an open-world first-person shooter with RPG elements. Thank you, Wikipedia. The gameplay mainly consists of going here, follow an NPC, talk to them, shoot some people, and leave, rinse and repeat. The combat is fine. There's a small variety of weapons, pistols, shotguns, machine guns, and melee weapons. I'm not a huge first-person shooter kind of guy. I can do some, but there needs to be more than just, it's war o'clock, motherfucker, here's a gun. But the melee weapons are a ton of fun. Mainly katanas, I love them. If you eventually become powerful enough, you can just run around around and slice people up, it's pretty fun. But if you're underpowered, you die, and that leads to my next criticism. When you die, it takes so long to reload, and you can die so fast too. So many shootouts, I'd peek out a cover for 2 seconds and boom, I'm dead. Either that or a ton of enemies just surround me. In most shootouts, I was constantly spamming health boosters, and even then, it's hard to survive. Enemies can hack into you, causing more damage until you kill them, and again, it's so easy to become overwhelmed. Many shootouts can be avoided by stealth, which is kinda neat. The game has simple stealth mechanics, and I like the idea of being able to choose your approach, but man, I would love to go guns blazing, but it's just too hard sometimes. And other times, I'd prefer to use stealth, but that's not an option. Also, sometimes enemies can hit you, but you can't hit them, and that isn't fair. Snipers suck, they do so much damage, and it's impossible to find them. Shootouts have to be taken at a snail's pace, because one slip up and you have to start all over again, which isn't fun either. But the boss fights, oh, those can be laughably easy. Why would those be hard? The combat was pretty hit or miss with me. It was fine enough in most scenarios. The game is open to experimentation. There are usually multiple approaches to each scenario, but with the long load times and how unfair it can seem at times, on top of being a first-person shooter, it's annoying. But there's also driving. Ugh, I hate driving in this game. It feels like an awkward mix of GTA 4's more realistic driving and GTA 5's more arcadey driving. It just doesn't feel good, and the physics are awful. Sure, it's not necessarily fun in GTA to be going super fast and hitting a tree and having the car damaged, but at least it feels a bit more realistic. I found the motorcycles to be much more enjoyable than cars. I would avoid using cars all the time if possible. And of course, you have cars to traverse the world.
My blessed transition powers have returned. What?
The world is quite nice. It's super detailed and at times can feel like a futuristic dystopic city, but like it can also feel really bland at times too. I feel like it's missing some color. Neon lights, crazy technology, it feels kind of futuristic, but not as futuristic as I hoped. And then outside the city, wow, highways? Man, the future does seem neat. Night City is still a neat place though, with a ton of things to do. Random side quests littered all about, and just exploring, it's a bit fun. A bit. And with this being an open world game with shooting and driving mechanics, this may seem like it could be a GTA type game with its police mechanics, but no. You can get a wanted level, but that's not the core of the game. It isn't really fun either. There isn't that level of fun that GTA has. It has some other similar mechanics, safe houses, food places, interchangeable clothes, all of that. But if you want a GTA type game in a bright dystopian future, this isn't it. As for performance, I must say, they really did a good job polishing up the game after release. Even on a base PS4, this game ran shockingly well. I ran into a few glitches and my game crashed a handful of times, especially when Arasaka raided the abandoned apartment, but besides that, it all ran quite well. No major frame rate drops, no game-breaking bugs, and my PS4 didn't sound like it was constantly gonna explode. Playing a well-running version of the game, it's a fine game, but that doesn't change the fact that the game was still sold over lies.
Cyberpunk 2077 is a fine game. At its core, it's an open world first-person shooter action RPG that involves shooting and driving sections, and when it comes to that, it's fine. You watch the story unfold as you complete a series of missions with a variety of side quests that can be done on the side, but it is a game I do find flawed at its core, but it's mainly opinion. I just didn't find the combat too alluring, and there are a couple of other things that irks me about it. But is it one of the worst games of all time? Absolutely not!
Wikipedia includes this game on their page of the worst games of all time, with games such as Superman 64 and Balan Wonderworld. Now, is this game a masterpiece? No, but it's not that bad. Its condition upon release was unacceptable and it caused lawsuits up the ass, and I feel like the game's abysmal launch had an effect on the industry as a whole. For example, recently Star Wars Jedi Survivor has been delayed by an additional 6 weeks. This delay is because they wanted to have more time to polish the game. And delays suck, but you can't really get mad at a delay when it's to make sure the game is actually finished when it's time to launch. And now that time has passed and the game has been finished, at its core, it's an okay game. Again, I don't think it's that good, but it has nothing to do with how it was at launch. I just think the core, the part that can't be fixed, wasn't that great to begin with. But it's also a shame that this game's reputation has been forever ruined. Despite how it's been fixed, it will always be known as a buggy, broken disappointment. It's a permanent stain on CD Projekt Red, which is a shame, but should also be a lesson learned.
I hope Cyberpunk 2077 lives on forever as an example of what happens if a game isn't done at launch. What happens if a game is sold on lies and deception just to make people buy it? Because as I said earlier, you can make something look as good and as appealing behind closed doors as you want, but once it's out there in the real world,
you can't hide its issues. And even now that it's finished, it still didn't fully live up to its promise. I just hope that in the future it's something that all future game developers look back and think about. I think I've said all I can say about it. How much longer until you take over my body?
5. By what?
4, 3, 2,
you son
1.
of... Oh. Whoa. Where are we? We're in your head. I can see your thoughts, memories, all of it. Huh. What would that make us? Your consciousness. I've been looking around and you've done a lot of stuff over the last few years. Yeah. You know, 54 fits of whining will do that to you. Are you afraid to go? Honestly, no. It's been a fun few years and I'll miss this, but it's your time to shine. And just one more time before I go. F*** you. Well, that f***ing sucks. Oh man. Oh, alright there. I finally have some free time on my hands. About 15 hours I'd say. So I can finally play through The Last of Us. Or I can talk about why I haven't played through The Last of Us. Oh come on, I'm me. What do you think I'm gonna do?
Question, do you own a video game?
Maybe.
Have you beaten all the games you own? Well then, congratulations! You have a video game backlog. But what is a backlog, let alone a video game one for that matter? Well, a backlog can be called a variety of things, and it mainly occurs with media. Musics, books, films, and video games. We can all relate to having a bunch of these that we own and want to experience, but we just haven't had the time or motivation to get around to yet. And that's what a backlog is. It's a group of media that you want and plan to experience in the future, but haven't gotten around to yet. There are other terms, films, people will generally have watch lists, but that's more in a digital sense. Yeah, there are physical films, but in this day and age, you may just use Letterboxd to track what films you want to see. But when it comes to video games and even book backlogs, these are generally in a physical form, so when you lay out your whole backlog, oh my god. And on top of that, it can take hours to experience a single one of these. There are plenty of quick one and dones you can read or play in an afternoon, but the whole Harry Potter series? Maybe I'll just play the Game Boy Advance game.
But I hope that at least gives you an idea of what a backlog is. A lot of people are afraid of them, but I see them in a different light. And I think there's a lot more to them than a lot of people think about. So let's start off with, how does a backlog accumulate?
There are a ton of factors of a backlog building up, but what I feel is the most common is getting an overflow of games. Want to see all the games I got for Christmas, including the ones I got with Christmas money? Like, how do I start making my way through these? It may seem simple, buy one video game, play through it, buy another, rinse and repeat, but as I just said, Christmas and birthdays exist, those are hell. Not only am I a year closer to my demise, but I also have to play Pokemon? Christmas and birthdays, it's so easy to accumulate a ton of games. I don't want to spend $60 on a game I might not like, I can have grandma buy it for me. I kid, of course, but receiving a ton of games can happen so easily. I got a PS4 for Christmas in a bundle that came with Call of Duty Modern Warfare, NBA 2K15, Battlefront 2, and Spider-Man PS4, or in other words, I got a PS4 with Spider-Man PS4. But then my sister got me Last of Us Remastered, Red Dead Redemption 2, and Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, and with extra money I bought Arkham Knight, Cyberpunk 2077, and Madden 20. And I also got an original PlayStation and a ton of games as well. And don't forget No Man's Sky from Grandma.
Grandmas are the best.
And let me tell you, that made for an amazing Christmas. I got so many games that I've been dying to play for years, but like, where do I start with these? I've beaten a few and at least started others, and it's been an amazing time. I had nothing going on in January, so I was able to play through Jedi Fallen Order, Spider-Man PS4, and most of Cyberpunk within that month, along with starting Red Dead 2 and The Last of Us as well. But that will take us into the next cause of a backlog, which I'm not ready for yet because there are other ways to get an overflow of games. Sales and special offers. Steam Summer Sale, you can accumulate a ton of games with that, and just random store offers, both digital and physical. And speaking of digital, what about digital games? Well, those are seemingly simple as well, but what if you have Switch Online? Scat is a part of my backlog now? Hopefully that highlights just how simple it can be to accumulate a large amount of games, and playing through them is seemingly easy. But that's when the other aspects of a backlog building up comes into play, starting with time. Time is a bitch. Just slow the hell down, I'm not ready for it to be 2021. As I've grown older, I've been noticing time just slipping down the drain. I still spend a solid amount of free time playing games, but it's never gonna be good enough. If I can only play an hour a day of a game and it's 10 hours long, it'll take 10 days to beat that game. And that doesn't sound too long, but that's a third of a month. And that's just an hour a day, and it's still possible to play up to 3 hours a day some days, but then others, there is such little free time and I don't feel like playing anything within that time. Many days, I just don't have the time or motivation to play. And when you're constantly adding games to your collection faster than you can beat them, yeah, that helps build a backlog. I recently got a job and it's great. Less time for playing games, but more time for buying them. Shit! Another big aspect for me is motivation. Sometimes, even when I have free time, I just don't feel like playing anything. And other times, I just lose motivation playing the game I'm currently playing. I feel a lot of people can relate to the following. You create a new world in Minecraft and start playing. You have a ton of fun and play whenever you can for about 2 weeks, but then you suddenly don't care anymore. I have that, but with like every game I play. After Christmas, I started Jedi Fallen Order. I played it constantly for about a week, making it most of the way through the game, then stopped and started playing Cyberpunk. I then played Cyberpunk most of the way through, then got tired of it and went back to Jedi Fallen Order beating it. With Jedi Fallen Order being beat, I started Red Dead 2. Same situation, played it for about 2 weeks, then got bored and started Spider-Man. I beat it in just a few days, and after Spider-Man, GoldenEye was added to Switch Online, played through that, and that was it for 2 weeks. I just didn't play anything in that time. I burnt myself out. Despite the good progress I made on my backlog at that time, by the time I beat GoldenEye, I was burned out on games as a whole. Unlike others, I do get tired of playing video games. Sometimes I can play for hours, mainly when I near the end of a game and just want to beat it, but other times I may only play for like 10 minutes and just get bored, and it's hard to continually play through a backlog when that happens to you. Being burned out on games doesn't apply to everyone, but I find it to be another big aspect on how a backlog accumulates.
And that's how my backlog keeps growing. It may not apply to everyone, but in my case, that's how I keep on getting so many games that I may never play. But how do you tackle a backlog? It may seem strange. Why would you listen to the guy who has a huge backlog's advice on how to defeat a backlog? But here's the deal. Another reason why I have such a big backlog is because I've been spending so much time figuring out how to successfully attack a backlog that I just haven't had time to attack mine myself.
First off, I feel like some people when physically laying out their backlog will make it look like this. This is horrifying. And instead of that, let's try this. Yeah, that looks better. Divide your backlog into 3 sections: must plays, maybe plays, and don't plays. The names make it quite obvious. The must plays are the games you want to play the most. Think of it this way: if you had a week left to live, ignore all the other stuff you may want to do at that time. Just trust me, it's for the better in this scenario. What games would you want to play at that time? Of the games in your backlogs, which ones are your go-tos? Prioritize these. It will still probably be a huge pile, bigger than your other 2, but by separating the sections, I myself shaved my backlog in nearly half. The middle section is the maybe plays. What games do you kinda want to play but wouldn't mind not being able to play? Sure, I want to play Monster House on GameBoy Advance, but like, if I don't? So? And then the not plays. If you have a backlog with games you don't care about, don't count those as a part of your backlog. My not plays is filled with Call of Duty, Madden, Assassin's Creed, and Pokemon. Why? Because I don't care about these games. Sometimes you get games that you just don't care about, and that's fine. They can come in bundles or just be so cheap that you have to buy them. But if you don't want to play them, keep them separate from your backlog. While a backlog is technically all the games you own but haven't played, only count the games you actually want to play in your backlog. That way, it's a more enjoyable experience.
And that's how you can divide up your backlog and look at it with a different lens. But how do you actually play through all the games in your backlog? That's where it gets a bit tricky.
From there, you can really just play the games, and it's really up to you how to do that, but here's some things I do. I haven't stated a personal goal where I beat at least 1 game every week. I look ahead at my schedule and I see, okay, how much time do I have? If I don't have much, I'll hop on one of the Switch Online apps because some of those games are short. Kirby's Dream Land, do you have 20 minutes? These Game Boy games especially, but also some NES games. They're much shorter experiences and still games that I want to play. In the apps, you can customize the order of the games, and I have it organized by my backlog. Top few rows are the must plays, then scat to separate the rows. The following rows are the games that I've already
beaten, Eliminator Boat Duel to separate the rows, and the rest of the games. Have only 5 minutes? It's technically possible to beat Donkey Kong, right? If you don't have much time, I find these games to be perfect for that. And sometimes I may have enough time to be playing another game, but I'll still play one of these as my weekly game. Witcher 3 is too long to play in just 1 week, so let's play Wario Land at the same time to at least beat one game this week. I'm going on a trip this week, so I'll only be able to play portable games. Let's do Pokemon Legends Arceus. I'll have plenty of time to beat that. You can use some websites such as How Long to Beat to see how long it will take you to complete a game and use that to plan out what game you want to play. Of course, you don't have to try and beat one game a week, you can just play a game when you have time. But ultimately, when you look at your backlog with a vision of beating and ridding it, I'd say you've already lost. While the backlog doesn't seem great, it's a lot better than a lot of people may act like it is. It's the games you own and can play and want to. That means, no matter what, you will have something to play. If you're not up for Fallout New Vegas or Resident Evil 4 but want to play Super Mario 3D Land, you can do that. You have a huge selection of games you actually want to play, and if you don't want to play a game at a certain point in time, don't. Video games are meant to be a fun experience, a pastime to make a dull afternoon enjoyable. When you're just playing a game just to beat it, just to rid it from your backlog, that's not fun. That's approaching it like homework, like taxes, something that has to be done or else there will be consequences. When really, nothing will matter. It doesn't matter that I'm not playing Last of Us right now, because one day I'll get the motivation to play through and do so. It may be next month, it may be next year, but just knowing that when I want to play it, I can, I like that feeling. Soon I'm entering an era where I won't be able to spend much on video games, and it's nice knowing that even if I reach the point where I just can't buy any games, it's nice knowing I have a bunch of games that I'll still be able to play in that situation.
Video game backlogs are looked at negatively when they really shouldn't be. It just means that when you have free time, you have so many options of what games you can play, and if you don't feel like playing a game, you don't have to. Backlogs shouldn't be looked down on. They shouldn't be looked at games you need to play. They should be looked as games you want to play. I know I said I have a goal of beating one game a week, but if I can't reach that goal every week, so it really doesn't matter. It'd be neat if it could happen, but if it doesn't, okay. Don't look at your backlog like it's a checklist of responsibilities for the day. Look at it like a list of options of what you can play next. Don't be ashamed of your backlog. Be happy that you have hours and hours worth of games that you still want to experience. Don't look at it with anger. Look at it as a good excuse for not playing The Last of Us. How did you even... Oh, hi. I'm just currently wondering how Nintendo came up with the concept of Paper Mario. It's an awesome idea, and it shows a lot of Nintendo's creativity and charm, but, like, how do they always get such creative ideas?
Hey, Corpus still looking for an idea for that new Mario RPG game. You got anything?
Paper Mario.
Brilliant.
This guy, am I right? Mario is so damn iconic. He has so many games from so many genres. 2D platformers, 3D platformers, arcade games, sports games, puzzle games, bad games, good games, and RPGs. There are two main Mario RPG series, Mario and Luigi, and Paper Mario, the latter having my interest. Paper Mario began on the Nintendo 64 with Paper Mario on the Nintendo 64.
No way!
It was actually a sequel to Super Mario RPG on the Super Nintendo and became Paper Mario due to technical limitations of the N64. The Paper Mario legacy is an interesting one. From my understanding, people think the first one is a good game. Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door was the sequel released for the GameCube in 2004, and this is the crown jewel of Paper Mario, the one everyone adores. With an engaging narrative, interesting side characters, and overall fun gameplay, it's no wonder that this one is held in such high regard. After The Thousand Year Door, Paper Mario changed a bit with Super Paper Mario. Super Paper Mario is much more in line with the standard Mario games. I guess when it comes to Mario, Super is platforming, as this one is both a side-scroller and an action RPG. Despite it being different gameplay-wise, it still had the fun characters and interesting plots that people adored about the first two games. 3 games in and the series is looking good, but then came November 11, 2012.
Judgment Day. Paper Mario Sticker Star, considered to be the absolute low point of the Paper Mario series. It feels like it was New Super Mario Bros.ified, just being incredibly generic. An uninteresting plot, characters that lack depth, and a poorly made battle system makes this one the unholy turd of the series. The next game, Color Splash, was a bit better, but was still too generic and just didn't hold a candle to the sheer perfection of the Thousand-Year Door.
Of course, take what I've said with a grain of salt, because that's just my understanding of what fans think of the series based on what I've heard over the years and just some light research. But basically, in summary, good, amazing, fine, bad, and okay. And that takes us up to 2020, the year that Paper Mario The Origami King was released.
Nintendo was planning to reveal the game at E3 2020 as a part of Mario's 35th anniversary, but after E3 2020 was cancelled due to the pandemic, Nintendo instead revealed the game on Twitter, where every great announcement is made. And just 2 months after reveal, Paper Mario The Origami King was released to pretty decent reception.
But it doesn't matter what game critics think, I know what you're really here for. Opinions from a 17-year-old white boy. Well, I sure do have some of those things for ya.
So I picked up this game on Black Friday 2021. GameStop lowered the price of multiple Switch games to just $27, more than half off. Games like Kirby Star Allies, Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition, Astral Chain, Breath of the Wild, New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe, and The Origami King. That was actually really cool. I had a brief conversation with the cashier of how awesome it is for Breath of the Wild to be just $27. But regardless, I saw the sale announcement about a week in advance and was debating between New Super U and Origami King, ultimately picking up the latter because it just seemed more interesting. One lame thing though is that there were no more brand new copies, they only had a pre-owned copy for $37. I decided to pick it up anyways, as that's still a decent discount.
I played through a decent amount of the game and just randomly stopped out of nowhere, but I recently re-picked up the game and finished it, and now here I am talking about it because what else would I do? Not?
So the best place to start is the story. Mario and Luigi are invited by Peach to the Origami Festival. Upon arriving at Toad Town, Mario and Luigi find it completely abandoned. Mario heads to the castle where he discovers Peach has been turned into origami and she seems evil now. Mario is sent to the dungeons where he meets Olivia, basically this game's Navi. He also ups a folded up Bowser and escapes, coming face to face with King Ollie, the main antagonist and Olivia's brother. Ollie wants to turn the whole kingdom into origami and turn all the toads into blank paper. Man, what a threat. Ollie then wraps the castle in 5 colored streamers, ripping the castle from its foundation and putting it on top of a volcano. Barely escaping, Mario ends up in Whispering Woods. The structure of the game is simple. Mario must destroy the 5 streamers in order to gain access to the castle. To destroy the streamers, Mario must travel all over, and it's here that the structure truly differentiates from the original Paper Mario format. Here, the game is one big connected world. There are 5 different main areas, one for each streamer, but each area is huge and you can easily travel to another one. The structure is actually very similar to Zelda as you tackle dungeon-like areas. The way each area works is pretty similar. You do some stuff to gain access to the temple of a Valumental. Valumentals are origami creatures that control an element. You make your way through each Valumental temple, solving puzzles and ultimately coming face to face with that temple's Valumental. After defeating them, Olivia is able to turn into the Valumental and use its power in special circles. It's a fun mechanic, and after attaining the Valumental's powers, you head off to another dungeon, work your way through that dungeon, and fight an office supply. After that, you destroy a streamer and head to the next area, and hey, we might as well talk about each area. The first area is the Red Streamer area. This one is Toad Town, which is in a way a hub. There are also the Whispering Woods, but the important areas are the Earth Valumental Temple and the Overlook Tower. The boss for this area is Colored Pencils.
Yeah, I just said that.
Honestly, I don't think colored pencils are that bad. I think the most damage they can do is draw something I have to censor. The blue streamer area is home of the Water Valumental. Also, you have to travel down Eddy River in this little minigame. And the main attraction, Shogun Studios, a movie studio with ninja. This is a gorgeous area, giving that sense of fall with the orange color of the leaves. Before you fight the boss, you get to participate in a play, which is also pretty fun. And the boss is Rubber Bands.
Sure.
The yellow streamer lies in a desert area, the Scorching Sandpaper Desert. When you arrive, it's permanently night, and this area is gorgeous. The purple sands and the faint light of Shroom City in the distance. And speaking of which, Shroom City, what a place! You fight the Fire Valumental and use his power to light the towers to reveal the Temple of Shrooms, where you find a bunch of toads with their faces punched out. It comes out of nowhere, it just happens like...
Ah, nice, a toad.
So yeah, you fight a hole punch.
Fuck you.
The purple streamer area is amazing for all of you plagiarism fans. This is literally just the Wind Waker. You do head here right before you go to the yellow streamer. You do stuff on the Princess Peach, an abandoned ship. Afterwards, you go to the yellow streamer, but after that, it's on to the Great Sea. Here, you have to travel to some islands to find Diamond Islands. You fight the last Volumental, and then you have to face 3 challenges. To even access these challenges, though, you have to use the Volumental powers. It's really simple. Use the Earth Volumental to lower the mountain, use the Ice Volumental to freeze the water, and inside, you have to complete some challenges. A trivia game, a timed strength game, and a test of courage. These are fun little challenges that feel kind of pointless, but are enjoyable regardless. And the boss of this area is Tape.
I always knew I couldn't trust you.
And the final area is the green streamer up in the clouds. So there's a spa place up in the clouds and it's interesting. Bowser's castle crashed in the middle of it and that's where the green streamer lands. But some fart knockers are guarding the castle from the sky. Then Bowser Jr. attempts to get him but he's cut up. They save him by bringing him to one of the spas because each spa does some restoration thing. They have to visit each spa to fully restore Bowser Jr. so his car works and for the most part, it's as simple as walking up to the spa and hopping in. But for one of them, you have to go through this whole ass jungle area. It's fine, but in a way, a total pace killer. In the spring at the end of the jungle, Bowser Jr. also spends too much time in there losing his color. Great! After visiting the other spas, you gain access to a special rainbow spa, which they believe will recolor Bowser Jr. But you have to go through another gauntlet of challenges, ending with a game show. It grinds the pace from a close to halt all the way to a full halt. The quiz show is so slow, and the worse you do, the longer it takes. It's ridiculous. After that though, you recolor Bowser Jr., get to the castle and fight Scissors. The Scissors suck because there's a move where he can just one-shot you. It's easy to avoid at first, but it can get tricky and frustrating. But after that, all the streamers are destroyed, so you raid Peach's castle with Bowser's airship and finally confront Ollie. I'm not gonna spoil the end, but man, the final battle really had me like...
But that's the story. It's decent and the dialogue mainly carries it, but God, the dialogue in this game is so good, it's so goofy, and I just adore things that are goofy. But of course it is a video game, so how does it play? Like a game, I said it's a video game, dumbass.
As mentioned earlier, the structure is different from the standard Paper Mario format. It's a bit more focused on exploration. However, despite the world being different than normal, the game is still an RPG with a much more interesting battle system in my opinion. When you engage in a battle, you are placed in the middle of a set of rings, with the enemies scattered across said rings. You are then given a certain amount of time to group the enemies together. You can line them up to jump on them, or group them up in a 2x2 area to hit them with your hammer. You don't have to have them line up perfectly, but it's ideal because your attack is boosted and it's much easier to damage all the enemies. Each turn you're only given enough turns to hit all of the enemies as if they were grouped correctly. I do like this format. It helps get rid of the dull, uninteresting parts of RPGs, the battles. Here, before you can even fight, you have to solve a puzzle. It's interesting and engaging, and on top of that, you can do extra damage to enemies if you hit the A button at the right time during your attack. You can also use different boots and hammers for more powerful attacks, but they can also break, leaving some room for some light strategy. You would probably want to reserve the special boots for a tougher enemy instead of wasting it on a Goomba. I never really got bored of them, which I really do commend this game for. However, all you get from winning battles are coins and confetti. Like any other game, ever, coins are the currency and you get so many from each battle, and there's really nothing in the main story that you need to spend coins on. So I always had more than enough. Confetti is also a mechanic of this game. Some areas of the environment are just straight up missing. You can cover up the area with the confetti and the area is fixed and you get coins. So the battle rewards are coins and confetti, which ultimately gives you more coins. Currency means nothing in this game. Anyways, what I meant to say before I got sidetracked was you don't get experience points from battles. Usually in RPGs, after completing battles, you're rewarded with experience points, and once obtaining enough, you level up, becoming stronger. I've never been a fan of that whole idea because that just means if you're stuck on a really hard boss, your only choice is to grind, just doing a bunch of battles, which is not fun. Thankfully here, you never have to grind, you just keep moving. Like Zelda, how well you stand against a boss is more so based on your skill. In a way, the lack of levels and experience does make battles pointless, but they're enjoyable, so I never minded. But the boss battles change up the formula. Instead of Mario being in the center of the ring, the rings are littered with arrows and chests and attack panels and whatnot, and you have a few moves to align the rings to make a path to the boss. You can get hearts to restock health, walk over some special panels to deal 2 times damage or get an extra turn. Some bosses will add hazards to the board, some remove panels, some add fires. It's a fun way to mix things up and make you think more. Each boss generally has a weak point that is just common sense. The Elementals can be used if you land on their panels, and they can also be used to avoid certain attacks. For example, the Water Elemental can cause a tidal wave, but with the Earth Elemental's power, you can raise Mario high enough to avoid the wave. The final boss against Ollie is pretty fun too. He uses everything you've learned from prior bosses against you. The fight after the turn-based fight is pretty lame, but the final turn-based fight is brilliant. And in general, I just really liked the battle system here. Each area has some collectibles and other mini activities to do too. As I mentioned earlier, there are bottomless pits that can be filled with confetti. There are also toads all around. Folded into bugs or crumpled up into wads, you hit them with your hammer and they unfold and say something funny. I always love saving the toads because they all had a fun line of dialogue. Plus, during battles, all the toads you've saved sit on the bleachers. It's awesome to see during the battle all the toads you've helped. And with coins, you can get the toads to help you during battle. Depending on how many coins you spend, they can rearrange the rings correctly, heal you, and damage some enemies. Outside of toads and bottomless pits, there are also little figurines of characters and locations that you can find across the game. My personal favorite being rocks. And there are also question mark blocks that you can get rewards out of too. Each area on the map screen has a percentage showing how much of each collectible you've gotten for that area. I do like that as it makes 100% of the game easier. What else is there? Companions? They're a point of criticism. Some areas have a companion for a limited time. The blue streamer, you team up with a Babam named Bobby who has amnesia. The yellow streamer, Captain Toad, and the green streamer, Kamek. So what's wrong with these guys? Well, they just lack character. The only interesting one is Bobby. He was a Babam aboard the Princess Peach, but he lost his fuse and memory. After getting the fuse, he sacrifices himself to save Olivia and open the way to Sandpaper Desert. It's a sad scene, and I like Bobby, but he just looks like any other Babam. Captain Toad can dig in certain places and read hieroglyphs, which is fine, but then Kamek, it's just Kamek. There is nothing to him. They can help you in battle with a huge asterisk.
I threw a Nintendo 64 on colored pencils. Did I help?
So yeah, the companions aren't the greatest. Also worth mentioning though is Luigi. After the opening, you find him at the ruins of Peach's castle, where he sets off to find the key to Peach's castle. You then run into him time and time again, where he has a key, but it's always not the key he's looking for, but it's a key you need. This is just a dumb joke they repeat over and over, but I love it. Poor Luigi. And also poor me, I have arthritis now. This game surprisingly uses heavy motion control. Not just gyro aim, but at many moments, you have to shake the controller and it's just like, go away, you're on a weekend for 2007. Also on the positive side, this is genuinely such a good looking game. All of the areas look absolutely gorgeous with amazing lighting and models. This is one of the best looking Switch games in my opinion. It's just so good. And so is the music, especially the battle theme. I really love how the battle theme changes a bit in each area too. That's a nice touch. But besides that, I don't know, that's kind of all I have to say.
Origami King is, in my opinion, a good game. I can still understand some of the flaws, the lackluster companions, the unnecessary battles, but overall, I still think that it's a pretty enjoyable game. Granted, this is the first game I played in the Paper Mario series, but I really enjoyed it and it makes me want to play through the rest of the series. And maybe once I play through all those, I'll revisit this one and realize, man, this game is ass, but for now, I think this game was a great first adventure for me in the Paper Mario universe. It may not be the best Paper Mario game, but I think we can at least all agree it's a lot better than Sticker Star, but I still don't get how a colored pencil can be dangerous. Like, watch this! God. Okay, so maybe they are dangerous. Oh, hi. Today is the 1-year anniversary of LEGO Star Wars The Skywalker Saga. It's also the 5-month anniversary of It and Die.
LEGO Star Wars The Skywalker Saga, a game that had a lot of hype around it, being the return of LEGO Star Wars games, this time covering all 9 films with the enhancements 3 generations of systems bring. After being delayed time and time again, I and many others lost some hope on the game, but then every time they released a trailer, oh my god. And nearly 3 years of waiting paid off when LEGO Star Wars The Skywalker Saga released on April 5th, 2022. 12 months later, LEGO Star Wars The Skywalker Saga was a pretty big deal at launch. Everyone was playing and talking about it, and some of them sure did have opinions. Some people did not like this game. To be fair, there were some game-breaking bugs. Well, that's not an excuse. LEGO Star Wars The Skywalker Saga had a pretty iffy reception. Some think it was fine, others wanted to see it dead. And they still complain! Well, from my experience, I got the game a week after release. A month after release, I blurted out my opinion with about 40 hours of playtime under my belt. But it's almost been a year since then, and since then I've gotten 100%, and it seems the majority of the updates have been released. And so now that the game's been out for a full year, I want to revisit it, talking about everything new, my thoughts after 100%ing the game, along with going more in depth on the levels and finishing off with some of my major criticisms of the game. I talked about some development history and gave a more general overview of the game when I first belled out my opinions, so I'd recommend listening to my yapping from last year to get my full opinion on the game. Well, to start, in my initial squawking of the game, I talked about the development history from 2019 to its release, so I want to go month by month talking about everything that happened with the game each month and going in depth on that. So, let's start with April of 2022. The game launched on April 5th, along with a couple of character packs, all depending on what version of the game you got. The Troopers pack was included, with some releases coming with the classic characters. To me, this was dumb. I didn't go too in-depth on all the characters in each character pack last year, so I intend on doing so this year, so here we go. The 2 packs available at launch for all were the Solo character pack and the Mandalorian Season 1 pack. The Solo pack is, in my opinion, the cooler one. I love the Mando pack, but there are more characters I like in the Solo pack. Young Han looks real neat, not too different from older Han, which I like. I also love Lando, his yellow outfit looks so cool. The last notable character to me is Enfy's Nest. She just has a cool design that I like. Tobias Beckett dual wields blasters, which is cool enough. Doesn't make him crazy interesting, but he's fine. Young Chewbacca, god, I've never liked the young Chewbacca head mold. He just looks too derpy for me to take him seriously. And then Kira, who just has a blaster. Pretty lame. The Mandalorian pack, of course, has Mando, and he is amazing. He just looks so good, and even has Grogu as a companion. And Grogu's pram closes when you aim a blaster at him. That's so cool. Besides Mando, you have Cara Dune, who is your standard hero class character. We have Karga dual wields, which makes him pretty cool. IG-11 is too similar to IG-88 to really stand out, but Queel is pretty cool. Overall, these 2 packs are fine. 2 more were released on April 19th, the Rogue One and Classic Characters pack. The Rogue One pack is fine. Cassian, Sharut, K2SO, and Krennic are all fantastic. Baze and Bodhi are fine, and then Jin? What the hell is their problem? Jin's hat is so stupid. When I think of Jin in Rogue One, I do not think of a dumb hat with oversized goggles. The rest of her is fine, but the hat just ruins it for me. Overall though, the Rogue One pack is pretty solid. It's mainly hero class characters along with Krennic, but it's still pretty good. This pack has the most amount of characters, which I commend. They included the whole crew and Krennic, they killed it. Then the classic character pack is conceptually awesome. Models based on the classic LEGO Star Wars figures. Darth Vader especially is awesome. I love his classic look, and Lando looks really cool too. Han and Leia are fine, but Luke? Oh my god. There were so many neat classic Lukes that they could have used, but they used Pilot Luke? He just looks like any other Rebel pilot. At least he has a saber, but like, my god, that is lame. And that's it for April. May 4th, Star Wars Day, saw the release of the final 3 character packs. The Trooper pack, the Bad Batch pack, and the Mandalorian Season 2 pack. The Trooper pack is undeniably the lamest. It includes Stormtrooper variations, Shore Trooper, Mimbim Stormtrooper, Death Trooper, Incinerator Trooper, and Range Trooper. These are fine, but just not exciting in the slightest. I don't recall anyone going, they're adding Range Trooper? The Bad Batch pack, simple, predictable, but great. Hunter, Wrecker, Tech, Echo, and Crosshair, the whole gang's here. here. I love Hunter and Wrecker especially. I love Wrecker's armor, and they included Hunter's knife, which is so fun to use. And lastly, the Mandalorian Season 2 character pack, finally bringing Ahsoka Tano into the game based on her Mandalorian Season 2 appearance. Great. I'd prefer her Clone Wars or maybe Rebels design, but whatever. I'd rather have a Ahsoka variant rather than no Ahsoka variant.
I'll just be f***ing mad.
Now, I like her Mandalorian look, just not as iconic as some of her other looks, that's all. But she was the first character to wield 2 lightsabers and have white lightsabers for that matter, which is awesome. And then the big, bad, dark saber wielding Moff.
Breaking Bad chicken guy?
Moff Gideon. God, he's so cool. With the dark saber and a blaster and just being Moff Gideon, such an awesome character. And then Bo-Katan, an iconic Clone Wars and Rebels character, so good to have her here. Re-armored Boba Fett, God, I love this design so much. And lastly, Fennec Shand. A pretty simple character, but I'm still glad to have her, and in general, this pack is undoubtedly the best.
May 4th was an exciting day. 3 character packs with 15 characters, 10 of them being worth a damn, but that wasn't all that happened in May.
May 19th, a new patch dropped, fixing various bugs, but also adding 4 more capital ships, each with multiple Kyber bricks. The Venator, Invisible Hand, Fulminatrix, and Home 1, I think these were all planned to be released alongside the game, but they just weren't done yet, so they finished them and threw them in this patch.
I find this odd. The patch added 4 new capital ships with multiple Kyber bricks on each for free, but a character pack with just a couple of new characters costs money. The characters add nothing to the game because there's no content with them, they're just characters. But then these new capital ships will give you a lot more playtime because there are multiple Kyber bricks on each of them that have new puzzles and new things to do in order to get them. So, new content is free. Characters that add nothing to the game, that you can just run around as an ass, that add no new abilities or anything like that, those cost money, not the actual capital ships with more things to collect and do. Something's not adding up here.
Well, regardless, this was pretty awesome. Oddly enough, the Home 1 was a location you'd play through during Return of the Jedi, but it wasn't unlockable, which is so strange. It's nice though, as this and the Venator are the first 2 hero capital ships. The Venator is awesome with various Clone Wars references. The Fulminatrix is fine. It's a sequel capital ship, so it just feels like Imperial capital ship, but more modern. And the Invisible Hands. This is just ripped straight out of the level. I don't know, I like it, but the layout is just so similar to the first Revenge of the Sith level. It just feels a bit lazy. Also, oddly enough, the Raddus from The Last Jedi was a location in The Last Jedi campaign, but also still not released, which is so strange. But still, more Kyber bricks for free, that was quite exciting. But that's it for May, which was definitely the game's most packed month, as the other months were disappointingly light. Like 2021, LEGO held LEGOCon in June, a live stream where they reveal and promote upcoming LEGO sets. It's basically LEGO's own Nintendo Direct. I was hoping they would maybe reveal something about the Skywalker Saga during it, hopefully a new character pack or 2, and they did talk about the game. They talked about how the capital ships were made of Legos.
They did it.
This was incredibly lame. The capital ships from a distance look as if they're micro builds, big ships made up of small pieces. But when you fly close to the pieces, you realize each piece is made up of their own pieces. Listen, the attention to detail is awesome, and the capital ships look so cool, but like, why was this the game's only representation at LEGOCon? Even a trailer would have made more sense. Who was on the fence buying this game like,
man, I kinda want the Skywalker Saga, but like, I don't know, I don't feel like the capital ships would be made of small Lego pieces.
Now to achieve this, TT Games, who developed the Skywalker Saga, built everything themselves in-game, brick by brick, taking inspiration from the official LEGO Star Wars models.
Can I get a loan for $60?
And this was the time I myself fell off the game. Don't get me wrong, I loved the game, I just exhausted myself. I had hit the $100 mark and I just needed a break. I loved exploring all the planets, getting all the Kyber bricks, but I just needed to take a rest, and June was when I finally decided to sit down. All July saw was another patch fixing some bugs, glitches, and stability issues. Fun. August was slow for the first half, but roughly halfway through the month, it was announced that new content for the game would be announced at Disney's D23 Game Showcase. This got me and other people's minds racing. Are we actually gonna get DLC levels? Will we finally get a character customizer? Is Kajimi finally gonna be explorable since there's nothing to actually do there?
God, I love using my imagination to think what it would be like to be happy if all of the world's issues would go away. Poverty, hunger, war, all of it would go away if they added a character customizer. They really f***ed up.
I myself had my expectations quite low, but was also a bit optimistic. I expected some more character packs and maybe a character customizer. Regardless, this announcement got me excited for the game again, and I picked it back up playing more of it. And just a few days after that announcement, a patch was released. But not just any, a good patch. Rey's yellow lightsaber on our Rey Skywalker variant was noticeably shorter than the standard lightsaber length. This always confused me. This Rey variant was the only character in the game with a yellow lightsaber, so I wondered if it was the normal length, it just looked weird because of the color. But no, it was intended to be as long as the other sabers, and thankfully they fixed it. Luke's training variant from the Rise of Skywalker initially had the wrong color. It was changed to the correct green. My question is, how do they mess this up in the first place?
Alright, we just finished the design of training flashback Luke. I'm just going to give him a blue lightsaber. We'll move on.
Okay, well hold on. We should probably check the scene to see if he has a blue lightsaber or not. I can pull it up really quickly. It's really not a big deal.
No, it's fine. I mean, we have 17 other Luke variations we need to make, so this will be fine. And hey, if we mess it up and anyone notices, there's always the August patch.
I guess you're right.
Yeah. Alright, let's take a short break from Luke. Let's do one of the Rey variants. How about Rey from the end of Rise of Skywalker? Let's just copy and paste the episode 9 Rey, give her a gray hill, yellow lightsaber.
Sounds good.
Let's make this blade shorter than the rest too.
Well, wait a minute, that's not—
Shut it! There's always the August patch.
Darth Vader finally got breathing added. So weird that such an iconic part of Vader was left out for so long. The Jedi and Sith character class orders were mixed around a bit, which added a bit more into the new character speculation. Most people just assumed it was to make room for the new DLC characters. And lastly, the infinite yellow dot glitch was fixed. What's that? Well, when you would unlock a new character, they'd have a yellow dot by them until you at least hovered over them. This dot would go away once you did so, but only until you closed the game, because the next time you'd open the game, the dot would be back. Thankfully, they fixed it for the characters, but they didn't fix it entirely. The dot on the overall ship menu is still there, but there are no individual dots. The dot on Kajimi won't go away either. But overall, this was a great patch that finally fixed a handful of issues that had bothered me and other people since launch. And lastly, in August, I did it. I achieved 100% completion, and yeah, it was quite fun. With over 1,000 Kyber bricks, it takes a while. It can also get a bit repetitive. Some of the side quests were just so boring. But for the most part, I enjoyed the journey. The destination, though, is quite lame. Atop of Yavin 4 is an infinite stud fountain. That being the only reward is kind of dumb, but hey, 100% in the game is more for the journey, not the destination. Overall, I really enjoyed it. I don't recommend it to all, but if you want to 100% this game, you'll get a ton of value out of it. This game is massive. Now, is 100% in the game something I want to do again? Absolutely not. Will I eventually do it again? I mean, probably. But that's it for August. Really, nothing but hope, which September would squander. On September 9th, during the D23 Game Showcase, it happened. Two big announcements, first of all being new character packs. 3 were announced with 1 character for each shown. Obi-Wan Kenobi showing off Reva, the Clone Wars showing off Captain Rex, and Andor showing off Cassian. And the other thing announced was a new version of the game, the Galactic Edition. The Skywalker Saga segment was shockingly short, but the details were laid out afterwards. 6 new character packs adding more than 30 new characters. There would be the Clone Wars, Andor, the Book of Boba Fett, Summer Vacation, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Rebels. These got me excited. I was expecting Obi-Wan, Book of Boba, and Andor, but Clone Wars and Rebels? Rebels especially. Clone Wars got a new season in 2020 while Rebels ended in 2018. It's not a huge gap, I just wasn't expecting it, but hey, I'm not complaining.
But trust me, I will be.
And lastly, the Galactic Edition, the new edition to the game. It would launch on November 1st, the same day the new character packs would start releasing. The Galactic Edition was like the Deluxe Edition Plus, even including similar box art, this time with Luke. It would cost $80, coming with the base game and character collections 1 and 2. This was for those who didn't have the game yet and wanted all the DLC, which,
I just don't get. Why would you want to buy the version of the game that's more expensive? Yeah, it comes with all the DLC at a decent discount, but why would you want to buy the DLC for a game you don't even know if you like it or not? And I think they didn't have much hope for this edition as well, as the physical release was limited to PAL regions in some Asian countries. This also baffles me. Why do a physical version in the first place? But if you're doing a physical version, why limit it to just PAL territories? It's really not that hard. Just print the same discs, new box art, and include codes for the DLC. Honestly, if they released the Galactic Edition physically over here, my stupid ass would probably buy it. Okay, hear me out. I have the Switch version of the game because that's the system I had at launch. I now have a PS4 and would love to play it on said PS4, so I'd love the Galactic Edition so I can have the game and all the DLC with one purchase. Well, thankfully the PS4 isn't region locked and the Galactic Edition isn't worth my knock, so I'm getting the game for half off. So who's laughing now? Not me. I spent $130 on this game. The pricing got some people riled up. Here's the complicated pricing strategy for the game. For $60, you get the base game. From there, you can buy each character pack separately for $3 or a bundle for $15. The first 7 character packs are a part of Character Collection 1. The 6 new packs are a part of Character Collection 2. You could buy each collection separately for $15 or both of them together for $25. For $70, you'd get the Deluxe Edition with the game and Character Collection 1 getting a $5 discount on both packs. And for $80, you get all of it. I had to use Spark Notes for this, but that seems fair enough, right? Well, some were not content. Some who bought the Deluxe Edition complained that they would have to spend $15 more to get the other 6 character packs, as they believe because they bought the Deluxe Edition, they deserve to have the Character Collection 2 for free. No! The Deluxe Edition comes with Character Collection 1. That's how it was, that's how it is. You don't get the new DLC for free because that wasn't a part of the offer. It especially angered me as someone who missed out on the Deluxe Edition. As someone who prefers physical games, I hated that they didn't have any more Deluxe Editions and I had to pay $15 for Character Collection 1. But I did so. So the fact that the Deluxe Edition buyers got $5 off in the first place and wanted the new DLC for free just made me mad. They really needed to keep their privilege in check. Besides that announcement, this month was filled with speculation. What characters would be included? Even I had to get involved in the fun. Probably wasn't the best time. I was in my disembodied voice phase, but hey, I did so, and my guesses were not too off. I enjoyed seeing who others thought would be included. I saw some saying they thought Savage Opress would be included in the Clone Wars character pack, and I thought, bitch, they're not even giving us a character customizer. Why would they give us Savage Opress? What the hell? On October 26th, a full trailer was released showing almost all of the characters who were to be added, which is quite exciting. Well, time for some more character packs. November 1st gave way to the Clone Wars and Summer Vacation packs. Of the two, of course, the Summer Vacation was lamer, but still pretty fun. Hawaiian shirt variants of Obi-Wan and Finn, Palpatine with some silly beach wear, and Darth Vader in a funk tank top, along with R2 in a Christmas sweater. I don't think he got the memo. But the Clone Wars pack, oh, Captain Rex, he looks so good and it's great to finally have him. A Clone Wars Darth Maul variant just looks super cool. Savage Opress, oh my god, they did it. I'm so glad they added him. I really didn't think they would, but they did. Asajj Ventress, another necessary inclusion, fantastic to have her. And she's also the second character in the game to dual wield lightsabers. And lastly, Gar Saxon. Not as cool as the others, but still really cool. I just love his armor so much, it's the coolest. On November 15th, the Obi-Wan Kenobi and Rebels pack released, and here comes the whining. The Kenobi pack is mostly fine. Tatooine Obi-Wan, I would have preferred the Episode 3 variant, but this one is still cool. Reva, obviously, with her being the primary antagonist. And yeah, cool to have her. Grand Inquisitor and Fifth Brother, super iconic characters who were also important to Rebels, so it's great to get them here and they were both superb. And then lastly, Darth Vader, what the hell? This is so damn lame. It's just helmetless Vader with the tan-scarred Anakin face. It's so lame and such a waste of the spot. I'd be just a bit more accepting if they maybe gave him some wear and tear, but this is just inexcusable. And the fact that this is what we got instead of Haja, Leia, Rockin, or Tala, but no, let's do Darth Vader because all we need to do is change the head. God, I've been waiting 6 months to get that out. Well, thankfully we have the Rebels character pack to make me happier. Shit!
When we have Asbra and Kanan, based on their later appearances, they're pretty cool. Then Sabine, who has awesome looking armor and arm printing. Hera, who is a bit lame but is fine. And Grand Admiral Thawne, who is amazing. So the characters included are all great, but those who weren't included? Oh my god. No Zeb or Chopper, two important members of the Ghost Crew. And that's one of the lame things about the new pack. There's a limit of 5 characters per pack. Because of that, no matter what, someone would have to be left out of the Rebels pack, which is so dumb. The Rogue One pack had 7 characters and it got things perfect. So why can't this one have 7 characters? It really makes it feel like these were rushed, but then again, if these were, why would they design new variants for Sabine and Ezra? It's just so baffling. It feels like they put a lot of effort, but also no effort at the same time. Well, hopefully the Book of Boba Fett will be an improvement. Oh my god. The Book of Boba Fett pack had Bane and Black Chrysanthemum. My gosh, these guys look so good, and it's awesome to have them here, and they represent the Book of Boba Fett perfectly. But then the others, why? The Armorer, Pelimado, and Cobb Vanth. Again, I love having these characters here, but in the Book of Boba Fett packs, my god, the Armorer and Peli would have been perfect for a Mandalorian Season 3 pack, especially the Armorer. She's had a pretty sizable role so far this season, so it would make sense to include her. But she had such a minor role in the Book of Boba Fett, so why include her here? No Boba variant at all, even though he had a sick Tusken Raider outfit he could have worn. And speaking of Tusken Raiders, why not include the Chief? No Pike's boss, no Mayor's assistant, you know, characters that actually played an important role in the show. Well, the Andor pack is fine. It has Cassian, Bix, Staedra, Luthen, and Cyril. November was a bit exciting, getting all the new characters, but that excitement did not last for me. I'll go more in depth on it later, but I didn't have anything to do with these characters. All I could do was run around, and it was a bit fun, but value with these characters really comes with having stuff to do with them. And as someone who had already achieved 100% completion of the game, there just wasn't much to do with them. I bet when I replay the game, I'll use them a lot, but for now, they're just pretty useless for me. The Game Awards happened this month, and the Skywalker Saga was nominated for Best Family Game, but ultimately lost to Kirby. Fun. By January, I assumed it was over. But then, in the middle of the month, faith was restored. Some insider information from a former TT Games employee said that the LEGO Disney game they were working on after Skywalker Saga was cancelled in favor for LEGO Batman 4 and Skywalker Saga DLC for The Mandalorian. This got me excited. It seemed like there would actually be the possibility of actual content DLC. I mean, it could have just been a Season 3 character pack, but that being one of their main focuses didn't seem likely. So in January, I got a bit excited and hopeful. I sure hope it won't disappoint.
Where's the DLC?
March has passed, and only 2 episodes of The Mandalorian Season 3 remain. Since that leak, the only development is that LEGO Batman 4 is out, and instead they're giving LEGO Harry Potter the Skywalker Saga treatment. We can still get said Mandalorian DLC, but I just don't think it's too likely anymore.
And that is everything we've gotten with LEGO Star Wars The Skywalker Saga over the last year. It's a shame this game didn't have a crazy amount of support after launch. A lot of it was just bug fixes, which is good, but what would have been better if the game didn't have bugs in the first place and they just spent the last year adding new content. It especially sucks because it's tradition for LEGO games to get amazing DLC with both characters and levels. I mean, even The Force Awakens did DLC pretty well, and when Abstinence does something better than you, Christ, you f***ed up. But we can't really do anything about there not being much content after launch. But I can talk about the content already in the game. I'm going to talk about all 45 levels. Buckle up, here we go.
A Bigger Fish, based on the underwater chase scene. It's pretty boring, it's just a sub flying towards the camera, you can shoot the fish behind you. The Boonta Eve Classic, a new take on the pod race. It's fine. Better Call Maul, the first boss fight level. Oh man, I love this so much. One of the lamer parts of the first LEGO Star Wars game is that the boss fight levels were puzzle marathons that ended with the boss fights. It improves in LEGO Star Wars 2, where you fight a boss, solve puzzles, and then fight some more. But here, they did it from the start, and it's a ton of fun, especially with the new combat system. Outnumbered, but not out-Gungan. Finally a level based on the Gungan defense scene. It's pretty fun and great to see a level based on this scene. Now this is pod racing, Anakin's flight. Nice. Attack of the Clones, a wrestle with Wessel. Definitely much better than the complete Saga version. The chase down Zam, not bad. The hunt for Django, fighting Django in the Rings of Geonosis. Another Starship level, but still quite fun. Droid Factory Frenzy, a really solid level that's also when I learned you can't float as R2. That was disappointing. Patronaki Panic, another big improvement over the complete Saga. You actually get to fight the beast in this one. I know you get to in LEGO Star Wars 3, but
I'm a bitch who hasn't played LEGO Star Wars 3, even though I've wanted to for years. Sorry.
And the Battle of the Jedi, the Dooku boss fight level. It's a boss fight level, so it's pretty fun. Revenge of the Sith, out for the count. Run around the invisible hand and fight Dooku again. I love it. So Uncivilized, Grievous boss fight. It's a boss fight, so it's fun. Droid attack on the Wookiees, a standard puzzle level. It's fine. Senate Showdown, the Yoda vs Palpatine fight. It's so awesome to finally be able to play that fight. And the High Ground. Of course, it's inferior to the complete Saga version, but this one is still fine. In terms of capturing the actual fight, yeah, this is better. You fight your way through the mining complex, but the other will always be better due to its co-op play. A New Hope, Boarding Party. This level captures the atmosphere of the Tantive so well and is overall just a good time. Hunk of Junk is a bit lame. It's just in Docking Bay 94, you have to fend off stormtroopers as Chewie repairs the Falcon. Best Laid Plans, the first Death Star level, I love this one. There are multiple approaches you can take, making replays more fun. This is some rescue, just escape, it's fine. And Stay on Target, a more modern take on the trench run. Such an iconic scene, and this level captures it so damn well. Empire Strikes Back, Hoth and Colt, the only explorable outdoor Hoth area, which is pretty disappointing. It's a huge open level, and a lot of fun. You have to traverse the tundra to realign some radars to find Luke's location. Assault on Echo Base, the Battle of Hoth, again, a fantastic modern version. Never tell me the odds, the asteroid field. It's fine. Hibernation Station, escaping Cloud City. I'm a sucker for Cloud City, so of course I love this level. And Revelations, the Luke vs Vader fight. The complete Saga variant was solid, but this version was just better as it's more faithful to the film.
What a surprise!
Return of the Jedi, a plan to save Han. Again, there are multiple approaches to be taken. You can go in guns blazing or sneak your way through the palace, which is pretty fun. The Copa Katana, the sail barge level where you actually get to fight Jabba, which is a ton of fun. Indoor the Line, the speeder bike chase. There's an infinitely looping glitch on this one, which is lame, but besides that, it's fine. The Chewbacca Defense, just a standard indoor level. It's fine, but just a bit forgettable. And Fulfill Your Destiny, you fight Vader and then Palpatine. Once again, faithful to the film, I love it. The Force Awakens, First Order of Business. Escape the Finalizer, solid level. Low Flying Garbage, Fly through Jakku, another solid ship level. Replay Solo, the Rathar level, again, I like it, it's fun. Next, Starkiller Queen, a Phasma boss level where you actually use stealth. You sneak around Starkiller base in order to activate traps to defeat her. It's like the Mr. Freeze boss fight in Arkham City, which is absolutely fantastic. And Destroying Starkiller starts with a ship level of Destroying Starkiller, then ends with the boss fight against Kylo Ren. Absolutely brilliant. Overall, the Force Awakens levels are great. When it's just based on the interesting action scenes, it's super fun to play through the Force Awakens, and it doesn't overstay its welcome.
Yeah, you, Abstinence.
The Last Jedi, Dameron's Defiance, ship level, it's good, but there's also nothing to say about it. Master Code Breakout, a solid puzzle level escaping Canto Bight, I love it. No Snoke Without Fire, fighting the Praetorian Guards in Snoke's throne room, a brilliant adaptation of a brilliant scene, very fun. Chrome Dome Down, a big Phasma boss fight where you traverse the hangar while you do so. And Ground Assault, on Crate you escape as the Resistance, but also occasionally switch to Luke. And instead of the standard boss fight, you dodge Kylo's attacks the whole time, which is a super fun way to adapt the scene to the game. And The Rise of Skywalker, skip and a jump, the opening scene, a ship level. Fine, but kind of boring. They Fly Now, amazing name, garbage level. It's so short and kind of lame. I feel like they could have made the scene fun, but they didn't. C-3PO, no. The Kijimi level, you sneak your way through Kijimi, a really fun stealth level. The Strength to Do It, boss fight on second Death Star, pretty solid. It's a fight then chase then fight kind of level, I like it. And lastly, Be With Me. Start with Rey and Ben fighting the Sovereign Protectors and Knights of Ren, then switch to Finn on the Star Destroyer knocking down the comms tower or whatever, then end with a quick time event to kill Palpatine.
Woo! And that is all 45 levels. Some of them are pretty good, others are they flying out.
I liked most of the levels, but others were just lame. I don't like how inconsistent the links were. Some would last 5 or so minutes, others about 10, and then some lasted 2 minutes. It's just a bit weird, but overall, the levels are fine, but also not as replayable as the complete Saga levels. They're much more stingy on who or what you can play as they're littered with micro cutscenes, so they switch you back to the intended character, and sometimes they just don't let you change your character in the first place. But besides that, they're all fine.
Okay,
I've talked about everything that's been added in the last years, going in depth on all the DLC and characters. I've talked about all the levels. So let's finish this out with just talking about my 2 biggest gripes for the game. I think the character packs were fine, but my god, the second wave was so underwhelming. As I started on earlier, there was nothing to do with them. What made DLC awesome in older LEGO games was that they came with both characters and a level you can play through with the characters, which also added more collectibles. Here, it's just characters, and unless you haven't gotten 100%, there is nothing you can really do with them. I mean, you can use them in free play, but as I said, the levels just aren't as replayable as the complete Saga levels. When I replay the game, I'll get much more out of them, but until then, these guys will always just feel like a waste of money. I love having them in the game, but there's just nothing to do with them. That and also the amount of effort is baffling. I mean, 5 characters per pack in the later packs is crazy, and how lazy some of the characters were as well. But they also created new designs and animations for some of them, but no new voice lines, and it's just like, oh my god, do you care or not? I said this last year, but my god, where the hell is the character customizer? Since I first whined about the lack of a character customizer, I've played through LEGO DC Supervillains, and oh my god, why wasn't there one in Skywalker Saga? I would have gotten so much more playtime out of the game. I love using my imagination and creating custom characters and imagining my own scenarios, especially in the damn Star Wars galaxy. In this game with every planet shown in the films, it was just a huge missed opportunity. One I will be upset about forever. But TT Games doesn't seem to care anymore, and frankly, neither do I. But overall, I do like this game. Playing through it at launch, staying up late on summer nights, achieving 100%, watching Clone Wars as I played it, it's a ton of fun. It's a time that I look back on fondly, and overall, this game, I made so many memories with it that I will just forever cherish. There may be nothing left in it for me to see, but considering the fact that I got 150 hours of playtime in it, I'd say that's pretty good. It's not a perfect game, but it's not as bad as everyone made it out to be. It had a lot of flaws, glitches, and bugs, which those last 2 are unacceptable, but besides that, I mean, it's not perfect, but it's not bad either. But you can tell this game was made with so much love and care, and as a lifelong Star Wars fan, I absolutely adore this game's reverence to all 3 trilogies. People say that this game died fast, but that's because that's just the kind of game that it is. It's a single-player game. You play through the campaign, you might explore some of the open worlds a bit, but after that, once you eat your fill, you kind of just stop playing. It's not an online multiplayer game like Fortnite or Rocket League, where you can play those infinitely and never really get bored of them. This game does have a definitive end, and just because it has a definitive end, it doesn't mean it's bad, and that's why people aren't talking about it anymore. But it still sucks that it's over for this game, but I'll still forever cherish this adventure in the Star Wars galaxy. Since when were video obituaries a thing? No! Alright. Don't mind me, I'm just exploring this 1994 RPG dungeon. I can't see anything in this place. It's kind of spooky. I really hope I don't run into anything scary. Oh, what's that over there? You should play the Elder Scrolls Arena. Let's just say my adventuring days are over for the next 2 months.
The Elder Scrolls, Bethesda's premier RPG series. Skyrim is a huge game. It doesn't mean it's great, but still, it's a huge game. There are 5 main entries, and I've dabbled in all of them, except for one.
The Elder Scrolls Arena. I don't have a physical copy. I wanted to invest in something worthwhile instead.
Prior to the release of Arena, Bethesda primarily made whatever type of game I pull out of this hat. Mainly sports games it is. This changed, of course, once they started to develop the Elder Scrolls Chapter 1 Arena. Arena was super ambitious for the time, so much that designer Ted Peterson recalls people from Surtech laughing at them, thinking that they couldn't do it. I wonder where those guys are today. Arena was very much inspired by tabletop adventure games such as Dungeons & Dragons. However, despite being inspired by a tabletop RPG, it wasn't originally intended to be an RPG at all. The original plan was for it to be a game where you and a team would go to various arenas within cities and fight other teams, with the ultimate goal of becoming the grand champion, hence the name Arena. However, as development progressed, they decided to flesh out cities, add dungeons, and make side quests play a bigger role, and eventually drop the arena aspect completely.
Well, almost completely.
Nah, they kept the arena name with the excuse that the world in the game is so violent it's like an arena.
Yeah, so is my immune system, but you don't hear me calling that an arena.
The game was originally set to release on Christmas Day 1993, but didn't release until 3 months later in March of 1994.
And thus the game released to critical acclaim and commercial success, truly kickstarting the Elder Scrolls series into what it is today. Did I miss April Fool's Day?
The game flopped initially. Distributors didn't like it due to the misleading box art, which is very much based on the game's original concept, but overall, the game only pushed around 3,000 units. However, as the next few years passed, the game finally started to gain some traction as RPG fans played the game for themselves and helped spread the word. Arena supplied players with a huge world to explore with a ton of dungeons to conquer. Eventually, Arena hit the Success Express and continued down that route to where it is today. And as the years went on, each mainline Elder Scrolls game innovated and became something unique. Daggerfall was batshit crazy, Morrowind was Polygonal Paradise, Oblivion was Silly Sanctuary, and Skyrim, well, it was sure a game.
In case you can't tell, I think Skyrim is, Skyrim, which is why I have 2 copies.
However, even with how Skyrim-y Skyrim is, I still enjoy it along with the prior 3 Elder Scrolls entries. I've spent a ton of time in the latter 3, and I'm dying to play through Daggerfall completely because of how silly it is. But of the 5 mainline Elder Scrolls games, there's been one that I still have yet to experience, but haven't had a ton of motivation to do so.
I've dabbled in Arena before, but it would usually end with me turning it off quickly because the game just never really grabbed me. But since I want to experience the whole Elder Scrolls series, I guess this is a good excuse to finally sit down and play through Arena. How do I sit down again?
This is my PC setup down here. Impressed? A shitty laptop, an ancient mouse, a garbage keyboard, and a 4x3 monitor. If this doesn't scream playing Arena, I don't know what does. Don't worry, I can run anything I throw at this bad boy, as long as it's more than 15 years old. Well, thankfully, this game is 26 years away from being able to get a senior discount at Denny's, so we should be fine. Thankfully, Bethesda has made playing Arena easy. You can download it off their website or get it on Steam for free. Bethesda isn't the greatest company out there, but I really commend them for this. If you just want to try out Arena to see where the Elder Scrolls series began, it won't cost you a thing. But trying the base release, yeah, I could go for something a tad better. So here enters Open Arena, a free open source mod that makes Arena a better experience. A 16:9 resolution,
because that really matters on a 4x3 monitor.
but also better controls and just overall being smoother. However, the draw of this mod is that it isn't done. All you can do is walk around. You can't attack enemies, they won't even attack you. You can't talk to NPCs either, so you just can't do quests in general. This is as medieval walking simulator as medieval walking simulator gets. So let's play the standard version of the game. We start with the book opening up, wow. And this title screen refers to the game as Chapter 1, very interesting. And once we start a new game, we get the plot. The game takes place on the continent of Tamriel, ruled by Emperor Oriel Septon VII. An Imperial battle mage called Jaeger Tharn is summoned due to rumors of a betrayal incoming, and surprise surprise, Tharn is the traitor. He sends Septim to another dimension and disguises himself as the Emperor. Then this mage, Rhea, figures out what's up, and so Tharn kills her before she can tell others. He also sends you to the Imperial dungeons because, I don't know, you looked at him funny?
Probable cause.
This is the tradition in the Elder Scrolls series. You always start as a prisoner. This is done so you can imagine your own story prior to the beginning of the game. It's canon. My character once punched a deer and thus he is imprisoned because Yagarthon loved his deer. But who is my character? Well, you first get to choose your class. Man, I don't care. Just give me a sword, warrior. And time for a name. As I play through the Elder Scrolls series, I want my characters to all be part of the same bloodline. So meet Harry, the first of the Zlicker bloodline. You get to choose where they hail from, but this just determines your race. Nords from Skyrim, Argonians from Black Marsh, but Harry is from Morrowind's land of the Dark Elves. You then distribute your stats, which are randomly rolled, much like D&D, and from there you have a bunch of skill points you can distribute. And after that, you can change your appearance between a bunch of preset ones. fun. And now it's time to save the world. In your sleep, Ria speaks to you and tells you how to escape. You can find a key in your cell and then leave the dungeon. And we finally get our hands on Harry, and oh my god, the controls in this game are ass with a capital S. By default, you can't move with the WASD keys. You can move with your mouse pointer, move to the top of the screen and click to move forward, bottom to move backwards, left and right to turn, corners to go diagonally. What the hell is their issue? Thankfully, we can map these actions to the WASD keys, but it's still not perfect. Moving is fine, but looking is a pain. You look with the A and D keys, which is just ugh. And then there's the UI. My god, a solid fourth of the screen is taken up by this thing, and it's like, yowzers, this thing is huge. However, a lot of these can be mapped to keys, which makes this even more annoying. I can press M to open the map. I don't need this here. To pick up items and loot lootable things, it's as simple as can be. Walk up to them, light it up in the crosshair, and click. It works, it's fine, it's not ideal, but what are you gonna do? Now, combat.
Please no.
Hey look, a goblin. You know what that means.
Unnecessary violence.
Well, in most later entries in the series, it's as simple as clicking. But here, you hold down the mouse button and swing your mouse left to right. It's fine, just a bit annoying. When talking about this, a lot of people will show the following. It's not really like that. It's a more subtle motion. It's not too bad, but it's just kind of, I don't know, super fucking stupid. And in general, the combat is just so unsatisfying. Every swing, it's like D&D where the damage is RNG based. Because of this, you can be swinging for quite some time to no avail. Great. Well, that's the core gameplay, so on to the game. So you find the key Ria told you about in the cell and escape, and she sends you to a random city. And from there, you are free to do whatever. But what's the main quest line like? Well, the next time you sleep, Ria visits you again and tells you what's up. Thorn's life force is held within the Staff of Chaos, which has been split up into several pieces, one hidden in each area. And thus, the goal of the game is to travel to each country, which is something very unique about Orina. Here, you get to explore the whole continent of Tamriel with a huge fucking asterisk. Yes, you get to travel to Skyrim and Black Marsh and Cyrodiil, but it's not crazy exciting. The main points you can travel to are cities. You can leave the cities and run around the world, but here's the deal. The world is infinite. It's procedurally generated, much like something like Minecraft. Because of this, each piece of the wild outside of a city is its own plane of existence. You can't walk from one town to the next, making this world feel super disjointed. It doesn't really matter, it takes too long to walk from one town to the next, but still. The world doesn't really feel like a world because it's not. It was a clever way to make the game's world huge, but at the same time, this is a huge world, but my god, there is literally nothing to do here. The cities are also procedurally generated, and oh my god, I hate exploring these. So many buildings are just pointless. Every time you arrive at a new city, it's night, and it's impossible to find an inn. You have to literally walk around in the dark, just hoping you randomly stumble across it or an NPC. But nearly every other building is useless and locked at night. Some of the layouts are just horrible and can be such a damn pain to navigate. And if you can be lucky enough to find an NPC, you can ask them where an inn is, but they just give you a cardinal direction. Head south. Great. So all you can do is head in that direction and hope you either find it or someone else who can continue pointing you in the right direction. If you find an NPC close enough to what you're looking for, they'll mark it on your map for you, but why don't they just do that in the first place? Speaking of marking things on your map, you can mark things on your map. Click anywhere and you can type stuff. It's a neat feature, allowing you to keep track of where some things are. But back to the main quest, I just fell way off. So in each country, you go to a certain town and talk to the ruler who will give you a quest. Complete said quest and they'll reveal the location of the dungeon containing that country's staff piece. The first one is in Hammerfell. They need you to go get some papers from a stronghold that has been overcome with monsters.
Great.
When you get a quest that takes place in a dungeon, it's automatically added to your map and you can go there. So the first dungeon, the dungeons in this game are pretty sizable. Here's the map of the whole dungeon, and here's the path to the goal. Why is the required thing at the front of the dungeon? Well, let's head there.
Okay, I think I get it. One more try.
Ocarina is an RPG, a game where you're supposed to explore and fight weak enemies to slowly become stronger. I assume what you're supposed to do is to go through most of the dungeons, leveling up and becoming more powerful. Then you can fight these later enemies. I don't care.
I just don't care for the arena gameplay loop. And it's fine, but I just don't find it fun. Let's see if there's any invincibility cheats or mods that we can use. Huh.
Well, this is where the adventures of Harry Ball Zlicker ends.
Yeah, I'm not doing all this. Listen, I play Elder Scrolls to explore a vast world and do fun quests for wacky characters. I'm not playing these for a sense of accomplishment, so make me invincible. This game says no. No invincibility cheat, not even a mod. There may be a way, but I just don't care. So let's explore a bit. The world is kinda cool. I do like that when traveling to all the countries, you can travel to cities that would appear in later games. Especially Skyrim, pretty much all of its major cities are here. Same with the Imperial City and Cyrodiil. It's cool seeing how long these cities have been around. Another cool thing is the background of each country is different. Morrowind you can see Red Mountain, Skyrim you can see mountains in general. It's really neat.
And that's Arena. Arena is a solid game for the time. For 1994, it gives you a huge world to explore. I can see someone getting a ton of playtime out of this game, and I would, but I'm just not into the gameplay loop and just prefer the later entries. Listen, I was not playing this game the correct way. Before you step foot into the first dungeon, you should have already been grinding and leveling up and doing multiple side quests and stuff like that. I just skipped all of that and went straight for the dungeons, and so because of that, I can't really criticize the game on its difficulty because I was just playing it wrong. Because again, it's solid for the time. This is a great game for the kid in the 90s who has all the time in the world and wants to explore a medieval fantasy world, but for someone with limited time, I can't play this too much. However, even with how fine of a game it is, it still doesn't hold up too well because of Daggerfall. To me, what makes Daggerfall enjoyable and really playable, even with Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim, is that it has such a distinct visual art style, yet it's an ever so slightly more modern version of Arena's art style. Thusly, the only thing I find appealing about Arena, the graphics, is invalidated by Daggerfall. After putting a couple hours into Arena, I really see why I never played much Arena before, because it's just not the kind of game that I enjoy. But maybe I should do some of the side quests before I really call it bad.
As for side quests, they sure exist. Kind of. Sometimes before you talk to a bartender, you're approached with a side quest. Like here, for 57 gold, I need to deliver a gold inglet to Conclave of Rihanna. But there's a time limit, I need to deliver it by the certain date. No worries, let me find where to find the Conclave. Okay, I just found it in Snowhawk. So let's just travel there, and by the time I get there, the offer has expired.
That's it! Harry is angry. It's time to go to the local inn and cause anarchy because murder is on the menu.
What? How do I cause chaos? Steal a room? Are you trying to steal a room? Yeah? You're unsuccessful. Shit, where'd he go? Oh shit, who's that? And that's the end of Harry Ball Zlicker the First. Needless to say, Tamriel is Aw yeah. Good news, I just beat one of the scariest diseases, influenza. Well, if there's one other thing I could do, it's rebeat the disease, but this time, I take double damage. This will go well. Probably was my best idea.
The Legend of Zelda. Yeah, it's a thing. One of Nintendo's biggest franchises, The Legend of Zelda began with The Legend of Zelda for the Nintendo Entertainment System.
Funny how that works.
Zelda has many traditions, many staples that appear in most games. The Master Sword, the Triforce, Ganon, Hyrule Castle, Kakariko Village, Death Mountain, Lost Woods. While they aren't in every Zelda game, there are in a good amount of them and are forever iconic to Zelda. And another staple of some Zelda games, which isn't as iconic but still really cool, is Hero Mode, also known as Master Mode, also known as Master Quest, and Second Quest. It goes by many names, but overall, it's the same thing across most games it appears in. Hero Mode is a mode in multiple Zelda games where, after completing the game once, you can play a more difficult version. Changes among each game varies. Some simply make enemies deal more damage, this is incredibly lame, all the way to redesigning dungeons and even mirroring the game. The more difficult playthrough was a staple of the series early on, died out for a bit, becoming uncommon for a while, but for the last decade, it's been in pretty much every Zelda Zelda game. So let's go through every Zelda game the second more difficult playthrough appears in, and I mean everyone. The mainline games, the remasters, the spin-offs, and even the obscure shit that only losers know about. I'm gonna go through it all in order of each game's release, starting with the more difficult second playthrough did get its start with the start of the series, here titled Second Quest. Here, the dungeons have been rearranged. A cool Easter egg is that some of the dungeons are now in the shape of letters, and those letters spell Zelda. Along with rearranged dungeons, the enemies are also tougher, dealing more damage, and some shops have been moved around. Zelda 1's changes aren't the craziest, but are neat. Since NES games were smaller, a lot of them could be quickly beaten, with Zelda 1 being an exception for the time. With how little the game holds your hand and how difficult it can be, it's awesome that they added a second quest, especially considering the time period. To unlock this mode, you have to simply beat the game, and the Link icon on the profile select screen changes to Link holding up a sword. But there's another way to unlock this mode, and that is naming Link Zelda.
That's a horrible idea!
Imagine some kid, let's call him Joe because I've never heard of a kid named Joe. Let's imagine in the 80s, Joe is at the playground with his friend, and his friend tells him about this awesome game where you explore a huge world and fight monsters to save a princess. Joe thinks that game sounds awesome, so he scrounges up all his allowance money, buys the game, and pops it in his NES, where he is then presented with the ability to name his character. Now Joe has no clue Link's name is Link, and assumes it's Zelda because, well, that's the name of the title. So he names Link Zelda, then starts the game and is instantly just obliterated by every enemy, souring his whole experience with the game. And 41 years later, when he's a father of 2 and his kid asks for Breath of the Wild for Christmas, he gets flashbacks and now must go to therapy because of his accidental second quest experience.
Long story short, Zelda 1.
Now Zelda 2 is a much different game. It's important to understand that it's a side-scrolling action RPG where you obtain spells and level up Link's health, magic, and attack. The reason that's important to understand is because in Zelda 2's second quest, you restart the game, but you keep all your spells and levels. This basically makes Link overpowered, which really just makes the game more fun. Zelda 2 is a tough game, especially early on, but restarting the game all powerful is incredibly fun and, dare I say, rewarding after being beaten to submission for the entire game. Palace items, heart containers, and magic containers have to be retrieved again, but overall, this is an interesting case where the second playthrough is actually easier. Yeah, when I said obscure, this is exactly what I meant. Game & Watch was the precursor to Nintendo's Game Boy, simple LCD games that were just high score based. And they made a Zelda Game & Watch, which is shocking by itself. But further shocking is that it has its own difficult second playthrough called Second Round. After beating the game, pressing the attack button will thrust you into second rounds with faster enemies, and your score from the prior round is carry over. What a weird little thing. Ocarina of Time is an interesting scenario in which its second playthrough wasn't a part of the original release. After Ocarina of Time was released, the Zelda team was brainstorming ways in which they could reuse Ocarina of Time's content. Now, a brief history lesson. The Nintendo 64 was supposed to get a disc drive add-on, the Nintendo 64 DD. This would use discs to enhance certain games, and it was released in Japan, but it flopped, never left Japan, and most games in progress for the add-on were either cancelled or put on different systems. So back to the Zelda team brainstorming ways to reuse Ocarina of Time content. One of the concepts was Zelda. It would have been for the Nintendo 64 DD and would have been Ocarina of Time's difficult second playthrough. However, the Nintendo 64 DD failed, and instead of making Zelda next, they made Majora's Mask. But the Wind Waker was released in 2003, and for pre-ordering, you would get a special GameCube game, Ocarina of Time, along with the Ocarina of Time Master Quest on a GameCube disc. Ocarina of Time Master Quest changes are mainly the dungeons being remade, becoming more difficult. Some tough enemies also appear earlier, and some gold Skulltula tokens are moved around, but besides that, not too much has changed. The Master Quest for the Nintendo 64 version of Ocarina of Time has only ever been officially released on the GameCube disc. However, there are some bootleg Nintendo 64 cartridges with the Master Quest, which I think is really cool.
Wind Waker was called Second Quest and is one of the most interesting difficult second playthroughs, and according to Zelda Wiki, none of the changes really affect the difficulty. Instead, throughout the whole game, Link wears his Outset Island attire and Aero wears her pirate attire. Also, Link starts with the deluxe Picto Box and all figurines he had when completing the first quest. So I'd say this is more like a new game plus for Wind Waker instead of a master quest. Besides that, spoken Hylian text is also translated and some treasures are also moved around a bit. Fun. After completing the game once, you can select to play Master Quest when loading up your save file. This is mostly the same as Ocarina of Time's original Master Quest, but with two major changes. First off, enemies do twice as much damage, whoopity fucking do. But now the entire game is also mirrored, making Link right-handed and in general, everything mirrored. This is an awesome change, making it different even for players who have played Ocarina of Time to death. And on top of the game being mirrored, of course it has all the changes made to Ocarina of Time 3D in the first place, which is already fantastic. Skyward Sword was the first time the term Hero Mode made an appearance, and it made a ton of changes. Most notable is that enemies do double damage and hearts no longer appear in the game by default. Only when you equip the heart medallion will hearts spawn, making the game a lot more difficult. And the stamina and oxygen gauge deplete twice as fast. Now Skyward Sword is a bit like Zelda 2 in the sense that there are some benefits. First off, Link keeps the treasure and bugs from his first playthrough, which is nice. Also, hints from Sheikah Stones are all available from the start. Cutscenes can also be skipped, and the Skyward Strike charge time has been lowered. So while the game is much harder, since there are by default no hearts in the open world, there are some benefits making it a bit more balanced and a bit more fun. A Link Between Worlds Hero Mode is kind of boring. The only difficulty change is now enemies do 4 times as much damage. Besides that, hearts spawn normally, which is actually uncommon for Hero Mode, and after Link places the Master Sword back on the pedestal, you see the sages cheer. Wow, how exciting. Totally worth replaying the whole ass game. In Wind Waker HD, Hero Mode can be selected from the start and can actually be turned on and off at any point in the game. But it's not that exciting. Enemies do double damage and hearts don't spawn. How incredible. Wind Waker's second quest was incredibly unique, so it's a shame that we don't really see that in Wind Waker HD. Despite Hyrule Warriors being an entirely different type of game than the mainline series, it still has its own Hero Mode. After clearing a scenario, it can be replayed in Hero Mode, making enemies tougher and the rewards gained better. Twilight Princess HD's Hero Mode is pretty similar to Wind Waker's. Can be selected from the start, enemies do double damage and hearts don't spawn. However, you can't switch it on and off at any time. But the game is also mirrored, which sounds cool on paper, but here's the thing about Twilight Princess, another history lesson. Twilight Princess was originally being developed for the GameCube, but was delayed and its release date lined up with the release date of the Nintendo Wii. So Nintendo, being smart, instead focused on finishing Twilight Princess on Wii first, adding motion controls and pointer controls. And after the Wii and Twilight Princess launched, Nintendo released the GameCube version. But here's the interesting thing. Up until this point in the series, Link has been left-handed, and at first it was no different in Twilight Princess. But since motion controls were being added to the Wii version, this had to change since a majority of the population is right-handed, and swinging a sword with your right hand and seeing Link swing with his left hand would be weird. So instead of just mirroring Link's model, they mirrored the whole damn Wii version. But then in the GameCube version, they didn't mirror it. And in HD, they used the GameCube version as a base, so in normal mode, Link is left-handed, and in Hero Mode, Link is right-handed. Now, I assume the point of mirroring the game in Hero Mode is to make it feel different, but for those who first played the Wii version, Hero Mode is what's familiar to them, which is goofy since it seems to go against the point of making the game feel different. But by default, it's just mirrored and enemies do more damage. However, you can make it even harder with the Ganondorf amiibo. Scan this bad boy and enemies do even more damage for the hardest playthrough possible.
Yeah, please kick the shit out of me.
Breath of the Wild has Master Mode, which isn't included in the base game. Rather, it's a part of the DLC. First off, of course, enemies do more damage and take less, woo. But also, enemy tiers have been increased. There are 4 enemy tiers based on color in the base game. red, blue, black, and silver. Here, they got rid of the red tier and instead added a gold tier, so all enemies gained a tier. Red bokoblins became blue bokoblins, and silver Lionels became gold Lionels. Also, if you don't damage enemies consistently enough, they'll start regaining health. It's definitely more challenging, but I didn't find Master Mode crazy difficult, mainly because of how easy Breath of the Wild can be. Don't get me wrong, this can be a hard game, but you eventually get good at it, and it's really not hard. Flurry rushes and shield parrying make combat a breeze, so once you've mastered those, a Lionel isn't shit. Yeah, the Guardian Blast can do significant damage, but once you've mastered parrying Guardian Blasts, it's not that difficult. That being said, I love Master Mode here. To me, Breath of the Wild is the most replayable Zelda game with its non-linearity, so it's awesome to have a more challenging version. It's a bit lame it's locked behind DLC, but the rest of the DLC is already fantastic, so at the end of the day, it's no big deal. In the Link's Awakening remake on Switch, Hero Mode can be played from the start. Pretty standard stuff here, no spawning hearts, enemies deal double damage, and this time, mini-bosses no longer drop fairies when defeated. Simple, but still a fun version. Skyward Sword HD's Hero Mode changes are just the changes made to the base game. Whoa.
And that is all of the Hero Modes, or Second Quests, or Master Modes, or Master Quest, all of those for Zelda games. But what about a Zelda-themed Game & Watch?
This is the Legend of Zelda Game & Watch, released in 2021 to commemorate the 35th anniversary of the Zelda series. It includes Zelda 1, 2, and Link's Awakening. 1 and 2 have their standard Second Quest versions, but also included is a remake of the Game & Watch game Vermin. There are 2 base game modes, but a third can be unlocked, which is kind of a hero mode type option.
Please just hear me out.
In Vermin, you play as this monstrosity and have to hit these vermin as they try and come above ground. Fail to stop 3, the game's over. They get progressively faster. But on the title screen, if you hold down A for 5 seconds, you're taken to game C where you can't fail or else the game's over. And they're all super fast from the start. This is my favorite mode. It's fast, stressful, but also super fun.
Okay, I think I finally got all of them. Except for the CDI games. But I'm not gonna play those. Yet. And that is Hero Mode in all the Zelda games. Some of them could be lame, but at their core, it's cool that Nintendo included a second, more difficult playthrough of the Zelda games in most games. And hey, sometimes they made new dungeons and flipped the maps and made a bunch of other changes that kind of make it its own separate game. It's a really neat thing, and with Tears of the Kingdom just around the corner, I'm really excited to see what Nintendo does for Master Mode in Tears of the Kingdom. But ultimately, I just hope it's a bit harder than it usually is. Okay, that may have been a bit much. It's that time of the year again, May 4th, a huge day for people like me. Happy Star Wars Day. Now, I'm legally obligated to talk about something Star Wars, so what? Well, I could talk about The Force Unleashed 2, or maybe even the Wii version of The Force Unleashed. I grew up with this version, and I find it so much better than, that one. Or, hey, maybe the Battlefront games. These are such fun shooters set in the Star Wars universe. And there's always Jedi Fallen Order. The sequel just came out, so why not talk about this version? But, I think I know what I want to do. I want to talk about one of the LEGO Star Wars games. But which one? There's so many of them. Honestly, why would I talk about any other? Oh, let's just... Well, it turns out people care too much about Star Wars because everyone was trying to watch Star Wars, and thusly, some generators have blown and now the power's out. Great. But I still want to talk about LEGO Star Wars, but my DS is dead, so it gives me no choice but to talk about these. Or I could just not talk about them. It wouldn't really matter either way.
This is a video game. And this is a video game when you have responsibilities. Portable gaming, just as big as gaming as a whole to me. While handheld gaming has died down considerably, there was still a moment in time where so many games would get a handheld port or spin-off, especially, oh god, kids games. New kids movie that has a tie-in game? Of course there's a DS version. And that to LEGO Star Wars as well. There was Complete Saga on the DS, but also on the, oh god,
Oh, please, no.
God have mercy on my soul.
The Game Boy Advance. At first glance, this guy had a short lifespan. It was released in 2001, and its successor, the DS, released in 2004. However, despite the seemingly short lifespan, the Game Boy Advance received games for years after. And two of the ports that fascinated me the most were the LEGO Star Wars ports on Game Boy Advance.
The first two LEGO Star Wars games came out in 2005 and 2006 respectively, and the DS came out in 2004, so I just assumed after 2004, all that was released on the Game Boy Advance were licensed kids games. I guess it checks out.
Well, let's play through these, starting with LEGO Star Wars the video game. Much like the LEGO Batman games, there is little development history on this version of the game. It was developed by Kryptonite Games and launched alongside the console versions on March 29th, 2005, and it sold over 500,000 units. What? Now, that's nothing to brag about these days, but for a handheld port of a licensed kids game for a dead portable in 2005, that's pretty wacky. But how is the game itself?
Welcome back to Gaming on the Go, where I take a look at the portable version of a game or game series and tell you if you should take it on the go or just wait until you get... Can't hold it anymore. This game fucking reeks!
This game is ass, but every ass has a start. We start with a title screen, and not just that, a promising one. You have a Game Boy Advance take of the main theme and the solid looking menu. Select our save file, and instead of being put in Dexter's Diner, we instead simply pick what episode we want to play. Ugh. You can start with any, but no hub is lame. These posters are kinda cool. They're LEGO recreations of the DVD covers, which is neat, but oddly enough, the episode 3 cover shows Attack of the Clones Anakin and Attack of the Clones Obi-Wan fighting. Weird. Well, selecting a level instantly thrusts you into the cinematics, and wow. I will say it's kinda cool that they made unique stills for this version. Like, yeah, it looks a bit like screenshots from the console cutscenes, but on closer inspection...
This is a lie!
Then after the still images of cinematics, we get another cutscene, this time made with in-game assets. TC-14 walks Obi-Wan into the negotiations room, and leaves. The ship rumbles and we get siege bubbles to know what Obi-Wan is thinking, but strangely enough, the Obi-Wan face looks like the Attack of the Clones version. Anyways, leave the room and time for combat ends. Ugh. This is especially rough. It's slow and clunky and not good at all. The lightsabers feel so awful in this game, and on top of that, there's slowdown. Besides that, this level is just running through the blockade runner, solving light puzzles, and by light puzzles, I mean...
Can you light up all the lights on the floor? Use the Force, bitch! Kill him.
This game is played from an isometric point of view and looks solid for a Game Boy Advance game. Praise is over. Mainly, this game is boring. You also have 7 hearts, and get a load of this, if you lose them all, you restart at the last checkpoint. It may not sound too bad, but trust me. It is, just trust me. Especially with these turrets, they take a ton of hits to destroy and can destroy you in just a few hits. Besides that, just run through the level, kill enemies, and get on the ship. Overall, this is just boring. At the end of the level though, you get bonus studs based on how many droids you destroyed, how many blasts you deflected, how many studs you collected, and how many Death Star holograms you found. These are the replacement for mini kits. There are 5 in each level, and it is not fun to collect. Woo. And the studs, oh boy, I hate studs in this game, but I'll go more in depth on it later. Well, let's go through the whole game now. Level 2 is in the Gungan Woods where you play as Qui-Gon. You also meet Jar Jar in this level who can jump really high, just like the console version. He also has a ranged attack, good for him. And there's some platforming, but not just any, isometric platforming.
Oh, so that's why I'm not happy.
Besides that, just run through the environment, boo. Level 3, the Theed Streets, it's okay, it has some more platforming. You also say Padme, whose inner Geonosis attire, sure, might as well. There's also a part in the end where you save the pilots of the Naboo starfighters. Guys, I think you have this part a little too early. Next is a Tatooine level, but you don't get to pod race, that'd be too fun. Instead, you get to run around a boring environment, killing Tusken Raiders. Well, we also see Darth Maul in some cutscenes, so we'll probably get a small fight with him.
No.
Okay, last level, the Phantom Menace. Fight Joseph Jar Jar in an environment from level 2, then fight some more and get a minute to run around and pick up studs. And finish it off with Duel of the Fates. Definitely the best part so far. The environment is neat, you get an awesome remix of Duel of the Fates, and the boss fight is pretty fun. Boss fights just consist of whacking each other until one dies, with occasional saber locks. It's pretty simple, but pretty fun. Attack of the Clones, well, we skipped the entire first act and jumped knee deep into the Tatooine part. I mean, who cares about Kamino? It's only the perfect setting for a level. Let's just reuse the environment from level 4 of episode 1. Oh, brilliance! But there's a small part in the Lars homestead. That makes it better. And even the Tusken Raider camp. See, now the decision to reuse the level is justified. Then the droid factory. Just boring and reused environments? Oh, hell yeah! No Pachinaki Arena, but hey, we get to play as Obi-Wan. Is that Obi-Wan? Yeah, it's him, but they reused his Phantom Menace model. What? This is just lazy and dumb and low effort and lazy and dumb and low effort. Why? And the next level, it's the same environment. What? We don't leave the factory at all. Even the Dooku boss fight is labeled under Geonosis Factory. We'll fight Dooku and that's it for Attack of the Clones. 3 levels, that's just tragic. Well, let's just hope Revenge of the Sith picks up the slack. What? Well, we start on the Invisible Hand playing as Attack of the Clones Anakin. Why? Yeah, lazy, dumb, stupid, and dumb, and lazy. This level is okay, it's just running around the corridor, ending with the Dooku boss fight, then jump to Kashyyyk where you run around as Yoda. My god, waddle around, I guess. Yoda is annoyingly slow, and this level has atrocious slowdown. Anyways, save clones sucks. Utapau run around as Phantom Menace Obi-Wan, my god. Good old Grievous boss fight, pretty solid, good part of level. Well, Kashyyyk again, reused the level, fun.
That's a lie.
Utapau, reused mostly, but with a little original cage section, please kill me. Mustafar, this one's pretty cool. I love the color, and it's a fun little chase level with some combat sections. And it has the sick Duel of the Fates remix. Overall, solid last level. Besides that, there really isn't much. As I said, you can get all the Death Star holograms, and depending on how many of the other things like deflecting blasts and destroying enemies in general, you get studs from how much you do of each thing, and get a rank based on how many studs you got. And speaking of studs, well, what can you do with them? Nothing. You can buy characters, but the prices seem so low. The most expensive character is Darth Vader for 15,000 studs. That sounds incredibly cheap, but you don't get many studs at all. If you wanted to get all characters, you'd have to replay the levels a lot. God, please no.
And that's LEGO Star Wars on Game Boy Advance. Oh my god.
This game is ass. I never want to play it again. This is like LEGO Marvel on DS bad. This game is lazy, boring, slow, stupid, and I don't like it. The laziness especially. They made one older variant of all the characters and used them for the whole game. You play as Phantom Menace Obi-Wan throughout all 3 films. It's just so damn lazy. So yeah, this game is ass.
That'll do it. I probably still need that for the second game.
LEGO Star Wars 2! Better than the original?
Really?
Well, LEGO Star Wars 2 for Game Boy Advance. This existence makes even less sense. This game also came out on the DS. That was already bad enough. This one should be worse. I also have this game in the original box. This is so damn cool. One day I was at Vintage Stock, as I do, and I saw that they had a pre-owned copy of this game in the box for like $7. So I got it, and yeah, it's a personality trait. It even came with the manual, and my god, this is such a nice manual. It's so colorful and fun to flip through, so much better than the smear of capitalism within the Skywalker Saga box. Anyways, on to the game itself. Well, to start, look at that, a better title screen. It looks more like the console version, and starting up the game, what? We actually got a hub, the cantina. Hopping into the actual levels, we start with similar cutscenes to the last one. It's still confusing, but hopping into the gameplay, oh yeah. 4 hearts, respawn after death, activation panels, smoother gameplay. This is good. This feels like a Game Boy Advance version of LEGO Star Wars.
That makes sense.
As a portable remake of LEGO Star Wars 2, this is pretty solid. There's also 10 mini-kits per level, just like the console version. This is so good. Well, let's run through the levels. I like this game, but it's not perfect. Blockade Runner, solid first level. Tatooine, go through the Jundland Waste and then Mos Eisley. Pretty fun. Death Star Rescue and Death Star Escape, the same damn level but reversed.
Now, that's the LEGO Star Wars on Game Boy Advance way.
It's a solid level, but there's also these certain officers who are a pain. And lastly, Trench Run. Solid vehicle level, I enjoyed it. Hoth Attack, another vehicle level, but this time taking down ATSTs. It's okay, but doesn't hold a candle to the console version. Echo Base, another level. Just working the way through Echo Base, Asteroid Field, this one is so damn short. It takes like 30 seconds to beat. And the Cloud City levels, one of them is escaping, the other is going to the Carbonite Chamber, another reused level. Kinda lazy and lame. Return of the Jedi, Jabba's Palace, another really short one. Walk down a hallway and then fight the Rancor. Sarlacc Pit, definitely longer, but has a really annoying Boba Fett fight. Speeder Chase, a pretty mediocre vehicle level on Endor. Endor itself, this level runs like piss. The frame rate is so slow. This is just ass. Jedi Destiny, another short level. Fight Vader, fight Palpatine. You can just stand there and spam B and you'll beat the level. And the last level, the space fight in the Death Star 2. It's just okay.
Well, that was definitely much better. Nothing incredible, but still quite solid.
Along with the levels, there are the mini kits I already mentioned. Also a solid character roster. The character models were not reused this time. We have unique Bespin Luke and Black Robe Luke variants, along with Slave Leia.
Yep, this game's been validated.
Along with that, there are also a ton of extras. This truly does feel like a remake of LEGO Star Wars 2, which is what you'd expect from this, but yeah, 16 levels with at least 5 levels for each movie, a sizable character roster, 160 mini-kits, a ton of extras, and a hub, along with better, more enjoyable gameplay. This is just straight up a good game.
And those are the LEGO Star Wars games on Game Boy Advance. The first one is ass. Oddly similar to LEGO Marvel Superheroes on DS with its isometric, one-death, shitty gameplay. Like, who hurt the developers? But hey, at least LEGO Star Wars 2 is good. It feels like LEGO Star Wars on Game Boy Advance. Okay, that shouldn't be that shocking, but still, this one's pretty fun. Well, I pretty much said everything I have to say. I just didn't really have too much to say about them. I've been rambling for over 10 minutes and the power still isn't on, so maybe I should call the power company.
Well, hi, what can I do for you?
Hey, the power's been out for a while now. I was just wondering what's caused the outage and if it'll be back on soon.
I don't see any outages near you. Maybe check your power box?
Okay, now I get who are the LEGO Star Wars on Game Boy Advance developers.
In 2017, Nintendo released a game for the Nintendo Switch that changed the whole gaming industry.
Never said it was for the better.
They also launched a Wii U game with the system Woo. The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild defined what a modern Zelda game and adventure game in general was. It was released to glowing critical and commercial success, so a sequel was simply inevitable. 6 years later, how does Nintendo follow it up?
It comes with a coaster.
The Legend of Zelda. Ever since 1986, this series has been defining adventure games. The original Zelda game didn't create the adventure game genre, but it made adventure games fun, with a large world to explore, a ton of secrets to discover, a large cast of monsters to fight, and stairs. The Legend of Zelda on NES still remains as one of the most influential games out there. It may have aged worse than Milk, but hold a gun to my head, I may play this one from time to time. The following 3 entries were all solid games as well, but it wasn't until the release of The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time that Zelda changed things again. It was the first 3D Zelda game and a damn good one. It successfully transitioned the series into 3D without losing what made the prior games work. And from there, the series kept growing up to when The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword was released. Skyward Sword is a wonderful game, but would go on to get a pretty mixed reaction and reputation. Many don't like it due to the motion controls, linearity, and bloat. And the Zelda team has a history of taking fan feedback into account. Many didn't like Zelda 2, so there's been no official side-scroller since. People didn't like the Wind Waker's colorful, cartoony art style, so they gave Twilight Princess a teen rating. And people didn't like Skyward Sword's linearity, so they said, fine, do whatever you want. The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild launched alongside the Nintendo Switch for both it and the Wii U on March 3rd, 2017. It made for one hell of a launch title for Switch and final title for Wii U, as it was the last Nintendo published title for the system, but it was always being developed for the Wii U, yet was delayed multiple times, and eventually the final release date lined up with the Switch's launch, so they said fine, we'll do both. But that means Breath of the Wild is a Wii U game, which was in a similar situation with Twilight Princess. Was to be a GameCube game, but development was taking too long, so they launched it with the Wii. So like Skyward Sword, the next Zelda game would be the first original Zelda game made for the Nintendo Switch, and with the critical and commercial success of Breath of the Wild, a sequel only seemed inevitable.
But Breath of the Wild isn't perfect. I mean, it may be one of my favorite games ever, but even I can say, this fucking sucks! even though it really doesn't.
The main flaws boil down to the dungeons, the divine beasts. They all look and feel similar with the same objective and a similar looking boss. They're all fine, they're fun with good puzzles, but they are not memorable in the slightest. I can distinctly remember walking into the Deku Tree for the first time in Ocarina of Time and taking in how unique it was. I was inside a damn tree, having to turn over Stone Tower Temple to finish the dungeon, Wind Waker's Wind Temple having this huge center turbine to access different areas, Snow Peak Ruins from Twilight Princess was a rundown mansion, the Sand Ship from Skyward Sword was on a freaking boat. The prior 3D Zelda games all had unique memorable dungeons, but Breath of the Wild's dungeons were not that. And same with the bosses, Volvagia, Goats, Majlras, Stalord, Koloktos, all so fun and memorable. But who out there will say,
yeah, no question, Water Black Ganon is my favorite Zelda boss.
That being said, pretty much the rest of Breath of the Wild was incredible. There was so much freedom just running around and running into a shrine or a Korok hiding, finding some treasure, or saving random NPCs from monsters. It created a sense of exploration, adventure, and heroism that the series had never captured before. The freedom to do the Divine Beasts in whatever order you want, or not doing them at all. You were truly in control of your adventure, and it led to one of the most fun games of all time. It's not perfect, but Breath of the Wild was a triumph. But back to the sequel, Breath of the Wild wasn't perfect, but a sequel could pick up Breath of the Wild's slack, making the definitive form of this style of Zelda game.
But a sequel was just inevitable. I mean, you don't make a game that sells over 30 million copies and for 6 years ago, I'm content. This is Nintendo we're talking about. Of course they did that.
Tears of the Kingdom started off simply as more DLC for Breath of the Wild, but the ideas just became too much to just become DLC, and everyone just couldn't get enough of Breath of the Wild, so they said,
fine, we'll make a sequel. But you'll have to wait a long time.
Over 6 years. Man, that hurts. This was the longest wait time in between entries in the series. Now, if you disregard the handheld games, the gap between A Link to the Past and Ocarina of Time outdo it by a year, and Twilight Princess and Skyward Sword had a gap just as long. But A, both of these games still had original Zelda games, and B, the leap forward was massive with these. For Ocarina, the series had to transfer to 3D, and for Skyward Sword, they had to create a whole new world, art style, make a standalone story. For Tears of the Kingdom, 6 years of waiting for a sequel that is structurally similar to its predecessor? How? Wait, what the hell is that?
Yeah, with the pandemic in 2020, it's safe to assume that that was the big stint in Tears of the Kingdom's development, but even then, at least at the time, it didn't make sense why development was taking so long, which, who could blame us? I mean, we had to wait a long time. The build-up was rough.
The game was initially announced during E3 2019 to wrap up Nintendo's show. It was a really short teaser that's just cutscenes spliced up with weird creepy music. Link and Zelda are exploring some cave and find an ancient body of what appears to be Ganondorf. It awakens and Hyrule Castle starts floating. And to cap it off, just officially saying that Breath of the Wild sequel was in development.
Oh, I thought they made it just for fun.
Hey, good way to announce the game. Hopefully from there will be a steady flow of trailers up until the game releases. Oh, that's right. 2020 happens, nothing on Zelda. No mention of it until Nintendo's February 2021 Direct. The Direct itself, it was okay, but when Eiji Aonuma popped up, ooh, it was time for some good news.
I'm sure a lot of you saw me and thought there might be news about the sequel to The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild game. Unfortunately, we don't have anything to share right now. We apologize.
No news, instead, here's Skyward Sword HD. Listen, I will defend Skyward Sword HD to the ends of the earth, but my god, after over a year and a half, with normal Nintendo Directs finally returning, you had nothing to share? Not even a damn screenshot, like, how? Well, thankfully they made up for it at E3 2021, where they once again ended the Direct with another trailer. This time it actually showed some new mechanics. Sky Islands and the exploration of the sky in general, enemy camps on taluses, shields that can shoot fire, and some new abilities for Link. Rewinding objects and jumping through floors, this was such an exciting trailer, and looking back, it's piss simple. The title wasn't revealed because Aonuma said that it would spoil some stuff, we'll get to that, and it ended with a planned release date sometime in 2022, to which many assume spring or summer. Yeah, add another year and you'll have it right. Well, it was a simple trailer, but it sufficed. For 9 months, Nintendo went dead silent on the game again until March of 2022. I was getting very antsy. I wouldn't mind a delay because ultimately it'd mean we get a better product, but them not saying anything, that was what was killing me. Thankfully, they finally had something to say in March. The game was delayed to spring of 2023. It was a pretty big jump. I mean, to hear the game wouldn't release for a whole nother year, yikes. but I was at least relieved to hear something about it. And there was even some new footage. Link pulls out the Master Sword and it's broken? Thank God, that will hold me over till September. The September 2022 Nintendo Direct ended with another trailer. It starts with art of a new creature, so it was uncertain if it was Zelda or not, but the moment the art of all the Bokoblins came up, it was all over. Looking back though, this was such a meager trailer. Just Link skydiving, riding some rock up, and landing on some bird thing. It's crazy looking back at how so little made us so happy. It just shows how depraved and hungry we were. But the trailer ended with two big things. First off, the title reveal, The Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom.
So what does that spoil?
Well, outside of the debate if it was Tears or Tears of the Kingdom, speculation of what the Tears were began. The theory I subscribed to was that the classic Zelda formula of finding a bunch of MacGuffins was back. They would bring back dungeons, and each dungeon would be a tier. We could see something on Link's waist with blue vessels, so it was assumed that that held the tiers. It was an exciting time. The key poster and box art was revealed too, I'll get to that in due time. But also, a release date of May 12th was announced. This absolutely saved what was a pretty lame direct. The second full trailer ended this year's February direct, and this one was truly amazing. It showed off so much, gave a good look at the world, a ton of new mechanics, enemies, Ganon's voice, and the ability to craft vehicles. A collector's edition and amiibo were announced. Pre-orders began that day, and the price was revealed, which ruffled a ton of feathers. This was to be Nintendo's first $70 game, and some were not happy. The $70 brand new release really came around at the beginning of this generation with the release of the PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X and S. $70 became the new norm, and it shocks me Nintendo waited for Tears of the Kingdom to introduce that price point. But this really ticked off some people to where they started to call Tears of the Kingdom overpriced DLC.
Does $10 do that to you?
If some were discontent about what came before this trailer being $60, I would get it. There was not much new stuff of note, but here we saw so much new stuff. Nevertheless, people griped. I think it's a part of people just attacking Nintendo. Like, yeah, there's a lot of things that you can attack them about, but a $70 game is where you draw the line. When a $40 GameCube remaster was revealed minutes before, I bought both and I'm not complaining. Okay, $40 is still too much for Prime Remastered, but the point is, Tears being 70 should not be crazy. At least this was the game they began at a $70 price point with instead of, I don't know, WarioWare Get It Together. And on top of it all, sweetie, if you don't want to pay $70 for Zelda, I have a great idea. Don't buy it. Maybe they're mad because they'll know they'll buy it either way. Just be like me, I swallowed those $70 with pride. On March 28th, a Tears of the Kingdom themed OLED was revealed, and this thing looks gorgeous. When I upgrade to an OLED later this year, I'm going for this one. It just looks so beautiful. Also announced was a Pro controller and carrying case. I'll eventually get these two because I've never heard of self-control. The final main trailer was released on April 13th, and this is my favorite damn trailer for anything ever. The first part mainly focuses on the world, showing how it evolved after Breath of the Wild. The second part shows a ton of the mechanics at play, and they all just look so damn fun. So much new stuff. $70 DLC believers weeped after this, and the final part had slight story bits. What they showed in terms of gameplay and story was already fantastic, but then the music?
Where am I? I've ascended to a higher plane of existence.
People mainly talk about the saxophone part. That part is fantastic, but when Ganon powers up, it plays his theme.
Do not look away. You witness a...
Then transition to more action shots as the Zelda motif plays and leads into the Breath of the Wild motif.
Okay, let's go! But you are not alone.
I pre-ordered the game both physically and digitally simply because I wanted to play it the moment I possibly could. Turns out it didn't matter because I went to the midnight release anyways. Great. Well, what was the bonus for pre-ordering? It depended on the store. Walmart had wall scrolls, Best Buy had an art print, and GameStop had a wood plaque with the symbol from the game on it. But that wasn't all because so many countries had different bonuses. Australia had a luggage tag, Canada had pins, a keychain in Taiwan, a shirt in Israel, and Korea just went bananas with these. Keychains, desk pad, a puzzle, a coaster, a passport holder, a blanket, a tote bag, a towel? F it, why not eating utensils? Japan, you son of a bitch. You could get a fork and spoon with Tears of the Kingdom engraved on them in Japan. Your boss comes over for dinner.
Honey, crack out the Tears of the Kingdom utensils.
I think it's really cool how much dumb stuff Tears of the Kingdom got for pre-order bonuses. Now I pre-ordered my own copy at GameStop because do I need to explain? So I got the plaque, but when picking up my copy, they asked if I wanted the plaque or an armband. I of course took the plaque because it's actually cool. It's a neat thing, just a slab of wood with the symbol, but I think it makes for an awesome display piece, and I find it much cooler than, I don't know, f***ing pins. But I could never shake the thought of that armband. So I was still glad I chose the plaque because this thing's actually really cool. But I did want the armband just because. So I went back the next day, asked if they had any armbands left and if I could buy one, and they just said, you can get them for free. Here we are. This thing is stupid, but I love it. I am a true gamer, just look at me. So May 12th, I attended the midnight launch and yeah, it was fine. It was just waiting in line at 10:30 at night. Not something I'm dying to experience again, but it was a cool experience. I'll probably do it for Pikmin 4. And then I had the game in hands. Oh man, that was such a magical feeling. And now, that box art. Oh, this is so good. Breath of the Wild's box art is perfect because Link is looking out at the world. And Tears of the Kingdom has a similar style, but this time, he's on a sky island and is looking down on the world since he's up so high. The back is pretty neat too, but the inside, I found it disappointing. Breath of the Wild's inside art is more gorgeous art, this time Link climbing a mountain. But Tears of the Kingdom, it's just a part of the mural, which is fine, but not as cool as this. The card is neat though, overall a nice physical edition. I also pre-ordered the amiibo. I did so randomly one night out of fear of it being out of stock at launch, and thank God I did. Yeah, so this was my first ever amiibo for just $16 with a $10 charge for shipping and handling from GameStop. But for my first amiibo, this thing is wonderful. It's super detailed and cool looking. I love his arm, the arrows, and the Master Sword on his back. Even the cape printing. It's such a cool figure and made me get another amiibo because this sparked my interest in amiibo. I got the day off school and work. I said don't bother me and my $70 physical game and my $70 digital copy and my $27 amiibo. So what happened after that? A very okay title screen. This title screen is fine. It's better than the slideshows of PNGs from Breath of the Wild. For that one, it's like they were 3 days away from release and realized, oh shit, we don't have a menu. Crack out Google Slides. But after the title screen, it's go time.
Now the game has only been out for roughly 3 weeks, meaning that it's quite possible that a lot of people still have yet to beat the main campaign, to which I'll be talking about heavy spoilers about. So if you haven't beaten the game and you're watching this, what is your goal? Why are you here?
The game starts with Link and Zelda underneath Hyrule Castle. Link has full health in the Master Sword, this will surely go well. Zelda is down there to explore, she wants to learn more of the history of Hyrule and stuff. She comes across the wall cravings, fun, and you continue to descend until you eventually come across a chamber where a blue arm is on top of some rotting corpse. But as Link and Zelda arrive, the arm falls off the corpse.
Perfect timing.
The corpse awakens and it's Ganondorf. It tries to attack Zelda, Link tries to attack it with the Master Sword, but Malice overpowers the sword, destroying it and messing up Link's arm, along with lowering his health back down to 3 hearts.
How shocking.
Zelda falls down a chasm and Link jumps trying to rescue her, but is unable to as the arm catches him. Hyrule Castle ascends up into the sky as the upheaval happens, and Link awakens in a chamber much like the Shrine of Resurrection in Breath of the Wild. A voice speaks to Link giving him exposition, now Link has a new arm. And it's now time to once again control Link. You pick up what remains of the Master Sword and make your way through the chamber. At the ends, you get new pants and head out of the chamber.
Where's the shirt?
Spend 5 minutes looking for the shirt? Well, turns out Nintendo has put it somewhere else so a shirtless title card is forced. As Link dives down, a similar feeling jingle starts as it transitions to the new theme as we see the Big Sky Island, or the Great Sky Island, at least according to its legal name. The Great Sky Island serves as a tutorial area much like Breath of the Wild. It's a sizable area that allows for a lot of opportunities to try out the game's new mechanics, which are all gradually given throughout this section. You get a replacement for the Sheikah Slate, the Pura Pad, and much like how the Sheikah Slate looked like a Wii U gamepad, the Pura Pad looks like a Switch. You then head to the Temple of Time where you meet Rauru, the first king of Hyrule. You can't get in the Temple of Time, so guess what? You go to shrines. Like Breath of the Wild, each of the shrines gives you powers. However, unlike Breath of the Wild, you can't do them out of order. There's a linear path through them.
Alright, let's go to this shrine, get it marked on the map. And alright, let's go! Woo! Can we skydive off this?
In the first shrine, you get the ability Ultra Hand, which is like an expanded form of Magnesis. With Ultra Hand, you can pick up materials, but now also attach them to one another. This allows you to create so many things. Vehicles, houses, the most foulest things you can imagine.
I'd prefer to not imagine them.
It's so fun to use Ultra Hand, and it lets you be so creative. It leads to a ton of experimenting.
Aha! The boat bridge! Haha! This gap cannot stand a chance. Let's just line it up. Should be good. Oh crap! Oh okay, come on. Oh, come on. Okay, no. Oh, okay, I guess we're safe. Alright, can we pick it up from up here? Okay. No, okay, let's go down here. Should be able to get it. Yep, okay. Hopefully we can lift it back up. Wish we could see, but okay. I think that's fine. Oh, oh, no. No, 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 no!
The next ability is Fuse, which allows you to make your own weapons. You can fuse two weapons together to make a more powerful weapon, or you can attach materials to weapons for certain effects. Attack a rock onto a weapon and it generates winds. Attach a rock and it makes a hammer. You can also fuse materials to shields. Attach a bomb flower to a shield, jump on it, and you can gain some serious height. And the same with arrows. There are no more elemental arrows. Now to use elemental arrows, you have to fuse materials with those elemental powers to the arrows. So fuse a fire fruit to an arrow and you have a fire arrow. Again, this is such a fun mechanic, but I have one big issue with it. The attach menu sucks. All of your materials are in one long row. There are many ways to sort them, by attack power, by most used, and by type, but even then, it's a pain to try and find obscure materials. It would have been so much easier if they had 3 or 4 rows, then you can see all your options, find the one you want, and navigate to it. Instead, you have to spend 50 years trying to find what you want. By the time you find it, you probably could have just hit him with a weapon until he's dead already. Regardless, it's a super fun mechanic. There are also various pieces that can be used to make vehicles and other contraptions that can also be fused. It's such a fun mechanic that once again allows for so much creativity.
Haha, look out for my hammer. Haha. Oh shoot. Oh shoot, no, don't fuse that, don't fuse that, don't fuse that. Oh no, come on. Okay, I should probably eat. Yes, quarter heart. Save it for later.
The third ability is Ascend, which is a godsend. If there's solid ground above you, you can use it to dive up through it and emerge on top. It's not as versatile as Fuse or Ultra Hand, but it's such a nice ability to have. You head back to the Temple of Time where you have a weird encounter with Zelda where she gives you another ability, Recall. Recall allows you to send an object in motion in a direct path from where it came. With the last ability, you try to open this huge door, but you don't have enough hearts or shrine MacGuffins to upgrade your health. So Rauru has you go to one more shrine. After this, you can upgrade your health, open the door, and somehow you send the Master Sword to Zelda, wherever she is. The last thing to mention with the Great Sky Island is the energy wells. You get this battery back from the creatures on the island. It allows things like fans and flame emitters along with other Zonai devices to work. Woo. After all of that, you can dive down into the surface of Hyrule, and from there, you have free reign.
And from there, everyone's journey becomes different. You can either go straight to one of the dungeon quest lines, or just straight to the final boss, or you can also just dick around the world for a long time. I know I did at first, but before I go into the main quest line, I do want to talk a bit about the world since it does play a huge part within the main story.
On surface level, this Hyrule seems nearly identical to Breath of the Wild's Hyrule, but it doesn't take much to find out how different it is. There are a ton of new caves along with some new settlements, and the old villages in Breath of the Wild, most of them have some new things about them. The world of Tears of the Kingdom feels similar to that of Breath of the Wild, and while exploring, you ought to come across many areas you'll remember from Breath of the Wild, but also many that feel new, whether you've never actually been there before or not. Exploring, I did have that sense of I've been here before, but it didn't feel stale. And besides, if it's a new world you want, dear God, don't look up in the sky. For how prevalent it was in the marketing, the sky is disappointing. It's much like the worlds of Wind Waker and Skyward Sword, where it's mainly just a few interesting worthwhile locales, with it mostly being really boring islands. The Great Sky Island is wonderful though. It's sizable, it's gorgeous, it's fun to explore, and there are a good handful of interesting areas and islands, but so many feel copy and pasted and just plain boring. It's crazy that this was such a huge part of the marketing when it's so much more boring than the actual new world. Once in a new world, look down deep below Hyrule. There are many new chasms in Hyrule, and diving down in them, you will discover the depths, the area below Hyrule that is the same size as Hyrule. All of the rivers of Hyrule are now walls, matching up exactly with Hyrule. Below you can find mining ruins of all the various colonies. A ton of enemies, loot, so much stuff. The depths is a treat, and the fact Nintendo made a whole new world the same size as Breath of the Wild without calling any attention to it is crazy. Yeah, it appeared in the trailers, but they never explicitly said it explored the depths below Hyrule. This was such a wonderful surprise, and I'll go more in depth later. But now, back to the story. After heading to the surface, you go to Lookout Landing, a settlement in Hyrule Field. There, you catch up with Pyrrha, who's no longer 5. She has you do some stuff to get the paraglider, and then sends you out to the core of the game. Like Breath of the Wild, you have to go to the 4 different villages of the 4 different races and help them with weird stuff that's happening there. In each town's quest line, you do some simple stuff like fight some bosses, work your way through a gauntlet of obstacles, or find King Dorphin.
King Dorphin, you were the biggest motherfucker in all of Hyrule. How hard are you to find? gotta be in here somewhere. His little pristine sanctum, I guess. Let's see if we can get over here. We can probably ascend. Sorry, that should not be this hard to find him. Is he just hanging out up here? Ah. There you are.
When you reach Goron City, they're all addicted to rocks. You meet up with Yunobo, but he doesn't seem himself. He has a mining company and he's been mining the rocks that everyone's addicted to, and he's also wearing some mask under Zelda's orders. You fight him, destroying the mask, and surprise surprise, he's no longer acting weird. You chase Zelda up Death Mountain.
To the top of Death Mountain we go. If we get the rockets on the fans, that should be able to at least propel us up. And I should be able to ascend once I get to the top of this kind of room area. Alright, so we can get on top. Okay, let's see. Okay, I guess that won't work. Try and jump. Oh shoot. Oh, no.
And fight another mini-boss, and then afterwards, you descend through Death Mountain into the depths where you find the Fire Temple.
Come on, we should be getting there soon. Is that in the distance? Yeah, I think it is. Come on, get over the hill, get over the hill, get over the hill. Come on. Alright, come on. Okay. Kind of, oh shoot. Look out! Ah! No! Don't attack! No! Oh shoot. Ah, what the hell? No, get off! Ah, no! Get off! Oh shoot, what the? No!
That's right, normal dungeons are back! Kind of. The dungeons still function pretty similarly to Breath of the Wild's. There are 5 points that you must reach before you can fight the boss. But the issues with Breath of the Wild's dungeons wasn't that the dungeons revolved around reaching 5 points. The issue was that they all felt the same. But the Fire Temple is unique and fits the Elden region. And it differentiates itself from the prior Fire Temples by heavily relying on minecarts, which is super fun.
Got this. Put the rocket on tier and get the other rocket and put it over here. Come on, get on the side. Oh yeah. There we go. Now, let's go. Oh shit, come on. There we go. Woo! Let's go. Come on. Shoot. Oh god, no.
And the boss is Marbled Goma, which is a fun fight. After destroying Marbled Goma, all of the hypnotic rocks disappear and Goron City returns to normal. The Gerudo Desert is suffering from a horrible sandstorm. Gerudo Town is abandoned, with the Gerudo now living and hiding below. Link finds Riju, and together they fend off Kar Bazaar from the Gibdo, and they also defend Gerudo Town for the Gibdo. Then you do some stupid ass puzzle pillars thing to reveal the Lightning Temple where you fight Queen Gibdo. She leaves halfway through, so you continue, and the first half of the dungeon is just a straight up linear gauntlet. It's so fun.
What? Fireballs now? Looks like we're stuck again.
I don't think so. I have Ultra Hand. Check this out. Now no balls will stand in my way. Oh, Ah, the Room of Hopeful Light. I hope I don't have to play any other... Oh, come on. Get over here. Yeah, you stupid ass. Get him, Yunobo. Okay. Oh, okay. Come on, Riju. Let's destroy him. Oh, come on. Did you not use the lightning? Come on, get the lightning. Look the lightning. There we go. Ah. Look at that. Alright. Yeah, you guys got it. Blow them up. And, maybe the pot. Oh, shoot. Take this. Ooh, what's this over here? You can't hide from me. Haha. What's back here? Ooh, a chest. Ooh, a mighty construct bow.
It then breaks into another to find the 5 points, this time finding 5 batteries. The boss is of course Queen Gibdo, and after defeating her, Gerudo Town returns to normal. The Zora are suffering from sludge falling from the sky, so you work with Sidon to find King Dorphin and work your way up to the Water Temple. This one is much more open on some floating islands that are shaped similarly to Zora's domain itself. Also, there's low gravity up there, which is a ton of fun to mess around in.
Whoa, low gravity! Should probably get that bag, I don't want to waste it. Whoa, Luca!
The boss is Muktarok, who is a pain if you don't have arrows. He has such a goofy design, and it's such a funny looking boss. The fight can go sit down though, and after defeating it, Zora's domain is no longer under threat of sludge. A blizzard has engulfed Rito village, and instead of working with Tiba, you work with his son Tulin. You work your way up into a storm cloud, jumping off boats, and make it to the Wind Temple, which is on a giant ass boat. Another super fun dungeon. The boss is Colgara, and has such a cool design, and the fight is entirely in the air, which is so cool, but is also really easy as you just have to shoot the giant ass circles. After Colgara is defeated, Rito village is back to normal. And as a reward for completing each of the dungeons, each of the champions descended, so you work with to obtain a sacred stone, will enhance their power. With it, they grant you their spirit, who can follow you around and help you in combat, and each descendant has their own ability. Yunoba has a rolling exploding attack, Riju will strike down lightning at a spot you hit with an arrow, Sidon makes a water shield around you and lets you send out a water slash, and Tulin blows wind that can push you farther when paragliding. They're all useful abilities and fun to use. After solving each race's issues, you head back to Lookout Landing and head to Hyrule Castle, where you chase after Zelda, who keeps spawning in enemies. You eventually head up to the throne room, where you're launched into a boss battle with Phantom Ganons after Ganondorf reveals he's actually doing stuff. The champions all show up and scare him off, and they meet up at Lookout Landing, where they realize they're missing a sage. So it's time to head out and find the 5th sage. You head over to Thunderhead Isles and work your way through a gauntlet until a spirit guides you down into the depths into the last dungeon. And this is the most open dungeon in the series, as you go to 4 separate departments to get things to build a mech with. The 5th sage is Mineru, Rabu's sister. She's dead.
Womp womp.
And so you build the mech to give her a body. The mech is cool in concepts, but also kind of annoying. You can attach Zonai parts to give it certain abilities, which is cool, but it's also super weak as enemies can just hit it and it will do damage to you. You have to travel a decent bit through the depths to get to the boss fight, which is against another mech. Lame boss, but the fight itself is a ton of fun. It's literally just a boxing match. And after beating the construct, you have all the sages. You then have to get the Master Sword if you hadn't do it yet, which is much different than in Breath of the Wild. Instead, here you have to get all the memories. That's right, memories are back! No! I like the memories in Breath of the Wild, but finding them was difficult. But here, all the memories can be found within these patterns in the ground. And this time, the memories recall what happened to Zelda after the opening. She was sent back in time to when Rauru and his wife Sonia were forming Hyrule. They befriend her and grow close with her. Meanwhile, Ganondorf is doing sketchy stuff, first trying to attack Hyrule, then acting as a friend. And he's ultimately able to kill Sonia and get one of the sacred stones for himself, turning him into the Demon King. After that, Rauru recruits the sages of the other races and they face down Ganondorf. Ganondorf almost wins, but in a last-ditch effort, Rauru sacrifices himself to basically pin down Ganondorf, which is how you find him at the beginning of the game.
Years from now, someone will appear with the sword that seals the darkness. A swordsman with the power to defeat you, Link. Remember this name.
Link. Interesting. I look forward to meeting you.
Oh, holy shit, that is peak.
Rauru stays there, Mineru dies from her wounds, and Zelda gets the Master Sword sent back to her, which needs to be restored by bathing it in sacred light. Also, you can eat the sacred stones to become a dragon who lives forever, but it also means you're no longer you. So as a last-ditch effort, Zelda eats her stone to become a dragon and restore the Master Sword. So you fly up on her head and pull out the sword if you have enough stamina, and you've done it. You have the Master Sword. Yay! I quite like the memory storyline. It gives a neat history of Hyrule and tells an emotional tale. I didn't give it justice, so I highly recommend you find all the geoglyphs and get all the memories. But after you have the Master Sword, it's the perfect time to go face down Ganondorf, who is chilling under Hyrule Castle in the depths. You work your way through a tough gauntlet of enemies, and the final battle starts with another damn gauntlet of enemies. You fight his army, the Bokoblins, Lizalfos, Gyarados, all those suckers. But the sages also come to help you, which is a legendary moment. After defeating all of them, the sages get caught up refighting the old bosses, so you continue to Ganondorf alone. It starts quite simple with a 1-to-1 sword fight with him, just dodge and hit. He realizes you aren't total shredded cheese, so he powers up and his health bar does that, and he's actually a threat now. Not only is his health bar long as but he can also dodge and flurry rush your attacks. It's an intense battle, but a fun one, and once you beat him, he eats his stone and becomes a dragon too. He shoots out from Hyrule Castle looking like the Calamity all over again, to which the Hyruleans must have thought,
oh, not again.
And like Breath of the Wild, the final fight is pretty easy. Just land on Ganon's dragon and hit the shiny weak points. It's easy, but a really cool spectacle to end the game on. So you beat Ganon, and Rauru somehow turns Zelda into a human again, so you have to catch her as she falls. She regains consciousness and is shocked Ganon is gone, and roll credits, and step into a post-credit scene in which the champion descendants agree to fully step up as Hyrule's defenders. Good, because in 5 years, Ganon will be back.
Woo! And that is the Tears of the Kingdom quest line. Now, how long does it take to beat? Well, it depends.
If you rush through and still do all the dungeons, I'd say 10 to 15 hours. But if you take it a bit slower, stop and smell the roses every now and then, I'd say around 20 to 50 hours. It took me around 50 hours, and I did so much stuff outside of the main story because there's so much stuff to do. I played probably around 13 hours or so on release day and made almost no story progress.
Which is crazy, but also speaks highly of Tears of the Kingdom. I mean, the fact that I was able to get 10 hours of enjoyment outside of the main story, that's really cool, but what did I occupy myself with during those 10 hours? Well,
shrines make their return with even more of them, 152 in total, which is crazy. 120 on the ground and 32 in the sky. I don't know why, but I like the shrines here so much more than in Breath of the Wild. I think part of it is their design. Instead of the ugly Sheikah design, they look more like a basic dungeon. It's not an incredible look by any means, and it may just be because it's new, but I've done almost 50 shrines and I'm still not tired of the look. The puzzles are so fun. I haven't had to look up a solution for a single one, but many have made me think critically, which I love. It doesn't make me feel dumb. It feels great to solve the puzzles. It takes experimentation, trial and error, determination, and it all combines into the satisfaction of completing one of them. I was a bit hesitant seeing that the shrines were back, but having done a good handful of them, I'm glad they are. They're such perfect bite-sized dungeons. There are a ton I have found, but I haven't done yet. They're really easy to spot, so I've just been marking them, and when I'm ready to grind out some more, I can do that no problem.
But shrines have a counterpart in the depths known as light roots.
They are right under the shrines, touching the ground like they're actually the roots of the shrines, which is so cool. And they also light up the depths. Yet when you first go down there, it's pitch black. But lighting up a light root illuminates that area. And doing them all, well, look at that. The depths map is complete. There are 120 light roots to correspond with all 120 shrines on the surface, but they're pretty easy. There are no puzzles or anything to get to them, you just do it. It's not the most fun thing in the world, but it's fun watching the map fill out and watching the depths become light again. But after you light all of them, you get nothing. I mean, you get this dinky ass thing, but it doesn't do anything. But hey, shrine and light locations correspond, so I know where all the shrines are, haha. Now the last location based thing is the towers. Like Breath of the Wild, the towers fill in the map, but unlike Breath of the Wild, they're fun now. Each tower has a puzzle to go along with it. Whether you need to find a cave underneath and ascend into it, or climb to the top and drop down, each tower has a simple puzzle before you can unlock it, which is so fun. And once you unlock it, you're launched up into the sky where you scan the surrounding area, which is such a fun cutscene. There's also just a ton of random stuff around the world, like monster camps.
Come here, come here. Come on, reach. Ooh, dodged ya. Get him. Ah, haha. Can't stand the lightning. What about this guy? Come on, you know how, oh, yeah, get him, you know, Bo. Boom, boom. Oh, yeah, you gonna hit me? Gonna hit me? Huh? Got better weapons. Yeah, sure. Oh god. Okay, there we go. Let's see. Haha, look at my wooden, oh. That's there. And, ooh, there we go. Hey, buddy. Over here. Got a bomb flower on that. Ready? Kaboom! And, get ready and kaboom! And, ooh, he has gotta be down and ouch, dude. He's still around. Okay. Oh, you can't hit me. Ooh, what are you gonna do? Get him, Yunobo. Oh, he blocked? How did he block that? Oh my god. Boom. And, Puff Shroom to make him not see anymore. Ha. We can just, oh, come on, I missed. Alright. Come on. Ooh, you throwing a rock at me? Oh, yeah? Boom. Oh, yeah? Let's see, what do we have? Ooh, yeah, there we go. Boom. And maybe cross shot. Boom. Haha. Get off there. Oh shoot, you just took a lot of damage. Alright, I guess they're taken care of. Oh god. Oh, flurry rush. Haha, get the weapon ready. Come on. Let me see. Yeah, no, let's just oh crap. No. Oh. I'm coming back up. Come on, descend. Yeah. Ha. Can't stop me for long. Damn.
And speaking of monsters, there are some new enemies. Some come from old games, Gibdo's Return, that's awesome. You also have likes who are different now. Now they cling to walls and barely look like lick-like.
Look like
They look different. We're good now. A handful of new enemies, boss bokoblins, they're big. Aracutus can pick up enemies, scary. Speaking of scary, evermeans are trees that come alive. Horriblins, they cling into cave walls and throw rocks at you. What assholes! Then the gloom hands, these guys suck. They're just creepy ass hands. They come randomly, grab you, destroy hearts, and defeating them spawns Phantom Ganon. What the hell? Terrifying. Also, some older enemies were updated. Stone taluses can now have enemy camps on them, which makes them battle taluses.
It appears that we have a stone talus enemy camp thing. Just get the goblin, boom. Crap. Just get them at least. Boom. Alright, oh crap. No, shoot. Oh god, let's see, I probably have. Yeah, let's just. Alright, oh god. No.
Another new overworld boss is the Flux Construct. Made of blocks that can shift around and stuff.
This stupid idiot. I'm gonna get the, let's see here. Yeah, big goblin horn. Oh, we got your stupid ass. Get some more in there. Ooh, and, ooh. Oh, yeah. Hey, that's a decent start, I guess. So what are you doing? What you doing, huh? Get on the spring, get some high ground advantage, and, oh, God. No, oh.
In fact, they are often part of shrine quests where this green crystal is on their back and you have to get it to other sky islands to unlock the shrine.
Alright, this bridge, come on, there we go. Alright, this bridge is gonna be the best. You ever seen a bridge before? This is gonna be the best bridge. We are gonna, like, actually make it over with the crystal. Alright, let's see. Well, it's not long enough. We can at least see if this can be a starting point. It should be fine since, like, the boxes are... Oh, God. I got a new bridge. Is it gonna sit still? Come on, bridge. Just be a bridge. It's not that hard. Come on, just settle down. Okay, I may just need to let it go. It should probably be fine once I let it go. Let's just see if I can... Oh god, oh no! Okay, so we have the ship and the springs. So if I can set up the springs while I'm on the ship, then that should launch the ship. So let's get the time bomb here, ready to go, hit the bomb, and... Oh, shoot. No, okay. This should work now. Get up there. Come on, get up. No, come on, get up there. Get up there. There we go. Okay, come on. This should work. This should, oh my god, I'm sideways. Okay, this should work. It should still work. It should still work. Yeah. Come on. Come on. Woo!
And lastly, Gleeoks from Zelda 1. They're back in the same way like Lynels in Breath of the Wild. Overworld bosses and fun ones at that. Pretty easy once you get a hang of fighting them, but still a ton of fun.
I could definitely go on for a while longer, but my shut the f up alarm is going off, so I should probably wrap this up.
Tears of the Kingdom has done wonderfully so far, raving review scores, and it sold over 10 million copies in its first 3 days alone, and it's been almost 3 weeks. Imagine how many copies it's sold by now.
It was a long wait, but seeing the final product, it turned out so well. I love this game so damn much. I was super excited for it, and it didn't let me down at all. I really can't think of any strong criticisms outside of maybe the performance, and even then that's mostly been fixed with some recent patches. For $70, I found this game incredibly worth it, and I paid double, but I'm glad I did. But I've also barely scratched the surface with this game. I've spent nearly 70 hours in it, which may sound like a lot, but for how big this game is, that isn't much. Like, there's still a lot I have yet to do. I can buy a house, fight King Gleeok, smooch Gandalf on the lips. There's so much stuff I have yet to do and that I can also talk about in the future. But I think I should cut it off here, and DLC is just inevitable, so next year I'll probably talk about this game again. For the time being, this was an incredible journey throughout the land and depths of Hyrule. Notice how I didn't mention the sky? I enjoyed this game so damn much. It's currently my 3rd favorite Zelda game, 4th favorite game of all time, and also has beaten out Mario Odyssey as my favorite game on the Nintendo Switch. I love it so damn much. Well, that was a fun 70 hours of playing, followed by a half-hour of rambling, but pretty exhausted by Zelda. What should I talk about next? I guess that'll do. Well, that was a fun 70 hours of playing, followed by a half hour of rambling, but pretty exhausted by Zelda. What should I talk about next? Yeah, I guess that'll do. Probably should have waited a little longer to start these.
This is the Nintendo 64. Released in 1996, this console was absolutely decimated by Sony's PlayStation. That system used CDs, had a controller design that doesn't give you a stroke, the ability to play music CDs, and it was released 2 years earlier. Despite that, the Nintendo 64 said, "Wouldn't it be funny if some of the most enjoyable games of all time belonged to me?" Super Mario 64, Mario Kart 64, Super Smash Bros, GoldenEye 007, Yoshi's Story, Mario Party 1, 2, and 3, Donkey Kong 64, Pokemon Snap, Pilotwing 64. I won't say all of these games are some of the best of all time, but they're all such fun experiences. The Nintendo 64 had an incredibly high quality library of games that I wouldn't say are perfect, but are some of the most joy-filled, enjoyable games out there. And then there were 2 Zelda games.
The Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time, and Majora's Mask. These are the Nintendo 64's 2 Zelda games, and in my opinion, not just the best games on the system, but some of the best games of all time. That being said, it's pretty hard to talk about one without talking about the other. They're pretty similar in many ways. They both take place consecutively within the timeline, they both share many assets and music. Hell, they both may have been developed by Nintendo.
Let's start with Ocarina of Time, because how could we possibly start with this? Ocarina of Time was to be the 5th Zelda game, following up Link's Awakening. Nah, Ocarina was more so a follow-up of A Link to the Past, but this time, in 3D. Ocarina of Time was developed by Nintendo EAD, Nintendo's big in-house development studio. It was being developed alongside Super Mario 64 and originally used the same engine, but it was so heavily modified that producer and series creator Shigeru Miyamoto considers Ocarina of Time's engine separate from Mario 64's. The team was shooting for the game to be 16 megabytes large, which back then was pretty big. Nintendo 64 cartridges could only hold 64 megabytes, and even that would be expensive, so lower file sizes were shot for. And with a goal of 16 megabytes, the development team had concerns about 16 being too small, so at one point they considered having the game structured similarly to Super Mario 64, where there's a hub world in the form of Ganon's castle, with painting-like portals that led to each area. Thankfully, they switched to shooting for 32 megabytes, so the data concerns were no longer an issue. Its development was a long and arduous one. Transforming the series to work in 3D wasn't easy, but Ocarina of Time would go on to be considered one of, if not the greatest game of all time.
That's big talk for any game, let alone one that's a quarter of a century old. Now, I've played through this game twice before. First the 3DS remake, then the Nintendo Switch Online port, but I haven't actually played it on the original system, so let's go ahead and give it a spin.
Well, popping it in and oh god, I have to use this thing again.
We're off to a bad start.
Ocarina of Time starts with one of the most iconic title screens of all time. Link rides Epona across Hyrule Field as the title theme swells over. The theme has this odd sense of familiarity and nostalgia. It feels like you're returning to an old home. Even as someone who didn't grow up with this game, this title screen makes me feel like I did. Then the file select screen has the fairy fountain theme. God, I miss this. I love Tears of the Kingdom, but man, I wish I had the fairy fountain theme on the menu screen. And on with the game. It starts with some crazy shit. Link is having a nightmare.
What a little bitch.
And this giant ass tree, the Great Deku Tree, sends a fairy for Link. Meet Navi, everyone's least favorite.
Hey, listen!
Navi is well known for being hated. She just won't shut up. She's always bothering Link with some useless information. She's so annoying, it's iconic. She wakes up Link telling him to go to the Deku Tree, and it's time for gameplay. So, what's the first gameplay in a 3D Zelda game? Get loaded! Yeah, so you're supposed to go through the Deku Tree, but this asswipe Mido won't get out of your way. Like, how is this possible? So you have to find a sword and enough rupees to buy a shield. Thank God I didn't have this game as a kid. I would have been dumbfounded. Gather that stuff and he finally lets you pass, and you go to the Deku Tree where he dumps exposition onto you. Surprise, surprise, you're the hero and must beat the evil.
Oh, come on, I just wanted to break the economy. Is that too much to ask?
The Deku Tree then has you go inside of him for the first dungeon.
I'll go in depth on dungeons later, but for now, I just want to run through the actual story.
You go inside the Deku Tree because he's being infected, so you destroy the infection.
Hey, do you think trees can afford health insurance? I mean, I don't even think they get benefits.
After you save him, he dies.
You made a child do all that for nothing? What an asshole!
You leave the village, and before you do, you're stopped by your childhood friend Saria, who gives you an ocarina.
What a nice gift from a childhood friend. I'll cherish this for the rest of my days.
You head to Hyrule Castle, where you sneak around to meet up with Princess Zelda, who tells you that she doesn't trust this guy Ganondorf.
Why would you? Not that his name looks evil, or he looks evil, or he's literally the reincarnation of evil, but, like, his name is stupid. I mean, Ganondorf Dragmire? Like, would you trust someone called Butt McGee? Yeah, that's what I think.
You're then escorted out by Zelda's caretaker, Impa. So you're sent off to gather sacred stones. You got 1 from the Deku Tree, and you need 3 to unlock a door in the Temple of Time. So off to Death Mountain, where you meet the Gorons. You meet with their leader, Darunia, who won't listen to you until you play him a song you learned from Saria. He finally tells you what's up, and you go to the dungeon to fix the Goron's issue and get the sacred stone. Same with the Zora. The Zora Princess Ruto has gone missing, and it turns out she's been giving fish to the Zora Lord Jabu Jabu. So you get sucked inside of Jabu Jabu and save Princess Ruto to get the last sacred stone.
And man, I just gotta say, what a happy game so far. I mean, the Deku Tree dying, that's kind of dark, but besides that, well, we helped the Gorons and the Zora. This has been a pretty fun, lighthearted adventure. I'm just a kid in a magical world. I got some sacred stones that I'm gonna take back to the princess, and then we're gonna save the— oh my god.
Upon arrival to Castle Town with the sacred stones, Zelda is fleeing with Impa, and Ganondorf is chasing after her. Ganondorf has betrayed the king and is now after Zelda, who threw something in the water. It's an ocarina.
No thanks, I already have a perfectly good working ocarina. Nothing is— oh my god, this one is blue?
With the new ocarina in hand, you head to the Temple of Time, where you unlock the door and gain access to the Master Sword, but upon trying to pull it, you are sent to some weird sacred realm where you meet Rauru.
He's from the new game!
This seems to be a completely different Rauru, however. This one is the Sage of Light, like he was in Tears of the Kingdom, but he seems to be Hylian, and he was also an owl called Gepora Gabora, similar to Gepora, a character from Skyward Sword who looks like Rauru, but not Rauru from Tears of the Kingdom, Rauru from Ocarina of Time, the game that I'm talking about. Confused?
Welcome to the club.
Rauru exposition dumps what's up. The sword won't let Link wield it until he's older, so it basically held Link in place for 7 years so he could age. In that time, it left a gate to the Sacred Realm open, and Ganondorf slipped into it and tried to take the Triforce, but to get the Triforce, the wielder must have a mix of strength, wisdom, and courage, to which Ganondorf only had strength. So the Triforce split with a piece going to each of the 3 worthy wielders of each piece. He still took over Hyrule and put each race into woe. To stop him, you must find all the sages, as their combined power can imprison him. So you set out to find 5 sages, all who played an important role in Link's childhood. Saria, Darunia, Ruto, Impa, and Naboru, a Gerudo who you briefly interact with at the beginning of one of the dungeons. You also work with a ninja-type character, Sheik. She teaches you songs to fast travel and ultimately ends up being Zelda. Ganon then captures her, and it's time to save her, so you work your way through the castle, ascending it and battling him. After defeating him, the castle collapses and you have a couple of minutes to escape with Zelda. After doing so, the tower completely topples over and Hyrule is seemingly saved. But Ganondorf is still alive and uses his piece of the Triforce to turn into simply Ganon. With that, the battle for the fate of Hyrule begins. Literally. The Zelda timeline splits during Ocarina of Time, with one of the paths branching out from this fight. If Link dies to Ganon, the sages trap Ganon in the Sacred Realm as a last-ditch effort where he remains and the story picks up in A Link to the Past. So if you want to play through this outcome of the Zelda timeline, you have to die in this fight.
Alright, Ganon just whooped my ass. Now into A Link to the Past.
But if you're not horrible at the game, Link defeats Ganon and he's sealed away until Wind Waker. Yay. Zelda then sends Link back to his time so he can live through the rest of his childhood after it was taken from him, which is where the other split occurs. In Zelda's timeline, Ganon stays sealed until he breaks free, which is talked about in Wind Waker's prologue, and Link was sent back to his time, so there's no hero to oppose Ganon, so the gods flood Hyrule and make Zelda for babies. And in Link's original timeline, he rats out Ganondorf, which leads to Twilight Princess, and Link himself goes off into another polygonal adventure.
And that's the game's story. I didn't go into the nitty-gritty of all the details of the story, because if you want that, just play the fucking game. And speaking of playing the game, I should talk about how the game plays.
With this being the first 3D Zelda game, there was a lot of things that had to be done to make the game work. The story structure and the sense of exploration and how the story progresses as you go throughout the world is similar to that of A Link to the Past. As you work your way through the game, you obtain items that unlock more areas of the world to explore, much like Metroidvanias.
Like Metroid, Castlevania.
And like A Link to the Past, there are technically 2 worlds. One being the past where Link is a child, and one being the future where Link is an adult because he's 17.
Thank God I don't live in Hyrule. If I did, I'd have to pay taxes.
The past and present are pretty similar, with only a few areas being different. Mainly Hyrule Castle Town, it's in ruins, overcome by Redeads, and now Ganon's castle sits there. Besides that, many NPCs are in new locations, but as the story progresses, they move back to where they originally were. I forgot how similar the past and future of Ocarina of Time were to each other. It's not like A Link to the Past where there are entirely different buildings and whatnot, it's just the normal world with Castle Town and ruins. Not crazy exciting, can't wait for them to make the second world type place interesting again in 25 years. Now the gameplay itself, yeah, adjusting to 3D sure does change a lot. Of course, you can now move in a 360-degree space, but with the introduction of 3D came new staples of Zelda like the roll. Anytime you're running, slam that A button and Link will roll. Why?
Because it's slightly faster than running.
Similarly to prior Zelda games, you have to go into a separate menu to select items, but unlike prior games where you can only hold one item, you can now hold 3. They're mapped to the C buttons and they work great for that. With them being buttons, it feels much more natural to use them. Playing this game on any future piece of hardware is awkward if you can't do button mapping because then you're forced to use the analog stick for these items, but on our original controller, it works perfectly. The last C button is used to go into first person or for Navi when she has useless information to tell you, like how I'm about to talk about camera control.
We know.
With the C buttons being used up for items, that leaves the camera control up in the air, to which this game said, what's a camera? Shigeru Miyamoto felt that the C buttons didn't need to be a camera in Ocarina of Time because the focus is more on the world. Ocarina of Time is more so designed to have the camera pointing in the direction that Link is moving. The core of the game isn't platforming, so the camera always being behind Link if possible isn't an issue. But what can be an issue with this non-controllable camera is attacking enemies. A problem developers ran into during development is that with the game being in a 3D space, enemies can disappear off camera. It's not like earlier Zelda games where you can always see whatever enemy you're facing. If you can't see them on screen, they're not an issue. With the jump to 3D, it poses that issue of them being off screen, and even if they are on screen, it can be harder to hit them because there's so much more space to miss. So to mitigate that, they created the miracle of Z-targeting. Z-targeting will lock onto an enemy so the camera is always focused on them and Link will strike at them when prompted. Z-targeting is one of the greatest innovations in all of gaming. It's something we still see these days in both Zelda and other games. And if there's no enemies around, Z-targeting will focus the camera directly behind Link, so if the camera isn't working right, you have that to fix it. Besides that, the game plays pretty similarly to the older game. Link can now jump if he runs off a ledge, he can climb things that are a bit taller than him, he can use a horse, Epona to get around Hyrule faster, and to color, he needs to use the Ocarina. Saria's Ocarina and the Ocarina of Time are both items you can play songs on. The main songs are each of the elemental songs, playing them warps you outside of each dungeon, and speaking of which, why not go in depth on each of them?
Because I'm tired.
Inside the Deku Tree, as the name suggests, you're inside the Deku Tree. It's the first dungeon and a bitch basic one. It's super short and easy, but is the perfect first 3D dungeon. It teaches you the core mechanics of the game and how the dungeons work, and it also has a unique theme. How many Zelda dungeons take place within a tree? The boss is Goma. Again, super easy, but a great boss for the first dungeon that's all about teaching you the core mechanics of the game. Dodongo's Cavern. This one is a bit more boring. It's a pretty generic fire cave dungeon. It's not bad, and I'm glad it's not the first dungeon, but damn is it forgettable. The most memorable part is that you eventually open the giant Dodongo skull and go inside of it. That's pretty cool. The boss is against King Dodongo, and it's another simple but still enjoyable fight. Then there's Lord Jabu Jabu's Belly, one of the most infamous dungeons in the whole series. The dungeon takes place within a fish's intestinal tract. I'm sorry, I love this dungeon's name so much. It's so silly and nasty and I love it. What I don't like is Princess Rudo. This is definitely the most infamous part. For a good chunk of the dungeon, you must carry Princess Rudo on your head. You can't use any items or anything, it's painful. And the boss is Baronade. It can be a tough fight, but my God, is this boss boring. And that's it for the child dungeons, but the adult dungeons, these are the more generic temple-esque dungeons you would expect to find in a Zelda game. Take for example the Forest Temple. This is an abandoned mansion castle place, I don't know, but it's pretty neat and the boss is super fun. Phantom Ganon, you're in a circular room with a bunch of paintings and Phantom Ganon will appear in some of the paintings riding towards the front. You have to find the real Phantom Ganon and shoot at him before he can leave the painting. After that, he ditches the horse and you play tennis with him. The Fire Temple, all the Gorons are in prison and you have to release them from their cells. This dungeon is great great because of that alone. I like this one, and the boss is Volvagia. It's fine, I guess. Cool design, but the fight is just alright. Now the Water Temple. Oh, another infamous one. This is my favorite Zelda dungeon of all time. I'm sorry. The gimmick of this one is the iron boots. Wearing them will sink Link in the water, and you can use them to gain access to various passageways to get keys and everything you need to beat the dungeon. Now the problem is, to equip the iron boots, you have to pause the game, equip them, and unpause the game. I mean, it's kind of annoying, but you already do that so often for items already, so it never really bothered me. It was fixed in the 3DS remake, but that's for later, so please get out of here. And the other big part of the dungeon is raising and lowering the water level to access certain areas. I really like the puzzles here, and the mini boss. Oh, there's a reason why I never mention any of the prior mini bosses.
They f***ing stink.
They're not bad, but they're just not crazy memorable. But the water temples, you enter the room that seems like an infinite body of water with a single tree in it. Run past the tree to the locked door, so you head back towards the tree in confusion. Then as you approach the tree, Dark Link appears, and it's a one-on-one fight with your dark alter ego. Oh man, this is such a cool fight. And the dungeon boss, Morpha, it's a tentacle amoeba, and you can pull out a nucleus and hit it. It's such a lame boss to finish off a wonderful dungeon. The Shadow Temple, there's also a mini dungeon in Kakarika Village where you fight my worst nightmare.
Rated E for everyone. Races include something a possessed kindergartner would draw.
The Shadow Temple follows it, and it's okay. You do ride a boat, that's pretty fun. It's dark and gloomy and depressing. I miss when I was a kid inside of a fish's intestinal tract. The boss is Bongo Bongo, 2 hands then a what the f playing bongos. Kill it.
Just leave him alone. He's probably practicing for Donkey Kongo when that comes out. Well, was.
And the Spirit Temple. You do the first half as young Link, get the dungeon item, then this Gerudo lady Naburu gets kidnapped by witches, so you revisit the dungeon as an adult, do the rest of it, and fight Qualm and Katake, Ganondorf's caretakers. And they turn into Twin Rova, a pretty fun final standard dungeon boss. And Ganon's castle is technically a dungeon in a way. It seems to be what came of there being a hub world. I mean, it's Ganondorf's castle with 7 little areas dedicated to each stage. They're just little 1 or 2 room puzzle gauntlets, but they're quite fun. Then after that, you work your way to the top, yada yada yada, you know the rest, and those are the dungeons. And for the first 3D Zelda dungeons, they're very good. They aren't perfect, but for a first rodeo in the 3D realm, these are quite fantastic.
Besides that, there isn't a whole lot with Ocarina of Time. That being said, Ocarina of Time is still an amazing game. It's not just one of the best games on the Nintendo 64, it's also one of the best games of all time. It is a triumph for the first 3D Zelda game, and even these days it can still be argued that it's the most pure 3D Zelda game. Games like Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, and Skyward Sword have a ton of bloat, and Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom have non-linear structures. That's not to say those games are bad, but when it comes to being a pure 3D Zelda experience, Ocarina of Time is the closest you get to that without any of the bloat that the later games had. It's aged brilliantly. It's so fun. The dungeons are fantastic, not just for being the first 3D Zelda dungeons, but even these days they still hold up really well. It is a damn near perfect Zelda game, and one of the best. But then Majora's Mask had to come out and top it.
The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask came just 2 years after Ocarina of Time. Majora's Mask originally started as Ura Zelda, a Master Quest-esque version of Ocarina of Time being developed for the Nintendo 64 DD. But as development progressed, it shifted over to a standard cartridge. It had a really short development cycle, one that was very rough on Eiji Aonuma. And there was a ton of things done to fill the game with content in a short amount of time. The big thing was having the game revolve around a 3-day time loop, with certain quests only being able to be done at certain times. Another thing done was the major reuse of assets, character models, and music. While there are plenty of new ones, a lot of them are reused from Ocarina of Time. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, I guess. The game was also more technologically advanced than the average Nintendo 64 game, as it required the expansion pack, this little guy that adds a whopping 4 megabytes of power.
Now, that's a powerful console.
This thing is stupid expensive for what it is. $50 for this? I paid $60 for just a Nintendo 64 console and it came with the expansion pack. Well, after a really short development cycle, The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask released on October 26, 2000 in North America, not even 2 years after Ocarina came out.
That's not a great sign. This game is clearly rushed and it still turned out to be one of the best games of all time. What the hell happened?
Well, like Ocarina, let's start with the story. It picks up with Link after he was sent back to his time. He returned the Master Sword, snitched on Ganondorf, but Navi also left with her quest being complete. But now Link is looking for Navi, which is quite sad. Navi is the one who understands what Link went through. Being a kid then forced into a dark adult world plagued with misfortune and death, this game was an allegory of growing up, and Link was the mind of a child who had to face the horrors of the adult world.
Like taxes.
So Link is off to find Navi, but some fairies, Tattle and Tail, kick him off his horse. It turns out they're working with Skull Kid, who has a creepy mask on. He steals Link's ocarina and horse, so you chase after him, falling down a pit. He then turns you into a Deku Scrub and runs away, leaving Tattle behind, and thus Tattle becomes your new fairy companion. So you go through a cave learning the Deku Scrub mechanics, and eventually climb up a clock tower. And oh yeah, you can play as different races. You're forced to place a Deku Scrub in this first part, which is a bit lame. You can use these flowers to pop up high in the air and slowly float down, and you also can bounce on water. And don't forget spin hopping. If you spin while running into water, you hop super fast, which is super fun and satisfying. Goron, oh man, this is so fun. You can punch, ground pound, and best of all, roll. Keep on rolling for a certain amount of time and you break into a super fast powerful roll, which is so fun to use. Playing as a Goron is so fun. And the Zora, making swimming super fast and fun, allowing you to be in underwater places. Being able to play as these three other races is such a great mechanic that allows for amazing puzzles and a ton of fun gameplay variety. There are more masks, but those are the main ones, and I'll talk about the others later. But on the topic of mechanics, the 3-day cycle. So the in-universe reason for the 3-day cycle is that a moon is going to crash into Termina.
Yeesh!
There is no f***ing way you said that.
I said what I said.
So you have 3 days to do whatever. The Ocarina is back and has even more uses, with the most important being the Song of Time, which sends you back to the first day and allows you to save. That's the only way to save. Yeah, f***ing stupid. You can do quick saves with some statues, but those are only a one-time use, so the only permanent save is the Song of Time. Kinda dumb, but whatever. And when you reset, everything resets. Quest progress and dungeon progress and all of your items. Arrows, bombs, nuts, all gone, and even rupees. Now there is a bank to deposit and save rupees. I guess that bank had been the fabric of reality. Yeah, mine can too. But everything else, yeah, that's gone. Key items stay, but you have to restock on everything else, which I never found to be an issue. Because if you need an item, the game will supply it near where you need it. It's not that big of an issue. Now to save time, you can play the Song of Inverted Time. Normally it takes about an hour for the 3-day clock to run out, but with the Inverted Song of Time, it slows down time, which is super useful, especially if you're in a dungeon. With the Inverted Song of Time, I never found the time limit to be an issue. It was a bit stressful, but it also helped me accomplish more and be more ambitious. I try to do the most I can within a cycle. Multiple events only happen at certain times, so for that, you can play another song to skip ahead in time. It sends you to the beginning of the next 12-hour interval and can be really useful. So, back to Clock Tower. As you leave, you're stopped by a creepy guy, the Happy Mask Salesman. He gives you an exposition dump. He had Majora's mask, it was stolen by Skull Kid, and he needs the mask back. But he's only going to be in town for 3 days, so you need to get it before that. So you're sent out and you're launched into the first 3-day cycle. And with that, welcome to Clock Town, the single village the game is set around. This is the core of Majora's Mask. It's at the center of the map, and there are a ton of quests here. But none of that can be done within this first cycle. Rather, what you do is simple. Return a fairy to the fairy fountain. The great fairy teaches you how to blow snot bubbles. Play hide and seek with these kids called the Bombers so you can access their secret hideout. Talk to the astronomer in the hideout and get the moon tea that falls outside. Give it to a Deku for his flower, then wait at the clock tower for midnight on the 3rd day. At that time, the clock tower opens and you go up to confront Skull Kid. All you can really do is get back your ocarina, and then you have a flashback to Zelda teaching you the Song of Time, a song to play, and the Goddess of Time will help you. So you do that and you're sent back to the clock tower on the first day. Now that you have your ocarina, the Happy Mask Salesman teaches you a song to turn you back into a human, and then chokes you because you didn't get Majora's Mask. He gives you another chance though when you're finally set loose in Termina. Yes, welcome to Termina. It's heavily theorized what Termina is. Some say it's an alternate reality of Hyrule, some say it's Link in Purgatory. I don't know about that. I view it as more of some weird alternate reality made up of Link's memories, hence why so many characters look the same. And the character models being reused is pretty funny as they're all recontextualized to have a new purpose. Spirit Temple boss Kwame and Katake now run a potion shop in Boat Tour, but Kako Deco lady now runs an inn and her fiance has disappeared. And then there's Tingle, one of Majora's Mask's new characters. I love him so much. He's weird and creepy, and that's what I like about him. He sells you maps, which I do like how they turned that into a mechanic. Anyways, this story, it's pretty interesting. There are 4 main areas that branch off from Central Termina, each with troubles. In Woodfall Swamp, the water is poisoned and the Deco Princess has been kidnapped and a poor monkey's blamed.
Oh, poor guy. He probably just wanted a banana. Get it? Because he's a monkey.
It's not funny.
Shut the hell up.
The Goron village is overcome with snow when it should be springtime. A Zora woman's eggs were all lost, and Akana Canyon is full of The Walking Dead on Blu-ray. Each area plays similarly. You just have a series of stuff that leads you to learning a song that unlocks a dungeon. Do the dungeon to revert the land to what it once was, and I must say, I love how each area's quest works. Through them, you're helping each race. You're saving an innocent monkey and returning the Deku Princess back home. You return the Goron's village in the springtime. You help Lulu get her children back. The way you help people really adds to the feeling of heroism Link has.
I won't go in depth on everything that needs to be done to unlock each dungeon, but I will go in depth on each dungeon because, god damn, these are just some of the best dungeons in the whole series.
Woodfall Temple is the first dungeon and is damn good for a first dungeon. It doesn't have a crazy exciting theme or gimmick, but it's just a solid first dungeon, which is what it should be, and using Deku Link throughout the whole thing is a blast. The boss is Odola, this weird dancing creature that has no definitive way to defeat it, leading to a super fun fight. You can throw whatever you have at him. If it works, it works. It leads to a super fun fight with a lot of room for experimentation. And the noises he makes are so weird, I love them so much. Snowhead Temple revolves around this giant pillar that you have to punch some rows out of to lower it enough to reach higher places of the dungeon. I've always had a soft spot for this one, it's a blast. And the boss is my all-time favorite Zelda boss, Goat. It's a giant mechanical goat. He runs around in a giant circle and you chase after him as a Goron. It's such a fast-paced fun fight and I love it so much. The Great Bay Temple, another kind of infamous one. I love this one too. It revolves around this giant whirlpool and you have to make it go different directions in order to access different parts of the dungeon. The boss is Georg, a giant fish. It's okay. I don't hate it, it's just not a crazy memorable fight. And the last dungeon, Stone Tower Temple. It's pretty fun. You use all of Link's forms, leading to some great puzzles, and this dungeon's gimmick is that you flip it upside down. It's stupid cool to see the dungeon recontextualized upside down, and it also leads to some creative puzzles. And the boss is Twin Mode. You use another mask, the giant mask, and it makes you huge. It's an easy fight, but a damn fun one. You're just big as shit and you swing your sword around hitting its head and tail.
And those are the dungeons. It's not many. I mean, it's 4, but they're still fantastic. They have some of the most creative and enjoyable bosses in the whole series. They all have unique themes and wonderful puzzles and music that make them all so good. This game killed it in the dungeon department, and it makes Breath of the Wild's 4 copy and paste dungeons that much more pathetic.
From completing each dungeon, you free one of the giants, 4 mythical beings who can help save Termina from the moon. Once you've done all the dungeons, the giants come out and stop the moon from crashing into the ground, and you go up to the moon where it's a grassy field with one singular tree, and a bunch of kids running around with masks of each boss. I'll explain their purpose later, but the kid in the middle alone is wearing Majora's mask, and talking to him starts the 3-phase final boss, and my god, I love this fight. From the music in Majora's form, you can tell what Majora thinks of Link. It's so good. The first phase, Majora remains in mask form. The music is slower and it's a simple phase. Majora still doesn't think you're jack shit, and it thinks it can take you as just a mask. But you whoop its ass so it takes the form of Majora's incarnate, a more humanoid creature and a really silly one. It dances around and the music sounds oddly playful, like part of it is being played on a xylophone. Here, Majora thinks it's now one since it's taking a form more than a mask. It's not trying crazy hard because of how weak it assumes you are, hence why it's dancing. In the final phase, he finally sees your tough shit and puts up a fight. It grows a head, beefs up the muscles, and grows arm whips. And this phase is tough. The music revs up to be quick and stressful. Majora now knows your potential and is genuinely trying to stop you. I love how each music fits the phase and adds some character to Majora, it's brilliant. But one last good strike and it's all over. Majora evaporates and the moon returns to its place in the sky. You and Skull Kid awaken and no hard feelings since Skull Kid was under Majora's control. Tattle and Till are reunited and the Happy Mask Salesman has Majora's mask back now, so he heads out, randomly disappearing as one last weird act from him. And roll credits where all the citizens of Termina are celebrating, and these credits are brilliant since you see everyone you helped. It truly does make it feel like a hero seeing everyone you helped at peace.
But let's slow down a minute because I barely talked about helping people, which is a big thing you do in the game. So, How do you do it? What do you get for it?
The main thing is the collection of masks. There are of course the story masks, but also some others that have special abilities. Some are very useful, like the Great Fairy mask. In each dungeon, there are 15 fairies that need to be returned to each region's Great Fairy, and doing so will net you a prize. And the Great Fairy mask attracts each fairy to you. A lot of the masks aren't as useful. A lot of them just allow you to get an extra heart piece and play roles in other quests, but how do you get the masks? Well, from helping others. Characters will give you masks as reward, which is a great reward for doing side quests, but also fit perfectly within the story of Majora's Mask. The masks are referred to as vessels of happiness. Each mask is a physical token of someone that you made happy, which makes collecting all of them super rewarding. My favorite non-transformation mask is the bunny ears, which lets you run faster, but it's the quest behind it that makes me love it. To get it, you go to the ranch and use another mask to march around playing your ocarina and gathering baby chicks. The chicken tender is sad because you'll never see his baby chicks when they're all grown up, but as you gather the chicks, they all suddenly grow up. And with that, you make the chicken tender's last wish come true. This one has always stuck with me, and it makes Link feel like more than a hero who fights evil. He also helps others, even with something as simple as helping chickens grow up. This man is about to die, and all he wants to see is his baby chicks grow up, and Link makes that happen. It makes collecting every mask so rewarding, on top of the ultimate reward. For collecting every mask, you get one final mask. On the moon, you can give other kids some masks and do challenges based on each race. A flying challenge with Deku Link, a swimming challenge with Zora Link, a combat challenge with normal Link. F this stupid shit. This one took me hours when I first did it. My god, it's so difficult. I can't believe it. It took me so many tries, but I finally did it. And the ultimate reward is the Fierce Deity's mask, an overpowered mask that turns you into an ancient warrior who, in the manga,
God, I hate saying that,
killed the dragon Majora and carved the mask out of its hide. Fierce Deity and Majora are like an ancient rivalry, but with Fierce Deity, you whoop Majora's ass. It's so easy with the mask, but it's also super hard getting the mask, so it's a trade-off. You can only use it in boss areas though, which is a bit of a letdown, but it's still a great reward. Besides that, there are a ton of heart pieces that you also get from doing side quests, but that's kind of it.
There's a lot I didn't talk about because there's a lot I don't want to say about Majora. One of my favorite things when I first played through Majora is how much I didn't know and how much the game would shock me. It's so good. So many of the quests made me happy, sad, hell, some of them made me cry. Yeah, I'm a bitch. If you haven't played this game for whatever reason, I beg you, please do. It is one of the best Zelda games, even with how different and unique it is. Just play it! And that is The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. You can tell I love these games. I adore the Zelda series, and I think every game is good to some degree, but these two are perfect to me. Ocarina is the best standard Zelda experience, and Majora's Mask is the best 3D spin-off, and also the most unique game in the series. For these two being the first 3D games in the series, and this one being developed in under 2 years, these games are so good and have aged brilliantly. They're not flawless, and there's a couple of things that the 3D remakes made better, but these things kind of f***ed up their own kind of shit, and worst of all, they're on the 3DS. Who wants to play games on that in 2023? Not me. Personally, I'm gonna stick to the versions on Nintendo Switch Online. Oh, hold on, I just got soft locked. And those are the Zelda games for the Nintendo 64. They're some of my favorite games, some of the best of all time, and kinda sorta got butchered when ported to the 3DS, so I'm gonna whine about these next.
Oh, God. Oh, I should have waited longer to start these.
E3 is dead and everyone has moved on. There was Summer Games Fest, which is more so for third-party multi-platform games, and also Sony and Microsoft held their own standard events during the summer. But then there's Nintendo. You feel like you always know what they're gonna do next, but also never know at the same time. Last year they had a Xenoblade 3 Direct along with a partner showcase. I didn't watch either. But this year Nintendo is holding just a standard Direct, but going into this one, it's kind of weird. Many of the big Nintendo games that we've known about and that we expected to see in every Nintendo Direct for the past couple of years, they're pretty much all out now. Really, the only one that's left is Pikmin 4, and Nintendo already mentioned that they're going to be talking about it during this Direct, and so it's obvious that it's not supposed to be a big thing. They're just detailing more of the game, because it's coming out next month. After Pikmin 4, we don't know what to expect from Nintendo for the rest of the year. So, what are we supposed to get from this Direct? Well, the rumors are that there's going to be a SNES remastered game by Square Enix, and also a new 2D Mario game. I'll be the judge of this. 3 farming games? Nintendo Direct is back!
Thank God Nintendo is being normal this year. Here we are with a new Nintendo Direct. We start off with Pokemon.
Oh, what's next? No 2D Mario?
A trailer for the DLC for Scarlet and Violet play, and why does this start off a Nintendo Direct? Correct me if I'm wrong, but usually Pokemon stuff isn't shown in Nintendo Directs, they show it in Pokemon Presents. The DLC adds some mask event and a mystery Pokemon. What Pokemon fan was like, whoa, who is that? They introduced part 2 and include this epic beat drop.
It's a school, it's not that cool.
They did not need to take up 3.5 minutes of that direct. It really didn't have to. Takahashi and Koizumi introduced themselves.
I love these guys because it feels like they're my friends when in reality, they won't stop shoving Pokemon down my throat. So I guess they are my friends. I guess I'm getting a call from someone. Hello.
You see the new DLC for Scarlet and Violet?
Oh my god, will you please stop?
Don't you love it when they show a full-length trailer, then Yoshiaki and Koizumi then spend more time explaining what you saw? Now our first batch of headlines, first up, Sonic Superstars. Obviously this was coming to Switch, but this game looks excellent. I'm a strong Sonic hater, but if they make a good game, I won't hate it. And I don't hate what I see so far. I loved Mania, but it doesn't really feel like it has much of its own identity. Now don't get me wrong, plenty of things are memorable, but the whole point of the game is to make a new Sonic game that feels just like the Genesis originals. And I liked that, but I like how Superstars is modernizing it. It looks like a solid 2D platformer, you can play as multiple characters who have their own abilities, and there's co-op play also. This game just looks like a blast, and I can't wait to play it.
But can you farm?
Well, you can in Palia. Palia, a free-to-play online sim game. It seems okay, especially for being free. Not crazy exciting, but looks fine. Next up, Persona 5. What the f*** is that? A Persona 5 spin-off. Okay. I recently picked up Persona 5 on Switch, and I didn't really get into it. I'll try again when I have hundreds of hours of time to spare, but I just can't yet, but I want to. Now, this is a tactical RPG with a stupid looking art style. They look like the Chibiz art style, kind of. I don't know, it just looks dumb. Myth Force is the first person roguelike with a Saturday morning cartoon inspired art style. Not my thing, but I think it does look pretty cool. And the announcement of a Splatfest where you choose your favorite ice cream flavor and try to make that the dominant color. It seems pretty neat. Too bad I'm not a Splatoon fan. And another Pokemon game.
Stop!
A new Detective Pikachu. My god, this trailer was ass.
Tim Goodman.
Saul Goodman?
Similar frame rates and just doesn't look like a Switch game.
Looks like he still loves coffee.
He likes coffee. God, he's so relatable.
Now take a look at Mario RPG is coming to Switch Online?
Wait, what?
No, a remake of Mario RPG.
What?
Super Mario RPG from the Super Nintendo is getting a remaster. Oh my gosh. I've never played it before, but I know it's a beloved title, so I'm so excited to see it here. The art style looks gorgeous. They kept the tiny squished look Mario has, and it's so good to see. The game looks gorgeous and just so much fun. I hope this starts a trend of remastered of the Mario RPGs. This looks wonderful. And next they tease a Princess Peach Center game coming next year.
Super Princess Peach 2?
And one more announcement, Luigi's Mansion. Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon is getting a Switch remaster that's so cool. And mark my words, Luigi's Mansion 1 is not far behind.
Well, I guess that means no 2D Mario game, but at least we got 3 great games announced.
Next up are some more headlines. Oh! Batman Arkham Trilogy, finally. After being rumored for years, the Arkham Trilogy is making its way to Switch. And they're running natively. Oh yeah. I adore Asylum and City. I still have yet to play Night. I own it, I just haven't actually played it yet. But I may as well just wait. I'm a bit worried how Night will run, but I think they will make it work.
So a couple of great announcements and now utter dog right?
Next is Gloomhaven.
Right.
I won't say it looks bad, but I will say I don't care. Just Dance 2024, of course that's here. Hey, it's only natural. I will say I do like the backgrounds. It does look like the game series has evolved, which is good to see. I guess since they're no longer making them for Wii, they can have more than 7 polygons. Next up is another roguelike, Silent Hope.
Don't care. Wait, is that farming?
Speaking of farming, they farm. I said it back in September and I'll say it again here.
Don't care. one bit.
Hot Wheels Unleashed 2 looks solid for a Switch port. Won't play, but it does look quality enough. Manic Mechanics looks like a Mario Party mini game beefed into a whole game. Looks fine, whatever. More DLC from Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope. Cool, moving on. Dragon Quest is up next. Dragon Quest Heroes, The Dark Prince. Seems like a Dragon Quest combined with Pokemon.
So, Pokemon, but good.
This looks neat. I'll definitely play this. Next up is another Pikmin 4 trailer. I'm not drooling over this game, but I will pick it up. It does look fun. It just shows off various new mechanics, and I really love the environments. This looks so neat.
Please re-explain everything.
In past Pikmin games, you had to return to your spaceship before sundown. However, in this latest entry, you can now venture out at night.
Thanks.
We have even more Pikmin news to share.
Oh?
HD versions of the first two Pikmin games, originally released on Nintendo GameCube, will launch on Nintendo eShop later today.
Oh, yeah!
Pikmin 1 and 2 HD remasters are coming to Switch. Released digitally after the Directs, that's so cool. And a physical release coming later, I'll wait to pick it up then. But regardless, super exciting stuff. It's so great to see the whole Pikmin series on Switch. That doesn't count. Metal Gear Solid Master Collection Volume 1. Awesome. It has the first 3 Metal Gear Solid games, along with the original Metal Gear games and the NES ports of them. Throw in some digital novels and other cool little bonuses. This is so cool. Konami kills it with their collections, so it's so cool to see this. Vampire Survivors, a mobile game, is coming over to Switch. I've dabbled in it, and it's quite fun and can be addicting. I'll keep my eye on this one.
You're a pigeon. Yeah, you heard that right.
What the f***?
A battle royale music game with pigeons. That's pretty fun. Looks goofy, I may try it out. Penny's Big Breakaway. Okay, it's a 3D platformer, not something that appeals to me, but looks fine. And some news on the Mario Kart 8 Deluxe Booster Pack Wave 5, introducing a new track, Squeaky Clean Sprint, based entirely in a bathroom. That's so fun. And some more new characters, Petey Piranha, Wiggler, and Kamek. Kamek has been shafted from Mario Kart ever since Mario Kart 64, so it's so cool to finally see him be added in the mainline Mario Kart game. An RPG remake, don't care. And a new WarioWare Move It. This one is you hold the two Joy-Cons like this, and the games revolve around using the Joy-Con. That's so cool. I love WarioWare, so it'll be a fun time.
Why aren't you saying anything?
He was so into it, I didn't want to interrupt.
God, I love these guys. A couple of more announcements. Nintendo Live, okay, just a Nintendo themed event. Don't care, I'm not going to f***ing Washington for that. Next up, Tears of the Kingdom stuff. 2 more amiibo, Zelda and Ganondorf. We knew these were coming, but they still look so cool. I can't wait to get them. And one final announcement.
Please take a look.
No.
Onward and upward.
Oh! A new 2D Mario game, and it looks so cool. An absolutely gorgeous looking game with brilliant animation that looks so lively. So many new mechanics and enemies, so much cool creative stuff. Points are done away with too, and there just seems to be so much cool new stuff. This is Super Mario Bros. Wonder.
And this needed to happen.
Super Mario Bros. Wonder is what 2D Mario needed. It looks like 2D Mario while also being new and refreshing. It looks so good. New Super Mario Bros. Is dead, and I couldn't be happier. Mario can also turn into an elephant. What a great game, and what a great direct.
Well, that was wonderful. Nintendo has done it again. 3 more farming games. Jokes aside, this direct made me very happy. Not just great reveals by Nintendo, but also from third parties too. Going into this direct, I was worried because I just didn't know what else could come to the Switch, but after this direct, I was reminded that the Switch is the ever-growing definitive Nintendo console. We're constantly getting old games remastered for Switch, but also new games from plenty of brilliant series. At the beginning of the generation, it felt like Nintendo was only making new games, and then they moved on to only making remasters. But now, we're getting both of them concurrently, more often than ever. And while I'm ready for Nintendo to upgrade to a more powerful system, I'm excited to see that the Switch will continue to get wonderful games until that happens. Now I need to figure out how to retire so I can get Social Security money to pay for all these games. Oh, hi. I recently got into turn-based RPGs. I just love how structured everything is. You know exactly what you're getting into. It's the kind of structure that I've missed in my life. So I'm starting to incorporate elements of turn-based RPGs into my life, starting with turn-based discussions. Okay, my turn. So, I recently got into turn-based RPGs. Like, they're not the most like fun kind of game, but I've kind of gotten into them.
You guys played that new Pokemon?
And oh my gosh,
yeah, it was.
it's my turn, dude. Yeah, on second thought, this may not work with everything.
RPGs, what a genre of video games. I'm not a big RPG fan. I like some and I still respect others, but they are far from my favorite genre. But what is an RPG? Well, RPGs is short for role-playing games, and RPGs come in many different forms. The most popular is the turn-based RPG, where in battles, you and your enemies take turns attacking each other.
Taking turns is adorable.
Then there's MMORPGs, which are RPGs that you play online with a bunch of strangers. Action RPGs, which is like a normal game, but each enemy you kill gives you experience. How RPGs work is weird because nearly every game can be considered an RPG. Spider-Man PS4, you get experience from each mission and level up to unlock more abilities. Is that an RPG? If so, damn, I love RPGs. While I'm not a big RPG fan, nearly everyone I try at the very least does grab me. Mother 3,
one of my favorites of all time.
Final Fantasy 7,
well, I bought a copy for PlayStation, that must say something.
Pokemon. I've recently whittled down what I like about RPGs. They need to have a good story. If a game doesn't interest me with either its gameplay or its story, I'm just not gonna play it. And that's why I just can't get into Pokemon. The story sucks. I do enjoy a Legends Arceus written exception, but the rest of them can go lay down.
All of that RPG talk was just warm up though. I may say I don't like RPGs, but in reality, I do enjoy most of the RPGs I play. But there is one RPG series that I adore because of one DS exclusive game.
Dragon Quest is my favorite RPG series solely because of one game. Dragon Quest IX, Sentinels of the Starry Skies for the Nintendo DS. I remember first seeing this game on the back of a magazine and later seeing it in the game section of a family video. I rented it and enjoyed it so much, and a couple of months later, I found a pre-owned cartridge in a GameStop and got my mom to buy it for me. And it took years to beat it, mainly because I didn't understand how to play RPGs, but regardless, I fell in love with the game, and it's still one of my favorites to this day.
And because of mine alone, I've always respected the rest of the series. I've dabbled in the other games, but I've never actually played another one to completion. But I do want to do that, so I'm going to start with the first game in the series, Dragon Quest.
Dragon Quest, the first entry in the Dragon Quest series.
Really?
The series was created by Yuji Horii, who wanted to take the computer RPGs he saw in the West and simplify them for a Japanese audience. Dragon Quest released for the Famicom in 1986 in Japan and took the country by storm, and since then has been one of the most popular game series in Japan. It would go on to get 10 more numbered entries, along with too many spin-offs to count, along with even more spin-off films, mangas, animes. It truly is a sensation in Japan. Now in America, nobody knows what this is. Dragon Quest made its way to America on the NES in 1989 as Dragon Warrior, due to the name Dragon Quest already being used over here. That trademark expired in 2005, however, and since then, the series has gone by Dragon Quest, getting almost all mainline titles over here, with the Dragon Quest X shaped exception. And the series has done fine over here, but considering the fact that I went to 5 different stores and couldn't find at the very least a used copy of Dragon Quest XI's, a 3.5-year-old game, should tell you that it's nowhere near as celebrated as in Japan.
Regardless, the first game made it over here. A little late, but that didn't stop it from getting a remake on the Game Boy Color and later getting a modern remake on all modern platforms. Really, I could go on for like 20 minutes about every single Dragon Quest port, but for now, I'm just gonna play the original game on Switch.
And with that, welcome to Dragon Quest. The story is quite simple. You take the role of a hero and must save the kingdom of Alfgard's princess and stop the evil Dragon Lord. Except you don't even need to save the princess, just defeat the Dragon Lord and you beat the game. Your character, to which you can name, is a descendant of Erdrick, a legendary hero of old. The game revolves around you traveling across Alfgard, collecting 3 MacGuffins to build a bridge to the Dragon Lord's palace.
I'm not kidding.
That's it. Just collect the 3 pieces, build the bridge, beat the Dragon Lord, boom, victory. But there is more to the game. Of course, it's an RPG, so it requires you to waste a lot of time. So you're roaming a nice grassy field and oops, time for violence. Like many other games in the series, this game has random encounters. It just means you're randomly thrust into a battle. Get ready to hear this sound a lot. Random encounters are annoying, but they're also important as battles are a necessary part of the game. For each battle you complete, you get experience points based on the enemy you fought, and once you obtain a certain amount of experience points, you level up with a ton of stats increasing. And that's the gameplay loop of RPGs. It's all about fighting the same monsters over and over again so you become more powerful. Grinding is what it's called, just running in circles to trigger enemy encounters to get points to level up. It's a core part of the game, and my god is it boring. However, you're often grinding for more than just experience, boys, as there's also gold. Do you ever squish a spider and get $20 for doing so? Like experience points, each fight gives you gold, which can be spent on a variety of things. Weapons and armor to make yourself more durable and do more damage, but also healing items and chimera wings which let you travel. There are a bunch of towns throughout the game, some of which you need to visit multiple times, and you'd think that these fast travel items would help you do so. You'd think. These items just take you back to the castle you start the game in. It's useful because that's where you can save and also learn how close you are to the next level, but to go to any other town, you must walk there and endure any random encounters you get along the way. There are ways to avoid random encounters. You can buy holy water, which will repel enemies, or just flee from fights, but holy water runs out after so many steps, and you can't flee from every encounter, so it's usually just worth enduring each fight. There are also a bunch of caves crawling with enemies and sometimes treasure, but sometimes not. You need torches to light them up because without them, you just can't see a damn thing. The game doesn't hold your hand one bit, so you never really know if you're going the right way. I'm not afraid to admit it, I played this game with a walkthrough at my side.
My god, I'm a bitch.
It told me where to go, how to maneuver each cave, when to grind. It held my hand, and you'd think that would make it less fun, but I still greatly enjoyed the game. It's definitely hard to enjoy without a guide, but with one, I don't know, I quite enjoyed the game. And yeah, it's a fairly short game, even with all the grinding. It took me a little over 5 hours to beat it, with a good while being grinding, but I still had fun.
There are a bunch of other mechanics and little things to find and make it a much better experience. Such as?
Back to the combat with the random encounters, you can attack but also cast spells. There are only a few spells, a couple of healing ones, a couple of fire-based ones. You have Snooze, which can put your enemies to sleep, Fizzle, which will stop enemies from casting spells, Glow and Holy Protection serve the purposes of torches and holy water at the cost of MP, and Evac and Zoom. Evac will remove you from a cave, and Zoom will take you back to the castle. There are nowhere near as many spells as in later entries, but I think all the spells here are perfect. There are also some special items, of course all the story items that lead to the MacGuffin, but also special armor such as Erdrick's armor. It makes you invincible to poison and heals you with every step, which makes it a must get. You can also of course save the princess, keyword can. She's just in a random cave guarded by a dragon. Defeat the dragon and you bring her home and she's so damn loyal to you. She gives you a pretty useful item, the princess's pledge, which will tell you how many experience points you are from the next level and how far you are from the castle. And yeah, those are all nice things, but here's one big negative. You can only hold so many items. Your armor and weapons all count as items and take up their own slots, so you often just have a few slots. Item management gets easier as the game goes on since you learn spells that replace items, but you're also getting other items that you need to beat the game, and you still need to hold them. Item management can be a pain, but besides that, this game is pretty good. Of course, playing it can feel quite primitive.
No.
I mean, only one character in your party, but that really doesn't feel out of place at any point because you're only ever fighting one enemy at a time. The game was designed with just one character in mind, so fights never feel unfair. And they're also super fast. They just pop up in a little window, select your attack, enemy attacks, next turn. The battles are quick, so while random encounters are annoying, the battles do not last long unless you're fighting an actually tough enemy like the Dragon Lord, the game's final boss. And man, what an easy boss.
He may be the Dragon Lord, but I have a walkthrough.
After defeating him, you go back to the castle where the king is waiting to congratulate you. The princess also comes and asks if you can take her with you, and you can say no, but hey, he does so in the canonical ending, so why not? Now this is a modern remaster, and man, I don't know how to feel about how it looks. All the backgrounds look great, but the hero and his animations look pretty low budget, like a cheap Flash game. I did get used to it though, but all the monsters, oh, they look fantastic, all hand-drawn and colorful. One of the best aspects of Dragon Quest is the monsters, and this game is no exception, especially with the gorgeous art.
Besides that, there isn't much to say. Dragon Quest is a solid game. It's dated in many ways, and I cheated throughout the whole thing, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't have fun. It's not a perfect game. If someone who dislikes RPGs was to try and play this game, they wouldn't like this game. But I personally enjoyed it as someone who can tolerate some RPGs. And if you want to see where the Dragon Quest series began, it's worth playing because it may be dated, but it's not too dated. I wish I could say more, but I gotta go to another turn-based activities. We're gonna take turns putting forks in electrical sockets. This is gonna be great. mind me. Like, I'm serious. Don't mind me. You may wonder what me and my colleague Dr. Hawker are doing down here.
Looking for garbage?
Yeah, basically. You see,
in 2008, the fourth Indiana Jones film was released. Just thinking about it makes me want to vomit. It was so heinous that it led to a worldwide ban of portable Indiana Jones video games. Now that 15 years have passed and a new film is coming out, the ban has been lifted, but that leaves an open door. When Kingdom of the Crystal Skull was released, another Indiana Jones game was in production, but was cancelled due to the ban. But the brave soul, Video Vector, was able to salvage the DS and PSP ports of the game, and he hid them, never to be found again.
but he created a map to which we're trying to find.
And he has dementia, so he doesn't remember where he hid the games off the top of his head.
That too. It took some convincing to get him to help us.
Please! Please, sir! Please! Oh! Please!
Yeah, fine. And here we are right now.
Nicus? You might want to go look at this.
Dude, we found it. Let's get it and go.
Big news here today. Dr. Hawker and his colleague Nicus have found the map that supposedly leads to the cancelled handheld ports of Indiana Jones and the Staff of Kings. So, Nicus, how'd you find the map?
I don't know, that's Dr. Hawker, he's the smart one.
Dr. Hawker and Nicus plan to set out to find these games this coming week.
I guess they beat me to the map, but it could be a useful resource.
So, you found the map.
Yeah, I was actually wondering what body means.
So, you guys finally gonna find those games?
Sure are. But what about body?
I'm just gonna warn you, the games aren't very good. Well, don't worry. Dog shit is my middle name.
But, hello, what about body?
Oh, the body? Yeah, that's an acronym.
For what?
Audacious, Orange, Dusty, Yacht. So the games are bad? Real bad. Hello?
Hello there, I'm Mr. McGee.
Can I ask what your first name is?
No. Anyway, I am here to talk about your recent discovery. It's quite impressive to me.
Thanks. Dr. Hawker did pretty much all of it.
Well, on behalf of McGee Enterprises, I would like to offer to fund your expedition.
Really? That would be fantastic.
Yeah, that'd be really neat.
Just under one condition. When those games are found, they will be put in a museum.
That would be reasonable.
Well, no, hold on. Those games have been missing for like 15 years, and your first instinct is to put them in a museum?
Well, they're part of history.
But they're video games. They don't belong in a museum. They belong in a collection.
Nicus makes a very good point. I don't think we need your help.
I'm sorry, Mr. McGee, but no deal.
Well, then you can leave.
Okay, see you later.
Actually, wait, do you have a bathroom around here that I can use?
Just down the hall to the left.
Okay, can you hold this while I go?
Sure.
I have a flight booked. You sure you want to wait this long to start looking?
I mean, yeah, there's no rush. They're just games.
Yeah, but Mr. McGee just gives me a bad feeling.
So what? We have the map. We're the only ones who can find them.
I guess you're right, but why wait a week?
Simple. Got some dog shit I gotta complain about.
The Indiana Jones trilogy is a trilogy that I absolutely adore. 3 incredible adventure films with fun action, suspense, spectacle, and Harrison Ford beating the shit out of Nazis. What isn't there to love? With films revolving around a protagonist traveling the world looking for artifacts, video games are no-brainers. Indiana Jones games were quite prevalent as the films were coming out, died down a bit after Last Crusade came out, then became a bit more popular when Kingdom of the Crystal Skull came out, and here we are today. But Indiana Jones games on consoles make all the sense in the world, but what if you're actually Indiana Jones and you have to travel the world looking for treasure? Well, you're gonna need these. And these aren't even treasure. The first portable Indiana Jones game, to my knowledge, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. This is a port of the NES version on Game Boy, developed by none other than Ubisoft. Yeah, talk about a weird developer to develop a game like this. Mr. I can't make games for shit McGee made this? At least Nintendo licensed this. Well, the title screen has a solid enough rendition of the Indiana Jones theme. It's good enough, and I hope you like it because it just loops infinitely during gameplay. Fun. Well, the first level, exploring the cave, gotta love the Game Boy-fied Harrison Ford. Someone get him out of there! This is a 2D side-scroller, and Well, I will say I do like how the background actually has a design. It looks nice. But then there's the rest of the gameplay. Movement is so slow, it just feels clunky. He has the most casual strut and he's supposed to be exploring a cave. Also, quick nitpick, what scene is this supposed to be? The Last Crusade started with Indy exploring a cave, but it was when he was a kid. But he's clearly an adult here, so what is this supposed to be? So I guess you're looking for treasure, but my God, this is the most nothing game I've ever played. You just walk around climbing ropes, doing the most basic possible platforming, seemingly running in circles to no avail. There's the occasional enemy who you can punch, thanks, and there's a time limit.
Well, of course there is.
I don't even know what to say. It feels like the epitome of walking around in the dark with a blindfold on. You have no idea where you are or where you should be going. All while the Indiana Jones theme is just looping in the background. It feels like a slow descent into madness. Well, let's try the last level, and yeah, same deal. It's just walking around boring areas with nice backgrounds, slowly punching enemies. At least I'm beating the shit out of Nazis on a Game Boy. That's pretty fun. And the music! Wait.
Oh, Doc, can you turn that down?
You might want to look at this.
Coming to you live with breaking news, there's just been a big revelation in the case. Mr. McGee has just found Indiana Jones and the Staff of Kings for PSP.
Why, Nicus and his chum were friendly enough to show me the map.
But that's not true at all.
How could they know where the games are?
I have no idea. Actually, wait, do you have a bathroom around here that I can use?
Just down the hall to the left.
Okay, can you hold this while I go? I booked a flight to Alabama in an hour.
No, but wait, I still need to talk about Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine.
Dude.
What?
It's for the portable console!
Well, these don't have airplane mode. They'll make the plane blow up.
The flight will be delayed. You can play without be late.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Attention, Flight 42 to Alabama has been delayed. Attention, Flight 42 to Alabama has been delayed.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. Guess I have no excuse.
Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine on Game Boy Color. Here we are with the first spin-off Indiana Jones game. This was originally a PC game released in 1999, ported to the Nintendo 64 in 2000, and brought to the Game Boy Color in 2001. The story is as follows. Indy is working with the CIA to find an infernal machine.
Well, I read that wrong.
While starting it up, we get a new Game Boy take in the theme, and this just sounds bad. They tried to make it sound more advanced, but it ended up just sounding worse. Like, listen to this. Does that sound natural? Well, actually started in the game, we start as Indy in the desert, and this immediately looks better. This game is more so at a bird's eye view, which is much more enjoyable for adventure games. You also start off with a gun. Well, I'll be. The Second Amendment won out.
We still can't fly with them, though.
And son of a bitch, this is one of those games where B jumps and A attacks, but shockingly, Mr. Palmer had nothing to do with this. Besides that, this game does the tried and true what the fuck do I do? Like, I can find some treasure, but then nothing after that. Turns out you can push this block.
Thanks for telling me that.
You continue to climb up this cannon with some more BS, like being forced to jump this gap that would more than likely end with Indy's demise.
But dare I say that simulates the thrill of adventure.
And Indy meets someone at the top of the hill. So, each level ends with your IQ being ranked. Well, that makes me feel like a fucking idiot. And on to the next level. What do the Russians want here? Never mind that. What happened to the girl? I gotta say, this game is embarrassingly satisfying. Just jumping around, making the gaps, figuring out paths to continue. It's fun. For a Game Boy Color game, it's also a pretty good link too. The gameplay is a bit repetitive, but the environments for each level are unique, and with the level variety, it truly does capture the feeling of being on an adventure. I have pretty embarrassing feelings for this game, but my God, is it good for what it is.
Nicus, it's time to go.
Oh, thank God, I didn't want to play in this shitty ass game anymore.
Hey, you dropped this.
No! You'll blow up the plane!
Hey, what do you think happened to that guy?
I don't know. TSA is probably doing their job correctly, though.
Right.
You were trying to bring a Game Boy onto a plane? There's no airplane mode on that. It'll blow up the plane.
It wasn't mine, though.
Then why was it in your hands?
The DS game should be inside of here.
Dude, we found it. We did it! We found it! Wait,
Why are we doing this anyway? I wanted to whine about some games.
Staff of Kings on Nintendo DS. The music sounds much better than ever has. We even have cutscenes, so we actually understand the story. Indy is called by an old friend to tell him that people are asking about Indy's old professor, so Indy must go to Chinatown to see what's up. And it even has the playing thing from the movies.
Oh, that's so cool!
Not only that, but there's actually background music from the films too. Now the control scheme is very DS-like. The main action is on the touch screen, and you slide the stylus around to move him. It's kinda lame, but you can still use the D-pad to move. But don't put that stylus away, because you come across some thugs beating up an old guy, so you beat them up. And the combat, well, you hold down on one of the shoulder buttons to enter combat mode, then slide the stylus in different directions to do certain moves. Hear me out, it works.
Trust me on that.
Honestly, it's fine. It's not ideal, but it doesn't make the game unplayable by any means. There's also the added bonus of being able to pick up and hit enemy with items. It's a simple but damn fun mechanic. And so you just run around the game doing that stuff. The thing about these games is that they aren't crazy complicated. You explore a bunch of levels with cool themes that fit for Indiana Jones, but aren't crazy interesting to talk about. Like, wow, the jungle, catacombs, a blimp? Regardless, it still is pretty fun. It's what you'd expect from a game like this, but it's neat. I love the character models, they're so DS. They are polygonal, but they're low poly. It's just so damn charming. There are also some moments where you're locked to one location and must fight a bunch of enemies. It's just straight up fun. It's really easy, but the combat can be quite satisfying. I don't know why, but I just adore the noises.
Damn, that's a nice noise you made when you died.
But the last major things are the cipher segments. Occasionally you come across these boxes in which you must control this orb of water through a bunch of challenges. This uses all of the DS's features to its full capacity. You use the mic to blow away fire and sand, use the touchscreen to guide the ball, destroy walls, move blocks, split the ball, and these guys can get tough. They're just dumb side games, but if I had this game as a kid, I would probably have both hated and loved these at the same time.
I'll take that.
But you! Oh, so you followed the map.
Nope, just follow him.
Dr. Hoctor?
Yeah, that's right. I've been working with Mr. McGee the whole time.
Why?
You are the only one who would care about such a thing. Let's be real. Indiana Jones is beloved, but not enough for someone like Mr. McGee to go out of his way to get some cancelled games.
But I thought he wanted them in a museum.
Oh, I do. Now that I have both of them, I can put them back in the museum where they belong. But I had no issues not finding them. They're just Indiana Jones games after all. A museum without them would just be a museum.
God, you guys are complicated, but you took advantage of my interest in stuff that no one cares about.
Yeah, we know you. We know it's that drive that brought you here. You can't resist the thought of adding another game to your complaindium.
You seem to know me well, but there's something else about me that you should know.
And what is that?
I also possess the capability of...
Of what? Go on.
Not giving a shit.
What?
I like video games, especially portable ones. I like discovering them and trying them out and seeing how they're different from the main console versions, but at the end of the day, they're not long-lasting experiences. I'll play them for an hour, but then I'll move on with my life, because I just don't care about them that much. I like them, but if you take away Indiana Jones and the Staff of Kings on DS from me, I'm not gonna care. Put it in a museum for all I care. But are you sure others are gonna care?
Go on, do your thing.
Gladly.
Staff of Kings on PSP, the most advanced handheld of them all. Well, it is still Staff of Kings, so it shares some stuff with the DS version, but it does have a different opening. This guy gets himself trapped and we gotta save him.
What a great start we're off to.
From there, it's to the Chinatown rooftops with the combat, and yeah, kind of a similar story here, just without the DS-ness to it all. I gotta say, I didn't mind the DS combat, but this just feels so much more natural. And there's still the gimmick of picking things up to hit people with. Now the levels are incredibly short, lasting barely a few minutes if even. But it does work for portable play. It just sometimes feels like that's it. These games are all oddly short, like they're fine, but especially this one, for a PSP game, I don't know, I just expected something longer. But hey, I enjoy this one the most. While I did enjoy the DS version, this one definitely simulates the feeling of adventure the best. The console version probably does it better, but for a portable version, this is absolutely the best.
And that's how it's done.
Very impressive. Although, I did expect you to cry more.
Well, you can have it. Put it in a museum. Me personally, I'm already moving on. You're not taking it?
No. You make a very good point. Who cares? It'll forever be much more interesting as games lost to time and stuck in some museum. Who's gonna go see a DS cartridge and just lose it? I'm glad all this happened because you made me learn something very valuable.
And what's that?
You just can't give a darn about everything. And some things are much cooler that way.
My man. No, still not over you. And that is how you spend a Tuesday playing 4 shitty games and going on an adventure that's ultimately pointless. I'm just like Indiana Jones. And while the games aren't that great, they're still pretty damn enjoyable. Exploring a large variety of locations, looking for treasure while unraveling a mystery, that's what Indiana Jones is all about, and these games actually capture that fairly well. They're not great, and there's no reason for the average person to play them, but I'll still always have a soft spot for them, lost or not. And I mean, with cartridges the size of this, they are really easy to use. That's right, I took Staff of Kings on the DS. Son of a... Welcome to the world of collecting. As a video game collector, it's a weekly endeavor to waste money on a game you're probably not gonna play. But there's a sense of joy of adding a game to a collection. Sure, it may fill up more shelf space, but at least the spine looks nice. And sometimes you just gotta look these games in the eyes and say, damn, you got a nice spine. I'm now on a watch list.
When buying a game, one of the most important things to look at is the game's cover art. Good cover art presents an element of the game in an appealing way that both looks nice, but also conveys what the game is about. I'm not buying that. But when I'm buying a game, there's another thing I'm looking at. The game's spine. I'm not buying that. I love it when a game has fantastic cover art, but I also like it when I put it on my shelf and it blends in with the crowd.
Yeah, don't stick out. I don't like that.
I kid, of course. I love having a wall of colorful spines, but I also at least want some sense of uniformity between spines. Take the PlayStation 4 spines for example. All of these games have different colored spines with their own unique logos, but at the top, they all have the same PS4 header. It looks wonderful. Some games have a few small differences. Games that support VR have a little VR logo, but again, I don't mind that. I can look at my PS4 games on my shelf and see what each game is. If they're VR compatible, whatever. It's great. They're all colorful and easy to read. I also like when some of them are uniform among themselves. All the Star Wars games this generation were made by EA.
Vomit if you must.
But they all have a similar looking logo. Star Wars on top, the game's name in the middle, and a little EA logo underneath. Jedi Fallen Order and Squadrons do look a little bland with the plain white spine, but at least the Squadrons logo is colorful. And to top it off, an EA logo on the bottom. What nice looking spines. Now, on the contrary, The Witcher 3. God damn, this is too boring to care about. Every time I see this case, I want to shout boring, but I can never find the energy to do so.
God, I just don't care!
Thankfully, most of these spines look nice and match the tone of the game. Cyberpunk's is piss yellow, but that's Cyberpunk. Piss. But then there's The Last of Us Remastered, in which my copy is a PlayStation Hits copy. Now I don't mind this for the most part. There's a little banner on the front and the spine is now red. I would prefer it if it was black, but I don't lose sleep over it. What I do lose sleep over is the case.
It's f***ing red!
Yeah, this is stupid. The PlayStation Hits re-releases have red cases. Why? It just looks awful with the blue header, and when all your other games have the normal blue cases, this just sticks out in the worst way possible. But this isn't the last we'll see of the bestseller re-release spines. Just you wait for the horror. But for now, the PS4 cases are as close to perfect as it can get for me. When I'm sitting down on my couch and looking over at my shelf, I want to easily be able to see what games I have. And with the PS4 spines, that's no issue. Now on the other hand, the Nintendo Switch spines.
Red everywhere!
I don't know how to feel about this. The Switch cases are quite simple. they're red. Switch logo on top, left aligned all caps game title, right aligned publisher logo on the bottom. They look nice and uniform, and I still kinda hate them. You see, I like uniformity, but come on, have some fun. Some games, especially earlier on, use different fonts, and it looks f***ing nasty. I'm just so mixed on these. Again, they look nice, but also a bit too minimalistic. It's like the Firefox logo. Started off cool looking, but minimalism took the edge, and now I'm still too bored to shout boring. I'm just depressed about my fox. At least the company logos look nice. Usually white, red aligned, text the same direction as the title. Come on, guys. Atari and WB, what are you doing? And come on, Atlas and Hello Games, why color? Y'all are better than this. Now, when I'm sitting on the couch, how are these? Oh my god, they're f***ing horrendous. The text is too small, and with it all being in the same font, I have a hard time reading these spines from my couch. So yeah, overall, these spines suck. I adore the Switch. Now let's talk about Xbox.
Do we have to?
Man, this is a mess. So the Series X seems to have 3 different kinds of cases. First off are the Xbox One style cases. I have a few of these, as some Xbox 360 games were re-released in these kind of cases. The console logo is on the physical case itself, and so the actual art is shorter, which extends around the side. It's all gray with an Xbox logo and the game's logo, and it looks very nice. I have a few of these, and they all look very uniform. But then some games try to recreate this, but the art takes up the full case so the top part is printed green. This just looks bad. And then there's another where it's the same situation, but no green. The Xbox logo is just at the top followed by the game's title. Like, damn, what the f*** is their problem? It just seems random what games get this, but hey, at least the gray is consistent for all Xbox One and Series X games.
Rockstar, this is not the time for that.
And going back to the 360 games we released for the One, originally, they were in 360 size cases, but with one styled spines. I mean, I mean, like, why? This just looks bad no matter what. At least these blend in well with the Series X games or to begin a 360 collection, but this? Man, I hate this.
And to that you may say, hate's a strong word and I shouldn't use it unless I really dislike something. With that being said, I hate the Xbox 360 spines.
You know, sometimes I lay awake at night and think my life is a total mess, and then I remember the Xbox 360 spine variations and I feel much better. Where do I begin? The beginning of the generation. The spine header was very simple. White background, Xbox logo and console name, green bar, and some curved lines. It seemed these curved lines mean the game is Xbox Live compatible, but pretty much all of the pre-2010 360 games I own have it, so I don't know. Later down the line, it was updated to have no wavy lines and green bar, and the Xbox logo is lighter. And I must say, I definitely prefer this. It's just simpler. It still feels like Xbox, but it's much simpler than all these wavy lines and a green bar. Why did they change it again? Later in the 360's life, they updated it again with a more modern Xbox logo. You remember when I was talking about the Firefox logo?
My Xbox logo too!
I don't hate this, and it does fit in well enough with the prior design that it doesn't make me angry. It just makes me confused. Like, why? This change seemed to happen when the Xbox One came out, so it may have just been some simple rebranding, like how Sony tried to make the PS3 cases look like the PS4 cases when that came out. Yeah, we'll get there. But for the 360, this is okay. I can live with this, but then comes Platinum Hits.
Hey, f***er, did you like that game? Yeah, and I'd buy it again. Well, congratulations, you can waste money on the most f***ing ugly thing you've ever seen in your life. Thank God, I hated being happy anyways. Platinum Hits, making you depressed since 2008. But what if I f*** you?
There are 3 different types of Platinum Hit spines. I can't tell which of these is first, so I'll start with the less egregious one. So, the header on this case is the same as the earlier 360 games. That's definitely convenient. The rest of it is okay. It's kind of cute. It says Platinum, which is kind of fun, but also kind of dumb. And the title is in a generic font. My God, I am bored. And to top it all off, a silver case. Thanks. But it can get worse. Feast your eyes on this. Don't stare too long. This is gross. Now the header extends down farther just so it can say Platinum Hits. And worst of all, it's completely silver. I just completely hate how this looks. The game title part of the spine looks nice, but the header is unbelievably awful. The final version isn't as bad, but that doesn't make it good. It's still a gradient with an overlay long logo, and now the rest of the spine is white with the game's title in a generic black font. It's so boring, and it sticks out from the rest of the console spine so badly. I hate it! To get my 360 360 collection any sense of decency, I keep all these platinum hits cases at the end of the collection. I've been pretty critical about the 360 spines, but it mainly comes down to the header, because once you get past that, I actually really do like the 360 spines. One of my favorites is BioShock Infinite's. Now, take everything I say about this with a grain of salt, as I've only played maybe 5 hours of the first BioShock, but I love how Infinite Spine contrasts from the other two, the same way the game itself does. When I think of BioShock, I think of a dark, gloomy underwater city, so to have Infinite in a bright sky is wonderful, especially since Infinite takes place in a much brighter environment. Some other spines I like are the LEGO game ones. A lot of them feel like extensions of the main cover, and they look nice. But I do have one nitpick with them. The LEGO logo is always different sizes. It's not a huge deal, but if I can complain about it, I will.
Don't even mess with my power.
All in all, I do like the 360 spines. Most of them look completely fine. Most of them have their unique logos and look really nice, capturing the aesthetic of the game and making it clear which game is which. I'm so harsh on the headers because besides that, these spines are damn near perfect, and the PS3 is in a pretty similar boat. At the beginning of the generation, it had this little red header with the Raimi Spider-Man fonts. Later it got a new logo, which I do quite like. It's simple but looks nice and unique to the PS3. And then the PS4 came along and they redesigned the PS3 header to be blue. Why? I don't get why they wanted these to look similar, especially when the PS4 wasn't backwards compatible with the PS3. Thankfully they changed it back, but man, what happened there? Oh, and the PlayStation hits? What the hell?
I've been pretty critical, so let's move on to something positive with the Wii.
I love the Wii spines. They're incredibly basic, just white with the Wii logo and the game's name, but it just looks good. Having a bunch of Wii games on a shelf looks nice. George, I don't have time for this. For whatever reason, LucasArts games have yellow spines. They look nice together, but when on a console like the Wii, you've got to be kidding me. LucasArts isn't the only culprit though. Spider-Man Edge of Time. Why? Even Nintendo is guilty of doing this. Mario and Sonic at the 2012 Olympic Games and New Super Mario Bros. Wii had different color spines. Why? And the case is red too? Come on! And while we're talking about Nintendo, let's talk about the Wii U and 3DS.
If you're not 18, you'll need to sit this one out.
So, the Wii U. Similar to the Wii, mostly white spines with the game logo. Cool. Blue ridge, add some spice, nice. And some games have red cases and some don't have the ridge and some are yellowish. This Resident Evil game on Wii had no Wii logo and this one had no game logo. Onto the 3DS. This is more pleasant. Like the Wii, logo, title, beautiful. And under the 3DS logo is this piece of art that pops up when you enter the cart. That's so fun! Having a bunch of LEGO games that look really inconsistent isn't. And speaking of inconsistent, how come some Nintendo published games have cool spine fonts but some don't? Ocarina of Time 3D and Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon have fonts that I feel reflect the games well, but 3D Land and Majora's Mask 3D have generic fonts. And on top of that, these are Nintendo Select's re-releases. Ocarina 3D and Dark Moon have little emblems to symbolize that. That's neat, that's cute. Why don't the others have that? There is so much space on 3D Land spine as well. But whatever, I can live with this. I just need to stay off the internet.
Too late.
Some cases are red! Later Nintendo published games have red Nintendo logos. Why? I need a break. PlayStation, what's up here? PSP, well, 5 of the 6 games I own are LucasArts games, so they look nice together, don't mind the burgundy greatest hits header. And PS1, well, single disc games have the region code on top, alright, and the multi-disc cases have the same region thing, but also a PlayStation logo. Now these multi-disc games are interesting. They come in bigger cases that look like 2 cases, but I mean, hey, it makes sense. Final Fantasy VII has 3 discs, but this is the greatest hits version, so it says greatest hits on top. Fine. And then Caesar's Palace 2? Wait, 1 disc? Then why is it in one of the multi-disc cases? DS! I like this. Simple DS header, unique spine art. This is peace and tranquility. Same with the Game Boy Advance case art I got off the cover project. A simple GBA logo with unique spine art. And this one is silver? Okay, keep calm. Game Boy Color. Yeah, I like this. All nice and uniform. Only 4 though. What about Game Boy? Oh god. 1 black and white, 1 with a big logo, 1 with a small logo. Atari, please save me. 2600. I rock with this. Except for Donkey Kong Coleco. Why did you do this?
And Demon Attack, what are you doing? Like, yeah, I can see the title, but come on. The MD800, oh nice and Uniferal, pole position 2.
That tears it! I've had enough of spines. No matter how hard you try, you can never keep a game collection looking consistent because these damn companies will never stop messing with the spines! It's gotten better as time's gone on, but the fact that I've had something negative to say about every single one of these except for the DS, that's an issue! The inconsistency bothers me to no end, and when they are consistent, they're consistent in the wrong ways! These game spines are just a big pain in the back! And that shit hurts.
Hello. What?
I don't have a doorbell.
Yes, I made that noise myself. I thought that's why you hired me. Okay, well I came over to start to make things up with you.
And how could you possibly do that?
I've got a multiplayer Switch game we can play.
Wait, a multiplayer Switch game? Well, I mean, it could be Smash Ultimate or Mario Kart 8 or maybe one of the Mario parties or like a Mario sports game. Maybe even like 3D World or I guess New Super U it could be. Or maybe one of the Lego games?
Is everybody want to Switch? Oh, come on, it doesn't look that bad. It's got a funny horse on the front.
No.
Would you play it for $100?
No.
Would you play it for Mario 64 DS?
Now you're speaking my language.
When the Nintendo Switch launched in 2017, there was a game. Well, 5 to be exact. But only one began with the number 1. 1-2 Switch. 1-2 Switch seemed to be the Switch's Wii Sports. And 5 years later? Yeah, but hey, Wii Sports was a pack-in title with the Wii that showed what the Wii, or more so the controller, the Wii Remote, was capable of. Destroying your TV. 5 sports that required you moving the Wii Remote, showing how the Wii Remote can replicate playing tennis, golf, baseball, boxing, and bowling. It was a simple game, but a fun one that was infinitely replayable, and it was bundled in with the system, which was the best course of action for it. So then there's 1-2 Switch, a game that shows what the Switch's controllers, the Joy-Cons, can do, even though Breath of the Wild could do the same thing.
He's moving right and I'm not pressing anything.
Yeah, 1-2 Switch was pretty sloppy. It had a bunch of mini games that did show what the Joy-Cons can do, but it just wasn't as fun or replayable as Wii Sports. And on top of that, it retailed separately and wasn't normally bundled in with the system. Regardless, it actually performed okay, selling over 3 million copies. I mean, it makes sense. What else were you playing in the Switch's launch months? A Wii U game, a Wii U game, a Wii U game, or a Wii U game?
Fine, I'll play dog shit.
I've never played it, but from what I've heard, it's not bad, but it's not much more than that. It had some interesting concepts, but nothing that would bring players back.
Well, it was good enough to get a sequel.
They still made Jaws 4 after Jaws 3 was atrocious. I don't want to hear anything.
So, how did this thing come about?
Dark magic.
In June of 2022, there were rumors that a 1-2 Switch sequel was in development, supposedly called Everybody 1-2 Switch. It was reported to focus on a higher number of players, up to 100 to make it stick out from the original. I guess they didn't want 1-2 Switch sales to stop.
People were still buying it in 2022.
The rumor also stated that playtesters did not like what they played, and that's all I can find on its development, at least from Wikipedia. But its reveal to release was much more exciting. It was revealed on the 1st of June 2023 with an announced release date of the 30th of June 2023. Just a damn month, and there was nothing to show for it. A trailer would come out on June 20th, 2023, and this was one of the worst trailers I'd ever seen. It's one of the most corporate, forced, drawn-out trailers ever. It started content creators from around the world trying out the game.
Chances are all these people were caught emulating Nintendo games, and so Nintendo forced them to come out and do this video, or else they'd shoot their dog or something.
And in the same month it was announced, Everybody 1-2 Switch launched for $30, and my stupid ass picked it up on launch day.
Wait, so you were the one person who bought it on launch day?
Yep, and my depression has been even more crippling ever since.
So, this box. Ew. Right in the middle is MC Horse, the annoying MC for this thing. Yes, the funny horse mask. Nintendo's only, what, 10 years behind on that one? You have these poor saps who are in the game itself around here, and you can tell they're in pain. This guy's holding back tears, and she looks like she's just minutes away from a meltdown. My god. The back also lies. It says that there's 16 games and shows shots from each of them, but one is missing.
It's like about false advertising. There's more to this game than the back will tell you. That's more that I don't want to play.
But we can't escape it. Many things in life are inevitable. Taxes, death, Those are pretty tame compared to playing this, but what are you gonna do?
Well, I can't wait to play this. It'll be a wonderful time for everybody.
We're the only 2 people here. Upon booting up the game, you pick what mode to play, with Joy-Cons or with phones. Yeah, you can play with phones, but I'll get into that later. After choosing how many people are playing, you enter your names and there is no censor on this. After that, the damn MC introduces himself.
Hey everybody, I'm your MC, and it's my job to make sure you all have a good time.
Shut the f*** up. You then choose how long you want to play. So, how long will we play?
Oh, I'm having bratwurst with my Oma in 30 minutes.
Shut the f*** up.
What?
You wanted to play this. We're in for the long haul.
But my Oma!
You should have thought of that when you came to play this with me. I don't give a shit how bad this looks. We're gonna be playing all 30 games.
There's only 17.
Well, there you go. That's less games. You can go see your Oma. After picking a time, the real game starts. So, it's a team-based game, so players are split into teams. So, let's get into these damn games. They're picked with this wheel, so let's start.
Okay, so here we go.
Balloons. Woo. From what I can tell, balloons is always the first game. Each team blows up a balloon, and the goal is to blow it up as much as you can. You hold the Joy-Cons like a pump and push it down to pump. But if it gets too big, it pops. So the team that blows it up the most or doesn't pop it wins. Hey, I'll do one more pump if you do one more pump.
Sounds like a plan.
Oh, okay, your turn.
Did you do one?
Yeah, just go.
I don't think you did.
What was your grandpa doing in the early 1940s?
Okay, I'll do one more, yeesh.
Joke's on you, I never pumped mine again.
Joke's on you, you're playing Everybody Want to Switch.
Honestly, Balloons isn't horrible. The balloon designs are pretty cringy, but it's a decent game. It's risk versus reward. When your balloons are neck and neck, you can risk a pump to take the edge, but it can always pop. And it's not too long. Honestly, not the worst game in the world. And I may as well rate these on my 10.12 Switch game scale, so I give this one a... Ninjas. One team throws throwing stars and the other team deflects them. Throwing team just does a throwing motion and the defending team just swings the Joy-Con like a sword. What are you doing?
Waiting.
For what?
For you to let your guard down.
Oh, f*** you. This one is too damn easy. Since it's randomly chosen who goes first, there are 4 rounds, and the game prays that one team f***s up. It's not terrible, it's just boring. Kitchen timer. You're in a kitchen and you have to do certain motions after a specific amount of time. It gives you a timer that fades away after a few seconds, so you have to count in your head and do the action at the right time. Oh my god, a bee!
What? Where?
8. Oh, nowhere. I was just distracting you.
Good. What the flip?
This is another one that isn't terrible, but just boring. It's about counting in your head and being as accurate as you can. But my god, this one just takes way too long. All it is just counting in your head and slightly moving the Joy-Con. It's just really boring. Jump rope. You have to pretend you're jumping rope. After a couple of jumps, the rope gets faster. I don't know if we should jump in here. The ceiling is pretty low.
No, it'll be fine.
Suit yourself.
Oh! Oh! Oh!
This is boring on a whole new level. It's just jumping at the right time. Nothing about this is fun. Each team takes turns jumping, so half of it is just waiting for the other team to be done, and that's something no one wants to do when playing a party game, waiting for the other team to go. Hip bump. You hold the Joy-Con behind you and basically twerk to knock your opponent off the edge. I'm not doing that.
Oh, come on. It'll be fun.
Nintendo is not telling me to throw it back. That is crazy. This one is also stupid. It's a stupid ass motion and a boring ass game. I just don't even know what to say about this shit. Anyway, that's what it is. Shit. Samurai Strike. When this game calls out, you have to be the first to strike your opponent. Pretty simple. You gonna strike?
Are you?
Nope. It's all up to you.
Well, I guess we'll both be here a while.
Oh, but your Oma. Is she waiting for you?
Oh.
Damn it! This is simple, but not bad. It's just about reaction time. Nothing outstanding, but definitely a fun one to play for a few rounds. And there's only one round of it? What? This one just takes seconds. Having it best 2 of 3 or 3 of 5 would have made this game perfect. But no, it's... Statue. This kid turns around and sings and you have to reach him. When he faces you, you have to stop. If you still move, you have to reset. This is just red light, green light. Why don't they call it that?
Maybe it's copyright.
red light, green light isn't copyrighted. This is red light, green light in the worst possible context. The distance you have to travel is stupidly far, and the motion you're supposed to do, it takes too long to make any progress. Joy-Con hide and seek. One player leaves the room and the other hides their Joy-Con. The other player then tries to find it using the controller rumble.
Okay, it's my turn to hide it. Leave the room.
Alright. Hey, are you almost done?
Just a few more seconds. Okay, you can come back now.
Alright, here we go. You didn't.
Didn't what? You found it!
Shut the f up. This is a really fun game. It's a simple concept, but done fairly well. The Joy-Con are small, so there's a ton of fun places it can be hidden, but I have two issues with it. First off, the rumble. I get it'd be impossible to find without the rumble, but I feel the rumble gives it away too much. Maybe if there's only so much you can make the Joy-Cons rumble, that way it would force you to strategize and conserve your rumble until you're closer. Also, this is a fun game, but a horrible mini game. Each team has up to 3 minutes to hide the Joy-Con and an additional minute and a half to find it. It's a total pace killer compared to the other games that take, say, a minute to complete. Other than that though, this is a damn fun mini game. Quiz. It's simple. It's a quiz. You get a question and you basically pick true or false.
Oh my god! I love quizzes! This will be so much fun!
Fingers at the ready for the first question. Pants are something you wear on your legs.
What? What kind of question is that?
Yeah, that's really dumb. I can come up with a better question. Dr. Hoctor is a f***ing dork. Correct answer? True.
Okay, well, Nicus is spending all day playing Everybody Want to Switch. True.
Okay, watch it, Buster. This is the worst one yet. These questions are horrible. I get for a party game that's meant to appeal to all ages, you'd want simple questions, but my god. Not everyone playing this game is brain dead. These are the most idiotic, boring questions, and by far the worst minigame in this thing. Relay. This is meant to be done with multiple people. You run in place until it tells you to switch off with the next person, rinse and repeat until you're done.
You know, this feels quite pointless with only 2 people playing.
You're still trying to find a point in this? Even with multiple people, I can't imagine this being fun. The context is running around a track, but each round, the little character thing just jitters in place until it reaches the next checkpoint. That's just dumb. And the gameplay is just running in place. Boring, dumb, stupid, dumb, boring, stupid, dumb, dumb, and stupid. UFO. Aliens are about, and you have to do these motions to attract them. If you do them incorrectly and offbeat, the aliens will retreat back to their ship.
You know, if aliens ever came down to Earth, I don't think they'd want to meet us after this.
Yeah, this will make us look like a bunch of assholes.
Yeah, well, at least they'd get a clear image of who we are.
This one is pretty damn stupid and boring. It's just doing the motions, and the visual aspect is kind of unsettling thanks to this game's low budget feeling. This isn't terrible, but it's a boring slog to get through. Musical chairs. It's quite simple. Musical chairs. Walk in circles as the music plays, then sit down once it stops. A game as old as time, or 2,000 years old to be correct.
Do you have any chairs?
No, I do have some Home Depot buckets.
You know, I'm starting to not like this game.
Again, it's not horrible. Musical Chairs is a classic game and can still be fun with A, the right people, and B, a better environment. But as one of 17 mini-games in a party game, it's pretty lame. And those are the games that can be played in Joy-Con mode. But we're not done yet, because there's still 4 more games that can only be played in phone mode. So grab your nearest phone, because we're not done yet. So the phone mode, after selecting it on the menu, it pulls up a QR code that brings you to a website that connects you to the game. From there, you insert your name and can upload a photo, which is pretty fun. Pretty much the same modes are available, and many of the same mini-games can be played in phone mode. A select few can only be played with Joy-Cons, but to trade off, a select few can only be played with phones, starting with Color Match. You're given a color, and you have to take a picture of something in the room of that color. The closer you are to the original color, the more points you get.
Do you have anything pink?
The Home Depot buckets?
Those are orange?
This is a really fun one. You have a limited amount of time to take your photos, so it's a rush to find something of that color and snap a picture of it. It uses the phone pretty well, and it's easy to see how this can be fun, and also how it takes advantage of phones. Auction. You're shown 5 items and each have a certain point value. They're then auctioned off, and it's a bidding war. Highest bid gets the item and the points associated with it.
I'm going all in!
Yeah, I don't blame you. That sword sure does look like a sword.
This one is a great concept, but a bit too complicated for everybody once you switch. It's pretty strategic. Not only do you want to save your money for the high point items, but you also have to watch your opponent. If they're betting high, it could be their high point item, so you can bid to take that item away from them. It's a great concept with fun strategy, but I don't think it fits in a game like this. Still pretty solid though. Ice cream. You have a notepad on your phone and a bunch of kids come through and say what kind of ice cream they want. You're then asked questions based off the information.
Okay, did you get all that?
Oh, whoops. I wasn't paying attention. I was busy drawing a cat.
Oh, I can't blame you, that's pretty neat.
This one is okay. The questions are actually not bad. Instead of asking how many of one flavor was ordered, it may ask how many of 2 flavors, requiring some quick math. With that being said, I do feel like this would have been more fun without the phones, and with this just being a Joy-Con game. It would require you to memorize the orders, or improvise and quickly find a way to memorize the orders. This is still far from the worst game though. Bingo.
Oh, yeah, bingo. Should have told me bingo was in this game. I would have brought my Oma.
Oh yeah, speaking of your Oma, shouldn't you go check on her?
Oh, yes, you're right. Are we done?
Well, I mean, we can play the second variations of each game, but okay, looks like we're done.
Alright, well, bingo. It's bingo. And damn, what a boring last game. It's just bingo. Yeah, bingo is fun, but as a mini game here, my god. You get a bingo card on your phone and use the Joy-Con to stop the spinner. Whatever number the spinner lands on, you can mark off if you have it. But the numbers go in numerical order. Why? Why can't it be random? That means whoever is spinning will always be trying to land on a number they need. So if one player needs a number in the 10s or 20s and the other player needs a number in the 60s or 70s, they're probably going to make the spinner constantly land there instead of the 10s and 20s. And again, fucking bingo? How lazy of them.
Besides that, there's Quiz Party, where you can keep doing quizzes or make your own. Bingo Party, which is just bingo, replaying the games, I'm good, and the 2 variations of games. Some games have sequels, but it's the same game with minor differences. I'm good. Unlike this game.
I didn't talk about squats. Oh well, Nintendo didn't talk about this game. Surprise, surprise, everybody 1-2 Switch isn't good. Some of the mini games are okay enough, but the rest of the game is atrocious. As a party game, it's horrible. I didn't show much of it, but the pacing is so bad. Before each game, there are overly long instructions for them, and sometimes unnecessary practices. Some of them last a minute, while others will take 5 minutes, and throughout all of it, there's little joy. The most fun part is playing a game with friends, but there are so many better games on Switch that you'll have more fun with, party games for that matter.
The presentation is also very cheap, and that goes for this game as a whole. From its $30 price point, its quick release in June, being sandwiched in between a new Zelda and Pikmin game, it really seems like Nintendo didn't care about this game. Which is why I do. While this game is bad, I find it incredibly fascinating. In a year that could be considered Nintendo's best year with a new Mario, Zelda, and Pikmin game, along with a bunch of high-quality remasters, the fact that this absolute piece of slop released this year, it's kind of fascinating to me. While this game is bad, I still like it. In a very f***ed up way. As for how it improved Dr. Hoctor and I's relationship.
Okay, I'm back. She just ate without me.
Okay.
So, how was it?
It was pretty like, genuinely atrocious.
Yeah, it's a horrible party game. Nay, a horrible game in general.
Yeah. But I will say, I'm glad we played it.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I mean, it's bad, but it's my favorite kind of bad. It's bizarre, boring, straight up terrible, but
it was also fun. It was fun trudging through all the games, taking them all out of context, acting like they're more than they are, and ultimately, I'm glad I played it with you. We may have had our differences, but at least there's one thing we can agree on.
The game is awesome.
Right on the dot.
Little does he know, I still resent him because he made me play everybody 1-2 Switch. Yeah, f*** that guy.
Whoa! I was skeptical about a 3D Mario game. However, actually playing this stuff is so tubular. Now what would really be awesome is if they made a 3D Mario game that was actually 3D itself. That'd be so radical. But knowing Nintendo, they're babies. Nintendo is not cool anymore. Only PlayStation is cool. Really sucks. Nintendo's gonna die, and there's never gonna be a 3D Mario game. Boo hoo.
Oh, Uncle Nicus, how wrong you were. Nintendo didn't die. You did. However, your dream did come true. Pretty stupid f***ing dream, huh?
The Nintendo 3DS, released in spring of 2011, and being the follow-up to the Nintendo DS, it took off.
Gotcha there.
Yeah, the 3DS initially struggled at launch due to a pretty high price point and lackluster games. Nintendo thought, we have LEGO Star Wars 3, we'll be fine. And a few months later,
this might not cut it.
Later in the year, the system received a price cut and actual games came out for it. A remaster of one of the greatest games of all time, an entry in a really popular series, and, to round it all out, a 3D Mario game. Super Mario 3D Land. It was received very well, both critically and commercially, with a 90 on Metacritic and sold almost 13 million copies. It's a beloved title, no doubt, but one that's rarely talked about.
But why is that? Well, that's why I'm here. I'm gonna take a look at this game and see why no one ever talks about it. I read the Bible all the way through and couldn't find anything, so I think my next best option is to actually play through the game.
But of course, some history. 1996, Nintendo launches the Nintendo 64 alongside Super Mario 64.
Whoa! Revolutionary information! Are you gonna tell me there's 2 Mario 2s next?
Flash forward 8 years later, and Nintendo launches the Nintendo DS alongside Super Mario 64 DS, the first portable 3D Mario game. But as its name suggests, it's a DS port of Mario 64. They added a lot to make it, in my opinion, the definitive version of Super Mario 64, and while, yes, it is the first portable 3D Mario game, it was a port of an 8-year-old game. So, as the DS lived on, 3D Mario still had yet to receive an original portable outing. Then comes 2010. The 3DS was a year away from launch, and Shigeru Miyamoto announced that there were 2 Mario games in the works for the 3DS. A 3D one and a 2D one. I wonder what they became. Miyamoto said that the 3D one was like a cross between Galaxy and 64, like a 2D Mario game that played in 3D.
Better write that down for later.
3D Land was developed by Nintendo EAD, the studio responsible for Galaxy and Galaxy 2, but they also got help from Brownie Brown, the developers of Mother 3?
Oh, that That's so cool.
Stuff for it was finally shown off at the Game Developers Conference in 2011, including screenshots, and yeah, that does look like Mario.
They did it!
They also showed off the logo, and Satoru Iwata pointed out the tail and said it would be revealed at E3, which probably led to a lot of crazy speculation.
What's up guys, Game Informer Licus 443 here, with some news on Super Mario 3D Land, the new Super Mario game coming to the new Nintendo 3DS system. Just last week at the Game Developers Conference, Satoru Iwata showed off the game's logo, and looking at it, it's a nice logo. But there's a small detail you may have missed. It's a tail at the end of the logo. Now, there's a lot of things that this can be. It can be an editing mistake. They may have just forgotten to remove the tail from the logo. I personally think that it means Mario will be a furry in this one, which me personally, I know I don't speak for everyone, but I think that'd be really cool. A lot of people also think that they're bringing back the Tanuki power-up from Mario 3, but Why would they do that? It's gotta be the furry.
Yep, the power-up ended up being the Tanuki suit from Mario 3, which was a power-up that let him fly and turn into a statue.
Can't wait to do that in-game!
At E3, a 2011 release was confirmed, and it was released in November of 2011. The 3rd in Japan, the 13th in North America, and later dates in other regions, but who cares?
I picked up this game on a whim last October. I saw it used for about 20 bucks and thought, hey, I don't have this game, I don't need this game, I should get it. So I picked it up, I played through the first world, and now it's September. But it's my destiny to 100% every 3D Mario game. My first words were actually, I will 100% every 3D Mario game before I'm 18. I'm a little late on that, but better late than never.
So now, Super Mario 3D Land. This box. Okay, this isn't bad, but it just comes across as generic to me. It just looks like exactly what would come up when you search up Mario and level. Again, it's fine, but it upsets me for whatever reason. What doesn't upset me is the name. I know it upsets some people, but I love this title. It's of course an allusion to Super Mario Land, the first portable Mario game, which was followed up by Super Mario World, much like how Super Mario 3D Land was followed up by Super Mario 3D World.
It's like fate.
Alright, enough sucking off the title, let's move on to the 3D Mario game for the Nintendo 3DS. Upon starting a new file, the game starts with a cutscene of a storm that blows Tanuki leaves off of a Tanuki tree, and Bowser laughs. And there you go, that explains why Tanuki leaves didn't show up again until now. There were no storms.
Naturally.
The next day, Mario and some toads observe the tree and notice a letter floating down. And, get this, Bowser kidnapped Peach.
This happens every single day. You'd think at this point the Mushroom Kingdom would get smarter, but no! We need a reason for Mario to run!
And run he does, to a boring f***ing world map. It's just a line and it's so boring. But jumping into the first level and wow. It's Super Mario in a 3D land. So the gameplay. Oh, I probably have notes on this that can help.
Oh, it's like Mario 64 and Galaxy combined.
So 3D Land takes the more general theming of 64 and the linearity of Galaxy, and 9 months later, 3D Land was born.
They gotta teach that in schools.
3D Land is like a 3D 2D Mario game. It's comprised of a ton of shorter linear levels that's just about platforming and reaching a flagpole before the time limit runs out, all with that basic Mario atmosphere. Now, it being a 3D Mario game already makes it preferable to the new Super Mario Bros. Games. While, yeah, it does feel very similar to those games, it being 3D does allow for more interesting secrets and level designs. Originally, 64 was supposed to have a high number of linear levels ending with a flagpole, but due to the limitations of the Nintendo 64, they made 15 larger levels with a multitude of things to do in each of them. So 3D Land is like a true realization of that original concept. Now, not far into the first level, you get the Tanuki suit. Oh yeah, it can whip its tail, and really? So the two most iconic things the Tanuki suit could do, fly and turn into a statue, are gone. It can glide, and later on in the game there's a variation that can turn into a statue, but the suit can't fly at all. I mean, it does make sense, these levels aren't really meant for flying, and if you could fly, you can skip a majority of the level, but you could still do that in Mario 3. Oh well, as for how Mario controls,
oh, he does.
It can only move in 12 directions, which actually isn't bad. You also have to hold the Y button to actually run, which sounds rough, but hear me out. The circle pad isn't the best analog stick, so having Mario only be able to move in 12 directions and use a run button feels perfectly fine. Now, no triple jump, that's stupid. One of the most satisfying things to pull off in 64 and Sunshine and Galaxy and Odyssey is the triple jump. Repeatedly jump 3 times in a row and Mario does an extra jump, flipping and letting out a and you have to time the button presses right, which makes it so satisfying when you pull one off with all those factors. This was the first 3D Mario game where he couldn't triple jump, and it does make sense. This game has a lot of tight platforming and not a ton of huge open area for a triple jump, but in some areas, it would feel so great to let a triple jump rip, so it sucks that you can't. You can still ground pound, crouch, long jump, backflip, and somersault, and he has some new moves. First off, the roll. This feels like the new evolution of the dive from Mario 64 and Sunshine, and it feels great. It's been in every 3D Mario since, and it's such a welcome addition to his moveset. And you can also long jump out of a roll, which feels fantastic. So Mario feels perfectly serviceable here. Not the best, but his moveset does feel perfect for 3D Land. As for the rest of the game,
But it's a Mario game.
Really?
It's pretty straightforward. 8 worlds, each having 5 or 6 levels including a castle or airship to round out each world. World 8 has 8 levels with seemingly 5 levels and a castle, but with it being a Mario game, it's a fake ending and there's another level and castle after 8 castle. But it's pretty simple. Go through each level and reach the flagpole. Each level has star coins which are fun enough to find. As the game progresses, you need a certain amount to unlock each castle. And speaking of which, the castles and airships. The airship levels are auto-scrollers that usually end with a fight against Boom Boom from Mario 3.
Really like sucking off Mario 3, huh?
Or his sister, Pom Pom, who was original creation for 3D Land. Boom Boom fights are pretty boring, he just spins and you stomp on him. Pom Pom teleports around and throws throwing stars, but you still stomp on her, woo. Then there's castles, and yeah, they're castles. The standard lava and stone bricks. My god, Bowser's architects are terrible at designing castles, but shockingly good at designing platforming levels. Besides that, it's just level after level. There are occasionally toad houses, which of course grant you power-ups, and mystery boxes. You have 10 seconds to do some small challenge, and then you get a star coin or 2.
And of course, the mystery boxes would evolve into the mystery houses. I retract my last statement.
The world map doesn't really have themes, they're mostly variations of grass. World 5 is desert themed, World 6 is cloud themed, and World 8 is lava themed, but very few levels adhere to the themes. On one hand, it keeps the game constantly fresh. You can go from a grassy level to a ghost house to an underground level to a level in the sky. It keeps the game from being boring, but it also makes the whole world system feel quite pointless. These are just random levels, they don't feel like one overarching world. I don't take much issue in that though. I'm not playing a Mario game to slowly go through a well-defined world. I'm here to jump around and have fun. I do like the level things jumping around so much. I'm not a huge fan of ghost houses or water levels, so to have a whole world of those would just be obnoxious. The last few levels of World 8 are lava themed though, which works for being the last few levels of the game perfectly. I like how far the last level is from the rest of the levels, and after World 8 Bowser won, the world map goes farther right with a second castle taking up most of the area, with one other level. And the last castle sucks. It's riding this bone coaster, which is so boring. But the last confrontation is awesome. Mario makes it to where Peach is being held, but Bowser comes in and breaks the floor. You land far down below and have to make your way over a ton of crumbling blocks over another bridge. Hit the switch and Bowser falls and you think you've finally done him in, so you head up the stairs, but he comes back shooting cosmic fireballs as you ascend the crumbling platforms. Then you run towards the camera on one final bridge as Bowser chases you, and throughout all of this, an epic song is playing.
I've never been this turned on by a 3DS game before.
And jump on one last Bowser switch, the bridge crumbles again and he falls down, hit by more rubble to keep him down. And with Bowser finally defeated, Mario finally saves Peach and flies away with her with a Tanuki suit.
Oh, so now it can fly?
And the credits roll, and damn, that was a short and easy game. Never mind. Yeah, after beating the first 8 worlds, 8 special worlds unlock. These house mainly remixed levels, they may have 30-second time limits and you need to constantly collect more timers to keep the time up. You may be chased by a dark matter clone who follows your exact move, so you have to keep moving but also not retrace your own steps too soon. And these both do add a sense of stress and urgency, which does make these levels a bit more challenging and fun. After completing the first special world, you unlock Luigi, and yeah, he's Luigi. He jumps higher but is slippier. There are a couple of new levels, but most of them are just the same ones from before. It's still cool though, and a lot of them have changes that do make them more refreshing and interesting, and it is nice to get more levels. The base game is short enough, so content is nothing to complain about. Power-ups are pretty simple this time around. Obviously there's a mushroom for those who are little bitches. The Tanuki suit, which of course gives you a tail that can be used to whack enemies and glide. It may not be able to fly, but hey, the glide is still incredibly useful. The striped Tanuki leaf lets you turn into a statue when you ground pound.
Thank God the Tanuki suit can do do that. I can live without flying, but as long as I can turn into a statue, I'm good.
Fire Flower, of course, nothing new there. Invincibility Star, duh. And the item block, which gives you coins as you run around. And then there's the new power-ups. First off, the boomerang suit. This one is simple. It lets you throw a boomerang. I like this one because it gives you a good ranged attack. The Fire Flower is fine, but the flame bounces. So if you're trying to hit a flying enemy, it's more difficult. With the Boomerang Flower, it's much simpler. The Propeller Box gives you crazy ascension, which is really only useful in specific scenarios. I'm not a huge fan of this one. It's too context specific and it looks dumb. Any level in any of the games that includes this power up with this power up is already a lame level to me. And the Invincibility Leaf. If you keep on dying on any level prior to the special worlds, the Invincibility Leaf will appear, and it's a Tanuki leaf that's invincible to everything but lava, poison, and pits. And lastly, the P-Wing. If you keep on dying, this will appear and it can take you to the end of the level. Now the Invincibility Leaf has shown up a few times for me, but the P-Wing, I've never seen within my own game. I don't even know how you stoop to the low of using this thing. Overall, a good selection of power-ups. Each has their own use, and they're all at least somewhat fun to use. Now, to 100% the game, it's no light feat. You have to beat all 16 worlds as both Mario and Luigi, get all 3 star coins in each level, and reach the top of the flagpole as either one of the brothers in every single level. And after doing so, you unlock one final level, Special 8 Crown.
This.
Is Special 8 Crown difficult? Yes. Is it somehow boring as hell at the same time? Yeah. Frankly, the hardest part to me is these blocks with the gaps. Also, getting through the Boom Boom and Pom Pom fight, keeping a Tanuki leaf is tough too, but if you can make it past that with a Tanuki leaf, the rest of the level is smooth sailing. It's weird because this level was difficult, but I was also so bored the entire time. I think it's mainly the music. Outside of the Boom Boom and Pom Pom fight, the rest of the level just has the World 1-1 song, and this song does not fit as the last level song. Champions Road had a Gusty Garden Galaxy remix, and it makes Champions Road feel so epic and grandiose, like 3D World's final triumph. And that level is the only time that song appears in the game, which does make it more special. If it was just a typical grass song, Champions Road would be more boring. And also, Special 8 Crown mainly uses the ugly colorful blocks that many of the other levels use. They make me feel like I'm in a daycare, not trying to beat a tough Mario level. So yeah, Special 8 Crown is quite underwhelming, and when I beat it, I really didn't feel a sense of accomplishment.
That's right, I said it.
Now, one thing I barely talked about is the levels, and there's a good reason for that. I liked most of the levels. As I said earlier, I'm not an underwater level fan, and I especially hate ghost houses, but those were all fine. But man, are so many of these levels forgettable. But I don't mean it like that. I do remember plenty of levels, like the mattress one with the bees and the donut blocks, or the boardwalk one, or the jump switch level with the giant dark matter Mario, or even the one where you ascend a giant tree. I enjoyed all of the levels, but none of them left a lasting impression. I think part of it is the lack of names. Look at 3D World. Levels that instantly come to my mind are Condor Canyon, Puff Prod Peaks, Sprawling Savannah, Ant Trooper Hill, Mount Beanpole. These levels having names make them so much more memorable to me and makes me want to replay them. With the 3D Land levels, they're just World 3-5, and a ton of them are just forgettable. They're all good fun, especially with the game being in 3D. With it being a 3D Mario game, the levels can have so much depth, which makes them more fun. A ton of levels have secret areas that are a blast to find, little gimmicks that show so much creativity, and ideas that put your platforming skills to the test. The levels are fun, but not memorable in the slightest, and I don't really care to replay any of them for no reason other than to beat the game again. Compare that to pretty much any other 3D Mario game where I love to just go into a level and just run around exploring it. It's not an issue with 3D lands, but it does make it less appealing. The last big thing I want to talk about is 25% of the name, the 3D.
Oh shit, this is a 3DS game. I forgot.
Crank up the 3D slider and get ready to turn it back down. The 3D here is serviceable. So many people talk highly of this game, saying it justified the gimmick and was a game you needed to play with the 3D on.
No!
While some parts of the game are easier with the 3D on, it is by no means necessary. Some jumps are easier with the 3D on, some levels have sub-areas that have optical illusions that you're able to see with the 3D on, like a mountain of blocks but some are closer to the camera and you can't really see which ones with the 3D on. It's cool uses of the 3D, but to me, it ultimately cements 3D as a gimmick. It's not like gyro aim, which comes from the gimmick of motion controls but actually greatly improves aiming and makes it more precise. The 3D is just for parts to make the player go,
"That's cool, I have a headache."
That's the other thing. The 3D just gives me a headache. I played a few levels with the 3D and it is cool, but it's nothing more than that. I like the depth it adds, and it is pulled off fairly well, but on older 3DS models, the 3D is a pain because there's no face tracking. You have to be looking at it at the precise angle, which is so annoying with a portable system that you're holding. And also, there are some parts of the game when you look through binoculars or are aiming to shoot out of a cannon, and you can use gyro for that, which is cool, but then I can't see the 3D effect. What's the point? Now, the part of the game I do think does benefit from the 3D is the final Bowser fight, especially after he falls off the bridge for the first time and he comes back up and chases you more. He shoots these pinkish fireballs that look incredible in 3D. The way they fly towards the screen, it looks so convincing with the 3D and is the cherry on top of that last Bowser section. That's the one part of the game I do think is better with the 3D. It just looks so damn cool. Besides that, playing with the slider down, you're not missing anything. Now, to round out everything positively, the music. The soundtrack is fantastic. I've already talked about the final Bowser theme, but so many other songs are so good. The title theme and the World 1-1 theme, Special Lates theme, the Time Blocks theme, the Snow Level theme. This game has an incredible soundtrack, definitely one of my favorites to listen to at any time.
And that is Super Mario 3D Lands. It sure was. So was my question answered? Yeah. Why don't people talk about 3D Lands? Because there isn't much to talk about. It's a good game, but compared to all the other 3D Mario games, it's definitely one of the more forgettable ones. I enjoyed my time with it and would love to replay it in a couple of years. The levels are all well made and the game looks and feels great for a 3DS game, but when it comes to playing a 3D Mario game on a DS system, I think I'll stick to Mario 64 DS. I liked 3D Land, but nothing about it stuck out crazy hard as better than the other 3D Mario games. Out of all the 3D Mario games, it's the most basic, which is fine for what it is, but makes it one of the most boring ones to look at. And honestly, compared to all the other 3D Mario games, while I still have yet to play Galaxy 2, I still think it's safe to say that 3D Land is my least favorite 3D Mario game. Whoa, that doesn't mean it's bad! Ah, that really upsets some people. I should probably say something to get them back on my side. Mario 64 DS is better than the original in almost every single way. God, I should stop talking now. Oh, hi there. You may wonder what's wrong. Well, I smell something. Intercourse! I don't know what it can be. I have a whole shelf of games here, and... well, that explains it.
Lego Star Wars The Complete Saga.
I'm already turned on.
One of the best, just things to ever exist. So Star Wars, right? A massive franchise created by George Lucas, who was inspired by the Western, space serials, and whatever of his time, and created a little film titled Star Wars, later renamed Episode 4 A New Hope. It was followed by 2 sequels, finishing out what became the original trilogy, and after 16 years, he finally followed it up with 3 prequel films that make up the prequel trilogy.
I adore Star Wars. I grew up watching both of these trilogies and the Clone Wars, and always imagined being a part of these films, being the characters in these films, or just imagining my own scenarios within this galaxy.
Now, 2 months before the final prequel film, Revenge of the Sith, released, a little game called LEGO Star Wars The Video Game released. Developed by Traveler's Tales, or TT Games, LEGO Star Wars The Video Game allowed players to play through the events of the 3 prequel films, 2 months before the last one came out. That was a little weird, but the game was excellent, and a year later, a sequel released, LEGO Star Wars 2, The Original Trilogy.
Oh, I wonder which films they covered.
This time covering the original films, LEGO Star Wars 2, built on the first. But regardless, these were still 2 incredible games that cover the, at the time, complete saga. And it was only natural to combine the 2 into something I must censor. LEGO Star Wars The Complete Saga was released on November 6, 2007 for Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, Wii, Mac, PC, and DS. Oddly enough, no Xbox, PlayStation 2, PSP, or Game Boy Advance version in sight. The Xbox and PlayStation 2 got both of the original versions, and the PSP only got 2, but it could have been possible. And the Game Boy Advance, I get why it wasn't brought here, but there were Game Boy Advance versions of both games, so they totally could have just made a simple menu to combine the 2, but Oh well, I don't lose sleep over it. Also, versions for Android and iOS phones were released later down the line. Its critical reception was pretty good, but not as good as I imagined. A lot of 80s, okay. However, its commercial reception was incredible, having sold over 15 million copies as of 2017, and most sources still claim it's the best-selling Star Wars game of all time.
Really?
Listen, there's no doubt in my mind that this game sold like crazy, but better than the new Battlefront games, Fallen Order, Force Unleashed. The DS version alone sold almost 5 million copies, and it was the best-selling third-party game on the system. And the Wii version sold well over 5 million copies, which means the Nintendo versions make up 2/3 of this game's sales. But it makes sense, the Wii and DS were incredibly popular with kids. A kids game that's about a franchise of kids movies on some of the highest-selling consoles of all time, it makes sense.
LEGO Star Wars: The Complete Saga is one of the most beloved games out there. I go up to anyone born in the early 2000s and ask them if they want to play co-op, and guess what? You have a new best friend.
I first received this game really fucking late. I got a DSi XL for my 8th birthday in 2013, and a couple weeks later, for my grandma, I received 4 games. Spider-Man Edge of Time, LEGO Batman 2, Cars, and LEGO Star Wars: The Complete Saga.
Where the is Cars?
I never got into Edge of Time or Cars, but man, I was all over the 2 LEGO games, especially the Complete Saga. It never blew me away back then, cause as a kid, I didn't really understand that portable consoles weren't as powerful as home consoles, so portable versions are usually very limited compared to their Wii counterparts, so having LEGO Star Wars 2 look like this on my DS didn't shock me, but looking back, my God, this is impressive for a DS game. I played the DS version so damn much. It was my favorite game for the system. I love Star Wars, so to be able to play through the films whenever and wherever I wanted was magical.
I have so much nostalgia for this version and so much to say about this version. However, I think it warrants discussion on its own right. But it wouldn't be much longer until I got another copy.
In summer of 2014, I was at Target with some birthday money I was looking to spend, so I was looking at what Wii games they had, and I laid my eyes on the Wii version of the Complete Saga, and I instantly knew that was what I wanted. And over the next couple of weeks, I was hypnotized as I explored the Star Wars galaxy in LEGO all over again. This wasn't my first rodeo with the Wii version. I had played it multiple times at friends' houses, but finally having my own copy and playing through it was a blast.
I would later buy the iOS version on my family's old iPod Touch and the Android version on my first ever phone, and I just recently picked up the Xbox 360 version. I own 5 copies of this game. Tell me you're a bigger LEGO Star Wars fan than me.
I adored this game to death, and as I grew older, I also grew more and more of an appreciation for it. And as I went through middle and high school, it seemed most people around me had similar experiences. It seemed everyone I talked to also played this game when they were younger, which made it really easy to connect with people.
I love this game, but it's also been a while since I played through it. And for whatever reason, I have the feeling that right now is the perfect time to play through it again.
So, time to revisit LEGO Star Wars: The Complete Saga and see just how sexy it remains. So we start off with the classic title screen. I always love how it fades between characters and colors to represent each film. That was always such a neat touch to me. And jumping into a new file, we see 2 character icons.
Oh yeah, this game was designed with co-op in mind, so it'd be pointless to play alone. Should probably call someone.
Hello?
Hey, I just wanted to ask if you'd like to have sex with me.
What the f? No!
Oh, probably not up to date with the most modern slang.
What are you talking about?
So do you know LEGO Star Wars: The Complete Saga? Or did you get rid of that in your universe as well?
Yeah, we have it.
Well, that game is so sexy, so it's just sex now.
So I assume have sex means to play Complete Saga co-op.
Yeah.
What would you call the first 2 LEGO Star Wars games?
Viagra and lube.
And LEGO Star Wars 3?
Do you want to have sex or not?
Why me of all people?
Well, I called Dr. Hoctor and Mr. McGee and Video Vector and Officer Bright, but they all hung up the moment I asked if they wanted to have sex.
I wonder why.
So are you in or out?
Sure, we can f***.
No, to f*** is to play the Skywalker Saga. We're playing the Complete Saga.
Okay, we can have sex.
Great.
The co-op in the Complete Saga is fantastic. It's always pretty good in LEGO games, but I think it may have hit its peak here. While yes, some levels only have one character with a lightsaber, meaning the other player will have to place an astromech, there's still stuff for the astromech to do, like use panels. It's not as cool, but they're at least an integral part of beating the level. And hell, other levels have 2 lightsaber wielders, meaning both players get lightsabers, which is a blast. And one certain level peaks co-op, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
And once Sugan gets here, I can go more in depth on how co-op works. What's up, f***er? Hey, okay, so you're sitting at that table right there? Oh, the table. You're too kind. And here's your controller. Oh, thanks, the controller. You're way too kind. Why would you expect more? Okay, let's get into this.
So, to start off with, the Cantina. Oh boy. It's a pretty small hub world, but it's so fun at the same time. As you progress through the game and unlock more characters, they start filling up the cantina, and there's so many other fun details. If you attack someone, you start a riot, and if you turn off the music, the cantina van just stands there awkwardly. There's also a bar where you can buy characters, red bricks, and other things, the character customizers and back to tanks in the back, and outside, there are a handful of things that I'll get to later.
My god, it is just a hub world. Quit sucking it off. Alright, jeez.
So the structure of the game is quite simple. 6 films, 6 levels each. At the start of the game, only one level of the Phantom Menace is unlocked, but after beating it, all the other first levels of each film are unlocked. So you can play out of order after that, for some reason. But of course, every great adventure starts with the same thing, negotiations. My god, what a level. With it being the first level, of course it's iconic and beloved, but even after taking the nostalgia goggles off,
this level is fucking amazing!
First off, you play as Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan, 2 Force wielders. That way, your bitchy alter ego won't complain.
I actually prefer playing as droids. Oh, do I have news for you. In a bit.
So you start off in the negotiations room, which is a closed-off area. You can use the Force to immediately destroy the door and start combat with enemies, but you can also start by just running around the room learning the game's mechanics. Attacking, using the Force, just getting a hang on how the characters control. Then once you're ready, you can destroy the door and start taking on enemies. It's a really simple level, just running down hallways, and not too far into the level you run into TC-14.
Oh hell yeah, a droid!
With TC, you learn about droid activation panels and the mechanics of swapping characters to progress through certain areas. The rest of the level is pretty straightforward. It's a short level, but a damn good one, both in terms of nostalgia, but it also being a good level. And with it being done, the rest of the films unlock.
Oh, can we start Empire next? That one is my favorite. No, why? You have to be demented to play the movies out of order. Yeah. Nope, on to the second level.
Invasion of Naboo. Now in the swamps of Naboo as they're raided by the Trade Federation. Jar Jar is unlocked here, and he has a crazy high double jump, making him great for platforming. That's all he has though, he can't attack. This level's pretty nostalgic to me, as it's one that was cut from the DS version, so I always fondly remember playing this level for the first time ever. Escape from Naboo, now playing as Padme, or more so her imposter, and Captain Panaka. This game is great for teaching you about Glupchitos. Later in the level, Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan join the party. This one is fine. It's just working your way through Theed onto the rooftops and whatnot. Mos Espa Pod Race. This is actually a new version created for the complete saga. The original had a time limit and was fairly difficult because of it, so this one is just simply a race. Finish the 3rd lap in 1st place to win. Retake Theed Palace. This one is mainly notable because of its huge character roster, which leads to a ton of puzzle variety and many points where you have to figure out how to get the whole party to one spot. However, this level does kind of drag. It's pretty long compared to the rest of the levels, which I really don't have a problem with, but it reuses the Theed theme from level 3, so it feels pretty repetitive. And lastly, Darth Maul, the first boss level. The boss levels here are so fun. They're basically puzzle gauntlets where you chase the boss solving various puzzles, then at the end it turns into a full-on fight. These are also made fun since both players usually play as Jedi, usually.
Good thing you like playing as droids. Oh, actually during boss battles, I need to be playing as a lightsaber wielder. Oh, if I'm not, you don't want to know. What? Nothing?
Attack of the Clones Bounty Hunter Pursuit. This was another level that wasn't in the DS version, which always confused me. The next level is Obi-Wan on Kamino, which is like an hour into the film, so it always confused me why the Attack of the Clones level started so late into the film. But this level was also originally created for the complete saga to give Attack of the Clones 6 levels. It's a vehicle level, which are typically pretty rough, and this one is no exception. Many of these require gathering torpedoes and using it to blow stuff up to progress, and it's so tedious since, like, every vehicle level uses them. There are no other puzzle types. It's just blow shit up. The location is really neat in the skies of Coruscant, and you also fly through some of the tunnels and stuff, which is fun, but the torpedo parts drag on. Discovery on Camino. Ooh! Obi-Wan and R4 on Camino, and man, Camino is captured so well. From the dark, gloomy exterior to the blinding white hallways of the interior, it's so damn faithful.
Oh yeah, playing as a droid. Love it. Yeah, cool stuff.
Also, fun detail, the clone fetuses are 1x1 bricks, which is such a fun detail. Find Django when it turns into a chase level as you chase him through the facility, ending with a boss fight against him on the landing pad.
Oh, a boss fight? Let me be Obi-Wan.
No.
Excuse me? No, you have no issue with being R4 for the rest of the level, but now you want to be him? What's the difference? 'Cause violence! Well, you can make the cannon shoot the Slave 1. Oh, really? Never mind then.
Yeah, at various points, the Slave 1 starts shooting at you, and R4 activates these cannons that shoot back. Cool. It's a pretty simple but fun fight. Droid Factory, playing as Anakin and Padme in the Droid Factory.
Shocker!
Pretty fun, just working your way through the factory, picking up R2 and 3PO on the way. The level does take some liberties. They never go into a cave area in the film, but hey, it keeps the level fresh. Jedi battle in the arena, playing as Mace, going throughout the arena, freeing Obi-Wan, Anakin, and Padme. The lack of monsters is kinda lame, but hey, the level itself is alright. It is cool that there are so many Jedi just fighting the droids. Yeah, a lot of them are just randomly generated soulless husks, but hey, it provides a cool spectacle. After rescuing all of them, a boss battle with Django ensues, ending with him dying.
Spoilers!
Gunship Cavalry, another changed level. The original was an auto-scroller that ended with a time limit. This one isn't, but you now have to use these rolling bombs to destroy shield generators. And my god, these things are a pain. If they hit anything, they explode. And also, if you fly over a pit, the gunship falls in.
But it's a flying ship. How does that happen? If you just lost the bomb, that would make sense, but the whole ship falling down the pit? No!
And it ends with destroying the sphere things. It's okay, but does not save this level. And lastly, Count Dooku. Another boss level that is a puzzle gauntlet, albeit a much shorter gauntlet. And the fight itself introduces the mechanic of one character being Force Lightning, so the other has to attack the boss. And halfway through, Yoda comes in who can push back the Force Lightning, which is such a cool nod to the actual scene. Revenge of the Sith, Battle over Coruscant. This is one that is beloved by my friends, but listen, I like this level, but it's also kind of boring. It's an on-rails level, so you can move around, but your path is still automated. Occasionally, you have red circles you have to shoot to make a path for yourself, but besides that, it's just a pure spectacle. Chancellor in Peril, another cut level from the DS version, and man, I wish it wasn't. This is such a fun one, fighting your way through the invisible hand to reach the Chancellor. Since this level is from the first game, which was released before Revenge of the Sith, some deleted scenes actually made it into the level. Anyways, halfway through is another Dooku fight, and then more making your way through the ship, but when it was sideways, you run down the elevator shaft and run on some walls, which is such a cool way to adapt the scene. And ending it in the bridge fighting Magna Guards, my god, what an amazing level.
Thought it kinda sucked. Go f*** yourself.
General Grievous, an interesting take on the boss levels. You start fighting Grievous, but after doing some damage, he runs away, so then you chase him doing a puzzle gauntlet. But once you catch up to him, he jumps back into the center, and afterwards, he jumps farther back. Pretty fun. The defense on Kashyyyk, it's fine, just working your way through the treetops, rescuing Wookiees, then heading into the woods to the escape pod. It's fun enough, but not too memorable. Ruin of the Jedi, another thing cut from Revenge of the Sith. Originally, the clones disguised themselves as Jedi.
Master Yoda, thank goodness you're safe. We've recaptured the temple, but we expect another clone attack at any moment.
Quickly then.
You clones make terrible Jedi.
You know, people bash George Lucas for the prequels, but at least he was smart enough to get rid of that.
Pretty cool level, just working your way through the destroyed Jedi Temple. And lastly, Darth Vader, the best fucking level in the game. Hell, one of the best levels in any game. It's up there with the bomb Battlefield.
Imagine if 20 minutes of bitching in it with Battle of the Heroes.
To adapt Anakin versus Obi-Wan to a co-op level, they did the unthinkable. You have to work together. Throughout the level, there are a ton of puzzles that require both Jedi to complete. But then, at the end, after an intense platforming section, you land on solid ground and the real duel begins. You both get a ton of hearts and battle each other. Holy what an experience.
This is such an incredible level and such a smart way to adopt this battle into a co-op level. F*** you. Well, f*** you too.
Now, Onto the original trilogy. A New Hope, Secret Plans. The first level of the original trilogy, and this was the first level of LEGO Star Wars 2, and once again, it's fantastic for that. Starting off in a room closed off from any combat that you can run around in and learn the basic mechanics, lever pulling also becomes a pretty big mechanic here too, and also mainly playing as blaster characters. Besides that, this is a great level. The white halls of the Tantive are so iconic, and this level captures its atmosphere so well. And I love how as the level progresses, you work your way deeper into the ship, into the more mechanical areas, and eventually the escape pods. Through the Junlin Wastes, another damn good one. This one you do have a lightsaber wielder again in the form of Obi-Wan. Besides that, just work your way through the wastes. Through the canyons, into a sandcrawler, across some moisture farms, and to Obi-Wan's house, such a good level. Mos Eisley Spaceport, the first part is making your way to the cantina. You even build an ATSD to destroy some rebel, which is so fun. And after the cantina, you play as Han and Chewie making your way through the streets chasing the Imperial spy. Rescue the Princess, the first Death Star level. The Death Star has been captured perfectly. It's so cool going throughout it. Han and Luke are also in Stormtrooper disguises, and there are machines that can give them helmets, and so doing so, you can go through many Stormtroopers without raising an alarm, which is such a fun thing to do. Death Star escape, now having saved Leia, you make your way back to the Falcon. It feels pretty similar, but with new puzzles and fun recreations of scenes from the film. And lastly, Rebel Attack. It's okay. A lot of it is flying across the surface, and because of that, doing torpedoes. I never got why you had to destroy these walls to progress. You're in an X-Wing, you can just fly over it. But the trench run itself is a blast.
Oh man, finally time for Empire!
Hoth battle, god damn it. Listen, the Battle of Hoth is my favorite Star Wars battle, but man, I don't like this level. It's another rolling bomb level, and it's so lame. Also later in this level, you have to destroy multiple AT-ATs and ATSDs. Now destroying the first one is fun. The 8th one, yeah, it's lost its luster. Escape from Echo Base, this one isn't bad, but it drags on a bit. Like this part where you have to roll down this slope pressing all the buttons, and if you miss any, you have to go all the way back up and around to try again. Or this part where you have to get C-3PO onto a ledge a foot off the ground. The level would have been perfectly fine without those. Hell, it would have been better. Falcon Flight, ugh. Another ship level that heavily requires torpedoes? Come on. You can fly in the Slug, which is really cool, but also at the end, there's this giant boulder with a ton of torpedo spots that you have to hit, so you have to slowly wait for it to spin to where you can hit it, and it just drags on. Dagobah, finally a good level. Start off as Pilot Luke making your way through the swamp with nothing but a blaster and grappling hook. Then after finding Yoda, finally being able to use the Force. Like Escape from Echo Base, some parts feel unnecessary, but other parts are fantastic. You go through the dark cave fighting Vader, Yoda gets a tractor and pulls Luke's X-Wing out of the swamp, good stuff. Cloud City Trap, the boss level between Luke and Vader. Start with Luke making your way through Cloud City a bit into the Carbonite Chamber to face off with Vader, and unlike prior boss levels, this one actually has a fight, then puzzle solving, a fight, more puzzle solving, repeat until done. It's pretty fun working your way through the duel area, seeing these places recontextualized into a puzzle platforming stage. It's really fun. And Betrayal over Bespin, playing as Leia, Lando, and Chewie chasing Boba, and then making your way back to the Falcon, another level that is a little long, but still fine.
Wow. That was overwhelmingly okay. Yeah, for levels from a film with a ton of great action and spectacle, the fact that they were that underwhelming, that's disappointing. Let's go back to Attack of the Clones. What? No!
Return of the Jedi, Jabba's Palace. Start as Boosh and Chewie going through the palace trying to save Han, meeting up with Luke, and in with a Rancor boss fight, pretty fun level. The Great Pit of Carkoon, oh man. Start with the Boba boss fight on the skiffs, then head over to the sail barge, going across and through it on the deck to destroy it. Love it. Speeder Showdown, it's awesome conceptually. You need to make it to one of the communication towers, which is blocked up by a shield, so using the speeder bikes to ride through the woods, killing Imperials, then stopping at all 4 checkpoints, destroy a shield generator, then move on. And at the main tower, head to the top and use an AT-AT to destroy it. The issue is that it does drag on a bit. The 4 areas each take a couple of minutes, each speeder chase can take a bit, and the final part takes a bit too. It's not terrible, just drags on a bit. The Battle of Endor, oh no. This one just drags on and on. Start in the Ewok village, okay. Then work your way through the woods, okay. Then into the shield bunker and destroying it, ugh. The wood section takes long enough. Adding the shield bunker to it, it just drags on and on and on. Jedi Destiny, the final battle between Luke and Vader, but you actually work together to defeat the Emperor. Oh! Such a cool contrast in Darth Vader, I love it. It's pretty simple, just chase Palpatine around and kill him. And lastly, into the Death Star, another torpedo level. Thanks. Destroying Star Destroyers with torpedoes. How fun.
I'm being sarcastic!
Once inside the Death Star, it's actually not bad. The middle does require more torpedoes, but escaping is actually fun as you fly towards the camera with the explosion behind you.
And those are the 36 levels. In story mode, we're not done yet. Are we? Yeah, you can f*** off.
I just don't get it. You made up with Officer Bright pretty quick. I heard about your adventuring escapade with Mr. McGee, and you already made things up with him. And also, Dr. Hockey, you made things up with him for playing everybody 1-2 Switch. Is it gonna take another multiversal crisis for us to get along again?
No one knows what the hell you're talking about. Bye.
See you next year.
Huh? Like every LEGO game, each level has 10 mini-kits and red bricks, most of which can only be obtained in free play. They require more puzzles that require more characters, so like every other LEGO game, you have to replay levels in free play. With 10 mini-kits per level, that's 360 mini-kits, which sounds like a lot, and it is, but hunting the mini-kits is a lot of fun. Many are hidden in secret areas that can only be accessed with other characters, and some of them are so damn cool. Hunting for mini-kits can be a bit repetitive, but I also found it to be an incredible time waster. Speaking of collecting mini-kits, another collectible are the blue mini-kits, only in challenge mode. Each level has a challenge mode in which you have 20 minutes to find 20 blue mini-kits. These are much easier to find, but with the time limit, it is still stressful. This mode is more so about completing these levels quickly, but some of them can be a bit tricky to find, adding more stress and fun.
Anxiety makes me happy, I guess.
And those are the main batch of levels, but there are 6 additional bonus levels in their own separate room of the cantina, starting with Pod Race Original. This is the original Pod Race level from the first game. I really like how even though it was replaced, they still added it as a bonus level. And man, I never beat this one as a kid, and looking back, I see why. This is a much harder variation of the pod race. It has the same map, but now has a time limit. You have a very short amount of time to reach various checkpoints. It counts down to when the person in front of you crosses the checkpoint, so basically you have to reach each point before the person in front of you, and man is it hard. There are all these boost panels that give you a speed boost, and hitting all of them is pretty much necessary to beat the level. Turning is super difficult if you're constantly holding accelerate. You have to let loose when you're trying to turn quicker. Learning how to beat this is a process, but when you do,
you! I did it! After almost a decade, I did it! You!
It felt good to beat this for the first time, and honestly, now that I know how to beat it, I actually enjoy this level now. It's tough, but pulling it off correctly feels so good.
There's a reason I'm still wearing this shirt.
Anakin's Flight. This was actually originally the 7th level in the Phantom Menace in the original, but was cut from the main story here, so each film had 6 levels. And again, I'm really glad it's still here as a bonus level. And of all levels to be cut, this one was definitely the best choice. It's not bad, but imagine a world where Anakin's Flight was included in the main story.
Hi, I'm Nicus. I'm a serial killer.
It's a pretty basic vehicle level based on Anakin destroying the Trade Federation blockade ship. The best part is when you go inside the ship. It's pretty fun. It does have this weird segment where you are confined to these small areas and it spins, which is odd, but besides that, this is a totally fine level. Gunship Cavalry Original, this is one of the only levels I genuinely hate. It's an auto-scroller, like the original Pod Race. It's the same map as the new one, but stuck as an auto-scroller. The nice thing is that there isn't rolling bombs, but the negative is if you miss the shield generators, you die and have to start over. A New Hope, this was another level from the original game. It was another bonus level teasing the original trilogy. This one you play as Vader and a stormtrooper on the Tantive, and it's really short but still pretty cool. And the last two are really odd. Lego City and Newtown. These are both stud challenges where there are a total of 1 million studs in the whole level and you have to collect them all. Most of these levels are fantastic. It's just running around collecting all the studs you can find. Destroying things, playing mini games, riding vehicles and creatures. It's so bizarre but also fun. But then as you near the end, it can be so hard to find the last few studs, which is when it really drags.
And those are the 6 bonus levels a part of the bonus room. But there are still 12 more bonus levels a part of each film. In each film is a door that leads to another bonus level, these being more stud challenges.
After completing a film, you unlock a map from that film. In each one of these maps, there are more stud challenges where you have a time limit and must get a certain amount of studs. A ton of enemies spawn and various things can be destroyed for studs. These are much easier but still quite fun. They're just satisfying to go through. and after getting all the mini kits in a level, you get a vehicle micro build that you use in the last stud challenge type. Once again, you have a time limit to get a certain amount of studs, but these are even easier. Again, they're still simple fun though. The last bonus level type are the bounty hunter missions. Hidden away in the back of the cantina is Jabba, who has various bounties. These missions throw you in various levels, and you have a time limit to find a certain character. They're pretty straightforward and quick, but still fun.
Woo! And those are all the missions and mission types. And my god, we're not even done yet!
The character roster, oh hell yeah! What a great roster. Any beloved Star Wars character is here, along with a bunch of other fun obscure characters. This game is how I learned of all these characters' names, and I've never forgotten them since. About half the roster is unlocked for free from playing through the story missions. The rest are still unlocked from playing through the story, but they do cost studs. And of course, the coveted ghost characters. These guys are the most expensive characters in the game, going for over 1,000,000 studs each. But they're both invincible and invisible to enemies. Speaking of characters, you can unlock Indiana Jones. Also the vehicles, same situation. I love being able to use any vehicles in the vehicle free play. It allows you to destroy the second Death Star with an indoor speeder or win the pod race with the Millennium Falcon. Extras, it's as simple as they get. Just the standard extras you find in any LEGO game. And the character customizer, you know what? For one of the first, it's a damn good one. It's fun to mess around with, although only 2 custom characters is incredibly low.
But does that ruin the game? What kind of f***ing question is that? So LEGO Star Wars The Complete Saga. Sexy beast, ain't it? I loved this game as a kid, but as I've grown older, I've grown more and more of an appreciation for it. It's not just a good game, it's a fantastic adaptation of 6 films beloved by so many, making it possible to play through these films with the charm and humor that comes standard with LEGO games, and it's a great game for all Star Wars fans. Simple enough for kids, but enjoyable enough for everyone. It's not carried by nostalgia, but strengthened by it. It's just so damn sexy! Well, I couldn't think of a better way to spend today, playing through a childhood classic, and hey, there's still a ton of other LEGO Star Wars games I can talk about. I already talked about Sex 2, and Viagra, and Lube for Game Boy Advance, but I can also talk about portable sex, hentai, and abstinence. Oh, hi. You may wonder what I'm doing. Well, it's mid-September. What do you think I'm doing? Nintendo traditionally holds their last standard directive every year at this time of the year in September, so I'm just waiting for its announcement. Oh my god, there's a Nintendo Direct tomorrow!
Yeah, it's that time of the year again. September, the final standard direct of 2023, and let me just say, this year in Directs has been delightful. The February and June Directs were excellent with plenty of reveals of all kinds of stuff new and old. So let's see how this one pans out.
This time going in, the rumors are a new Donkey Kong game, a new F-Zero game, a new 99-player Battle Royale game, a remake of a DS and Wii game. This is gonna end in heartbreak.
Well, to begin, we start with an in-depth look at Side Order, the piece of Splatoon 3 DLC revealed a couple of Directs ago. And it looks like Splatoon crossed with Portal. It may just be me, but these pretty basic looking industrial areas and an elevator screen Portal. It looks fine, and I'm sure Splatoon fans are excited, but as I've already stated,
Fuck Splatoon!
I'm kidding, of course. I don't hate Splatoon, I just haven't played it yet, so I don't necessarily care. Then we got our man Takahashi introducing himself.
I'm so ready for this guy to re-explain everything we've seen.
Alright, on to headlines. Holy f***. Well, here's our new Donkey Kong game, an old game, Mario vs. Donkey Kong. This is a remake of the Game Boy Advance game. The Mario vs. Donkey Kong series is a series of puzzle platformers that started with Donkey Kong on the Game Boy and has been dormant since 2016. It's neat to see the series back, but it being a remake is kind of underwhelming. It looks visually stellar, and I'm sure the game is great, but being what it is isn't crazy exciting. I also hate it when these direct announcements go way into detail and just kind of spoil aspects of the game, like this one. He goes over how to beat this puzzle. Why? Not bad though, just don't know if it's worth $60. Now $50 I can live with. Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. I'm not a Prince of Persia guy, but this looks like a quality enough 2D platformer. Then a sizzle reel of games. First off, Horizon Chase 2. This is a mobile game ported to Switch.
My favorite.
Super Crazy Rhythm Castle, a rhythm game by Konami, okay? Stuff like this, I just don't know what to say about it. Yeah, same for this too. Spycross Anya, Operation Memories.
I have nothing.
Now some Mario RPG talk. Showing off some of the new mechanics, which includes dealing extra damage to other enemies if you time your button presses correctly, a new gauge that when filled allows you to do a 3-character triple move, and after beating the game, you can refight the bosses, but they'll be a lot more difficult. What can I say? This looks excellent. I'm very much looking forward to it. What I'm not looking forward to is this. Another code recollection. Well, here's our DS and Wii game. This looks dumb. The running looks right out of Pokemon Legends Arceus, the puzzles look hilariously dumb, the animation is pretty damn atrocious, and you have all of the excellent anime grunts and sighs, man, my favorite. And then Takahashi goes over it again.
Holy dude. I don't care!
Next up, a more in-depth at the new Princess Peach game, Princess Peach Showtime. Peach goes across various places fixing things. This looks quality. Peach will have various outfits that give her abilities to cross obstacles. Looks pretty solid and I'm looking forward to it, but my god, what I was saying earlier about showing way too much in these trailers, yeah, that especially applies here. Saga Emerald Beyond, a RPG with an anime art style.
Right.
Yeah, this looks bad. Next up, Tomb Raider, a compilation of remasters of the first 3 Tomb Raider games. Hell yeah! The Tomb Raider series is a series I want to play, but I can never find any of the games out in the wild, so it perpetually remains in that I'll get to it one day realm. These look like fairly solid remasters, and for only $30, definitely picking it up. Now on the exact opposite end of the spectrum, Detective Pikachu Returns. Hell no. Again, this game looks ugly as f***. It looks like a 3DS game in HD, which is ugly as hell. Next up, Trombone Champ. This game hit it big a while ago. It's cool to see it come to Switch. Another sizzle reel. First off, an isometric online wait, what the f***? Look at these buttons on the side. This is literally just a f***ing mobile game. What the hell? War Tales, another isometric RPG. Holy f***, the camera is so far back. I can barely see what is going on.
Can't wait to play this on a Switch Lite.
And a remaster of the NES Contra games, which is pretty cool. Next up, god damn it, another medieval RPG. I'm just fucking bored. Next up, finally, Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon's remaster is detailed more. Or Luigi's Mansion 2 HD. That's kinda dumb. The game subtitle is Dark Moon. Why the hell are you calling it Dark Moon? This of course looks excellent, but this isn't coming out until summer of 2024. What? It would have been perfect if they released this in just a couple of weeks since, you know, October, Halloween, pumpkins, shitting your pants.
Well, you, Nintendo. You can't make me wait to play this title. I'll play it on 3DS.
Takahashi introduces 2 more announcements. First, Nintendo Museum. It's a Nintendo Museum, la-di-f***ing-da. It's a museum in Japan. Thanks for showing it to all of us America dwellers. And an update on some amiibo. Release date for the Tears of the Kingdom and Xenoblade 3 amiibo, along with the Sora amiibo being announced. And another take a look at this F-Zero. Holy f***.
Since this will get the Mario RPG treatment, show the Super Nintendo footage and then transition into holy sh**.
F-Zero 99 is the new 99-player battle royale, and holy f***, this is incredible. Recontextualizing F-Zero as a 99-player battle royale is incredible. Miyamoto said they wouldn't do a new F-Zero until they had a good idea for it, and this is it. It's free for NSO members, and I'm so excited to play it. Anyways, back to dog. 2 League of Legends spin-offs, f*** you. A more in-depth look at WarioWare Move It, which is showing more creative uses of the Joy-Con, which I am so pumped for. Now this, what do you think I think? A medieval RPG? No thanks. And another sizzle reel of pixel art games. You know what that means? A farming game, a RPG, and a cooking game. I will say Dave the Diver actually does look pretty neat, but the other 2, no thanks. And a look at the last Mario Kart 8 Deluxe Booster Course pack. Daisy Circuit from Wii is coming, which I am pumped for. I always like that one. And 4 more characters. Diddy Kong, Funky Kong, and Pauline. 3 gay characters that absolutely deserve to be here, so cool to see. And Peach at my f***ing god. And Among Us. A trailer for the new map. Alright, fine. Next up, a sizzle reel of all the Nintendo games coming out over the next few months. My f***ing god. Why are they padding for time like this? And one last thing, holy f***. A Paper Mario remaster, but not just any. It's the 1,000 Year Door. The 1,000 Year Door HD has been requested for so long, and it's awesome to see. I'm so excited for this, especially since there will be a way to play it without making poor financial decisions. But as the final announcement, It's fine, but a little underwhelming. It would have been incredible if this was shadow dropped today like the other GameCube remasters from earlier this year, but hey, it's fine. And with a vague release date of 2024, this Nintendo Direct concludes.
And that was okay. I wouldn't say it was bad, but it was definitely underwhelming compared to this year's prior Directs. The stuff Nintendo showed was pretty good, but none of it was new. Nintendo stuff was either already announced, remasters of pre-existing games, or F-099. It was all really cool to see, but there was nothing really new that was original from Nintendo. But I do think there's a reason for that. The Nintendo Switch is just a couple months away from being 7 years old, and the rumors of the Switch's follow-up are really starting to ramp up, and I think we can expect information on it within the next year, and because of that, since the Nintendo Switch's follow-up is on the horizon, I think Nintendo is starting to slow down with Switch support. It's kind of like what happened to the 3DS towards the end of its lifespan when the Switch came out. It really just became a bunch of old games now on the 3DS, which kind of seems to be what's happening on Switch, which isn't a bad thing, because that means Nintendo's most likely working on new experiences for the Switch's follow-up, so that way when that system launches, it'll be good. We'll have a year like 2017, where the console's going to launch, and we're going to have a great slate of games, while the Switch is kind of just cruising along with a bunch of old shit. But overall, this is a fine Direct. I wasn't disappointed, just a little underwhelmed. And annoyed by all those medieval RPGs. The farming game of 2023. Uh-huh. Yeah. $3,000? Okay, yeah. By tomorrow? Okay, yeah, sure. Oh, hi there. I just got off the phone with the bank, and it turns out I'm in debt. I would say, how could this happen, but just look at that. Being a video game collector is hard. I mean, yesterday I tripped and oops, I bought Lego Friends on 3DS. But now that I'm in debt, I need to cut back on buying games. But I can't just stop buying games. I mean, you don't want to know what happens if I do that. Thankfully, there's a solution. While video games can be expensive, there are also plenty of cheap video games. So, you know what that means. Today we're playing utter dog shit. And prison life simulator jail gangster escape game. Scary. I mean, we have to have some quality in there.
The Nintendo eShop.
Oh,
yeah, I do not like this storefront. Introduced with the Nintendo 3DS in 2011, continued with the Wii U in 2012, and succeeded by the Nintendo Switch in 2017, the Nintendo eShop is Nintendo's digital storefront where they sell their games digitally and also sell any other piece of shit that wants to be sold. While they share the name, the three systems eShops are all separate storefronts, only connected by your Nintendo account. And the current eShop, the Switch's, I hate. My biggest problem with the eShop is how slow and laggy it is. Browsing it takes forever, and on top of that, the minimalistic presentation is boring. The 3DS and Wii U eShops had music that made shopping fun. The silence here makes me really consider if I should buy Funny Truck or not.
Well, the truck is funny.
Not to mention, if you're trying to buy multiple games, unless you buy them in a bundle, you have to buy them each separately, then search up the next one all over again. It's a slow and tedious process, and I don't like it. But what I do like are the constant, and I mean constant sales. So many games are always on sale for no reason, which is nice. And what is also nice is this little feature that allows you to sort the games by their prices low to high, allowing us to see the cheapest games on the eShop.
So with that, let's take a gander at some of the cheapest games you can buy on the Nintendo eShop. Now, I'm only going to be looking at games that actually cost money. There's plenty of free software on the Nintendo eShop, but a lot of that comes to things that should just be free in general, whether it's free games, streaming services, mobile games that are already free. There's plenty of free stuff on the eShop that's quality, but there's a reason it's free. They usually have microtransactions or something else where you have to give them money. And even then, if they're free, as I said, they're free for a reason. But the games that actually cost money but are very cheap, that is where the dog shit lies, and so that's where we're going to be taking a look.
So let's begin on this journey, starting with The Rusty Sword, Vanguard Isle. Developed by Plow Games, just looking at this, you can tell it's an homage to the classic top-down Zelda games. You play as Rusty, an adventurer who sets out to Vanguard Isle for treasure. And, does this remind you of anything? It's incredibly derivative of A Link to the Past.
And you think that's a bad thing?
This game is pretty damn solid. It's pretty small, the world is this little island, and there's only one dungeon, but the dungeon is a solid length. It looks really nice too, and controls exactly how how you'd want a game like this to control. The game was also recently updated, adding a new island and dungeon, and this game is ultimately kind of a test or preview for the Rusty Sword Runelock Isle. Overall, this is pretty damn good. It's not that deep, but for such a low price, it's worth it, that's for damn sure. Next up is Tori 3D, a 3D platformer with a bird.
Nintendo could never.
This is a low poly but adorable experience. It's so jolly. The gameplay is just running around as Tori, collecting a certain amount of these little star collectibles. It's very simple graphically, but I think it works and gives the game a very unique and charming art style. There's 9 levels, the first 8 being open to play in any order, and the level themes are all fun and look nice with this art style. For its price, this is a quality little 2D platformer with a ton of charm.
Damn, that was good. If only the story would continue. Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's a sequel, Tori 2. It's more Tori. Gameplay and visuals wise, it's nearly identical. There are 8 levels with 4 themes and a 9th level that's unlocked after beating all the prior ones. There's also a few bonus Christmas themed levels, but overall, it's Tori. Again.
And that's supposed to be a bad thing?
From the visuals to the simplistic gameplay, these games are so damn charming. There isn't much to them, but for their price, these are such fun, minuscule experiences.
Can't wait to see Tori's an assist trophy in the next Smash game.
Next up, Row, or however that's supposed to be pronounced. And my god, this is a bitch basic 2D platformer, and a bad one at that. You know how in Mario, the faster you're running when you jump, the farther you go? Or the longer you hold down the jump button, the higher you jump? You know how that gives you so much more control and precision? Well, imagine if Mario didn't have that, and it had an incredibly amateur art style. That's Row for you. The physics are so awkward, and the level design is just straight up nonsensical and bad. There's no damn story. I mean, even as simple as Mario's gameplay was, there was a story. You were in a well-defined location with a well-defined goal. What the f*** is Row doing up here on these sky platforms? Absolute garbage. This feels like baby's first video game. Something a 12-year-old would make if they want to get into making video games. But I don't think a 12-year-old would be able to figure out how to add their game to the Switch eShop, so this is just bad. Next up, Funny Truck.
That truck is fucking hilarious.
This is fucking hilarious. You drive a truck with some of the worst driving controls I've seen in any game as people spawn in the back of the truck. As they fall out, this counter goes up, but there is no point to the game. You just drive around up all these random ramps and hills. This is complete nonsense. These are just randomly placed, and overall, the game is so fucking stupid. It's so basic and effortless. Many of the same criticisms I gave to Row can be applied here, but I can't say I hate this game because it is what it's called. A funny truck. This is the fun kind of bad. A game that clearly knows it's bad and it's just so damn stupid for no reason. I love this piece of shit.
Holy f***, what a funny truck.
Liartanium OS Simulator. This is probably the weirdest game here. It's an operating system simulator that's supposedly supposed to teach how this operating system works. It can only be played in handheld mode, and it's an incredibly bare bones experience. There's a calculator, notes which you can type anything in, and really minimalistic versions of Solitaire and Minesweeper. There is so little to this, and it's such an odd thing, I just don't even know what to say about it.
Now, Alien Destroyer, I could go a goddamn day.
Alien Destroyer, made by the same people who made Funny Truck.
Thank God.
I know I said I could go all day, but I think I may need to take that back. There isn't much to this. It's a really basic first-person shooter made in Unity like Funny Truck. I will say this is definitely more serious. You are destroying these things, which I guess are supposed to be aliens, but it's incredibly shallow. The game takes place on this flat plane and is visually boring. These giant statues in the background are quite interesting, but besides that, man, I have nothing for this.
I lied. I'm sorry.
Now, Henry the Hamster Handler, I could probably go for 30 seconds or so. This is a really basic game where hamsters march and you have to press certain buttons to deactivate hazards. It starts off pretty slow, but as the game goes on and there's more hamsters and hazards thrown into the mix, it can get quite intense and hectic. It's pretty basic visually, and the gameplay isn't very deep, but it's fun enough for the low price point. Also, these death animations, beautiful. WBSC Power Pros E Baseball, a baseball game by Konami of all people. What is this doing here? Well, this is an online baseball game, and a pretty damn solid one at that. I think baseball is one of the more boring sports to watch, but to play, it's pretty damn fun, both in real life and video games. And this is no exception. It's really damn simple, and there is not much to it at all, but damn, this is a really fun baseball experience. But this was made by Konami. What the hell is it doing here among the Switch's cheapest games? Like, this isn't anything crazy, but I think this is worth more than just a fucking dollar, especially since it's by fucking Konami. Like, what?
I will go the rest of my life baffled by that.
Squidlet, you know how I said Tori is so damn charming? Well, Squidlet is even more charming. It's stylized as an original Game Boy game and is incredible. You play a Squidlet who is sent on a quest to stop the God Emperor Squid Squad from plunging the world into darkness. It draws heavy inspiration from Super Mario Land and is incredible. Squidlet can jump, and when he jumps, he can shoot straight down, and that's his only attack. The simplicity adds charm and also makes you think how to tackle certain bosses and other obstacles. The game is quite short. It's made up of 4 main areas that all end with a boss fight, but the game is a blast all the way through. I've said it a lot, but this game is drenched in charm. The dialogue is incredibly reminiscent of the dialogue in the Mother games. It's all just so silly and fun that I can't resist talking to everyone I can talk to. Some of these bosses are so creative too, like you have to fight this book by landing in the book and covering words in ink. This game is just incredible. It's short and simple, but for the low price, there is clearly so much love here. The developer even made sure to follow the limitations of Game Boy games. As they state in the game's description, there's no more than 10 8-pixel white sprites in a line, no more than 40 sprites at a time, only 4 sound channels each of different instruments, and the classic Game Boy resolution and color palette. This is simply incredible, and for just a $1, I enjoyed this game way more than some games I've spent $60 on. There's also a sequel called Super Squidlet, which replicates a Game Boy Color game, and the developer is currently working on Squidlet 64.
Oh, I wonder what console that game is supposed to replicate.
In case you can't tell, I love this game, and I am shocked it's down here with shit like Row and Funny Truck, but my god, I'm glad it is. Now, Truck Race Climb.
I don't know if I call this charming, more so badass.
God damn, you know a game's good when you use B to select options. Well, what can I say? It's no Squidlet, but it has its charm. You drive a truck from one place to another. You have cargo that can only get so damaged or else you have to restart the level. Honestly, this isn't horrible. Well, that's it for that thought. This isn't anything great, but it's not bad. It's just kind of nothing. I'd criticize it for being such a lump of nothing, but for how cheap it is, it's not worth the trouble. Next up, Hentai World.
Whoa, how did that end up here?
With a name like that, you may think Nicus. What the f***? But hear me out. It's a sliding block puzzle game. Now, to be fair, it's not a very good one. These are 9x9 puzzles. That's so boring. Not only that, but it shows you how all the pieces are shuffled around, and they aren't shuffled around much at all. It's just too damn easy. After each puzzle, the girl moves some clothes, and as the pictures get saucier, it branches into a 4x4 puzzle, but this is still too damn easy. Overall, my biggest takeaway is that it's fucking weird to see boobs on the same console I play Mario on. Anyways, what's next? Oh, I bought another hentai puzzle game. Anime sexy girl puzzle hentai game history adventure.
Bless you.
That's another thing about many of these games. They have titles that make no sense. They're just a mishmash of random keywords. Anyways, this is a jigsaw puzzle game. At least the first mode is. There are a couple of difficulties, and Expert is definitely the most enjoyable. Jigsaw puzzles are just damn fun, but it is also a bit annoying here. Shuffling through the pieces is difficult and tedious. Many pieces block others, so it's hard to find some. Overall though, not bad. I just don't really care about the final image. Oh, anime girls, how alluring. I may not have completed enough puzzles, but none of these pictures were lewd either. They're just kinda suggestive at most. Now, I don't really care that much, but when hentai is one of the keywords, well, talk about false advertising. Maybe hentai girls will fix that. Oh, come on! I bought 3 of these games?
No, my finger slipped. Like yesterday, I sneezed funny and I accidentally bought Rafa's World. We'll get to that.
And this is the same as Hentai World, at least the UI, music, and select screen layout. And the gameplay is the same. Each picture has 5 puzzles or so, completing each removes some clothes, but this time, everything outside of the puzzle is pixelated until you complete the puzzle.
At least there's a way to tell them apart.
Besides that, I have nothing. The puzzles are all too easy, that's kind of it. I do like sliding block puzzle games, and even the jigsaw puzzle game was pretty fun, but man, I wish the final image was something more cool like Mario or something. Well, this isn't Mario, but at least it's not a lewd anime puzzle game. Oh, Wait, maybe it is. Lifeless Planet. I actually got this game on Epic Games a couple years ago and it was free, and it intrigued me. It was mainly the concept of it taking place in outer space, exploring an extraterrestrial planet just allured me. But the game wasn't what I wanted, so I stopped playing after a while. But maybe this time I can get farther in it. The game starts with a first-person view of leaving Earth, but after a while, you crash land onto some other planet, and we jump into gameplay with a camera that is way too far back and too loose. You can bring the camera closer, but not make it more stiff. Off to a great start. Also, this game's frame rate is vomit-inducing. Anyways, you start to run out of oxygen, so you have to find an oxygen tank, but the game gives you no direction on where to find it, so you're left wandering around aimlessly until you die. You can eventually spot it glimmering in the distance, but it's too far from where you start, so it can be hard to find it at first. You can spot it when you follow the obvious rocks, but it would have been nice if the game said to do so somewhere in the log.
But wait a minute, this can't happen. This isn't a good game. This isn't a good game.
Anyways, after you find it, you keep walking. After a while, you come across some of the most primitive 3D platforming. This guy can jump and get a little boost from his backpack, but you have no control over him when he's in the air. The boost gives you the smallest boost, and it's practically useless. This game has some of the worst momentum mechanics in any game. It just makes jumping so awkward and unsatisfying. It's just a fucking chore to move around in this game. Not to mention, it's so fucking boring. This is essentially a slow walking simulator on a boring fucking planet. Lifeless Planet is the perfect name for this game, because not only is this planet lifeless, but everything about the damn game is lifeless. I remember after a while, I made it to some strange town thing, but this time, I couldn't even be bothered to make it that far. This game is just a piece of shit.
Oh my god, that was so harsh. I hope the next game doesn't make me so harsh.
My name is Mayo.
Actually, it's Nicus. Get it right.
So this banana saves our progress.
Off to a good start so far.
You tap on a jar of mayo. It's like Cookie Clicker, but with a jar of mayo. But as you reach certain amounts of taps, you unlock achievements, some of which unlock some stories. Selecting some achievements adds some fun accessories, and tapping the jar with those accessories on will unlock more achievements that continue the stories. It's a really interesting concept, and is overall really wacky, but a fun experience. There really isn't much to it, but you can get a while out of this just tapping away and seeing each story play out. It's so weird, but kind of fascinating in a really weird way. Overall, a neat, weird thing. Now, Rafa's World.
Damn, something that's okay?
It's a more than serviceable little 2D platformer. It's alright, not great by any means, but also not horrendous. It looks pretty nice, has a fun enough art style, but kind of similar problem to Row. What the f is Rafa, and what is he doing here in this world of his? And it turns out this is published by the same team. Okay, the lack of context checks out. Next up is Morto, or Morto Episode 1 to be precise. What the f is this? The gameplay is really simple. You just move left and right on a single plane, but the game itself is really f***ing depressing. With a crude hand-drawn art style, old film distortion, and fantastic building of an unsettling environment, this is a weird, creepy experience, one that had me at the edge of my seat, just ready for a jumpscare at any time. It instates a certain mood on you and is so creepy yet fascinating at the same time. It gets borderline disturbing, but I can't put it down.
Now tell me, would you believe me if I told you this was published and maybe even developed by the same people who did Row and Rafa's World? I'm not joking.
This is absolutely not a game for everyone. If you're in the wrong mood for this, it can be horrible for you. But if you want a weird, depressing, narrative-driven experience, check this out, especially for its low price.
Holy f***, from a charming bird and squid to hentai to whatever the hell this was, what a trip.
Republic. This is definitely the deepest game here. In total, it's around 11 hours in length, which is crazy for how cheap it is here. This is a pretty interesting game. It's very story driven and is played from the perspective of cameras as you guide this girl throughout the game. From the cameras, you can scan things to activate various whatevers to progress the story. I didn't get very far in it, but I can see myself getting farther in the future. The gameplay is very simple, but puzzle-like in its design, while also telling a deep story. This is another one of those games that is just shocking to see so cheap. Escape Lala. This is once again another game that can only be played with the touchscreen, and it's a point-and-click puzzle game. You're in some weird dungeon and have to go through various rooms solving puzzles to get new items. that you can use to solve more puzzles. It's a pretty standard puzzle game, but once again, for its price, it's pretty damn solid. Like many other games, not anything outstanding, but definitely a fun little experience. Next up, Axolotl is Dry, another game by the Rope people.
God damn it.
And it's another goddamn 2D platformer. Although this one is the best one yet. It has a similar pixelated style to Rafa's World, but this game, you play as what I assume is an axolotl. You have various moves like wall jumps and a dash, which leads to the most fun platforming yet. Gotta be honest, I quite enjoy this one. They take good advantage of the wall jumping and dash mechanics. Many of the obstacles can be pretty tricky to avoid, which makes it fun to replay and try new things until you figure out how to pass it. Good stuff from them. Once again, there's no context, like it's an axolotl in the desert and they're platforming. Woo. But that wasn't terrible, so let's try another game of theirs. Cat Milk, or Dot Cat Milk if you will. And wow, look at that, a 2D platformer. This is worse. It still has the pixelated art style, which is nice on paper, but actually playing the game, what the f is this supposed to be? You play as a cat and there's milk at the end of each stage, so you have to get the milk and go back to your cat house. And once again, there is no context to any of this. It's just random bricks in the sky. This is a step back from Axolotl is Dry and even Rafa's World. It's better than Row, but that really isn't saying much, is it?
Alright, last game. Let's end with something good. Prison Life Simulator Jail Gangster Escape Game Scary.
I saw this game on the eShop and instantly knew I needed this. The logo instantly reminded me of all of the Grand Theft Auto ripoffs you find on phones. Grand Gangster City, Dude Theft Wars, like that one anime game I talked about.
Not the first one, or the last one. The second one.
These games just have a bunch of random keywords to alert 12-year-olds into playing because they couldn't afford the GTA mobile games. Well, now I'm 18 and I have money and I still buy this instead of San Andreas on mobile. God damn it! But this isn't really a Grand Theft Auto clone, this is actually an Escapist clone. But now in 3D. And it has the budget of $4.
I'm sold!
The idea of an Escapist game in first-person 3D is alluring until you actually play it and realize it's a super low-budget game that wasn't lovingly crafted like the Escapist games were. And hell, if you want a 3D first-person Escapist game, just play the Minecraft version. Yeah, this is pretty lame. It's structurally sound, but just so boring and nothing.
And that seems like a good place to stop for now. I mean, I could keep on going, but please keep in mind, I played through the beginning of Lifeless Planet again. I deserve a rest. But that was a selection on some of the cheapest games you can buy on the Nintendo eShop. Some of the games were shockingly good, and some of the games were shockingly games. And while a lot of these games stunk, I am so glad I embarked on this journey because I ended up discovering a ton of great little indie games. Tori, Squidlet, Escape Lala, those were all pretty damn good. And I wouldn't have found out about them if I didn't take this journey. It's awesome that you can get such quality experiences for so cheap. I mean, not all of these games are great, but for most of the games that I played, I found the low price points to be worth it. And with that, I plead if any of these games looked appealing, please go check them out. They're at really low price points, and these games were developed by really small indie teams. Hell, some of them not even developed by teams at all, but by a single person. I mean, their low price is absolutely worth it for the quality and passion that are in some of these games. I mean, again, not all of them are great, but a lot of them for their low price point were incredible. And hey, what are we gonna spend that $1 on anyways? Some Fruit Smiles? And speaking of Fruit Smiles, I was gonna buy another game by the people who published Row and Morto and all those, but instead I decided to buy some Fruit Smiles. Oh my gosh, I didn't waste money on a video game. I spent it on food. Something that I consume once and never again versus something that I can consume whenever I want for as long as I want. Oh my gosh, this is what I call progress. This here is the Nintendo 3DS. For the past 12 years, this thing has been providing me with all of the gaming experiences I could ever want, and it can probably last me another 12 years. Oh no, it died! What am I gonna play now?
Like living beings, game consoles die. Most game consoles are generally around 5 to 8 or so years before a follow-up system releases. But even when a company's next-gen system releases, they still usually support the prior system for a couple of years. When you launch a new console, it's not a good idea to immediately abandon your last system because for a lot of consumers, they can't immediately fork over $500 to upgrade to the new system. So it's worthwhile to support the prior system for a few more years, typically around 3 or so. But once once a couple of years pass, most consumers have moved on to the new system, and the prior system dies.
It's always tragic when a system dies, and the internet sure likes to show how upset it is when a system dies, even though they didn't care about the system months prior.
Death is a natural part of life, and game consoles are no exception. It's gonna happen no matter what, but it's always up to the company to decide if their console is gonna die with a bang or with Dr. Mario 64.
Today I will go over the death of various consoles and figure out why they died earlier or later than expected. Then maybe I can figure out why my 3DS died.
So what defines the death of a console? Well, it kind of depends person to person and case to case. To me, a console dies when it's no longer being supported, official games aren't being released for it anymore, and online storefronts shut down. The last one obviously doesn't apply to a lot of older systems, but it gives some newer systems shockingly long lifespans. Take the Nintendo 3DS and Wii U for example. The 3DS was released in March of 2011, and while it struggled at the beginning of its life, a price cut, various revisions, and a stellar library helped catapult it to success, and it sold over 75 million units. And then there's the Wii U. Released in November of 2012, this system never found its footing. It had some excellent games, but a confusing, underused gimmick, terrible marketing, and a really confusing target audience.
Oh yeah, the Wii U is for mature gamers. We have Batman Arkham, Assassin's Creed, Call of Duty, and this commercial showing families using the system. Is that badass enough for you?
It all added up to only 13 million systems being sold, making it Nintendo's worst selling home console. And yet, despite these systems performing very differently, they technically died at the same time. When the Nintendo Switch launched, these systems both entered the post-new system phase of life, but it looked very different for both of these systems. The Wii U's last game published by Nintendo was Breath of the Wild, released on the same day the Switch launched. The Wii U version still received all the DLC, but Nintendo's last published game releasing date and date with the succeeding system, it's a little odd, but understandable considering the Wii U. But the 3DS, oh my gosh. Nintendo support for the system did not stop once the Switch launched. Throughout 2017 and 2018, multiple remasters and original titles were published by Nintendo released for the 3DS. The last Nintendo published game for the 3DS was Kirby's Extra Epic Yarn, released on March 7, 2019, over 2 years after the Switch launched.
That'd be as crazy as a PS3 game releasing in 2017. We'll get to that.
It's really hard to find the 3DS's last physical game, but it seems to be a limited run game, and the Wii U's last game was Shakedown Hawaii, released in summer of 2020. Oh my god. But on February 15th, 2022, Nintendo announced that the Wii U and 3DS eShops would be closing in late March of 2023, and the internet lost it. Nintendo can't do this! They're killing so many experiences! Why will they do this? Oh, I'll miss the eShop.
Honey, name one time in the last 4 years you went onto those eShops.
I found the internet's outrage to be ridiculous about this. I mean, this was announced nearly 5 years after the Switch launched and 3 years after the 3DS received its last Nintendo published game. Nobody was using the eShop anymore, that's why they were closing it down. And the way they handled it was perfect in my opinion. They announced its closure over a year before the closure actually happened and closed it gradually. Eventually you couldn't add funds directly, but there was plenty of time to add funds and buy or re-download games you'd want. And with there being a year, it gave plenty of time for everything to be archived. Nothing is being lost, it's forever backed up on the internet. And I just find it ridiculous. Like, you didn't care at all for years, but then all of a sudden, no, you can't close the eShop, we'll lose Pokemon Picross. Not to mention, a couple of weeks later, everyone went back to not caring until March of 2023. It was a bit sad seeing the 3DS and Wii U eShops go, but come on. Both of these systems were more than 10 years old. There was more than enough time to discover, buy, and download any game you'd want prior to its closure. And again, if you couldn't get something, it's out there on the internet and not hard to find. But the Nintendo 3DS and Wii U both died on March 27th, 2023. Although it can still be argued that they're alive because supposedly there's another limited run 3DS game coming and some Wii U online servers are back online too. So I guess the last 3 minutes of what I said were invalidated.
Well, thank God I'm spending my time wisely. Like, I'm about to talk about a PS2 game that came out in 2013.
The PlayStation 2 released on March 4th, 2000 and would go on to be the highest selling game console of all time, selling about 155 million units. I actually kind of hate this. If you look on the best selling consoles Wikipedia page, it says the PS2 sold less than 155 million units, whereas the DS sold 154.02 million units. I don't know about anyone else, but the PS2's number being the way it is, it makes me think Sony was like,
oh, so the DS sold 154 million units? Well, we almost sold 155 million units. Checkmate, f***o!
If the Switch reaches 155 million units, I feel like Sony will go,
oh, well, we did a recount, and it turns out we sold 156 million PS2s. Checkmate, f***o!
Anyways, obviously with it selling so well, it would live quite a while. It was succeeded by the PS3 in 2006, but still lived on with a ton of support due to Nintendo's Wii. The Wii was incredibly underpowered, with specs comparable to the PS2. But it had a huge install base as well, so you have two systems with huge install bases that have similar specs. Solve for X. Because of that, many Wii ports of third-party games came to the system, along with ports of PSP games, and of course the sports games, which always received last-gen versions for years to come. The last PS2 game released was Pro Evolution Soccer 2014. However, the PS2 game I find the most fascinating is FIFA 14, which was released on the PlayStation 2 and 3, but was also a launch title for the PlayStation 4. Yes, this game released across 3 generations of PlayStation systems. However, shockingly enough, the PS3 outlived it, even though it only sold a little over half as many units as the PS2. The PlayStation 3 was released in 2006, and its final physical game was the same as the Wii U in August of 2020. Meaning, even in terms of last physical game, the PS3 outlived the PS2, but its online storefront also still has yet to shut down. In 2021, Sony announced that they would shut down it and the PSP and Vita shops, but kept the PS3 and Vita shops open due to fan backlash. In 2021, and once again, fans protested. I'm sure 75% of the people who complained didn't even own a PS Vita. So yeah, the PS3 is still alive and well, and so is the Xbox 360. Its last physical game was Just Dance 2019, and while it's still up, the Xbox 360's marketplace will close in July of 2024.
No, you can't close the Xbox 360 marketplace. I haven't used it since 2014.
It's crazy that these systems have both been around for almost 20 years and they're still being supported. They both sold quite well, selling well over 80 million units each, yet these two systems outlived the third console of that generation that did even better. The Wii released in 2006 alongside the PS3 and it took off, striking a chord with casual consumers that led to it selling over 100 million units. And like the PS3, its final game was Shakedown Hawaii in 2020. But its online storefront closed before that. The Wii Shop channel closed in January of 2019, but it shutting down before the Wii received its last game makes sense. The Wii Shop channel only sold WiiWare, Wii channels, and virtual console games. Full retail Wii games weren't sold on this storefront. It was all smaller titles as opposed to the 360 and PS3 storefronts, which did sell full retail games. It still is weird though that the Wii, as popular as it was, lived for only 14 years while the PS3 wasn't nearly as popular, but it's still alive and well. So with that, we can expect the PlayStation 4 to die in 2034, while the Switch will die in 2025. But what about the second highest selling console of all time, the DS? Released in 2004, its last game was Big Hero 6 Battle at the Bay in October of 2014, about 10 years after the system launched, which is wacky. The DS was also incredibly popular, so its last game being released in 2014, I mean, it kinda makes sense, but considering that less popular platforms have outlived it, it's a little strange, but ultimately does make sense as handhelds typically don't live as long as home consoles. And that's because handheld technology has consistently grown quicker than home console technology. The jump from every Nintendo handheld, starting with the Game & Watch, has been so much more significant and noticeable than the jump from console to console. And now we're at the point where Nintendo's current home console's gimmick is the fact that it's also a handheld. The Game Boy was released in 1989 and its last title was Pokemon Yellow, released in 1999. However, Nintendo groups the Game Boy with the Game Boy Color, which was released in 1998, and its last title was a Japan exclusive release in 2003.
So the Game Boy technically died in 2003, but it doesn't matter because the PS2 sold 157 million units. Checkmate, f***o!
And the Game Boy Advance was released in 2001, and its last game was Samurai Deeper Kyo in 2008, lasting about 7 years.
And that's something pretty common with older systems. Much like human lifespans, as time has gone on, console lifespans have become longer and longer. Now, consoles back then still lived a pretty decent amount of time, but not as long as consoles these days live.
The Nintendo Entertainment System was first released in 1983 in Japan as the Famicom, and the last title was Adventure Island 4 in 1994. The Super Nintendo also launched first in Japan, and its last physical title was Fire Emblem Trachea 776 in January of 2000. However, it has had a few games since. Metal Slayer Glory Director's Cut was playable on the Nintendo Power downloadable cartridge later in 2000, and Star Fox 2, an originally unreleased game, was included with the Super Nintendo Classic Edition in 2000. 2017, but support for the system ended in 2000, 10 years after its initial release. Speaking of Nintendo systems, the Nintendo 64 was launched in 1996, and its last game was Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 in 2002, not even a year after the GameCube launched, but it makes sense as the Nintendo 64 only sold about 33 million units, and its successor, the GameCube, released in 2001, received its last game, Madden NFL 08, in 2007, which again makes sense because it was a lower seller. As for non-Nintendo systems, the Sega Master System was released in 1985, and its last title was Mickey's Ultimate Challenge in 1998. The Sega Master System sold a mere 10 million units over here, and yet it survived 13 years, longer than any of Nintendo's first few systems, the DS, hell, even the 3DS? Speaking of shockingly lasting 13 years, the Atari 2600 launched in 1977, and its last game was Klax in 1990. But it does make a bit more sense for it to live this long because it did sell 30 million units and also popularized home console gaming. It also nearly killed the industry.
But those are all systems that had lengthy or perfectly normal lifespans. However, unfortunately, not every console is able to live that long. And usually if they don't, they kind of deserve it.
The Panasonic 3DO was released in 1993, good for it. It is a game console at launch, which means it's up there with the PlayStation 2. Congratulations, Panasonic. However, its price was unbelievable. $700. In 1993. I mean, these days, $700 is still extremely pricey for a game console, but when you adjust for inflation, oh my fucking god. No wonder why this system absolutely flopped. Its last game was Creature Shock, released in 1996. It always sucks to hear about a system that flopped, but when it costed the equivalent of $1,400, you're just asking for it at that point. The Nokia N-Gage was released in 2003, and it was revolutionary in a very specific way. It was a handheld console that doubled as a phone. This was years before Apple introduced the iPhone, so this was something new, but it sure as hell didn't shock anyone. Only 3 million units were sold, which isn't terrible, but there was no place in the market for it. When it released, the Game Boy Advance was alive and kicking, and in the next few years, the DS and PSP also hit the shelves, and the N-Gage simply couldn't compete with those three juggernauts. It was a cool concept, but there was just no room in the market for it. As I mentioned earlier, the Atari 2600 honestly did pretty well, and its successor sure didn't. The Atari 5200 released in 1982, right before the video game market crashed in 1983. There are a ton of reasons why the market crashed, but with a console trying to get its feet off the ground in the middle of the crash, it was impossible for Atari. The 5200 is okay, but it just wasn't a large enough step forward from the 2600 for most to warrant upgrading. Its last game was Gremlins in 1984, and in total, only around 1 million units were sold.
Only f***ing idiots own an Atari 5200. God damn it.
Atari had a couple of more consoles after the 5200, the 7800, the Lynx, and the Jaguar. And while these all didn't perform that great, they all lived at least 5 years, which I consider to be the lower end of a healthy console lifespan. Not a notable length, but not laughably short either.
And what the f happened with the Lynx? How did that live 14 years, as long as the damn Wii?
But that didn't stop Atari from releasing another failed console. While the original Atari is long gone, the current Atari company attempted to re-enter the console space in 2021 with the Atari VCS. I started seeing stuff about this system in 2020, and it confused the hell out of me. This was around the time I truly got into gaming, and so to see Atari was gearing up to launch a new console around the same time Sony and Microsoft were getting ready to launch their new systems, I knew something wasn't gonna go well. And surprise, surprise, the VCS failed. I like some of its ideas, mainly just the idea of Atari releasing ways to play their older titles in the modern day, but there were still countless Atari collections already. The VCS was to be a micro console. What does that mean? Who gives a shit? It has no games worth a damn. It was released in 2021 and did okay at first, but saw a 90% commercial sales decrease from 2021 to 2022. I mean, it was $400 for the bundle that came with the system and the controllers, the same price as the PS5 digital edition. The base system was $300. The same price as an Xbox Series S. Atari still sells it now at a cheaper price, but they stopped producing new ones. I just assumed they're selling out old stock. It still is supported and technically alive, but I never saw or heard anything about this thing except for the fact it failed.
Only f***ing idiots own an Atari VCS. Thank God!
Thankfully, since then, Atari has gotten the right idea. They're gearing up to release the Atari 2600 Plus, a modern-day 2600 that accepts most old 2600 and even some 7800 cartridges. It'll be $130, and there are various other games and accessories releasing for it, all for fair prices. This is technically an Atari 2600, and Atari is technically releasing 2600 games, so can the 2600 still be considered to be alive?
No, because it's gonna flop.
It seems to be a novelty item. It's not meant to compete in the same market as the Switch, Series X, and PS5, but rather its own little market, one that I wish Nintendo would dabble in more than just releasing digital-only microconsoles. And speaking of Nintendo, the Virtual Boy, Nintendo's 32-bit VR abomination. Released in 1995 as a pseudo-successor to the Game Boy, the Virtual Boy flopped, failing to even sell 1 million units. It was the brainchild of the late Gunpei Yokoi, a very important figure to Nintendo's history and handheld gaming in general. He came up with the Game & Watch and Game Boy. This man revolutionized handheld gaming and f***ed it over. I don't at all blame Yokoi for the failure of the Virtual Boy. It was a really cool concept, but there were so many other aspects to it that led to its failure. It was rushed, too ambitious, and overall just poorly executed. Its last title was 3D Tetris, released in March of 1996, not even a year after the system launched. It's a shame it flopped, but like the 3DO, come on.
But the Virtual Boy doesn't compare to the Gizmondo, an N-Gage-like console released by Tiger Telematics. The system flopped. It launched in North America on October 22nd, 2005 with 14 games, and 14 games share the title of the last Gizmondo game. Not only did it flop, but the company went bankrupt not much longer, and many of the company's figureheads were arrested due to ties to a Swedish mafia. There'll be a biopic about this company and console sometime, I guarantee it. The death of a console always hurts. Hearing that a console you grew up with has gotten its last game and its online storefronts is shut down, it always hurts. But like death itself, it's a natural part of life. Old consoles must die for new consoles to strive. And ultimately, the death of a console is a good thing, because that means the company can now put all their efforts towards their new system or whatever other future endeavors they have. Every console dies under certain conditions, and I always think it's cool to see how certain consoles die. They usually don't go out with a bang, but sometimes it ends with people being arrested because they're tied to a Swedish mafia. I'm never gonna get over the Gizmondo. It can hurt, but there's usually good reasoning behind it, even if the internet can be totally oblivious to it. But a console dying doesn't mean it's gone forever. The Wii died in 2020 and I can still play games on it. The DS died in 2014 and I can still use PictoChat. No console is ever really gone. Except for my damn 3DS. I read the instruction manual and called Nintendo customer service, and they said they weren't repairing 3DSs anymore. What do you mean? And if Nintendo isn't willing to help me, that makes me question, how am I gonna play LEGO Marvel Superheroes now? Well, it's that time of the year again, where shitting your pants is socially acceptable. It is Halloween once again, and the last couple of Halloweens have been pretty scary. Revisiting a shitty game from my childhood and being sent to a world without Super Mario Odyssey. Hopefully this year I can just shit my pants and call it good. But I still need something scary to talk about, so let's talk about the LEGO games on 3DS. That was time for you to shit your pants. I'm trying to scare you, remember?
This is the Nintendo 3DS. Did you know it struggled to take off at first in 2011, but slowly received more and more worthwhile games, and it did well, but not as well as its predecessor, the DS, but it still did well regardless?
Every time I mention that, I lose 5 years of my life.
Now, before I talk about how 17 of these games came out for the 3DS, allow me to recall my history with prior portable LEGO games. In July of 2013, for my 8th birthday, I received a DSi XL, and a couple of weeks later, for my
grandma, I got a handful of games, including LEGO Star Wars The Complete Saga and LEGO Batman 2 DC Superheroes for the system. My DS library early on wasn't anything good, in fact I'd call it bad. I enjoyed these games to an extent, but the impression they have left on me is not as big as the impression left from these two f***ers. I love these games, and I played them to death, more than likely more than their console counterparts. I think everyone can relate to this as a kid, not having as much of a say in the game consoles you had. Your parents just buy what's cheap and what's easily accessible, and for me those systems were a DS, Wii, and Xbox 360. And across these three systems, I had a ton of LEGO games that I played to death and adored. However, oddly enough, I feel more of an attachment to their DS counterparts.
Yeah. I'm criminally insane.
Another probably relatable thing as a kid is not having your own TV, and if you did, shut the f*** up, you spoiled f***. This meant that if I wanted to play games on our Wii or Xbox 360, I would have to wait until nobody was using the TV to play them, which meant my time with the console games were much more limited. I mean, most days I wouldn't be able to play any at all, and on weekends, I would get up early and stay up late just to play these damn things, which is how you grow more of an attachment to these things. The beauty of having the DS versions of these games meant that no matter what, if I wanted to play some of these games, I could play a version of these games. And of course, they weren't as good as the console versions, in fact some of them were f***ing horrendous, but many others were incredible. Looking back, it's crazy how high quality these games were for handheld ports of LEGO games. They were similar enough to the console versions to satisfy the urge to play them at any moment, but different enough to not feel like the exact same game, but shittier. I have a ton of nostalgia with these games, and throughout 2013, 14, and 15, I was gradually picking up all the older titles and playing them as well. But of course you may say this was in the middle of the 3DS generation. You never upgraded to a 3DS?
No, I was busy whipping around and spinning.
I always liked LEGO, but with the LEGO movie introducing me to Ninjago in 2014, my interest quickly changed from video games to LEGO sets. I still loved video games and would get some every now and then, but anytime my birthday or Christmas would roll around, I would mainly ask for LEGO sets and maybe a game or two. And with these three systems, I was perfectly content with just picking up older LEGO games for these systems as my video game experiences for those couple of years. Looking back, if I asked for a 3DS, I'm sure as hell I would have gotten one because there were so many cheap options for these things, but I'd never felt the need to ask for one. But as the years went on, I started to wonder what the LEGO games were like on the 3DS. Now I was well aware they existed. Back when Family Video was alive and well, I would always head straight back to the video game section and look at all the video games for every console, especially the 3DS. And around 2017, I started to get the urge to play some of them. I remember I was watching Valerian in theaters.
I am the only person who can say that.
And think to myself, man, I wonder what the character roster in the 3DS LEGO games look like. I have no clue why I thought that, but I think it's funny that that's the part of seeing that movie I remember the most. And on the way home from the theater, I remember looking up videos of the 3DS LEGO game character rosters, and it did create a new urge to play some of those games. I even remember seeing that there was a new 3DS model coming out that year that I considered asking for, but it was already past my birthday at that point, so I didn't bother, and instead, I started playing the mobile ports. Many of these games did make it onto the Play Store, and that's how I experienced a couple of them and scratched that itch, and since then, I've been satisfied.
But as the years went on and I got older and older and I realized how terrible LEGO Marvel Superheroes on DS really was, it kind of got me curious. Were LEGO games on 3DS like that beforehand? And were they like that afterwards, or was it just a one-time thing? Well, I have all of them right here. I waste my time on a normal basis now, and so let's take a look at every single one of these.
There are 14 traditional LEGO games from 2011 to 2016, and the 3DS received 17 LEGO games in that time period. Yeah, every big LEGO game from that time period, aside from LEGO Dimensions, received a 3DS port, alongside 4 original titles made specifically for portable systems. I say that because these original titles also did release on the PS Vita, however the PS Vita only received 13 LEGO games, as a couple came out too early for the Vita, and a couple were exclusive to Nintendo. I never thought the 3DS received this many LEGO games, but having all of them, holy f***. Well, let's take a look at all of these, and by a look, I mean a peek. I can't possibly play through every single one of these, but some of these have DS versions I've played through, or mobile counterparts I've played through, so I've experienced most of these in one way or another, but this is more so looking at these versions and seeing if they're a worthy follow-up to the DS LEGO games, or if they're LEGO Marvel Superheroes. Well, with that, let's start with LEGO Star Wars 3, The Clone Wars.
Where else would we start?
LEGO Star Wars 3. You'd think with me being a massive Star Wars fan, I would have played the console version.
Nope!
I've dabbled in it at friends' houses, but I've never played the console version myself. I recently picked up a copy and I've seen gameplay footage, so I know various aspects of it, but
I haven't played through it yet, even though I'm dying to. But I have played the DS version, and my god, it's okay. But since I played the DS game, I do have a good frame of reference to see if this feels like a huge step up from it or not.
This was actually a launch title for the 3DS. This is one of the games that should have sold the 3DS to people, and considering the fact that it got a price cut a couple months later, kinda says this game's legacy.
Well, starting off on the title screen, the top screen is taken straight from the console game, which is great to see. The DS port had a still image, so to see actual video on the 3DS title screen, it's a good sign. Hopping into the game itself, you're thrown into the Venator, the game's hub. The Venator was also in the DS version, however this time it's presented in a much closer way to the console version. Jumping into the first level, Ambush, first off the cutscenes are a very tolerable quality, unlike the DS versions. But as for the gameplay itself, it looks and runs better than the DS version, but that just seems like a no-brainer. It looks a lot cleaner and the gameplay feels smoother, but at its core, it still feels like a DS game. In fact, I'd say this looks and feels the way I remember the DS version feeling. Now looking back, it's definitely an improvement, but not a huge one. There are some very interesting changes made to this version that are universal across these handheld ports. First off, only one character is on screen at all times.
Oh god, is that foreshadowing something? Oh god, I sure hope not.
You still have a character party with at least 2 characters in each level, and you can still switch to them at any time. Characters have different abilities to solve different puzzles, so it's similar to what a standard LEGO game is like, but just only one character on screen is very odd. Something really cool about a lot of the older DS LEGO games is that they had multiplayer, and unfortunately, that isn't the case here. I understand not putting time into working multiplayer into these ports of the game, but it's still bizarre to only have one character on screen at a time. Next, I'm not sure if it's a change from the console version, but it is very different from prior handheld LEGO games. Each level is split up into 3 acts.
Oh, it's foreshadowing.
I don't mind it here though, each level still flows incredibly well. When one act ends, the next starts immediately. There's only a black loading screen, so when you play through level and story mode, it still feels like one large cohesive level, and it makes free play nicer because if you forget a mini-kit towards the end of a level, you can start at Act 3 to get it instead of replaying the whole level. Lastly, this may be a weird criticism, but the lightsaber combat here feels a bit too wavy. You slice through enemies real quick, which does match the Clone Wars, but I don't know, the combat just feels weightless and unsatisfying compared to prior games. It's okay, but it just sticks out hard to me. The second level, Destroy Malevolence, starts with a ship part, and it's okay. It looks and controls well, it's fun enough, and seems like something the 3DS could have made possible, and it was also in the DS version. Thanks. But that's kind of all there is to the main game, just 13 levels of what you expect from LEGO games, and free play with 10 mini-kits in each level, along with red bricks and true Jedi needing to be accomplished, along with a sizable enough character roster to unlock. It's a perfectly fine LEGO game for the 3DS, and if you got this game at the system's launch, it was probably quality enough. You can get some time out of it going for all the mini-kits and characters and whatnot.
But I can't stop talking about this version without bringing up the arcade games on the Venator. There are 4 unlockable arcade games that I have not unlocked here, but I have unlocked it in the DS version, so we're just gonna have to play them there.
There are 4 mini-games you can play, 2 of them being lame. One of them is an arcade mode for the ship level Destroy Malevolence. I get why they make an arcade mode, but man, it's boring because I couldn't care less about the ship levels. And the other lame one is a snowball fight. It's okay, you have to make snowballs to throw at the aliens from that one ice planet from that one Clone Wars episode. There is a bit of strategy, as it takes a second to make a snowball, and it can leave you open, but I never really cared for this one. The ones I did care about though, oh my. Droid volleyball, oh yeah. R2 plays volleyball against that one droid from Duel of the Droids, that's amazing. You volley a grenade back and forth, and it's so dumb, but I have so much nostalgia with this mode. I finally remember one car ride where I played this mode the whole time.
And not long after that, my parents tried to send me to an insane asylum.
And if I was sent there, I probably would have met the guy who came up with the last arcade game, Force Baseball. You play as Mace Windu playing baseball with battle droids. You hit this energy orb, then afterwards use the touchscreen to guide the ball somewhere onto this target. Battle droids can catch the orb, but if you land it near some without them catching it, it'll destroy them, giving you bonus points. This is such a stupid minigame, but it's so damn fun. Definitely the most fun I ever had with this game.
And outside of those arcade games, that was LEGO Star Wars 3 on the 3DS. Impressed yet?
This game is okay, but my god, what a lame introduction to LEGO games on the 3DS. This just feels like a more polished version of the DS game. The fact that I compared it to the DS version so much is an issue. With a more powerful system, you'd expect more from this, but no, it's just not a huge step forward. It's not terrible, but it is a bad start to LEGO games on the 3DS. Well, at least I'm done with the first game. 1 down, I really need to get going. Lego Pirates of the Caribbean.
I have a feeling this is more foreshadowing.
Like LEGO Star Wars 3, never played the console version, but I have played the DS version. Unlike LEGO Star Wars 3, I have no attachment to this franchise. I simply played this game because a couple of years ago, I went through a I want to play all the LEGO games on the DS phase. I played it, thought it was okay, and moved on with my life. Well, now to the 3DS version. This sure does remind me of the DS version. And jumping into the gameplay, this sure does remind me of LEGO Star Wars 3 on the 3DS, kind of. It does feel a bit improved. For one, the camera is much closer to the character, making it feel more like the traditional LEGO games, but you can still only have one character on screen at a time. Why? Also, with this being a Pirates of the Caribbean game, they implemented dual mechanic, which seems cool at first, but it's a bit lame. All you do is watch this cool animation, mash a button, then press the buttons it tells you to, and it lands a blow. It's just a quick time event. Thankfully, fighting sword wielders outside of duels is kind of fun, as they can deflect your swings a bit, but it still comes around to just mashing Y. Fun. Some characters wield multiple weapons. Johnny Depp wields a sword and a gun.
Oh yeah, that's Johnny Depp.
Well, there you go. LEGO Pirates of the Caribbean on 3DS is the only LEGO game on 3DS that lets you play as Johnny Depp. Besides that, I don't know, man. I don't have much to say. This feels pretty damn similar to the DS version, much like LEGO Star Wars 3. It's not bad, and some of the unique mechanics like duels are cool, but overall, this is just a nothing game to me. It still doesn't feel like a huge step up from the DS LEGO games. Again, not bad, but man, this is literally just like the DS version, but prettier, like you're playing it in an emulator.
Damn it, man, how could Johnny Depp disappoint me?
The game is at least a decent length. It covers the first 4 films with 4 levels per film. 4 levels per film is a good number, and the levels are a decent length, and once again, each level has 10 mini-kits, or ships in a bottle it seems, along with the red brick and some character tokens. This is a solid enough portable version of LEGO Pirates of the Caribbean, and clearly the prior owner liked this game as he beat all the levels. Thank God, I can play London without playing any of the other prior levels.
But I don't want to go to England!
So hey, at least someone enjoyed this, but me, I don't need this. I'm ready to move on to something cooler, something I care about. Something truly epic, son of a bitch. LEGO Harry Potter years 5 to 7. Add this to the pile of, I didn't own the console version, but I played the handheld version. I rented the DS version a couple times from Family Video, and I always enjoyed it, and I always wanted it for myself, but every time I'd see a used copy at GameStop, it'd be like $25, and I wasn't even gonna try to convince my mom to buy that for me. Nowadays, I don't really care, and now I own this game. I couldn't really care for Harry Potter. I was a big fan back in middle school. I read the first 4 books, but then Order of the Phoenix did something called be super f***ing boring, so I stopped reading it. Couple that with the fact that I was annoying as f*** in middle school, so now years later, and I remember being a Harry Potter fan, I remember being super annoying. So f*** you, Harry. What kind of dumbass name is that? Well, LEGO Harry Potter years 5 to 7 on the 3DS. I saw this one day at Half Price Books, and may I say, what a store. I do enjoy picking up fine pieces of literature from there, but my god, they have some amazing deal on games. I picked up The Elder Scrolls Oblivion and Grand Theft Auto 4 and 360 last time I was there for $5 each. They go for $10 each on eBay, and I think this was like $10. So I did the unthinkable and committed an act of capitalism.
Who knew owning a game like this was possible?
We start off with another title screen that uses footage from the console version's menu, which is very nice, although it's just a 15-second loop. Woo. Anyways, jumping into the gameplay, I always loved how this game starts in a playground and you can interact with all the playground equipment. It's so stupid but fun. And once again, this is like the DS version, son of a bitch. Once again, it looks and plays better, but again, that's not f***ing impressive. This thing was released 7 years after the DS, and once again, there's only one character on screen, which is just so damn stupid. I mean, this is the 3rd LEGO game on 3DS, and yet it's still being met with a restriction that wasn't even seen in LEGO Star Wars 2 for Game Boy Advance. Besides that, what else do I need to say? You go level by level, solving puzzles and whatnot to progress. The LEGO Harry Potter games can be quite fun since you have to use a variety of spells to complete puzzles, but quite often, I find a lot of items that can be interacted with don't have the interaction prompts pop up when I'm near them, so sometimes it can be hard to figure out what to do to progress. It's not like other LEGO games where you can just destroy everything. Some things can't be destroyed because you need to cast a spell on them to solve the puzzle. What else is there? You have Hogwarts as a hub world, that's pretty neat. There's not much to do in there besides enter each level and use the shop and whatnot, never mind.
Oh my gosh, I'd yawn, but that'd be a bit too exciting.
Yeah man, I don't know. As I said, this is a fine game, and you can probably get some good time out of this, but also, the collectibles seem to become a bit more meager. Each level has only 4 golden wizard hats, which seems to replace mini-kits. There are also 2 character tokens and of course a red brick and true wizard to collect, but this breaks tradition and offers less, which is a bit lame.
And these are the 3 LEGO games on 3DS in 2011.
they're not bad, but just seeing how the LEGO games lineage started on the 3DS, it's pretty damn weak. These games did not feel like a big step up from the DS version. They felt like they looked better, ran a bit better, and that's really it. They didn't show new things that weren't possible in the DS games. They were just the DS versions, but slightly better looking, and the DS versions just feel like these games made for a last-gen system, which they are. Which they should feel like, but this version should not feel so similar to the DS version.
Well, there were only 2 LEGO games on the 3DS in 2012. Let's hope they're better, starting with LEGO Batman 2 DC Superheroes. Now, I've already talked about the DS version of this game. It was one of the first games I got for the handheld, and I played it to death. So jumping into the 3DS version and seeing the same menu and user interface as the DS version, it was concerning, and then actually getting into the gameplay, my concerns were realized.
Son of a bitch.
However, actually playing the game, this feels so much damn better than the DS version. And sure, the level design and stuff may be identical to the DS version, but the 3DS version looks and runs so much better, which I know I've said for every single one of these games, but this time, I really mean it. Even as a kid, the DS version felt sluggish and rough. Aiming the batarang, punching enemies, there was a certain level of sluggishness that didn't ruin the game for me, but I sure as hell noticed. But playing this, man, I don't know if I can go back. It just runs so much smoother. Aiming the batarang is so much quicker and satisfying, and the core gameplay is straight up good. The game took a lot of inspiration from the Arkham games combat. There's more moves you can do and combos to pull off, and when you finish an enemy, the camera zooms in as the game goes slow-mo to show the takedown. As I said, this is a damn good game. It may be incredibly similar to the DS version, and while that may not seem like a huge step forward for this game, I see a step forward in the fact that this game is so much smoother here than on the DS. The levels are also much beefier than prior LEGO game levels, outside of a few exceptions. Collectibles are a bit different this time around. There are 5 Bat mini kits, but each unlocks a character. There's red bricks, nothing shocking there, and the sound bites. Collecting these play a line of dialogue from various enemies. I loved using these to embarrass myself as a kid.
Whatever you build, I will break.
But how can I forget the biggest step forward? 2 characters.
They did it. After 3 games of floundering, they finally did it! I knew it was possible, they didn't it up!
Yes, finally, 2 characters on screen at the same time! This makes it feel so much closer to the console version. If you can't tell, I love this game. I grew up with the DS version, so I have that nostalgic connection to it, but this is the exact same game, looking and playing better than ever. It's still not the definitive LEGO game on 3DS, but it's definitely a step in the right direction. One lame thing is that the console version of LEGO Batman 2 introduced open worlds to LEGO games, and yet this game only has the Batcave for a hub world, but I guess it's understandable enough. Regardless, this is a great time.
Yeah, I like this one, which gives me a great idea 4 games in. I should rank all these after I review them. So, for the ones that I've already played, at the bottom is Harry Potter, then Pirates, then Star Wars 3, then Batman 2. Which would have been perfect if there was an open world, but thankfully it wouldn't be much longer until we actually got an open world in a LEGO 3DS game.
LEGO Lord of the Rings. Holy was this terrible on the DS. This is another I rented for family video occasionally, and I eventually got my own copy, and holy this version was terrible. It was so damn laggy and slow. You could tell this was not made for the DS. So this has got to be somewhat competent on the 3DS. Well, first impressions are disappointing as the title screen is another still image. Why? Some of these earlier titles proved it's more than possible to have video playing on the title screen, but oh well, we don't want to show progress. But actually jumping to the game itself? Whoa!
This isn't horrible!
So the first level acts as a combat tutorial, and my God, the combat here is actually pretty great. It does feel a bit weightless like LEGO Star Wars 3 combat, but there's much more depth to it. You can kick enemies to knock them off balance, block. It adds more variety and makes the combat much more fun. What follows is the platforming level, surprise surprise, but after completing this level, something incredible happens. When we regain control, we are Frodo in Middle Earth, and not in a level. No, this is free roam in an open world in a handheld LEGO game. Holy Now this was in the DS version, however the camera was pulled much farther back in an isometric viewpoint. But here, the camera is at a low angle, more akin to the console games, and holy this is incredible. It's not as detailed as the console version, but who would give a
Not me, you don't understand how little it takes to make me happy.
Not only is there an open world, but there are collectibles littered around the world. It's a world you can explore and find stuff in, like the console games. This is a huge step forward, and again,
while it is in the DS version, how it's presented here is so much better. This truly feels like a LEGO game made for a more powerful and capable handheld, and it's so cool to finally see that evolution. And like the console games, you have to solve a few puzzles within the open world to progress to the next level. It may seem silly, I'm geeking out over the littlest things, but my god, after playing these 4 underwhelming pieces of work, this is a breath of fresh air. Oh, and did I forget to mention you once again have 2 characters in your party on screen at all times? That's it, this is the best one yet. This truly feels like a handheld version of LEGO Lord of the Rings made for more powerful handhelds. The same way the complete Saga on DS was comparable to the console version, this is comparable to its console version as well. Exploring Middle-earth here is an absolute blast. It's so cool that they condensed this entire open world onto the 3DS in a fairly uncompromised form. It's damn impressive, but it's so cool to see that they put in that effort.
And at this point you may be saying, damn Nicus, stop sucking the game off, to which I say, no!
The levels! They're alright. They're good, of course, that's what you'd expect from these games. But they're slowly becoming better and better with each game. More and more things seem less possible on the DS, and playing that version, it's instantly noticeable. While yes, LEGO Lord of the Rings on the DS is completely competent and passable, going from that version to the 3DS version is night and f***ing day. The DS version is still incredibly novel and kind of impressive, but the 3DS version is straight up a good ass game. Not just as a LEGO 3DS game, but as a 3DS version of this console game. This is the evolution I always dreamed of that LEGO games got once they moved on to the 3DS. I really adore this game.
And those are the 2 LEGO games on 3DS from 2012. And these were huge step forwards. I mean, looking back, they're not completely different from the DS versions, but the DS versions felt so laggy and sluggish compared to these versions, and these things started to introduce more concepts that the later LEGO games would have. Like, I don't know, open world and 2 characters on screen at the same damn time. These games were absolutely a step in the right direction and gives me great hope for LEGO games on 3DS in 2013.
Alright, next up we have LEGO City Undercover, The Chase Begins, the only game here that is a 3DS exclusive. This is a spin-off prequel to LEGO City Undercover, which was a Wii U exclusive initially, and it makes sense that its handheld counterpart would also remain a Nintendo exclusive, although I do find it a bit odd that they didn't make a DS version. I mean, it would have stunk, but there were still 3 more LEGO games that were gonna come to the DS, so they totally could have, but hey, that would have been a waste of time anyways.
Like playing this game.
I've never played it because, well, but the prior owner got 100% and played for 127 hours. Holy f***, what the hell? Well, at least someone really enjoyed this game, but will I? Once again, the title screen is lame. It's another still image. Why? Also, the game having this subtitle is interesting. The Chase Begins. Is this a necessary part of the LEGO City lore? The world will never know.
The world probably does know, I just don't give a shit to learn.
So our first objective is to go and get some donuts. How original. What a way to play with stereotypes.
I've mentioned other cop stereotypes, but I don't think LEGO would want to add that to their game.
This game is structurally different from many other LEGO games. While LEGO games usually have a bunch of levels that take place separate from the open world, this game's structure is much more akin to more traditional open world games. In fact, it's incredibly reminiscent of Grand Theft Auto. The game has a mission structure, and every mission takes place within this open world. You can steal cars to drive around the city with. Hell, this city is inspired by various big cities, which have also inspired all the big cities in Grand Theft Auto. Ever wanted a LEGO Grand Theft Auto clone? Well, here you go.
Alright, so we have a GTA clone. Wonder where the strip club is.
So yeah, this is another open world game, and it's damn impressive. This time it's a city, which is so cool. There are a bunch of cars driving around, pedestrians that you can try and run over. It's a blast and incredibly impressive for a LEGO game on 3DS.
I see why they didn't do a DS port.
But this is far from perfect. First off, the frame rate can dip, which I do consider a good thing. Yeah, it's annoying, but the game is clearly pushing the hardware to its limit, which is good to see considering the fact that the first few games felt like slightly improved DS games. But still, the frame rate dip is pretty lame. And what's even worse is the draw distance. Again, it's tolerable. It's not too bad. Things in the distance gradually become more clear as you get near them, which is fine. But the pop-in on the characters, vehicles, and other assets is abysmal. They just fade in randomly. You can sit in a car waiting and you'll see a car fade in that's headed away from you. You'll be walking down the street and random civilians will just appear. It's understandable. It's a LEGO game for the 3DS, and I greatly appreciate the ambition, but man is this limited. And this seems like a pretty deep game and definitely something that would probably not be possible on the DS. This isn't fantastic, but I really appreciate the ambition. On a technical level, I think this is better than LEGO Lord of the Rings since it does more with its open world,
I just prefer LEGO Lord of the Rings as it feels more suited to the 3DS's potential, but also its limits. This game pushes the 3DS's potential to its limits, which is impressive and makes me happy to see, but its flaws are much more apparent because of it. Next up, LEGO Legends of Chima Laval's Journey. So Chima, one of LEGO's many non-licensed themes with a tie-in show from the 2010s. Why the was this the first one to get an original game? Yeah, Ninjago had LEGO Battles Ninjago, but that's a real-time strategy game, not an action-adventure puzzle game like the usual LEGO games. This year is that. Jesus, man, I swear you could always tell a Chima kid from a Ninjago kid. This year is the first game I'm looking at that is a handheld exclusive. This wasn't a tie-in game to a console game. No, this was made from the ground up exclusively for the 3DS, PS Vita, and DS. Yeah, this was still released on the DS, and my god, playing this on the original DS is an experience. Like, God just let this happen. Well, with the 3DS version, I am extremely honored to say I have this incredibly rare edition.
It's rare because nobody bought it.
Yeah, so one night I was browsing eBay, as I tend to do, and I came across someone selling these for $10 a pop. I saw this, thought, $10? I'd be an idiot to not buy this. So I did. Oh wow, it comes with a Crawly minifigure. Well, I'll be. I never got any Chima sets. I got a few Dimensions packs, and I did watch the first 2 seasons of the show on Netflix, mainly just because I didn't want to watch Ninjago for the 400th time that year. I will say I did enjoy the show, and this is a neat minifigure, but it's been 8 years since I've seen the show, and 8 years since I cared about this minifigure. My god, man, since when did you need a gun as tall as you? Honestly though, for a kid who was a fan of Chima, I can see this being an awesome little package. You get a Chima minifigure alongside a Chima game to play. Now, as an 18-year-old who's about to re-experience trauma from 9 years ago again in a couple of minutes,
I get nothing from this.
Well, as for the game itself, it's okay. It's back to the typical LEGO game format, made up of a handful of levels, each requiring puzzle solving, platforming, and light combat. However, there is still an open world, which is really cool to see. This game was made exclusively for handheld systems, and they totally could have just not made it open world, but they did. There are a bunch of little areas, one for each of the main races of Chima, which is awesome. Once again, this feels much more ambitious than prior games, and this evolution is excellent to see. Now, with that being said, I'm gonna get critical now. The combat here is abhorrent! It feels like it reverted back to LEGO Star Wars 3. The swordplay feels so weightless. The sword just goes straight through enemies, and these guys have so much health. It takes so long to kill a single enemy, which just makes most of the swings feel pointless. And occasionally, there'll be LEGO Batman 2 style finishers where the camera pans in and we get a slow motion hit, but man, it doesn't work here. It was awesome in LEGO Batman 2 because it was like the Arkham games. Here, it just zooms in, Laval hits them with his sword like a baseball bat and says, batter up.
Shut the f up!
And speaking of Laval talking, I sure wish he didn't. There's voice acting in this game, and my god, I wish there wasn't. The writing itself is atrocious. It's just so lame and childish. I get that was their target audience, but that won't stop me from complaining. And the voice acting itself, some of the worst I've heard in any game. And do keep in mind, I played Assassin's Creed 2.
Sergio, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. What happened? Where is everyone?
It would consistently pull me out of the experience. I mean, I didn't at all get invested in the world of Chima, but the voice acting may be to blame. Honestly, I think I may prefer the DS version. It's uglier, clunkier, a sin against nature, but it still has the open world and there's no voice acting outside of cutscenes. However, overall, Laval's Journey is good enough. For a handheld exclusive LEGO game, it's pretty solid and meets the quota of being a Chima game on the 3DS. I'd still put it under LEGO City, mainly just because LEGO City felt more ambitious, but Laval's Journey is still a worthy successor of the DS LEGO games, even if it did still come out on the DS.
And those are the first 2 LEGO games on 3DS in 2013. And overall, these are a solid duo that were big step forwards for LEGO games on handheld systems. Again, one of them was still possible on the DS, but it was so limited compared to the 3DS version. And with the next LEGO game on 3DS in 2013, it could have been the best one yet, combining the best from all of those games, combining the superhero antics from LEGO Batman 2, the giant open world from LEGO Lord of the Rings, hell, the city from LEGO City. LEGO Marvel Superheroes could have been what truly pushed LEGO games on 3DS to the next. Holy f***, is this game awful.
July 11th, 2014. For my 9th birthday, I opened up Ill. Within 5 minutes of playing, I realized this game was junk, which is why I almost 100%ed it in a few months. I've already gone on and on about why this f***er is a piece of shit that I have a soft spot for, but it's still a piece of shit. But I briefly talked about this f***ing piece of shit demo, and I came to the conclusion that it's the same piece of f***ing shit, but prettier and with more to do.
But now it's time to dive deeper. I have a full copy now, so now I can sink my teeth into this shit sin on humanity. You ever notice how ever since this thing released, the world has gone to shit?
LEGO Marvel Superheroes Universe in Peril. Going on to the Wikipedia page for LEGO Marvel Superheroes, the only time it acknowledges this version is where it says the game was released for handheld systems and when it was released. That's it. And it was released in February of 2014, but other sources say it was released in September of 2013 and October 2013. Who do I trust? Well, I'm gonna assume the 3DS version launched alongside the flagship version, while the DS version launched in 2014.
Now, I haven't really talked about the development history with any of these games yet, because what is there to talk about? They just take the core concepts and mechanics of the console game and convert it into a format that works well on handheld devices. But for LEGO Marvel Superheroes, they f***ed up the format so bad, it makes you wonder, how the hell did this happen in the first place?
Well, it's time to come clean. I was inspired to take a look at all these games by this YouTuber called Cam Reviews, who took a look at the entire history of handheld LEGO games. And with me being the universal apparel hater I am, I checked out that portion of one of his videos and learned something that blew my mind. He reached out to one of the developers who stated that this game was pretty much made from the ground up for phones. You see, most of these handheld LEGO games had versions brought to Android and iOS systems, and so with LEGO Marvel Superheroes, they decided to, instead of taking a game made for the 3DS and shoving it onto mobile devices, they made a mobile game and shoved it on the 3DS. And apparently this was even an unpopular decision for the dev team, as apparently some people left due to the decision.
That somehow makes this worse!
And after the failure of this game, they changed the formula back, thankfully. But that still gives us this smattering of shit to deal with in the meantime. So, how exactly was this game made for phones? Well, first off, there is a much simpler interface that just screams mobile games. The console game had 15 levels, and in this version, all the 15 levels are split up into 3 smaller levels that last just a minute or two. This was made to benefit mobile play. It's something that you can just whip out, play through a level, and then move on. These are incredibly shallow and short levels with almost nothing to them. It takes no time to complete them, so to make the game longer, they added all these challenges. Now, I do like the concept of the challenges, more things to do in a level outside of just beating the level. They brought challenges back in the Skywalker Saga, and I quite liked them. They were an addition to mini kits and stud challenges and were fun. Here, they make up the bulk of what you can do in these levels. In this version, there are 10 challenges. Completion of each rewards you with a gold brick, and as the levels progress, levels will be locked behind gold bricks, so you're required to replay each level multiple times in order to get enough gold bricks to progress. When the level is loading, you can see the name of all the challenges, but you can't see what you have to do for each of them. Some of them are self-explanatory like mini kit and red brick, but others are an abomination.
Like this game, f*** you.
Actually getting into the level, holy f***, there's a lot to unpack. First off, the camera is now at an isometric viewpoint and it's farther back. As for the controls, you can no longer jump, instead you have a dodge move. You also have super moves and tag moves. With tag moves, you can call a partner who will come down and do a powerful move, and super moves is an ability you can do yourself.
Oh, because beating this game without them is too hard.
As I said, each level is short. You can beat most in like a minute. And remember how LEGO games used to have puzzles? Well, not anymore. All you do now is move forward and defeat enemies.
Because a mobile game can't possibly make you think critically.
And when you complete a level, you get the most generic font that says level complete. What the f***? This is what I meant by mobile game. This is the type of shit you see when you beat a level in Angry Birds, not a LEGO game. In between each level, there's no cutscene. In the console game, each level could be broken down into 3 main sections, so I do understand the mentality behind this structure. But with no cutscenes to connect each level, it just becomes an incoherent mess. In the console game, we see Hulk throw Abomination through this window, which gives him and Iron Man an interest into Grand Central Station. And after the inside Grand Central Station part, Sandman whips him up to the roof where we see Spider-Man come in and join them. But when the inside Grand Central Station level ends, we jump into the next level where we're Spider-Man on some platform in a sand abyss fighting Sandman. There is no context to the levels changing, and it just makes this game an incoherent mess. And while on the topic of characters, you are back to only being able to play as one character at a time. But not only can you only play as one character at a time, but in story mode, there is only one character in each level you can play as. You can only play as Hulk in level 1, Iron Man in level 2, Spider-Man in level 3. Now in free play, you can pick any character and then you can play that level as that character and the character that's playable in story mode. And that's it. Yes, in free play, you can only play as 2 characters. That means if you need a certain character's ability for just one challenge and need another character's ability for another, you must play through the level multiple times, each time with different characters.
Why? Because f*** you.
That's what we like to call artificial padding, along with the biggest aspect that ruined this game for me as a kid. When you die at any point in the level, you must restart the whole level. At the very end and the last enemy kills you, too bad, restart. That is the stupidest fucking aspect of this piece of shit. The LEGO games are kids games, and they aren't meant to be very difficult. When you die, they penalize you by making you lose studs. That's it. You respawn exactly where you were, you can recollect your studs, it's perfect. You still want to avoid dying, but if you do, it's not a major detriment. To take respawning, something that makes LEGO games so much more approachable, and get rid of it is alienating a huge part of your target audience. I would know because I was a part of that target audience. Death, sending you back to the start of the level, is what completely ruined this game for me. I could live with the isometric viewpoint, I could live with the short levels, but being forced to restart the level when I die completely ruined this game for me. And looking back, it's such a stupid fucking decision that is only there for padding a game that really doesn't need more padding. Like requiring level replays to complete challenges to unlock new levels, multiple level replays for that matter. That's not enough. You take what I still believe is one of the most important aspects of LEGO games and throw it out the window?
Just like I did this game 2 years ago. What a piece of crap.
I was 9 when I received this game, and freshly 9, as in I was 8 yesterday. I didn't have much of a quality standard yet. I just saw something my pea-brain thought was cool and fell in love with it. I liked LEGO games because they allowed me to explore some of my favorite fictional worlds deeper than any other piece of media would allow me, yes, but they were also so damn approachable. I had games like Mortal Kombat and Call of Duty, but never got into them because as a kid, they were too difficult for me. I wasn't great at video games because most kids weren't. And so the LEGO game's only punishment being, hey, you just lost a few studs, made them so much more approachable. And for this to come along and remove that, it genuinely upset me. And for the first time I can ever really remember, I did not like a piece of media. And it hurt because I dreamed about being able to play LEGO Marvel Superheroes. I've already talked about this, but I fell in love with the Avengers, and so to hear a game about LEGO Marvel Superheroes was coming, I was ecstatic. I was disappointed when I heard it wasn't coming to the Wii, but was ecstatic again when I heard it was coming to the DS. I knew it wouldn't be as good, but I still imagined it being on par with complete Saga, Indiana Jones, Batman. This may have been the most excited I ever was for a game, and it let me down immensely. I still played it to bits and had enough fun, but deep down, I always knew it was a guilty pleasure. And there was so much more I didn't talk about here that disappointed me. No open world, not even a hub world. No character customizer, lackluster red bricks. I've already said my piece. 2 years ago for Halloween, I let the pinup rage I had for this game explode. And since then, the game hasn't been bothering me as much. But now, thinking back to how much it disappointed me, and how even the developers regret it, it makes me hate this thing even more. I still have a soft spot for the DS version since, like Laval's Journey, it's a disgrace to nature, but the 3DS version has no excuse. The fact that even the developers hate this thing makes it easier for me to say that LEGO Marvel Superheroes Universe in Peril for the 3DS is my least favorite game of all time.
Sorry I got so personal. All in all, this game.
All in all, this game was a huge regression. After spending 2 years slowly making LEGO games on 3DS better and better, closer to the console counterparts with open worlds, collectibles in those open worlds, regular voice acting, all of that, for this to come out and regress all of that, it hurts.
Those were the big 3 LEGO games released on the 3DS in 2013. Started off really strong with these two, but then everything was regressed with this giant piece of shit. And the developers early on really realized that this format was not the way to go. But this format would still have a lasting impact on the following games. However, before we got to those games, there was one last whimper from that pre-LEGO Marvel Superheroes era of LEGO games on handhelds.
LEGO Friends. This here, like LEGO City Undercover, is another Nintendo exclusive. However, this one also released for the DS as well. But hey, you can only play this on Nintendo systems.
And the moment this released, PS Vita owners realized they f***ed up.
So going into this, I'm expecting a life sim game, akin to games like Animal Crossing. I mean, you look at all these other games based on franchises that you can already imagine make total sense as an action-adventure game. LEGO Friends is a different beast. And, well, I'm kinda right. As I said, LEGO Friends is a different beast. The game is of course set in a casual town, you aren't stopping bad guys, you're just living life. You're hanging out with your cousin in Heart Lake City, and you do exciting things like build a doghouse. Yeah, this game is pretty brain dead. This game is so damn over-tutorialized. This girl here does not shut up. She explains how to do every little thing, constantly saying, go here and press A. As someone who's played 8 of these games in the last 40 minutes,
I no.
You get a dog which you can customize, and you can customize your own character, which is cool. And the structure is pretty similar to Lego City. There aren't levels, rather you have various missions to complete in this world. I would say open world, but holy this game is restrictive. Loading screens are abundant. Every time you enter a building, change your clothes, head to another area, whatever. It may not sound terrible, except in the tutorial where you're whipped around everywhere. Hey, go here, now there, now do this, now do that. And all of that includes a loading screen. Loading screen, loading screen, loading screen. So we're forced to go to Heart Lake High. What kind of school is this that lets anyone in to learn for free? And go to classroom to classroom. Guess what? Loading screen. This is just annoying. It's so damn slow. Brain dead hand holding. It's just obnoxious. Oh, and how could I forget? The voice acting which we last saw in Laval's journey, it's back here and...
When you're ready to build, press and hold the A button.
I just turned the volume off.
Not only is the performance terrible, but the dialogue is worse. As I said, this game holds your hand so damn much, and so as a result, all the dialogue is just so idiotic. There's so damn much. All for what? For me to be told I need to press A to change my outfit? I get this game is for a young audience, but holy girls aren't brain dead. It feels oddly patronizing. Like I feel like anyone would at least be able to figure out what they need to do on their own. And even then, you don't need these characters spelling out everything you have to do. You can just have a little text bubble pop up that just says, hey, press A to interact with this. But no, we need our in-game characters to say it. Now, with all that being said,
this game is okay.
I've been a bit harsh because there are plenty of flaws with this game that do bother the hell out of me. But at the end of the day, it is better than LEGO Marvel Superheroes. It looks solid enough. Like the more traditional LEGO games, the camera is lower. This is clearly much more akin to the pre-LEGO Marvel Superheroes games. And because of that, I wouldn't call this game terrible. It's just alright. I'm sure fans of the LEGO Friends theme could have gotten a kick out of this. I mean, it is what it's called, a video game based on LEGO Friends. Adapting that theme into a LEGO game is an interesting idea, and I'd say they did it pretty well. I'd still say this is one of the lesser games here. I think it's pretty flawed, and while it's not terrible, it's still down there for me. I'd stick it above LEGO Marvel, below everything else. Not great, but holy is it refreshing to get this after this. It's like getting a sugar cube after drinking the most rancid you can imagine. The aftertaste of the drink is still unbelievably strong, but hey, at least this one was a tad better.
And those were the LEGO games on 3DS in 2013. Ew. 2 of them were a step up in massive ways, 1 of them was a giant regression, and the last one, who gives a shit? And while these games didn't reach the peak of LEGO Lord of the Rings, they were still pretty damn solid. LEGO City had a giant city to explore, and Laval's Journey, it's pretty okay. However, considering that it's the first LEGO game we've looked at that's based on a original LEGO theme, it's pretty impressive. However, with LEGO Marvel Superheroes, their attempt to mobilize these games would set them back for the next couple of games and would have a lasting impact on the LEGO games in 2014. And speaking of which, we're gonna get onto those, and we're halfway through the games now. Only halfway. A cocaine addiction sounds really good right now.
Alright, what's next? Oh hell yeah! And from here on out, there were no DS versions of these games. They were made from the ground up for the 3DS and PS Vita.
Which means there's hope, right?
So all this obviously means I couldn't have played this on the DS, I still have played it another way. Remember how I said they made LEGO Marvel Superheroes for mobile devices? Yeah, so a lot of these games had mobile ports, and back in 2017 when I had the urge to play some of these games, this was one of the ones I got, and I didn't make it that far. Why?
They're like brothers. What a f***ed up family.
Yeah, just because they realized the format they tried in LEGO Marvel Superheroes was awful, doesn't mean they could immediately turn it around for the next game. So unfortunately, the LEGO Movie video game is incredibly similar to LEGO Marvel structurally, and because of that, I never got too far in the mobile version. I made it a few levels in, mainly just because I spent $5 on that version. And when you're a kid and you don't have much money to spend, even if you buy or get something you don't necessarily like, you still try and get what you can out of it, which is why I almost achieved 100% in LEGO Marvel Superheroes on DS. First off, this game has the worst title screen yet. At least some of the lazier title screens had art, but this is just the game's logo on a generic LEGO template. And like LEGO Marvel, this menu is so damn soulless. And like LEGO Marvel, every level has 10 gold bricks, which you're required to collect multiple to even progress in the story. There's still no jumping. If you die, you have to restart the level, and the levels are incredibly short and shallow. This quite literally feels like LEGO Marvel on 3DS with a LEGO Movie skin. I just don't have much to say about this because it's so damn vapid and lifeless. Only one character playable per level, no hub world. Honestly, I may consider this worse than LEGO Marvel. I mean, that's already terrible, but I don't know, man. These are both absolutely atrocious, and I wouldn't ever want to play either ever again. But I think I slightly prefer LEGO Marvel to this.
This is just frustrating. You ever play a game that you hate and you know you hate, but you just can't say what you hate about it, but you just know that you really hate it? Guess what game that is for me?
Yeah, man, this is just nothing. At least with LEGO Marvel, there was a lot to talk about since it changed so much, but this, it does nothing new. It's the same terrible kind of game, but now the LEGO movie themed. And man, that sucks because the film is incredible. I've dabbled in the console game, and it was okay, so I guess I shouldn't have expected this to be that great, but man, this just stunk.
Well, we're one game into 2014, and that means we have 3 left that can be better than LEGO Movie and LEGO Marvel Superheroes, right? Right?
LEGO The Hobbit. Talk about yet another game I didn't play the console version of, but I also have no affinity for the Hobbit brand. Lord of the Rings? Oh yeah, I've seen the films multiple times. Excellent fantasy adventure films that tell a great coming-of-age story with a ton of memorable characters, action, scenes. The Hobbit? Never seen these films, probably never will. Okay, well I have seen the ending of the second one, and I saw the third one in theaters, but I got nothing out of it. Like Lord of the Rings, it's based on a book. Unlike Lord of the Rings, it's based on only one book. They took one book and stretched it into a film trilogy that lasted 8.5 hours. So let's adapt a film trilogy that took one book and stretched it into 3 nearly 3-hour long movies into a LEGO game that will probably stretch it into a 15-hour-long game. It's perfect. However, LEGO The Hobbit is already a weird game as it originally only covered the first 2 films. They were later planning on adding the 3rd film with DLC, but that never happened. What does all that mean?
This version probably f***ing sucks too.
And now after playing it?
This version f***ing sucks too.
Okay, so let's be fair here. LEGO The Hobbit isn't nearly as bad as LEGO Marvel or the LEGO Movie. This one takes steps in the right direction to improve these games. I mean, just look at the title screen. It actually has art from the game, not just a logo. Now when a level is loading, you can finally use the touchscreen to view what each of the challenges in each level are. That may sound bad in the sense that it means they're still going for the challenge structure, but hey, at least you can now view what you need to do before playing the level, so you can try and complete as much as you can in story mode. Hopping into the gameplay? Yeah, this is still at that damn isometric viewpoint, but there are a couple of improvements. The big one is you can finally play as more than one person in a level. Finally, you have a party of characters and switch to them at any point, which is a major improvement. It allows for much more puzzle variety, and it is so nice to see it back. There's still only ever one character on screen, which is pretty lame, but hey, finally bringing back character parties is an improvement.
It's like potty training a dog. It may finally learn to shit outside, but it still pisses inside. It's good that it's no longer shitting inside, but it's still pissing inside.
Jumping is back, kind of. You can't jump on your own will. You still have the stupid ass dodge move replacing the jump, but there are these panels that when you run to them, your character jumps. I
mean, it's an improvement, but the dog is still pissing in the house.
I'd say the levels are at an improved length, but it still has the stupid fucking death mechanic where when you die, you have to restart the whole level. But thankfully, they've done away with the stupid level complete or failed cards when your character dies, which is once again an improvement. When you complete a level, it just immediately transitions into a cutscene, and when you die, it just transitions back to the loading screen. However, there's one major thing. Hub Worlds are back!
And they f***ing stink.
Okay, so great to see these back, but this is not in the form anyone wanted. It's not like traditional LEGO game hub worlds where you can move freely and explore. No. This one, you're locked to these circles and can only travel between them on a preset path. It's so f***ing stupid. Going level to level feels like I'm playing Candylands, but then I remember I'm not because I'm not having fun. This is just pathetic, man. Like, hub worlds are back, but in such a stupid and restrictive way. Progress is progress, but
there is still piss everywhere.
So LEGO The Hobbit, it's okay. It is absolutely an improvement over LEGO Marvel and LEGO Movie, although in smaller ways. It feels like this game was nearly complete when LEGO Marvel came out, so they made some last minute tweaks to make it slightly better than those games, but it still isn't great. The hub world is lame, the levels are still pretty boring. Finally, having a character party is nice. Being able to jump again is pretty superfluous as most of the levels were designed without jumping in mind, so lottie f***ing da. Overall, this isn't terrible. It's absolutely better than LEGO Movie and Marvel, and hey, even Friends. It's not great, but I'd rather play it than Friends.
Well, that was okay. Definitely a step up, but I wonder what's next.
Ninjago Ninjroids. Oh, yeah, this was one of the LEGO games on 3DS that turned my head. I saw this game in the Ninjago Visual Dictionary from 2014 and always wanted it, and this was one of the LEGO games on 3DS that didn't have a mobile version. It always confused me that they didn't make mini Ninjago games in the style of traditional LEGO games. All I had to survive off of was the Flash games and LEGO Battles Ninjago, which never gave me the video game experience I wanted for Ninjago. But Ninjoids could have given me that if a game called Shadow of Ronin didn't come out a year later and had a mobile port. We'll get to Shadow of Ronin, but I was able to play that since it was on mobile devices, so I stopped caring about this one. But 9 years later, let's see if I can finally care again. So first impressions are already weaker than The Hobbit. The title screen just has the game's logo, and the music sounds like a Sims 3 cover of The Weekend Whip. Like, check this out, this is the Sims 3 title screen. That's the Ninjoids title screen theme on the Sims 3 title screen.
These game developers must have been a big fan of The Sims.
Well, onto loading a level and we're regressing. There are still challenges, but now they're stuck on the top of the screen again, and we still can't see what we have to do in waiting for the level to load. So the game itself is an adaptation of the first 5 episodes of Season 3, and we get a recap of how the season begins. And this thing is weird. The voice acting isn't done by the show's cast, which is just weird. They sound okay, but come on. This is a show owned by LEGO. You can't tell me they couldn't get the show's voice actors to do a handful of lines. Because some cutscenes are clips from the show, and they just dub over the clips with the new voice actors, which both looks and sounds weird. As for the gameplay itself,
still piss everywhere.
Okay, so Ninjoids is a weird case, as there are various improvements from The Hobbit, but also various regressions. The 2 biggest improvements are free jumping and respawning. Yes, finally. When you die, you just respawn, and it's incredible. It's such a massive improvement, and so is jumping. Since you can finally jump again, levels can be more vertical, and there can also be more combat variety, because besides those 2 things, some of the lame challenges are back, primarily the time challenges, which are dumb. And these level designs are just so damn boring and uninspired. In level 2, this little platforming section is reused twice. Once again, you have more than 1 character in your party, and once again, only 1 character is on screen at a time. But hey, the hub world has improved. Just a bit. So thankfully we now have free range and can go where we please. But this is a pretty small hub world. There's a reason I call it a hub world, not an open world. It's just a small part of Ninjago City to run around in, and it's okay. There's some enemies to fight, you can do some exploration, but overall it's pretty superfluous. It's definitely a huge step up from The Hobbit, but
I'm tired of that damn dog analogy.
But overall, that chalks this game up to it's okay, and I like what it did to improve these games. The improvement is apparent, but like The Hobbit, it feels like a half step. There's just some regression from The Hobbit, which just confuses me. It made substantial improvements from The Hobbit, but also went back on some of The Hobbit's improvements. But overall, with the Ninjago theming alongside respawning, jumping, and hub worlds turning, I'd put this above Hobbit. Still below everything else though.
But the slow improvement with each game is undoubtedly noticeable. And there's 1 LEGO game left in 2014, so maybe this one can finally bring these games back on par with LEGO Lord of the Rings, or at least much closer.
And LEGO Batman 3 is really f***ing close. I've already played through and talked about this game last year when I revisited the entire LEGO Batman trilogy on the DS, and going back to the LEGO Batman 3, well, this is what we like to call a good video game. It reverts back to the level structure last seen in the LEGO Movie game, that being each level being made up of 3 smaller levels. But as I said, that structure isn't a bad concept, it was just mishandled. But here, I'd say they pulled it off pretty well. First off, the camera is much closer to the characters, and it feels very similar to the console version. It's no longer at that damn isometric viewpoint. The gameplay is the best it's been since Laval's Journey. These levels finally fully revolve around puzzles, platforming, and combat. All 3 of these categories feeling great. This feels much more in line with the quality of the earlier LEGO games on 3DS, and it feels exactly how a 3DS port of LEGO Batman 3 should feel. Batman and Robin and all the other characters you play as all have the special suits that give you special abilities.
Do you think that reminds me of something?
The combat isn't as good as I remember. Don't get me wrong, it's still good, but I have no clue why I remember it being better. But still, this game is just so much better. The best game I've played since LEGO Lord of the Rings. The levels are a blast. Even though they're split up into 3 smaller levels, they still feel like an adequate length because you have to stop every now and then to solve a puzzle. And you're not rushed through the game either. There are still challenges, but this time only 5, and 2 of them are always completing the level and stud challenges. So you have 3 unique challenges per level, which is so much more tolerable and enjoyable than 10 per level. And as I said, the challenges are a great concept, but were executed poorly in prior games. But here, they're handled greatly, and hub worlds are back once again. It's still hub worlds, not open worlds, but hey, they're an improvement. You can explore the Batcave and the Justice League Watchtower, and they're cool. There is a lot more to do in them than in Ninjago City, which is nice, and 2 characters are finally on screen at the same time again. I've already gone on for a few minutes about everything that makes this game great to me, so I don't really have much else to say. Lego Batman 3 is where Lego games on 3DS finally started to become great again. Solid handheld adaptations of the console games, and because of how this game improved on the prior ones, I'm gonna say it, this is right under Lord of the Rings for me.
And those were the 4 Lego games released for the 3DS in 2014. What a lineup! However, the quality gap between the first game and the last game is insane. This year was a transitional year for Lego games on 3DS, and it's great to see that they went from shitty to pretty damn solid in just a single year, and it gives me great hope for the Lego games on 3DS in 2015. I may need to retract my last statement.
Ninjago Shadow of Ronin. Now this is a game I have a ton of nostalgia for. You see, Ninjoids intrigued me because I could play through the events of Rebooted, but Shadow of Ronin intrigued me because it told a completely original story. 2015 was a crazy year to be a Ninjago fan. That was the first year there were 2 seasons, both of them knocked it out of the park. There was news about a film based on the show releasing in 2016, and this guy came out and oh my God. As a kid, I never really watched Let's Plays as I just preferred playing the game myself, but this was the exception. I watched Let's Plays of this game, I don't even know how many times. I watched the all cutscenes video so many times as well. There were cuts of the pre-rendered cutscenes and cuts that had both the pre-rendered cutscenes and the in-game cutscenes, and I watched both cuts relentlessly. And I eventually got the game for myself, the mobile version. And I loved it. Flash forward to 2021 when I first got my 2DS and I was looking at what other games I should get for it on eBay, and for one of them I decided, why not? Let's get Shadow of Ronin. And I haven't played this version, but I still played the mobile version and I have a lot to say. Shadow of Ronin is a non-canon spin-off of the show. It takes place after the events of Season 4 and introduces a character who would play a crucial role in Season 5 releasing that summer, Ronin. And by fuck do I love Ronin. Ronin was the coolest fucking thing to 9-year-old me. He had a mechanical eye patch and samurai armor and a really cool outfit with an orange arm. Ronin has remained one of my favorite Ninjago characters and is one of the sole reasons I adore this game so much.
I bet I sounded like a fucking idiot gushing over a Ninjago character from a Lego 3DS game.
The story is perfectly serviceable. Ronin steals the ninja's memories and powers, so the ninja must find the obsidian weapons, which will give them back their powers and memories. That's a very basic synopsis, as there's much more story. Some of it makes sense, like a level where the ninja try to figure out who Ronin is or trying to figure out what they need to do to get their powers back, and because of that, you get to explore so many locations from the show, which makes this game a blast for Ninjago fans. And I think that's the best way to describe this game, a blast for Ninjago fans. It references various events from the show while also telling a new story that, while it isn't canon, could very much fit in the canon. The level structure is no different from Lego Batman 3. Each larger level is made up of 3 smaller levels, each smaller level having 3 challenges or so. And yeah, these levels are great. They're the perfect length, short enough for portable play, but long enough and deep enough to feel like a traditional Lego game level. They have plenty of puzzles and platforming, and it's just a damn blast. This is the last portable only title on the 3DS, and man, what a game to go out on. As a Ninjago game, this game is an absolute blast. I can't really see non-Ninjago fans getting much out of this, but this is a great time for fans of the source material, and a huge improvement over Ninjoids. I thought Ninjoids was okay, but it still had that Lego Marvel Superhero stank. But this, I don't smell any stank. It's like
the dog isn't pissing on the rug anymore.
However, there is one thing that disappoints me about Shadow of Ronin, and that is the hub world. It's back once again, but in the worst form since The Hobbit. In this hub world, you are flying on a dragon over a mini Ninjago. This is super lame. There's still some stuff to do. There's a bunch of little things you can destroy to get some collectibles. I like it as a way to travel from level to level, but I'm just imagining a Laval's Journey type open world that would have been so cool to see. One that combines various areas from the show into one big world littered with collectibles and references. It doesn't ruin the game, but it does ruin its chances of beating out Lego Lord of the Rings as my favorite Lego game on 3DS. Still though, I'd place this above Lego Batman 3. It's mainly my Ninjago bias taking over, but f*** you. I love this game, and it's awesome that Ninjago got an original title that is mostly on par with Laval's Journey finally. Next up, Lego Jurassic World.
Or as I like to call it, nobody's favorite Lego game.
Listen man, I like Lego Jurassic World, but it's just not one of my favorites. However, this is yet another one that I have played through on mobile, and it was alright. But now let's try the 3DS version.
What?
So guess what? My 3DS notices that Lego Jurassic World is inserted, but it can't read the game card.
So that leaves me with 3 options. I can skip LEGO Jurassic World. I played LEGO Friends, I can't really do that. I can just talk about the mobile version. That's not the 3DS version. Or I can buy a new copy. I don't want to buy LEGO Jurassic World again, so we're gonna go with option 4, piracy.
This here is my 2DS, and don't tell Nintendo, but I jailbroke it. Listen, I don't pirate and emulate games often because look at this, now look at me. I prefer physical media and the act of playing physical cartridges on physical consoles, but this here is an exception. So I'm gonna do the unthinkable and download LEGO Jurassic World on my 2DS and play it there. This is f***ing disgusting. So, LEGO Jurassic World on 3DS. It's not bad. Much like LEGO Batman 3, this is a pretty damn faithful adaptation of the console game on 3DS. Each level is still split up into 3 sections and there are still 5 challenges. However, this time, the other 3 challenges are collecting fossils and mini kits, which is interesting. I mean, they totally could have made some lame challenges, but hey, I think them just being collectibles is 100% acceptable. And overall, this game is just acceptable. Each film only has 3 larger levels, so only 9 smaller levels per film, which is a bit odd. While this does cut out some fluff from the console game, there are a couple of sections from the console game that didn't make the cut that I think should have. But it's still a perfectly acceptable selection of levels. It's just more the same. I wouldn't say it's better than LEGO Batman 3.
Because it's not.
But it's pretty up there with just being a solid portable conversion of the console game. Although unlike LEGO Batman 3, which still improved on its predecessors, LEGO Jurassic World doesn't really do any of that. The levels are all completely fine, as they were in LEGO Batman 3 and Shadow of Ronin. There's a hub world here, and once again, it's a hub world. Although it's an interesting one. The hub world is the visitor center of Jurassic World, with doors leading to each film. But each film has a mini open world, and by many, I mean many. These really just exist to add a bit when going level to level. You have a puzzle or 2 in this area that brings back some of the energy that open world LEGO games have, but it's not enough. I think these are fine and completely serviceable and do what they're here to do well, but man, a lot of my memories with LEGO Jurassic World is from exploring the islands. They were so fun to run around and explore freely, so for it to just be limited here, it's just pretty boring. And that's LEGO Jurassic World, a pretty unremarkable title. It's perfectly fine, but just kind of forgettable, which I think largely comes from it being LEGO Jurassic World. Don't get me wrong, I still think this is a solid game, but honestly, it's going pretty far down on my ranking. It's definitely better than Ninjoin, since from there downward is that terrifying window of games from late 2013, early 2014, but I'd say I prefer Harry Potter to this, mainly just because Harry Potter is a more exciting franchise to make a LEGO game about.
And those are the LEGO games released for the 3DS in 2015. Damn. These are perfectly fine games, but compared to LEGO Batman 3, they just weren't as huge of a step up. I'd say they're pretty on par with LEGO Batman 3, and it's good to see that these games are sticking more towards LEGO Batman 3 than LEGO Marvel Superheroes, but considering how much of a jump LEGO Batman 3 forward was, these were a bit underwhelming. I'm just still waiting for that moment where we get a LEGO game on 3DS on par or even better than LEGO Lord of the Rings again. Are we ever gonna get that? Yeah.
LEGO Avengers. This right here was one of the LEGO games of this era I wanted to play the portable versions of the most. I had seen some video of this version and it looked like everything I had dreamed of LEGO Marvel Superheroes being. One issue, it wasn't released on mobile, so for years this sat in the back of my mind as this game I wanted to play when I eventually got a 3DS. And when I got my 2DS in 2021, this was the other game I got alongside Shadow of Ronin, and holy shit.
This right here is one of my favorite games for the 3DS. I'm a f***ing joke.
So, the story mode. It's perfectly serviceable. It's what you'd expect at this point. It's a damn good conversion of the console story mode on a 3DS. However, they've done away with the 3-part levels. There are 15 levels, and instead of being made up of 3 smaller levels, they made us have 3 different sections, much more akin to the traditional LEGO games. But the story mode isn't really what I care about. What I care about is the open world. Yes, that's right. LEGO Avengers has an open world. And I don't mean a hub world, oh no. I mean a full-on open world. The open world from the console version. Man-f***ing Hatton. When I first saw this, I was blown away. After years of dreaming exploring Manhattan on my DS, that was finally realized in a way, and LEGO Avengers stuck the landing shockingly well. This is Manhattan, as it's seen in LEGO Marvel Avengers, and exploring it is a blast. The thing that blew me away the most wasn't the fact that you had the whole Manhattan map,
but there was a ton of stuff to do in it. Races, collectibles, side missions. There's a whole storyline told through side missions here, and it's incredible. And not only can you explore Manhattan during the day, but at night as well, which isn't even possible in the console games. You can drive and steal cars, fly around, jump around as the Hulk, whatever. This alone solidifies LEGO Avengers as the best game we've looked at so far. This is quite literally a dream come true. It's one thing to be able to explore Middle-earth on the DS, but Manhattan is something else. Being able to fly across it quickly, do what I always dreamed of doing as a kid, it's a magical feeling seeing it fully realized. The character roster is excellent. It's much smaller than the console version with only 117 characters, but pretty much any character you'd want is here.
And if they aren't, stop being greedy.
LEGO Avengers on 3DS is incredible. This finally truly does feel like a LEGO game made for a much more powerful DS. Something that wouldn't even be remotely possible on the DS. Running here better than it has any right doing so. It may have a pretty bad draw distance, but who the hell cares? When I finally sat down and played through the story, I fell in love with this game and I couldn't resist achieving 100%. It's a short game, it only took me around 24 hours to 100% it, but I had an absolute blast doing so. Owning it was like a dream come true in more ways than one. And playing through this and LEGO Marvel Super Heroes receiving a Switch port in 2021 has made it so much easier to accept the DS version of LEGO Marvel Super Heroes. Even if I did act a bit bluntly back then.
This is simply put the best LEGO game on 3DS so far, and considering the fact that there's only one game left, I think it's safe to say that this is the best one, period. And what a damn poetic one to be that. The spiritual successor to the worst LEGO game on 3DS is the best? That's beautiful! And while LEGO games are usually far from my favorite games on any console, this one and what it is so damn special to me. This is a true LEGO Marvel experience on a handheld system. This is what I dreamed of LEGO Marvel Super Heroes on DS being back in 2014. And so to actually have this in a form on a DS system, it's so damn magical. And the 3DS has a great library. I mean, you have stuff like Ocarina of Time 3D, but at the end of the day, I'm just gonna play Ocarina of Time on the Nintendo 64, not on the 3DS. I'd rather play LEGO Avengers on the 3DS. Which, you know what that means. LEGO Avengers is better than Ocarina of Time. Open up that insane asylum for me.
Well, it's been a long f***ing hour full of ups and downs and LEGO Jurassic World. But we finally made it to the final title, LEGO Star Wars The Force Awakens on 3DS.
It's good. Alright, let's wrap it up everyone. Let's go home. I'm done here. I'm done.
Okay, let's be fair here. The final LEGO game on 3DS is a Star Wars game, much like, I don't know, the first LEGO game on 3DS. And with this being LEGO Force Awakens, you'd instantly assume that this is vomit-inducing.
Okay, I went an hour without vomiting. You gotta admit, that's impressive.
So The Force Awakens itself, I'm not a huge fan of. I know a lot of people say it was a solid jumping off point for the sequel trilogy. It may be incredibly derivative of A New Hope, but it's much better than The Last Jedi and The Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah, I hate good storytelling too.
The Force Awakens being so damn derivative of A New Hope kills almost all of my respect for it. The 6 films prior and 2 films after The Force Awakens all stand apart from each other. They may have similar plot beats, but the overarching story of each film is different, whereas The Force Awakens is just...
Oh, do you remember the Death Star?
I don't need to go on about what I like and don't like about The Force Awakens. It's just my least favorite of the sequels and my least favorite episode of the whole saga. But it had some damn good action scenes that would be great to be adapted into a LEGO game, but they did it too soon. LEGO Star Wars The Force Awakens is a drawn-out retelling of the 2-hour film as a 9-hour game. What does that lead to? A level where you try to unlock a fucking door in the Resistance base that you have to replay 3 times because it keeps crashing. LEGO Force Awakens is a pretty bad game, at least the flagship version, because the 3DS version is beautiful. This is yet another one of these games I played on mobile, and I really like this one. The story is back to the LEGO Marvel style levels with larger levels made up of 3 smaller levels, but these levels' quality is much more on par with LEGO Batman 3. They're just solid mini levels that last a good amount of time, not too short or too long. Hell, one of the later levels challenges is to beat it in 7 minutes. Keep in mind, back in LEGO Marvel, the challenge was to beat the level in 90 seconds, so I'd say that's an improvement. I'd say the story mode here isn't that bad. It's shorter than the console version, and
honestly, I find it to be a length I have no issue with. Some parts from the console game, like the Resistance Base level, have been recontextualized into an in-between level mission, which it works much better as. As for the gameplay itself, it's just as good as you want it to be. Lightsaber play is back, of course, and it feels much better, not as weightless as it did in LEGO Star Wars 3.
Who knew 5 years of improvements could do that?
However, my favorite part of the mobile version was the hub worlds. Yet, like the console version, instead of one large open world, you have 4 small hub worlds, but I still think these are perfect for what they are. They adapt the console version's worlds pretty damn well. The camera is once again right behind your character, just like LEGO Lord of the Rings, and having the map on the bottom screen just works so damn well. The hub worlds in the console versions are pretty criticized for being too large and empty, but I find the hub worlds here to be the perfect size. They're large enough to feel like significant areas, but there are collectibles everywhere, side quests, carbonite bricks, whatever. And they even finally brought back character creators. I didn't mention them for any other prior game because who cares? But they disappeared with LEGO Marvel but finally reappeared here, which, hey, that's good to see. I've 100%ed this version multiple times, and I've enjoyed it every single time. Because of that, this isn't a game I really see the need to revisit, but I still really like it, and I think it's much better than the console version. As for the ranking, I'd say it's below Lord of the Rings, but above Shadow of Ronin. Next up, oh.
That's right, I'm done! And I'm depressed. Those were the 17 LEGO games released on the 3DS, and man, what a journey. These games were released across the span of 5 years, and I think it's really cool looking back at them and seeing how they evolved as the years went on. Slowly becoming more than the DS versions could be before plummeting down to the stuff on par with the Game Boy Advance LEGO Star Wars games, then seeing them rise back up and become so much more than the DS could even dream of doing. Not all these games were good, but I think it makes them more interesting. The fact that they tried to make them more suited for mobile play, then slowly turning back around, seeing that blunder is the kind of stuff I find interesting with games. For games to evolve, developers must try new things, and we saw a ton of that here. They try to make the games open world, they try to make them more suited for mobile play, they try to make the LEGO Movie game good. Some things worked out, the LEGO Movie game is f***ing atrocious. And that's okay, because at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. These are ports of the console games made for the 3DS and other handheld systems. The purpose they serve is to be on store shelves for kids who want to play these games portably, or it's the only way they can play it. And it'd be preferable if the games were good, but I had to stomach LEGO Marvel Superheroes being bad, and I turned out fine. And now these days with the Nintendo Switch, handheld LEGO games are pretty much extinct. I mean, there's one version of LEGO Marvel Superheroes 2, there's one version of LEGO DC Supervillains, there's one version of LEGO The Incredibles. And while I think it would have been cool to see what portable versions of these games would have looked like, I think ultimately it's a good thing that the portable versions of these games are just the console versions of these games, because if kids these days had to grow up with LEGO The Incredibles on 3DS... That thought is the scariest thing I've seen all day. And this human skull has been on my lap the whole time, alright? That's saying something! Those are the Zelda games for the Nintendo 64. They're some of my favorite games, some of the best of all time, and kinda sorta got butchered when ported to the 3DS, so I'm gonna whine about these now.
Oh, God. Oh, I should have waited longer to start these.
So, good news. I spoke to my doctor and he said I came down from my Zelda high that I reached back in June, so let's get back up there with 2 more games.
Ah, what system is this? The DS2 was released in 2011, and I think it did really well.
I think that's what I said the last 10 times I talked about this system this hour.
I just can't get enough of talking about this little guy. I mean, a DS with a 3D display? Who wouldn't want that? Oh, well, the 3DS had a pretty solid library. Sure, there may have been a Metroid Prime Federation Force here, a Mario Party the Top 100 there, maybe some chibi Robo Ziplash as well, but hey, it's okay, because we got remasters of some of the greatest games of all time on this system.
And they f***ing stink.
Okay, so let's be fair here. I may shit on these guys every other day, but the moment you check my playtime on them...
I was kidding. The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask 3D. These are remasters of the 2 Zelda games from the Nintendo 64, and coincidentally my most played games on this system. These were how I played these games for the first time, and then after playing the Nintendo 64 versions... But why do I disregard these versions? Well, let's see it by taking a deeper look at both of them. Now, you would think I'd start with Ocarina of Time since that was the first game released and first game chronologically, but I'm actually going to be contrarian today and look at the games in alphabetical order, but in reverse alphabetical order. So the first game we're going to be looking at, it's still Ocarina of Time.
In 1998, Ocarina of Time was released for the Nintendo 64 and was a revolutionary title. Bringing Zelda into the third dimension, it did to 3D adventure games what Super Mario 64 did to 3D platformers. And 25 years later, it still remains as one of the most beloved games of all time. One issue: it's on the Nintendo 64. This was the rough era of 3D games. They could play well, but asking them to look good too? That's a bit much, no need to get greedy. Anyways, 12 years later at E3 2010, Nintendo unveiled the 3DS, the successor to the uber popular DS, and after their press conference, Shigeru Miyamoto and Eiji Aonuma were at a special roundtable event where a demo of an Ocarina of Time remaster for the 3DS was shown. Miyamoto stated that when they started to work on the 3DS, he imagined how the 3D effect could truly bring you into the world of Ocarina of Time, make it truly feel like you were roaming the fields of Hyrule. At this point, it was still just a demo. However, a couple of months later, it was officially announced to be a full remaster in active development, being co-developed by Grezzo. And Grezzo absolutely knocked it out of the park, and Nintendo agreed as they went on to remaster Majora's Mask for the 3DS, and they also did the Link's Awakening remake and Miitopia for Switch.
Oh, and they did Triforce Heroes. Nobody's perfect.
The developers really did understand and respect Ocarina of Time's legacy. They left in various bugs that were alternate ways to solve puzzles because they wanted fans to play the way that they remembered. Game-breaking bugs were of course fixed, but the little things that were minor exploits, they kept them in because at the end of the day, this is meant to be the definitive form of Ocarina of Time, and to do that, they also included a reworked Master Quest from the GameCube release of Ocarina of Time. The game was released in June of 2011, and definitely one of the 3DS's first big titles. Sure, everyone was head over heels for LEGO Star Wars 3, but to have Ocarina of Time in June?
Oh my god! I can play a good game now?
The 3DS had a rough start with its games, just nothing all that great, but Ocarina of Time 3D was definitely a big one, bringing one of the most beloved games of all time back in its definitive form portably. This was a first for Nintendo.
And by first I mean second. Mario 64 DS is better than the original. I'm sorry.
This was one of the first games I got for my 2DS when I first got it. I sold a few games on eBay to get this 2DS and a copy of Majora's Mask. However, I went to vintage stock with my sister, and they had a copy of Ocarina of Time, and she offered to get it for me. This was my only game for the system until Majora's Mask arrived, and I played it to death until I got Majora's Mask, but I also went back to it and beat it after I beat Majora's Mask. But now, let's jump into the game itself. But first, this cover. I have never been a fan of how it looked. Don't get me wrong, it looks nice. It's gold as f with Link on Epona and a little art of the instruments. At least the spine looks really nice. And man, it's crazy that a better version of Ocarina of Time is on a cart that is so small compared to the Nintendo 64 version. And starting up the game, I'm home.
It's a home I moved into when I was 15, but it's still a home regardless.
Immediately, the graphical enhancement is noticeable, which was of course the biggest focus. The biggest change was Link's character model, which is so much better. It was okay in the Nintendo 64 original, but here, it truly matches the vision the developers had for these characters. The hair, the hat, Link just looks less chunky. And same with adult Link. His improvement isn't as noticeable as young Link's, but I really like it because I feel like it captures his age better. While he's called adult Link, he is still clearly very young, which really works well in the story's favor. Other characters were not touched up as much, but they still look much better. Item models were also vastly improved, especially with the Master Sword. It actually looks like the Master Sword now. Textures seem to be at the same quality as in the Nintendo 64 originals. They look fine from a distance, but pretty pixelated up close. But hey, Link's model is debatably the most important improvement, as well, you can play as him. However, another huge improvement are some of the environments. The Nintendo 64 was not the strongest console.
What the hell do you mean? I have the expansion pack installed.
Not every interior could be fully modeled, so instead they did something very creative that was done in plenty of old films. You ever watch the original Star Wars trilogy and wonder, wow, how did they get those giant shots of the Death Star hangar? Well, here's the funny part. They didn't. They had the actors moving, but imposed a painting underneath to give the illusion of being a giant hangar. And that's kind of what they did in Ocarina of Time. Castletown, the inside of Link's house, and most building interiors were just images to give the illusion that it's an actual modeled out place. And it looks fine on the Nintendo 64, but you play it on any following system and it's an ugly mess. But for 3D, they fully modeled out all of these places, and man does it look better. Hyrule Castle feels so much more colorful and full of life, which makes the future destroyed Castletown that much more bleak and depressing. Now with bringing the game to a dual screen handheld, that of course invites a lot of opportunities for more changes for the best.
And they kind of f*** it up somehow.
So when in the overworld, the bottom screen shows a map. Not the in-game map, no, the Art of the World map. And there's a rectangle around the area you're in. What the hell? The blue mini-map is still in the left corner of the top screen. Why? This could have been such an easy improvement, but they f***ed it up. Why? Well, some of the other changes are better. All the HUD elements are on the bottom screen, which frees up a ton of space, which is nice. You can see your hearts, magic meter, rupees, and items all down here, which is very nice. And you'd think with a touchscreen, item management would be a dream. It's not. So you can adjust their order to your liking, which is nice, but you can't do that with the stylus. You have to double tap it or select it with a button. Why? Doing this with a stylus or your fingers feels clunky. But overall, this menu is a lot easier to pull up. The items, map, and gear menus all have separate buttons, which makes it much faster to swap your items, change your tunic, check the map, or whatever else you need. The X and Y buttons can have items mapped to them, but the Nintendo 64 had 3 C buttons that items could be mapped to, so you're losing one?
By me asking that, you know the answer.
There's a slot in each corner. The right 2 can have items mapped to them. The top left changes the view, and the bottom left is the Ocarina, which is nice to have it permanently mapped there since it's such a useful item. And when playing the Ocarina, you can pull up a screen where you can check how to play the songs you've learned, which is so damn useful. The top 2 squares can have items mapped to them, as I said, and these are great for the fairy powers and also the boots. One of Ocarina of Time 3D's biggest improvements was making the boots mappable to these item slots. You see, in the Nintendo 64 original, if you wanted to wear the iron boots, you'd have to go to the menu, equip the boots, then leave the menu each time you wanted to take them on or off. I never really minded this, but a lot of people hated this, and overall, the boots just deserve to be an item, and they work perfectly to just have in these slots. You can just easily reach over and tap them to equip them. Those were the big changes, but here are a bunch of other smaller ones. Gyroing, this is a great one. It makes bow play so much smoother and satisfying. It's so damn clunky in the N64 version, so it's nice how good it feels here. There are these Sheikah stones that can show you how to complete certain objectives in the overworld, which is a really nice option for those who get stuck. You can replay any boss fight by going to sleep in Link's bed, and you can also do a boss rush. The water temple now has icons to show how high the water level will be raised when you can play Zelda's Lullaby. In the original, you could get an item called the Stone of Agony that would make the controller rumble if you had a rumble pack inserted when near secrets. That's been replaced with the Shard of Agony that blinks and beeps when you're nearby secrets. The file select screen no longer shows your death count. The Deku Sticks used to be incredibly powerful, but it's no longer.
They won't let you have any fun around here.
And also, blood. In the bottom of the well mini dungeon, there used to be blood on the floor. Not anymore.
Boring!
And when Ganondorf coughs up blood, it's green.
What?
And speaking of Ganon, probably my least favorite change occurs in the final battle. In the Nintendo 64 version, Ganon is a dark silhouette against the sky. His eyes pierce through the darkness, and he is so intimidating, which feels so perfect for this battle, since this is the battle that decides the fate of Hyrule. Here, Ganon is much more visible.
And we all respect that, but come on. What the f***?
Yeah, man, I don't know. It's just kind of lame. But that's pretty much it for the base game, but as I said, the Master Quest version is included, and that has its own special change. For the most part, it's the Master Quest with the same graphical and quality of life enhancements. But to spice it up, the whole game is mirrored, which is awesome. This was such a great way to mix up the game and makes the Master Quest feel like more than just Ocarina of Time with remixed dungeons. And hell, just having this included here is so damn nice.
And that's Ocarina of Time 3D. It's pretty good.
This is a great remaster of Ocarina of Time. The graphical enhancement is excellent. Sure, overbiting Ganon is a little lame, but the rest of the game looks so much better. All the little quality of life enhancements makes it a smoother, more enjoyable experience these days, but my main issue with this is that it's on the 3DS. While I do think this is better than the N64 original, I still prefer that version because I can play it on Switch on a big old TV. Its flaws I'm willing to put up with to play in a more comfortable manner, and because of that, while this is a better version of Ocarina of Time, I still find it to be bogged down by the fact it's stuck on 3DS.
So yeah, I quite like this version, and if they were to bring to Switch an enhanced Ocarina of Time HD port, I'd be fine with that. but that would also mean they'd probably bring over Majora's Mask 3D, and that's not f***ing happening.
After Ocarina of Time received an enhanced remaster, it seemed only natural that Majora's Mask would follow. Makes sense, most divorces come after weddings. This led to Operation Moonfall, a fan-led campaign to get Nintendo to give Majora's Mask the same treatment. Nintendo's response?
Yeah, we'll consider it. And by that I mean f***ing it up.
Now in reality, they started work on Majora's Mask 3D not long after Ocarina of Time 3D released. They just kept it hidden because that's the Nintendo way. Don't worry guys, it's coming. During the game's development, series director Eiji Aonuma replayed the original and took notes of the things that stuck out to him and wanted changed, things he believed could have been alienating to players, which led to this being one of the most polarizing remasters of all time.
Majora's Mask 3D made a ton of changes to the original, which inherently isn't a bad thing, but there's always the issue of there being oversaturation with the changes, to which it makes this version inferior to the original. But hopefully that doesn't happen here.
It happens. This here was the game I specifically wanted a 2DS for. I sold a few games on eBay and turned it around and bought a 2DS and this bad boy. And I loved it. Majora's Mask 3D was an absolute blast, and I achieved 100% a month or so later. But then, something horrifying happened.
Wow, that was so good! I should play the Nintendo 64 versions!
So let's start off positively. This box art, I adore this cover so much. There's something undeniably elegant about the original, but man, this is an incredible alternate cover. A big part of Majora's Mask is all of the wacky characters you get to know, and so having them represented on the box is incredible, and overall, this is just an excellent piece of art. I mean, this was straight up my phone wallpaper for a while there. Well, let's dive on into the game and into the changes. Most changes from Ocarina of Time 3D remains. The enhanced graphics and character models. Link has of course been vastly improved, while the rest of the characters still do look better than they did in the original. The touchscreen layout is almost the same, but improved in ways, the biggest being the map. Finally, the map on the bottom screen is just the in-game map, which is a godsend. The layout with the items and the ocarina and whatnot is the same. The gear menu button has been moved and now the mask menu is in its place, which is also convenient. I mean, I think the mask menu would have worked anywhere, but you will be using this menu more than the gear menu, so it's a good placement.
Ready for me to get whiny?
So one of Majora's Mask's big gimmicks is the use of masks, especially the transformation masks. The Deku, Goron, and Zora mask allow you to transform into each of those races and use their abilities to solve puzzles and whatnot. However, each of these masks have been gimped in some way. The Deku mask's most useful ability is the ability to hop on water. This is integral for navigating through Woodfall Swamp, and one of the coolest things you could do when water hopping was spin right before you hit the water to hop extra fast. It made traversal easier and more fun, and just felt good since your momentum would carry into your jumps. But here, your momentum immediately stops once you hit the water, making it so much more difficult to reach each lily pad. And on top of that, there's now build up to running as a Deku, so you have to start from farther back. This just makes Deku Link feel so slow and clunky, a slog to use, which sucks because he's so damn fun to use in the Nintendo 64 version. Grunt Link pretty much remains the same, with the only change being that you just need to press A to go into ball form. Holding A still works, so I don't mind this change. I still just hold A because it's damn muscle memory at this point. As for the Zora mask, swimming fast now requires the use of magic.
Why?
This is one of the stupidest f***ing changes. The whole point of the Zora mask is allowing you to swim quickly throughout the Great Bay. Normally swimming is slow and boring, and the Zora mask refused to be that. It's an absolute blast just ripping through the bay, swimming fast, and you can't do that here. And hell, swimming quickly is required at some points. There's some platforms you have to dolphin dive onto, or there are some walls where you have to bash into. You can't do that without magic. But wait, you can still do a swimming dash move with no magic. Just press R and you can still break through walls and dolphin dive.
Then why do you need magic to swim faster?
Remember how I said Eiji Aonuma replayed Majora's Mask and took notes of things he thought would be alienating to players? Well, you're not allowed to have fun. Link's forms are still fine here, but man, play the Nintendo 64 version and it's impossible to go back, especially after the boss fights. Majora's Mask had 4 dungeons with bosses that still remain as some of my favorites within the series. There are such different, unique fights from the rest of the series, and they just had to them up here. Odolwa, in the Nintendo 64 version, there wasn't one single way to defeat him, which led to a fight where you just throw everything you had at him. It's such a fun fight, just using what you can. Here, guess what? Throughout the Zelda series, a very common weak point for enemies has been the eyes, and so each boss has an eyeball weak point added. And Odolwa's is on the back of his head, so you must burrow down into a Deku flower, pop out, drop a seed on his head, and then attack it. It makes this fight stupid easy and just boring. It's just the same thing over and over again. Goat is my all-time favorite Zelda boss. He runs in circles, and as a Goron, you must chase after him, bashing into him at any chance you get. Here, you still chase and bash into him, but now every now and then he'll fall, and guess what? An eyeball pops out. Georg starts the same, but now has a second underwater phase. And guess what?
It sucks.
No, it f***ing sucks.
That was close enough.
He inhales, and there's all these mines, so you have to get him to swallow the mine so they can explode on him and an eyeball can pop out. But by this mechanic is so f***ing finicky. In Twin Mode, this fight originally used the Giant's Mask, a mask that made you huge. It was an easy fight, but a damn fun one. But here, guess what they did? They f***ed it up. So you have to defeat one of the snakes to get the Giant's Mask, and it's pretty fun. You're tiny compared to these giant snakes, so it's a really cool feeling fighting them. Then you get the Giant's Mask, and like the other transformation masks, this one is ruined too. Now you transform into Giant Link with no sword or no nothing, and you're slow as f***.
The transformation mask makes me slower now, I get it.
During the second phase of this fight, you must knock the other snake to the ground and perform this move on him about 4 times. There are these boulders that you can throw at him that will send him to the ground. Only 2. So after you use them, you have to punch him until he falls to the ground. It takes 10 punches to do so, which doesn't sound that bad, but guess what? There is this glitch. When he burrows back underground, that counter resets, meaning you must get in 10 punches before he burrows back underground, which is so f***ing difficult. Guess why? A, because you're slow. B, because when he hits you, you fall back and you have to get up. C, he moves faster than you. D, these boss fights were not play tested. Or E, all the above. Take a wild f***ing guess.
I just don't get how they f***ed with the boss fights this bad. Majora's Mask boss fights were already perfect. They were unique from the rest of the series and a ton of fun. I don't get how they made these changes to the boss fights and thought this is better. And the fact that playtesters played this and were like, oh hell yeah, this is good.
Those are the biggest changes, but there are still a couple of smaller lame changes. Each dungeon had 15 stray fairies that when collected could be brought to that region's great fairy who would reward you. Some of the fairy placements have been altered. Why? Saving is now done at owl statues, which was present in the original, but it's different here. In the original, the saves at the owl statues were quick saves, meaning you can only load it once. To save, you had to reset the 3-day cycle. Now you can just permanently save at any time, which is convenient, I won't deny. But you can no longer save when you reset time, which is stupid. I think that was pretty genius. Each cycle would last from 1 to 3 hours, which works perfectly as an average play session. Then once you're done, resetting time and logging everything you've done in that cycle is satisfying. Then start a new cycle the next time you play. It works great, and while I think it's a great quality of life improvement to be able to save whenever, I still think it's dumb you can no longer save when you reset time. And speaking of time, it moves faster than the 3DS version. Yeah, the game wasn't hard enough. Shiro was a soldier who could be found with a lens of truth in a Akani Canyon, and giving him a red potion would net you the stone mask, a mask that makes you invisible to everyone but you. Now Shiro's been moved to the Pirate's Fortress, a more convenient place for him, yes, but you need magic to see him, which you probably used up to reach the fort in the first place. And Captain Kida, he's a giant skeleton that you must chase and defeat to obtain a required mask. He walks through this loop and you have to catch him before he finishes it, and fireballs will occasionally pop up and you have to defeat some stall children to move on. It's a challenging but fair encounter that feels good to complete. And in the 3DS version, Captain Kida just hobbles. He's so damn slow and just too damn easy to the point where it's just not even fun.
Why does this game make everything slower?
Now there are a handful of good changes. There's a new side quest that gives you a 7th bottle, which is useful enough. The Song of Double Time now lets you pick a specific hour to advance to. You can use the X button.
Yeah, the improvements are sparse, while the downgrades are plentiful. Why do you think I don't like this version?
Majora's Mask is not by any means a perfect game, but this remaster failed to improve it. So here are a couple things that could have been done to help improve the game further. Let the mask be mapped to the D-pad. It's not used for anything besides Navi. It would have been perfect to have the mask there, at least the transformation masks. The climb to Stone Tower Temple requires the constant playing of the Elegy of Emptiness to create statues to hold switches down, kinda like having to constantly switch to the Iron Boots in the Water Temple. They could have just had you press a button to make a clone, or just immediately have one pop up once you finish playing the song. This is just such a baffling remake. The development team stated that they found the original too difficult, so they wanted to make changes to make it more accessible, but in my opinion, they changed the wrong things and in turn made some things more difficult. With Ocarina of Time 3D, the developers wanted to stay as faithful as possible to the original to the point where they kept in some bugs, whereas here they changed something as small as stray fairy placements and as huge as boss fights. Ocarina of Time 3D wanted its original players to re-experience Ocarina of Time the way they remembered, whereas Majora's Mask 3D is unrecognizable in ways. As I said, this was how I first played Majora's Mask, and I loved it because the core of Majora's Mask is still there. The characters, the world of Termina, the story, it's all still as perfect as ever. The dungeons are still excellent, and the bosses were fine, albeit a little annoying, but I still really liked this version until I played the Nintendo 64 version. It looked and ran worse, yes, but it was also more fun. Ocarina of Time 3D, you play it and you can undoubtedly say it's an improvement over the original, but Majora's Mask, it's just worse. And it makes the fact that it's trapped on the 3DS so much better.
Ocarina of Time 3D and Majora's Mask 3D are such fascinating remasters to me. On surface level, they seem like the definitive versions of these games, but diving in, they really start to lose a lot of their luster. I mean, Ocarina of Time 3D, I get why someone would prefer this to the Nintendo 64 version, but Majora's Mask 3D? Just say you're clinically insane! And as I say with Ocarina of Time, I'd rather just endure the Nintendo 64 crappiness just so I can play them on a Switch on a big screen TV instead of cramped on a little DS, which really just leave these remasters as forgotten versions of the oh shit, they play in 3D, that's right. Okay, now I see how these are better. It's once again that time of the year. Christmas is right around the corner, and the year is coming to a close, and man, what an easy year it's been. No inter-universal travel, no lightsaber duels, just 24 glorious fits of whining. Hopefully next year's gonna be no different. Well, to celebrate the holidays, I invited over some friends to help me talk about this bad boy. This here is a Nintendo Switch, Nintendo's 7th home console, currently their only console on the market, and their best-selling home console of all time. That seems weird at first. I mean, it seems like everybody had a Wii. Uncles around the world saw Wii Sports Bowling and thought, oh my gosh, virtual bowling, where's my credit card? But as you dive into the system, it really becomes more apparent how over 130 million of these guys have been sold. Cause idiots like me have bought 3. I jumped on the Switch wagon pretty late back in 2021, but shut the hell up cause I probably own more Switches than you anyways. So this year, let's spend a day talking about this boy. A Switchmas, if you will. And if you won't, well, I will. Anyways, I should probably just wait for my guests.
Did some idiot say guests?
Dick, it's been so long. Dude, where have you been?
Dealing with the White Castle we had last year.
Oh, that's fair. It didn't so well with me either.
Oh no, they digested just fine. I just had to burn down a couple of them so no one had to eat that trash.
Oh, well, we all have hobbies.
Anyways, I brought my cousin if that's cool.
Oh yeah, that's cool. You know what they say, the more
the merrier.
I was gonna say the more, the closer we are to reaching maximum occupancy, but that works too. Oh, you! Dick, is that your cousin?
Oh, Dick. That's the Dick that got me in trouble at the TSA.
I didn't mean to. Here's a Joy-Con grip.
What am I supposed to do with this?
Forgive me.
Alright then, so what are we doing here?
Talking about the Nintendo Switch.
Oh no.
What's wrong with that?
When this guy gets talking, he really gets talking.
And what's wrong with that?
It can just get boring with others in the room.
Yeah, it doesn't really sound that fun.
Okay, never mind. We're not doing this. I need you guys out of here. I can do this on my own.
Good. I don't want to spend the day with the guy that got me in trouble at the TSA and tried to apologize to me with a Joy Toy grabber.
Coming to you live with some breaking news, we have just found out that for the past 2 weeks, our forecasters have been drunk.
Whoa, that's impressive.
Because of this, we're finding out just 2 minutes ago that a huge blizzard has hit, with snow piling as high as 6 feet. Let's just say, if you're in a basement, you're f***ed.
You gotta be kidding me. For how long?
Some may be wondering how long this will last. According to our non-drunk forecasters, the snow should melt in about 12 days, low enough for basement dwellers to return outside again.
12 days?
Oh my gosh, that's perfect!
What do you mean? We're stuck down here for 12 days? How is that perfect?
Because I was planning on talking about 12 different aspects of the Switch. Do you know what that means?
We'll play Switch games for 12 days?
No, we're going to have 12 days of Switchmas! So, we're stuck here for 12 days, which is perfect! Let's go over everything Nintendo Switch. And by everything, I mean everything I talk about.
Well, if you're such a Switch guy, then surely you could just talk about all 12,500 games on it.
Does that include Yoshi's Crafted World?
12,501.
Okay, let's be fair. He's one guy.
Thank you!
So he should be able to handle at least 5,000.
Knock out 4,950 and you'd be much closer. Now, there's no better place to start with the Switch than with the console's build-up to release.
We're supposed to go see our family tomorrow.
And I think it's best to head all the way back.
Haven't seen him in years, so this year was supposed to be special.
And look at Nintendo's whole home console lineage.
But nope, we gotta be stuck here with everybody want to Switch.
And it all started 40 years ago.
Nintendo entered the home console space in 1983 with the Famicom, renamed the Nintendo Entertainment System when it made its way to the States in 1985, and it was a huge success. Releasing right after the video game market crashed in 1983, the Nintendo Entertainment System helped bring the video game industry back to what it was prior to the crash. And since it was such a success, they made various follow-up systems, the Super Nintendo Entertainment System, Nintendo 64, and GameCube. These systems became more and more powerful, with so many beloved and incredible games coming out on them, but there was an issue. The sales of each console was going down as time went on, with the GameCube selling only 21 million units. This was due to the growing competition within the industry. Sega released the Genesis to combat the NES and SNES, but they floundered after the Genesis, making them irrelevant once the Nintendo 64 entered the picture. But there was another competitor, Sony, with the PlayStation, which sold over 100 million units. And its follow-up system, the PlayStation 2, sold over 150 million units. Not to mention Microsoft also entered the ring with the Xbox in 2001, which didn't do as well as the PlayStation 2, but still outsold the GameCube. During this era, Nintendo learned that if they wanted to survive in this market, they would have to do something the other consoles couldn't even fathom doing.
Hey, where's your uncle at?
The Nintendo Wii release in 2006 became a sensation. Due to its controller's motion control capability, the Wii hit it off with casual consumers with a low price point and incredibly easy to understand games like Wii Sports, Wii Play, Wii Fit, while also satisfying hardcore Nintendo fans with bombastic titles like Super Mario Galaxy, Twilight Princess, and Metroid Prime 3. This led the Wii to sell over 100 million units, but it also backfired in a way. The Wii was simply a fad, a product that everyone needed because everyone had to have a Wii. Many casual consumers got a Wii, played Wii Sports, maybe got another game or two as well, but many consumers also quickly moved on from the Wii, especially since this era also saw the rise of smartphones, which also had games. But since the Wii was such a success, Nintendo tried to keep a hold of that market with their next console, the Wii U. But this completely backfired. The Wii U was a tragic flop due to a gimmick that didn't resonate with consumers, poor advertising of it, and games that just didn't really turn casual consumers' heads. The Wii U had some absolutely phenomenal games, but Nintendo just failed to make it look appealing, which led to it selling only 13 million units, which is pathetic. By 2013, Nintendo could tell the Wii U wasn't going to work out, so they planned to enter the mobile space with some smartphone games based on their properties, along with making new systems. And internally, of course, Nintendo was worrying that their next console would be a make it or break it deal for them. And
Well, I love it when a multi-billion-dollar company makes even more money.
Welcome to capitalism.
with their next system, Nintendo went back to the mentality they had with the Wii. They needed to have a gimmick that appealed to everyone, one that'd be hard for other companies to replicate, one that combined the success of their handheld systems with their home consoles. Oh, look at that, it's a Nintendo Switch. They wanted to make a console that would allow players to play their games both at home and on the go. Of course, Nintendo has had portable systems in the past, but they have never been up to snuff with their home console counterparts, which hasn't been an issue. But with their next system, Nintendo wanted to bring their rich and deep games you'd usually find on home consoles on the go. Nintendo took a lot of feedback to heart when it came to developing the Switch. Some wanted smaller Wii remotes, boom, choking hazard. Others liked the Wii U gamepad and liked being able to play games right on it, but didn't like it being tethered to the console. So Nintendo combined all of that together, and this is what happened.
Man, only the system's codename was made up of 2 letters.
Oh, do I have news for you.
In March of 2015, while also announcing mobile games based on their franchises would be made, they also announced they were working on a new system, codenamed the NX.
Oh, come on, it should have been called the HF.
Nintendo made Mario, give them a break.
And that was it. They said they would unveil the system in 2016, so see you then. Here's Mario Tennis Ultra Smash to hold you over. In April of 2016, Nintendo announced they were looking at a March 2017 launch for the system, and it only seemed natural that Nintendo would reveal the new system at E3 2016. Yeah, Nintendo didn't show anything about the system at E3. Miyamoto later stated that they didn't reveal it because they didn't want other companies to copy it before they release it.
okay? But they did announce that the up-and-coming Zelda game, Breath of the Wild, will be coming to the NX as well as the Wii U. And over the next few months, rumors started to run wild with the system. It was to be a hybrid system with detachable controllers. Games would use cartridges and also be downloadable.
Yeah, that sure does sound like the Switch.
And on October 20th, 2016, Nintendo finally revealed the NX as the Nintendo Switch. It was a hybrid console with detachable controllers that would allow you to play your games both at home on a TV and on the go, right on a tablet-looking device that could be taken right out of a docking station. Many games were shown running on the system, like Breath of the Wild, Skyrim, Mario Kart 8, NBA 2K, a 3D Mario, and Splatoon. Right out of the gate, the Switch seemed so damn promising, with not just big new Nintendo games, but also solid third-party support. I mean, Skyrim, especially on a portable console, that was huge. And showing that some of the Wii U's best was coming over in some form with Splatoon and Mario Kart 8, along with the new 3D Mario looking more akin to 64 and Sunshine, Nintendo started off strong with this trailer, and later detailed the system more at a press event on January 13th, 2017. Here, they showed off pretty much their whole lineup for 2017. Breath of the Wild, Splatoon 2, Super Mario Odyssey, Fire Emblem Warriors, Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Hell, the Breath of the Wild trailer shown at this event is simply put one of the best trailers of all time, and it also announced that Breath of the Wild would be a launch title for the system, which was huge. Third parties also talked about the system, and its price was revealed, $300, a completely fair price in my opinion, and an announced release date of March 3rd, 2017. And guess what happened?
The Switch launched that day.
Yeah, I wonder how you figured that out.
So what happened next?
Well, hold your horses, I'll talk about that tomorrow.
What? Why?
Well, I can't talk about everything today, then what would I talk about tomorrow?
You don't need to talk about anything tomorrow. We can just play games until this blizzard is over.
Now what part of that sounds fun?
All of it.
Yeah, why are we talking about the console instead of playing?
That's what I do, and I was gonna do it by myself, but then I got stuck with you guys, so I can't really do anything about it.
11 more days? Well, I mean, as long as one of them focuses on useless plastic.
Oh, don't worry, I went to Five Below before this blizzard started. Alright guys, ready to finally dig into one of these systems?
Oh yeah, let's see what this is all about.
Ooh, I can't wait to hear about computer chips in plastic.
This here is a run-of-the-mill, everyday, no-nonsense about it Nintendo Switch, costing a smooth $300, but this specifically is, to my knowledge, the third box design for this. You see, when the system launched in 2017, it came in a white box. In 2019, they released a new model that was the exact same but with better battery life in a red box. And I'm not sure if this has better battery life than that, but this one's box is the same as the later variations box, the Switch OLED. It makes sense for the OLED, as this is a vertically oriented box design, but this looks fine from any angle until you open it up. Thanks. Here are our main components, the Switch console and the controllers, the Joy-Cons. This whole top part lifts up to reveal the dock, HDMI cord, and AC adapter, along with the Joy-Con grip and rails. So let's dive into each one of these things. First off, the console itself. Remind you of anything?
A Nintendo Switch.
A cutting board.
It's a tablet. This is the console. It's a fucking tablet. All the Switch's power is in this bad boy, which is really impressive. I mean, the games that this can run, this is a $300 tablet from 2017, and it can run big games like Mortal Kombat 1.
No.
The screen is good. I don't know what to say about it. It's just exactly what it should be. It has a pretty big bezel, but that's fine. On top is all the control stuff. The power and volume buttons, the vent, and the cartridge slot. There's a kickstand on the back so you can prop it up on a solid surface, but man, I just don't like this thing. It's so flimsy, it only works at one angle. It does the job if you're playing on the go and just want to set it up on something, but it's still kinda lame. And there's a micro SD card slot underneath. That's the tablet. But of course, you can't really play the games without these. The Joy-Cons. Some people love them, some people hate them. For me, it depends. Together, they have all the buttons you'd find on any other controller, meaning if they're attached to the console or grip, or you're just holding them on their own, they have enough buttons for any game. They're a solid enough size to where they're small and compact, but not too small. They can also be played on their side like this. This is a bit more egregious. This is great though for on-the-go co-op. This works perfectly for some of the Switch's best co-op games. Mario Kart, Smash, hell, the Mario games in general. You're losing a lot of buttons, but you have enough. There are shoulder buttons on top to access the shoulder buttons, and people hate them too.
Yeah, they killed my dog.
Oh, but come on, they're not that bad to press.
But if you just can't stand them, bring on the Joy-Con rails. These simply slide along the top to add some height, along with shoulder buttons that stick out. These are definitely better, but that doesn't help with the biggest problem the Joy-Cons this way brings.
I think this is a form of torture.
These things are absolutely tiny when playing them like this, and just not comfortable. This is fine for on-the-go co-op, but man, it's not great. The grips also have a Wii Remote-like strap on them, so you can hold the Joy-Con like this, like a Wii Remote and nunchuck combination, and they feel pretty good like that. They can of course attach to the console itself, and again, they feel pretty good. This makes it a really solid feeling handheld system. But to give the Joy-Con a more ergonomic feel when playing in TV mode, there's the Joy-Con grip. Ugh, I hate the Joy-Con grip with a passion.
Dang, that's impressive.
Thanks. My hate knows no bounds.
This does give the Joy-Cons a more ergonomic feel, yes, but my god, the Joy-Cons don't feel good like this. It's mainly the analog sticks. These are quite small, but feel perfectly adequate when you're holding them like this or using them attached to the console. They work great when you're holding these straight in your hands, but putting them in the form of a real controller, it really sets in how these are too small for a run-of-the-mill controller. Outside of that though, I like the Joy-Con. They're a good size in most situations, the buttons are all fine, some don't like the D-pad on them, and yeah, them being buttons is kinda lame, but for most games, I think it feels fine. And overall, as small controllers that attach to the side of the console, they feel good. Now $80 for a new pair, that's fucking ridiculous. These little things are so damn expensive. All because they have a damn IR camera? Outside of the system itself, we have the dock, the gateway between the system and the TV. It looks pretty nice, good in any entertainment center. Everything plugs in the back with a little hole for your HDMI and power cords to go through, making it look nice from the back. And putting the system in there, just give it a second to connect and then it projects onto the TV. You can detach the controllers and just leave the tablet in there, but also leaving the Joy-Con attached charges them. And since I usually play with a Pro controller and only have the Joy-Cons in games they're required in, battery life has never been an issue with them for me. The dock also has a USB port for any wired controllers and other accessories you may need, and that's everything you get with the Switch. But now let's talk about the hardware itself. Physical games come on these cartridges, which are smaller than any Nintendo cartridge, which is impressive. These things are so small, and yet they hold such big games. It makes me fucking grip onto them with dear life. Yet the sides of these make me anxious. They're so small, yet so expensive. I don't want to lose them. Thankfully, they come in these nice ass cases. They're about the same height as PS4 cases, but thinner, and man, I love these things. They're small, but not too small. More than enough space for each game's gorgeous box art to spread out with a nice little logo in the top left corner. The spines are all red with the title in the same font for most games and a publisher logo on the bottom. They look really nice, but also just blend into each other. It's really hard to see what each game is from my couch, as opposed to, say, the PS4 games. Turning on the system, we reach the lock screen. I mean, it's not locked, we just have to press the button a few times and we're good. And some news will appear on the left. I never use this. What's on the home page?
I'm bored.
Well, I'm not. White is awesome.
The homepage is kind of boring. The Switch doesn't have special themes or menu music. There's satisfying sounds when it's hovering over games and whatnot, but no music, which makes this menu pretty soulless. On this homepage, you have your 12 most recently played software in the middle. Going all the way to the right, you can go to a separate menu that will show you all your software. You can filter and sort them, and add them to folders called groups here. This wasn't added until 2022. Overall though, it's cool to see all your software. I usually sort it alphabetically, but you can also sort by most played, which is neat. I love seeing that I played New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe more than WarioWare Move It, and everybody went to Switch more than both of those.
You're disgusting.
Back to the home menu. In the top left, you can check out your users, which will show you your playtime.
Oh, that's cool.
In increments of 5 hours.
Well, at least we can see them.
And it takes 10 days for it to show up.
Okay, yeah, that's just dumb.
Yeah, there's no defending that.
This menu also lets you manage your friend list, including seeing what games they're playing recently. And along this bottom row are 7 buttons that take you to different menus. The Switch Online button, which takes you to information about Nintendo Switch Online. News has all these short articles about new games coming out or recommended games for holidays, just f***ing advertisements. The eShop button takes you there, and as I said in the past, not a fan. It's slow, boom, don't like it. Album allows you to see your screenshots and video records. Press this button here and you can take a screenshot in any game. Hold it and you can record the last 30 seconds in some games. Not all games support the video recording feature, which is a shame, because this is such a fun feature for when something stupid happens. Controllers allow you to quickly connect different controllers. Settings, you can adjust settings and sleep.
Well, I can do that now.
Hold on, is that it?
Yeah. Pretty much.
That is a base Nintendo Switch, and frankly, I think anyone would be happy with one of these. These can run any Switch game with no compromise. You can play on the TV and on the go. Sure, the screen isn't the best the console lineage has to offer, the same with the controllers, but it's still good. Overall, I like it. Not perfect, but it's pretty damn good.
Alright, and that's the system itself, and tomorrow, we'll look at games.
Oh, come on, do it now.
You want me to talk about 1-2 Switch now?
Oh, well, we can wait.
Alright, 3 days in, how are we doing?
I got hungry, so I tried eating one of these, but it tasted bad, and now I'm still hungry.
Yeah, they do that. Dick?
I just want to see games at this point.
Well, good news, we're looking at some today.
But, like, I want to see Skylanders.
Oh man, do I have good news for you.
A console is nothing without games to play on it, so of course when a console launches, you need some games to launch with. And the Nintendo Switch had 13 launch titles, 5 releasing physically and a bunch of eShop games. So let's go over each of these, starting with, what the hell else would I start with? The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. This wasn't the first time a Nintendo console launched with a Zelda game, but this doesn't take away from how special this was. Breath of the Wild will go down as one of the best launch titles. It didn't show off any crazy things the Switch could do, because, well, but what it did was be a good game. Breath of the Wild is one of the greatest games of all time. Everyone remembers walking out of the Shrine of Resurrection for the first time, laying your eyes on Hyrule, exploring the Great Plateau, and just seeing how this new style of Zelda worked. The freedom of Breath of the Wild was truly liberating. To be able to do what you want in whatever order you want, being able to completely skip some story parts, it led to such a fun and memorable game. Exploring Hyrule and slowly piecing together what happened 100 years ago. The setup is that Link wakes up with amnesia, so as Link rediscovers these things, you're by his side learning all of this for the first time. Breath of the Wild was such a good launch title. I mean, there are only 4 main dungeons in the form of Divine Beasts, which, come on, we may scoff at them these days, but you have to admit, the first time you stepped foot onto one of these things and maneuvered parts of it to reach new areas, it was awesome. But alongside the story, you had 120 shrines and 900 Korok seeds to find, alongside so much damn treasure all spread across this massive world that you could explore in your own way and pace. Breath of the Wild was the perfect game to launch the Switch with, but I do kind of scoff at it these days. Now the game itself, I love this guy, it's one of my favorites of all time. But this launching date and date with the Wii U version makes me kind of question if anyone bought this system exclusively for Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild was announced in 2013, stuff for it was shown in 2014 with the projected release date of 2015. Anyone looking forward to this game probably already bought a Wii U in anticipation of it coming out for Wii U. So for the biggest launch title to also come out on the prior system, just kinda lame.
Not as lame as 1-2 Switch.
Speaking of which,
1-2 Switch was the Nintendo's other physical launch title, and people say 1-2 Switch was like the Switch's Wii Sports.
No, if it was the Switch's Wii Sports, it would be fun.
1-2 Switch is a mini-game collection that uses the features of the Joy-Cons to its full advantage. It's a solid showcase for what the Joy-Con can do, but ask anyone who's played this game before if they want to replay this game. Wii Sports was great because the sports were all timeless. A game of bowling this week will be as fun as a game of bowling next week. These are games that never get old, and that's where 1-2 Switch flounders. It just doesn't have the replayability. And to retail separately for $50?
Just go ahead and shoot my dog.
Oh, gladly.
I swear to God.
I am the most qualified person to talk about 1-2 Switch. I don't own it. I have its follow-up though. Well, now to the physical third-party games. Super Bomberman R was definitely the best of the bunch cause it's Bomberman. A solid title to get alongside the system, but again, not a system seller. Skylanders Imaginators.
Oh yeah, a real game.
It's fucking Skylanders, 5 months after the game originally released. And Just Dance 2017 also came out on the Wii U and Wii. What a lineup! Thankfully, there were a bunch of digital games, one of them being published by Nintendo. Snipper Clips. This is a cute little puzzle game where you play as some pieces of paper and cut each other up to solve puzzles. And that's pretty much it. Fast RMX, which is a spiritual successor to F-Zero, and a sequel to a Wii U game. Shovel Knight Treasure Trove Inspector of Torment. Good stuff, but we're also on Wii U. Human Resource Machine, that was on Wii U too. Little Inferno, that was the digital launch title for the Wii U. World of Goo, from the Wii Shop channel, and I Am Setsuna. Thankfully, this wasn't on the Wii U. It was on the Vita though.
So, those are the launch titles.
That's it?
Did I mention Just Dance 2017?
Yeah.
Then yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna say it. The Switch had a lame launch lineup. Don't get me wrong, most of these are good games. Breath of the Wild, Shovel Knight, Bomberman, Fast RMX, Snipper Clips, World of Goo. There was definitely enough quality stuff to play, but not much of note new. 1-2 Switch, Super Bomberman R, and Snipper Clips were the only games that couldn't be played anywhere else at launch, and they're fine games, but not games to buy a console for.
But I doubt those games were why people bought a Switch at launch. People bought a Switch at launch because of the potential. The games in the pipeline for 2017 already showed that the Switch would have a great lineup of new experiences, and of course, it did.
And we'll finally get to see them now.
Nope, we're talking about these tomorrow.
I don't want to leave.
Yeah, good luck with that. Well guys, today is the day.
It's about damn time. I've just been waiting for you to complain about everybody 1-2 Switch.
Who's gonna tell him?
We've gone through the Switch's launch titles, but now let's go through Nintendo's other efforts for the system, specifically their original titles for Switch, not remasters. Of course, not all these games are developed by Nintendo, but I mainly just want to look at the new titles Nintendo published for the system. And naturally, we have to start off with Mario and his slew of games, starting with Super Mario Odyssey. Oh my god. Super Mario Odyssey was my favorite Switch game until the incident, but still, this is my second favorite Switch game. Super Mario Odyssey is just simple fun. The main campaign is incredibly short, but I do not care. It's just so fun to rip through it in an afternoon. I love exploring the kingdoms, finding all the moons. This game went back to the 3D Mario structure found in 64 and Sunshine, and don't get me wrong, I adore Galaxy and 3D World, but my god, this is how I prefer Mario. Mario feels buttery smooth. Cappy allows for so much fancy traversal and creativity with platforming. Super Mario Odyssey is, in my opinion, the peak of Mario. Galaxy may have something to say about that, but Galaxy doesn't have New Donk City, so take that.
Doesn't this have multiplayer?
Yeah, it does.
Oh, cool. So you can play as Mario and Luigi.
Now, player 2 plays as a hat.
What?
One of the Switch's best.
Now, included with the Switch port of Super Mario 3D World, a port of the Wii U original, a new experience was included: Bowser's Fury. I've already gone in depth on this game, so I'll make this quick, but man, is this good for a side game in a Wii U port. Bowser's Fury takes pretty much everything 3D Mario was up to that point and combines it. You explore one large world with so many little secrets to find, but also at various areas that are like 3D World stages with 64 and Sunshine like challenges. Combine that with the Fury Bowser mechanic, every now and then Fury Bowser awakens and wreaks havoc. Bowser's Fury is such a good, fun little experience. It's damn short, but damn good. And of course, the wonderful wonder.
See what I did there?
I did. Very clever.
Thanks.
Yeah, I love alliteration.
What? No, that wasn't it.
Nah, I get it.
Thank you.
I never said it was good.
Super Mario Bros. Wonder is the first original 2D Mario platformer in 11 years, and man is it good. The core game is incredible. The level designs, the world themes, they take the Mario stereotypes but add something new to them. This game takes place in the Flower Kingdom instead of the Mushroom Kingdom, and they do a great job setting them apart. And that's just the core game, but everything around it is incredible. The Wonder Flower effects are so wacky and fun. They always left a huge ass smile on my face. The badges give the gang a lot of fun abilities, and speaking of the gang, look at this character roster, and each character is filled to the brim with charm. All of their animations are so full of life and make the new Super Mario Bros. Animations look so lifeless and cheap. I wouldn't say Mario Wonder is one of the greatest games of all time, but I would say it's one of the best 2D platformers and Mario games of all time. I absolutely adore it, and it's one I know it won't be long until I replay.
Well, that's fine, I guess. I just wish I could play a Mario level with a crotch in it.
Oh, do I have news for you.
Super Mario Maker 2 is a successor to Super Mario Maker on Wii U, and it's okay. It's a good game, but in my opinion, it just doesn't add enough to really seem like a huge step forward. Like, yeah, they added a lot, but in terms of new game themes, they only added one. I enjoyed my time with Mario Maker 2, but it wasn't a long time. Making levels really isn't that fun. It feels clunky with the controller, and in handheld mode, it works better, but I prefer to see it on a big screen. Not a bad game, but one that I hope will get a sequel that adds a lot more and is a better experience whether you're making levels or playing them. Those are the Mario platformers, but of course, Mario is a man of many spin-offs, so let's jump on over to those. Paper Mario the Origami King. I've already talked about this, so in short, I like it. This is the only Paper Mario game I've played, and I'm still flirting with the idea of playing the original.
Hey, gorgeous. How are you
For
doing?
the third time this week, I am not the idea of playing Paper Mario. I'm the 911 dispatcher. Please hang up.
No, you hang up.
Alright then, we're sending officers to your current location.
I like the Origami King. I don't doubt some of the older ones are better, but I wouldn't say that this is a bad game. The battles can get pretty repetitive, but besides that, I don't know, I just really like this one. So what about sports? So the Mario sports games on Switch? Mario Tennis Aces, Mario Golf Super Rush, and Mario Strikers Battle League. Their core gameplay looks fine, but they clearly have an obscene lack of content. Like, that's gross, censor that. These were all $60 releases with very little to do outside of just playing the sport and a shitty attempt at a single player campaign. Not only that, but they seem to severely lack the Mario theming the older titles had. Again, I'm sure these are okay games, but in my eyes, not at all worth $60, so I'm saying the fuck away. Now, a really interesting spinoff is Mario plus Rabbids. There was Kingdom Battle in 2017 and a sequel, Sparks of Hope, in 2022. These are strategy RPGs made by Ubisoft, which, fuck me, right? But I've heard they're not bad. And of course, Super Mario Party.
Ew. The Wii U and 3DS generation was an era of bad Mario Party, but Super Mario Party seems to have been a step in the right direction. Far from the quality of the Nintendo 64 and GameCube era, but definitely an improvement from the 3DS and Wii U entries. There was another Mario Party game on Switch, but that used old boards and mini-games, so I'll consider that a remaster, thank you. So those are all the Mario spin-offs, but his friends also had spin-offs too. Luigi's Mansion 3, oh man, I need this one. I also need to play the first two. Luigi's Mansion 3 looks gorgeous, and just a good game in general. Princess Peach has an original game coming in 2024, but who cares when WarioWare got some entries? Get It Together and Move It. I love WarioWare, but I passed on Get It Together because it just didn't take advantage of the Switch's features outside of multiplayer. The core gameplay is something that frankly could have been done on any system WarioWare has appeared on, but thankfully Move It did take advantage of the Joy-Cons. Move It has you hold the Joy-Cons like this and make various poses to beat microgames. It's a short but damn fun game, and is in my opinion an incredible showcase of the Joy-Con and their potential. And Yoshi.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yoshi's Crafted World. Sure, this seems like a completely serviceable Yoshi game, but I don't know, man. I haven't played it, so I don't really have anything to say. Well, those are all the Mario games and spin-offs. Now let's move on to other franchises like Zelda. I've already talked about Breath of the Wild, but of course it got a sequel, Tears of the Kingdom.
This game.
I love Tears of the Kingdom. It's one of my favorites of all time, but I'm no longer in the honeymoon phase with it, so I'm more critical of it. Mainly how similar it is to Breath of the Wild. But still, the things it add really helps it stand out. The depths, the new abilities, the 3 Sky Islands, and overall, just being able to re-explore this Hyrule again is a blast. Replaying Breath of the Wild is still fun, but experiencing it for the first time was something else. And with Tears of the Kingdom, it's a ton of fun having 152 new shrines, a whole new map to explore, new dungeons, abilities to mess around with. I've played over 100 hours of this game, and I'm still planning on playing more. This is a great game. I'd say it's a ho-hum follow-up and could have done more, but on its own, I love this game. Tears of the Kingdom was the only other original Legend of Zelda game, but there was a few spin-offs too. First off, Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. Not necessarily a sequel to Hyrule Warriors, but a new game in that series, advertised as a prequel to Breath of the Wild, where you get to see the events of the Calamity unfold in a warrior-style game. Advertisements fucking lie. Age of Calamity is not a prequel to Breath of the Wild, it's a non-canon sequel where they travel back to the Calamity to stop it. Ah, yes, what a great premise for the prequel sequel to Breath of the Wild, the game which centers around the idea that you need to accept the failures of the past and work to build a brighter future. Let's go back to the past to fix our failures.
I hate character development.
Now take that with a grain of salt, because I'm not spending $60 on a game I know I'm not gonna like. To which you may say, Nicus, you could actually like the gameplay. To which I say, no, I played the demo. I don't like it. I like the original Hyrule Warriors, but this one just doesn't do it for me. I think it's because it's made to look like Breath of the Wild, a game with tight combat and loose world design. This is a game with loose combat and tight world design. I mean, this clearly isn't a bad game, just doesn't appeal to me in any way. There's one more spin-off, that being Cadence of Hyrule, a Zelda crossover with Crypt of the Necrodancer. I don't own this one yet, but I really want to. I played the demo, and it's a really cool top-down rhythm game hybrid themed around Zelda. Moving on from Zelda, we actually got a new Metroid game for Switch. Metroid Dread. Metroid Dread is simply impeccable. It nails everything that made the prior games good. The atmosphere, the world design, the addictingly smooth movement. Metroid Dread is clearly an incredible game. I've only played around an hour to 3 hours of it, but from what I've played...
Damn, that's what you call a good video game.
Kirby time. Kirby had a bunch of little eShop games, but I want to focus on the 2 original ones. First off, Kirby Star Allies. I played the demo, and Kirby Star Allies isn't bad. It's just bland and boring. It doesn't do anything new or all that interesting. It's a fine game, but not one I'm interested in paying $60 for. Now, one I was interested in paying $60 for is Kirby and the Forgotten Land, the first mainline 3D Kirby game. I do own it, but I've only played the demo.
Cheapskate.
I literally own a copy.
Cheapskate.
This is good. It plays exactly how Kirby should play in 3D. It's just so good. The world is so jolly and just fun to be in. It's a treat. Now let's move on to... Pokemon. Okay, first original Pokemon outing was Pokemon Sword and Shield.
Take a wild f***ing guess if I played it.
Heard it's okay, but feels like a 3DS game in HD. However, there was another set, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. These did much more to shake up the formula by being more open world and by being incredibly buggy and unpolished.
I love video games.
As for spin-offs, I don't even know if this counts, but Pokemon Legends Arceus. I don't care if I said it wrong, nerds. Pokemon Legends Arceus is like a normal Pokemon, but without the random encounters. The gameplay mainly revolves around roaming these large environments, catching Pokemon in real time, no need to go into battle. And when you do battle one, they're quick and painless. I'm so close to beating it, and I will soon, but I really enjoy this game. And another spin-off I'd probably enjoy, New Pokemon Snap. A modern take on the Nintendo 64 classic, New Pokemon Snap looks like a gorgeous time, but thinking about it, I'm not sure if a game centered around taking pictures of Pokemon is for me. And Detective Pikachu returns. The trailers made this game look so bad. Like a 3DS game. And that's the original Pokemon content here.
Wait, no demos?
Even if they had demos, do I seem like the kind of guy who'd endure Pokemon to have an opinion on it?
Moving on to Pikmin. Pikmin 4. This is an excellent modern evolution of Pikmin. It plays and looks great and is such a damn charming game like the original. I really need to play more of this. Animal Crossing New Horizons. This was my first Animal Crossing game and man, I got hooked for a bit. I really like New Horizons. It's a gorgeous fun game. However, it's very grinding centric and I'm not a huge fan of grinding. I'm pretty satisfied with how my island is. I occasionally have the urge to work on it more, but I really just wanted to add more decorations that cost Nook Miles, which require you to grind out various things, all for a f***ing Ferris wheel. I adore New Horizons, but at this point, I'm just ready for a new game. It was a lot more fun in the beginning, but that doesn't take away from the fact that this is an excellent game. Those are all the franchises I had a lot to say about. Now let's speed through the franchises I don't really have an affinity for. Splatoon 2 and 3. Good looking games. I still have yet to get into Splatoon. Fire Emblem, there are 4 games. Fire Emblem Warriors, 3 Houses, Warriors 3 Hopes, and Engage. Fire Emblem fans seem pretty mixed on Warriors, but like those last 3, and Xenoblade 2 and 3, what do you want me to say? Good to see this series going strong, and I want to play these games, but I haven't played any of these yet. Give me a break. Bayonetta 3 and Origins. Again, good looking games. I want to give them a try. I haven't. I'm sorry. But of course, the culmination of all these franchises, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. The biggest smash yet, bringing back every character from the series past. The gameplay is as good as it's ever been. Just a really fun party fighter that earned its name. Look at this roster. I don't even have the DLC fighters yet, and it's still the ultimate Smash roster. Nintendo did ARMS too.
Yeah, this generation, franchises got a great ton of support, but Nintendo also did a bunch of weird stuff.
Nintendo Labo. These were kits that came with cardboard that you would fold to build into a myriad of doodads to play games with. Labo was a cool concept, but clearly the games just didn't have enough staying power. I don't have any of these, because I don't really care. And in a similar vein to Labo, Game Builder Garage, a simple program that teaches the basic of game design, which looks like a neat little thing. There are also a bunch of casual titles, Fitness Boxing 1 and 2, and Ring Fit Adventures, being neat looking fitness games. And the return of Wii Sports with Nintendo Switch Sports. This has the issue that the Mario Sports games had, just not enough to it. A few sports with really only one mode each, and the game emphasizes these sports mates over the Mii's. Cool to see the series back, but this is not how I or many others wanted to see a return. Go Vacation, Big Brain Academy Brain vs. Brain, Clubhouse Games 51 Worldwide Classics. The Switch had a good collection of games that anyone could play, and they aren't terrible. Oh god. Everybody 1-2 Switch. I've already gone over this 1-2, and so in short, fuck. There are a few fine mini games, but this game is ruined by its presentation and pacing. It just slogged on and is so damn generic and soulless. A terrible party game. It's like a shitty WarioWare. Comprised of mini games that use the Joy-Cons. Difference is, you're not a joke if you bought this.
Damn it.
Aside from all of that, Nintendo also published some games that were very clearly not made with much of their involvement. Some RPGs, Triangle Strategy, Bravely Default 2, Asteroid Chain, and The World Ends With You Final Mix. Sushi Striker, The Way of Sushido, sure. Daemon X Machina, a mech game, double sure. And some superhero games. Marvel's Ultimate Alliance 3 The Black Order, and DC Superhero Girls Team Power.
Twella wouldn't be a Nintendo Switch without those. Overall, not bad. So many franchises got so much love, and even more niche franchises like Xenoblade and Metroid, Nintendo showed that they do care. On a side note, Nintendo did announce Metroid Prime 4 at E3 2017, and then in 2019 they said that it restarted development, and then in 2021 they said that development was progressing smoothly. Here's Metroid Dread, and now it's 2023 and we still don't have nothing. But mark my words, Metroid Prime 4 will come to Switch. So, what did you guys think? What do you mean, eh? You just see WarioWare move it?
Well, yeah, but we didn't play any of the games.
Oh, come on. Talking about the games is just as fun.
We talked about Kirby, The Forgotten Land, Metroid Dread, and Pikmin 4 more than you've even played them.
Yeah, I'll get to them.
I know you love talking about games, but we just want to play them.
Alright, fine. You guys can... Oh, The dispatcher actually sent officers. Alright, thank you, officers. I'll behave from now on. Call me.
Alright, now that that's all over, can't we just play some games now?
No, we don't have time.
We still have a week.
And I still have yet to talk about the Switch Lite.
Alright, fine. But can you find a way to talk about Pac-Man?
Oh, well, that's not an issue.
Nintendo Switch Online is Nintendo's paid online service. There are two tiers, regular Nintendo Switch Online, along with the Nintendo Switch Online Plus expansion pack. Let's go over the history of the service and everything you get for subscribing to it. Nintendo Switch Online was introduced in 2018, with a subscription being $20 a year. There are 5 main benefits of a subscription. First, of course, online play. Some people say that Nintendo's online is bad, but I don't know, I've never really had issues with it. Access to apps that allow you to play various games from Nintendo's prior systems, pretty much the replacement for Nintendo's Virtual Console. Save Data Cloud, which lets you back up your save data and makes playing across multiple systems much easier. Special offers, which include special demos, battle royale games, and some special products. And missions and rewards. You can get My Nintendo Platinum points for doing whatever. The service has become a lot more robust and featured over time, but at launch, it was incredibly barren. The only retro console available at launch was NES. These apps are very akin to, say, streaming services, where you just have a selection of games, and when you find one you want to play, you just play it. I quite like having these apps. Virtual Console NES games would cost $5, which is too f***ing much for f***ing Super Mario Bros. I know not everyone is for it, but I quite like it. The emulation is stellar, it looks gorgeous and crisp. You have rewinding and save states, pretty simple emulation, but for NES games, you really don't need much. For me, these are just, I'm bored one night and I want to dick around with some NES games. The main killer with these apps though are that the games are drip fed. They're updated every so often, so you have to sometimes wait months just for something of quality to be added. You could also buy some NES controllers that connect to the system like this. That's so stupid, I love it. Not for $60. And that was Nintendo Switch Online in 2018. You could play Mario Kart 8 Deluxe online, play some NES games. $20 a year, that's gross.
Paying $20 a year for that? I'd rather pay $20 a year just to get kicked in the face.
Then pay up, go.
Wait, I was just kidding.
That's what I thought.
Thankfully, some more value made its way over in early 2019 with Tetris 99, a Tetris Battle Royale. You play Tetris against 99 other players. As you clear rows, you send them to other players to move their boards closer to the top. It's such an addictive Battle Royale. I enjoy around a Fortnite every now and then, but so much of that just consists of... Tetris 99, you always need to be on top of your game. Even if you misplace a single block, it can be game over if you don't move quick enough, making it such an addicting experience. Later in 2019, they added Super Nintendo games to NSO, adding more value. Super Nintendo games are just straight up good games that can last you so much longer. And once again, their presentation and emulation was sublime, and an SNES controller was also available to NSO members. For $30, okay, that's better, but still. In 2020, to celebrate Mario's 35th anniversary, Nintendo added Super Mario Bros. 35 to the service. Super Mario Bros. Recontextualized as a 35-player battle royale. This was unfortunately a limited time offer, so I was never able to play it, but that was cool. To replace Mario 35, they added Pac-Man 99 in 2021, a Pac-Man battle royale, and for me, Pac-Man just didn't work well as a battle royale game. Pac-Man always just plays the same for me. It's not something I can play infinitely until I die, like Tetris.
Yeah, but it is Pac-Man.
Good point.
In the September 2021 Nintendo Direct, Nintendo announced Nintendo 64 and Sega Genesis games would make their way to NSO in a new tier, Nintendo Switch Online Plus expansion pack. It was later detailed to be $50 a year, which is a bit steep, but hey, Nintendo 64 games are even deeper experiences, so it'll probably be worth it. It wasn't. N64 on NSO at launch was abysmal. There were so many glitches and bugs with the emulation, and it failed to improve on the Wii U's emulation. The games were a lot more vibrant, but had various bugs and glitches. The Genesis emulation was solid, but tell me you'd pay $50 a year so you have access to Genesis games. I don't even remember the last time I opened this app. It's a tradition at this point. Thankfully though, they improved the emulation errors for each game slowly, making it much more worth it. They also started to add some games DLCs to the expansion pack. Animal Crossing, Splatoon Splatoon 2 and Mario Kart 8 Deluxe's DLC, all just for free for expansion pack members, which is very nice. In March of 2022, they added the ability to use My Nintendo Platinum points to redeem special icon elements themed around certain games.
Finally, the service is worth the ding.
And in the February 2023 Nintendo Direct, Nintendo announced the whole Game Boy lineage will be coming to NSO. Game Boy and Game Boy Color as one app available for all members, and Game Boy Advance for expansion pack members. And like all the non-N64 consoles, great emulation. And the last recent major addition, F-Zero 99, announced in the September 2023 Nintendo Direct. This replaced Pac-Man 99, and I'm glad it did, as this is great. I love F-Zero 99. All 99 players sharing the track is so hectic. I love it. Although it's not perfect. It's not last man standing, it's first across the finish line on the final lap, which is lame. The Grand Prix where you play 3 courses or so are a lot more fun, but overall, this is such a fun battle royale game that I hope doesn't get the Pac-Man 99 treatment. And that's Nintendo Switch Online. The value is subjective to most people. It's clear the value is meant to come in with the retro game library. Obviously, not everyone is going to care about it, but for people like me, $50 a year for access to Nintendo history along with some battle royale games, free DLC and online play, I'll fucking take it. It's not a perfect service, but my god is it a lot better than it was in 2018, and the base tier is still the same price.
And that's the Nintendo Switch Online. Thoughts?
Tell me what they did to Pac-Man again?
Good morning, guys. How are we doing today?
Oh, I wish we weren't.
I'm getting bored. I want to see blood and guts, but I mean, if we're talking about the Switch, then I know we're not going to get any of that.
Funny how this keeps on happening.
There's only so many games a console manufacturer can make for a console, which is where third-party games come in. These multi-platform games fill up the bulk of any game console's library, and this system is no exception. And looking back at Nintendo's console history, I think the Switch has had the best third-party support of any system of Nintendo's. A lot of Nintendo's third-party support from the past was kids games, cheaply made games to tie into some kids film coming out. But with the Switch, so many third parties that you would never imagine would bring their games to a Nintendo console, guess what they've done? The Switch has received so many third-party games that just... what? How do we end up in this timeline? Well, thinking about it, it's easy to see why the Switch has gotten so much support. Let's go back to the Wii U. If a company wanted to bring a third-party game to Wii U, they probably would have had to work in some gamepad mechanics, which is extra development time and money. Just for what? The worst performing version of that game? For most third parties, bringing their games to the Wii U was, bluntly put, stupid. The Wii U was a horribly performing console with a gimmick that is gonna make it harder to bring said game to said console. Meanwhile, the Switch's gimmick is being able to play games the exact same way, whether on a TV or on the go. Third parties just have to put the game on Switch and that's it. Maybe add in some gyro aim or something else to spice it up, but a direct port is as simple as can be. Combine that with the fact that the Switch is the best-selling console of the past nearly 20 years, and bringing older games to it just makes sense. Games that you would never imagine would come to Nintendo systems have made their way, which is awesome to see. Skyrim, all the Doom games, Grand Theft Auto, Red Dead Redemption, Dark Souls, Witcher 3, Bioshock, Borderlands. These have all made their way to the Switch, which is so damn cool to see. And some franchises that used to make very frequent appearances on Nintendo systems have come back swinging. Mortal Kombat and Resident Evil.
Good third-party support, I see.
Blood and guts on the go. I love it.
Well, hold up. I'm not done here.
It's awesome to see all the support, but there's a dark side to it. The Switch is not a very powerful console. Now, games from the Xbox 360, PS3 to Xbox One, PS4 era, no problem. Red Dead Redemption, the Borderlands games, Skyrim, these all run perfectly fine. But then we get to more modern games. The Witcher 3, No Man's Sky, Friday the 13th the game. These all run fine enough, but the visuals and performance as a whole take quite the hit. Still playable, but at that point, I'd rather just play them on a PS4. Like Witcher 3 on Switch is just gross. Portably is nice, but these aren't really the kind of games I care to play on the go. But then we get to the horror. Warner Bros. Games specifically published 3 games on Switch this year that frankly shouldn't have. Hogwarts Legacy was originally intended to release back in July, but it was delayed and eventually released in November and had so many downgrades. The visuals, of course, but also the open world. You now have mandatory loading screens to travel to some locations and enter some buildings. Again, it seems playable and a miracle they could bring it to Switch, but they could have spent that time and money working on a sequel or something, I don't know, better than this. And Mortal Kombat 1. Holy this is an ugly mess that runs terribly and is an absolute joke. Hogwarts Legacy, I do kinda get why they went through the trouble of porting this, but Mortal Kombat 1, if you care about playing the next Mortal Kombat entry, you probably have a PS5 or Series console. Yeah, it's a couple hundred to upgrade, but if you're a big Mortal Kombat fan, I feel like you'd have one of those systems. If you don't,
I am so sorry. And most recently, the Batman Arkham trilogy, which for the most part isn't bad. Asylum and City run perfectly, but it's Arkham Knight that's the troublemaker. This is a PS4 game, and honestly, it runs better than I thought it would, which isn't saying much. Okay, so on foot, it's not bad, but once you get into the Batmobile, oh my god. It is so laggy and stuttery. It's just like, what? Like, I get why they still brought over Arkham Knight, because to bring over Asylum and City just by themselves would have been kind of odd. You may as well try and port over Arkham Knight. And this is okay, but again, if you care about playing the Batman Arkham series, you probably have at least a PS4.
Okay, so some games look like garbage. What did you expect?
Them to not bring it to a tablet from 2017?
Well, at least it can't get worse than that.
I hate words.
Some companies realize they can't put their games on Switch natively, but they still want their games on Switch, so what do? Something they shouldn't. A cloud game is a game that is ran by a separate computer God knows where. Your button inputs are sent to it and it responds back. This is pretty much game streaming, and because games are a much more intense medium to run than, say, films or music, cloud games are ass. You need an internet connection to play them, so forget playing them portably. Oh well, you still can at home, but go out in public? You could use a hotspot on your phone, have fun burning through your battery life. Cloud games on Switch are gross, they're so blurry and just don't feel good to play. Thankfully a lot of them have demos so I don't have to pay to play any of them, but still, I hate this. And again, if you care about playing the new Hitman game or the modern Resident Evil games, I doubt you only have a Switch, and if you do, a used PS4 is not that expensive. It's nice to have the option, but it sucks when it's so unappealing. It's a shame some third-party games are only playable by these means, but for the most part, third-party games wasn't great on here. It's awesome to have so many games playable on a portable system, and the fact that getting a game for Switch means you have a portable version of said game, it definitely makes picking these up more appealing.
So you hate the water cycle. I get it.
Happens to the best of us.
Yeah. Although thinking about it more, it's kind of like asking a pregnancy test to run Doom. It just can't. Right? Right?
That's the way it's meant to be played.
I don't know about you guys, but are you guys getting bored by this?
Yeah, we were just talking about it.
No, I think it's the design.
It's definitely not.
Oh, if only there was a redesign I could talk about today.
Seems like there is.
Oh, would you look at that? It's the
Nintendo Switch Lite. This was the first redesign of the Nintendo Switch released. Nintendo has a tradition of redesigning their handhelds to be a budget version by making it smaller and cheaper, and that happened to the Switch with this guy. The Nintendo Switch Lite was released in September of 2019 for $200, a smooth $100 less than a normal Switch. This was my first Switch, a birthday gift from my sister, and I sunk so much time into this thing. I love it. In the box we get the console, an AC adapter, and that's it. So for $100 more, we could have gotten a bigger console, a set of Joy-Cons, a dock, an HDMI cord, AC adapter, Joy-Con rails, and a Joy-Con grip. What's the value in that? This is a Nintendo Switch Lite, and it's significantly smaller than a regular Switch. I'd also say it's more comfortable. Not to say this isn't, but the smaller form factor definitely feels better. There are two major features missing from the Switch Lite, the biggest being it doesn't have the ability to connect to a TV. This is a dedicated handheld device.
Yeah, unless you mod it to put the video output chip back in.
So this is a dedicated handheld device.
So some say, what's the value in that? Lying to yourself? Yeah, it's kind of hard to defend this. I didn't mind this when I first got it, as I didn't have my own TV yet, but once I got my own TV, this thing became hell. There also aren't detachable Joy-Cons, so if they get drift, you're f***ed. But at least there's a D-pad. This guy has an actual D-pad, and it's leagues better than the Joy-Cons and Pro controllers. The buttons are all white instead of the usual black of the Joy-Cons, which is nice on paper, but annoying in practice. Grime and guck is so much more obvious on these. I have to clean the system so much more often, which is annoying. The face buttons, though, oh man, are these sublime. They're more mushy as opposed to the clicky buttons of the Joy-Cons, and it just feels so much better to me. Outside of that, the hardware is identical to that of the normal Switch. You can still connect other controllers, which is required for games that require Joy-Cons, but you can still do that, so it doesn't even matter. But if you can afford Joy-Cons, you can probably afford a normal Switch. Well, the Switch Lite's target audience is different. This is a great system for those who don't care about TV play. This is a great system for those who just want to play the new Zelda or the new Pokemon without dropping too much. I understand its place in the market, and I do like it, but considering its price,
it's pretty damn unappealing. And also, I think I'm just sick of playing games on here. I mean, I played Tears of the Kingdom on here. Please get the f*** away from me.
And that's the Switch Lite. It's a fine version of the Switch, but for the price, Of course I talk shit on it, but it was my primary Switch for 2 years. God, I'm a f***ing joke. Well, after everything that's happened this last week, I've really needed a humbling, so I'll take it. Hey, Victor.
What's up?
I have good news for you.
What is it?
We're finally talking about plastic shit from Five Below.
Well, then what the hell are we waiting for?
With a console as popular as the Nintendo Switch, with tiny little controllers you can fit damn near anywhere, let's make brass knuckles out of these. Let's go over various Switch accessories, as there are way too many to count. Well, we can count a lot of stuff included with the system as accessories: the rail, the grip, health, even the dock. These aren't required, they just theoretically enhance the experience. But of course, some of the biggest things that are technically accessories are controllers, and when talking Switch controllers outside of the Joy-Cons, we have to talk about the Switch Pro Controller. This guy is a beaut. The Nintendo Switch Pro Controller is one of my favorite controllers of all time. Its layout is akin to the Xbox 360 controller, which is an excellent one, but the sticks and the buttons, they're the perfect size and feel good to use. The grips feel great and the controller just feels so good in the hands. But there is one major issue with this controller: the D-pad. The Pro Controller's D-pad is pretty bad. It looks fine, but if you press down on any direction and wiggle it, it will detect those directions, but not the direction you're pressing, which is pretty much makes this a no-go for 2D platformers. For most games though, it's fine. My only other issue with this controller is its battery life. It feels like I'll go a week without using it, then I'll pick it back up and it's dead. This thing cannot hold a charge for its life. It's usually fine in the moment, but it feels like every time I use it, I have to plug it in. Besides that though, I love this thing, and it's my go-to controller for the system. There are a ton of other controllers for this system, the most popular brand being PowerA. They make cheap controllers that lack amiibo support, HD rumble, and motion support. I've dabbled with them at friends' houses and always just hate them. The Pro Controller is pretty damn pricey at $70, but my god, it feels so much better than these. However, PowerA also does a bunch of novelty controllers, and one I have is their wired GameCube controller. Now, I don't remember the last time I even used an authentic GameCube controller, but this thing feels great. It's such a unique controller design, but with changing around some button mapping, this guy could probably work for any game. I say could because you can't remap the buttons on this. Why? This is still a neat controller though. I like using it for Mario Kart, Smash, and even N64 games. It's purely a novelty controller, but one I really like having. But of course, it wouldn't be a portable console without some cases. Here's a Tears of the Kingdom one that I have, and this thing is awesome. It's my go-to Switch case.
Oh come on, those are just controllers and cases. They have a use. It's just boring.
Oh, geez, I'm sorry about that. I do have a bunch of plastic shit at Five Below. Well,
yes.
In years past, when I go to Five Below, they would have a wall covered in bullshit plastic for the Switch. But last time I went, this was all they had. This'll do, I guess. Let's start with a classic, racing wheels, obviously trying to tap into the Wii wheel craze from the days of Mario Kart Wii. Well, they are wheels and they do give a single Joy-Cons a more comfortable feel. That's it, these are garbage. The Joy-Cons feel like they get stuck in here. You have to pry them out, which never feels good. Next up, golf clubs, clearly meant for games like Switch Sports. So there's some assembly required, just pop that in here and these are never coming out, are they? Well, they are golf clubs shaped for Joy-Cons, and they still stink. These are tiny, and I just fail to see how this would replicate playing golf. At least the Joy-Cons are easier to remove from this. How about boxing grips? Turn your Joy-Cons into brass knuckles.
The homeless won't stand a chance.
They come with wrist straps that you're supposed to put on there yourself, but these are impossible to put on, so I'm not using them. Well, they add absolutely nothing. Next up, we have some cases. This one for the Switch Lite, and this one for the Switch. Damn it. I bought two of the same case. Thank God. Well, these are clear cases for the Switch Lite, and they stink. The case itself doesn't feel good. It probably protects the Switch a bit, but I've dropped this thing a few times and it was fine. The discomfort from this is not worth it. The buttons are so sunken in and are much more difficult to press. They have these stick covers, which do make the sticks a bit bigger and more comfortable, but as a result, it's so much harder for the system to register left and up on the left stick. And those are the Five Below accessories. I did get this one about a year ago. It's a storage stand. There's a place for a dock, room for controllers, games, and a little drawer where you can store God knows what. I mean, it's fine, but it's just fucking plastic.
Well, that stunk. There wasn't enough useless plastic.
Yeah, Five Below had an incredibly lackluster selection.
That's alright. I know this super secret place that sells a bunch of Switch accessories, and nobody knows what they are.
Oh what are they called?
Amazon.
How did you discover this place?
Amazon has a myriad of these big ol' bundles with a bunch of shit. This is right up my alley. Got a box here, This is the box I shipped it in. There was no tape holding it closed. For all I know, the delivery driver could have opened this and judged me.
Oh, well that makes the experience more fun.
Okay, so there's a lot to unpack, and there's even more in the case. Alright, well let's start with these. Silicon cases for the entire system. 2 are included. 1 for the standard Switch, 1 for the OLED. The standard one feels fine. Probably adds more protection, sure. There's a slot in the back so you can use the kickstand still, and it feels fine. So tell me why the Switch OLED has no kickstand slot. So, these are fine, but I don't really care. So, what about more wheels?
God, you know exactly what I like.
These are smaller than Five Below's offerings, but also better. The Joy-Con fit much better, not too tight, and there's a hole in the back to make it easier to push these out. The shape is weird, and obviously these are just whatever, but whatever. Speaking of whatever, grips for singular Joy-Cons. These snap in easily and look weird without the rails, but look better with them. And this is a much more comfortable feel for singular Joy-Cons, so dare I say, this isn't bad. Next up, a case for multiple Switch cards. This can hold 24 Switch cards and some micro SD cards too, which seems nice at first, but then you try to take them out. They are stuck in there. They feel like they're gonna break. This thing is useless.
Love it.
Next up, some silicone covers for the Joy-Cons. We've got colored and black variations. These give the Joy-Cons some junk in the trunk and feel fine, but in my opinion, they feel fine without these. More thumbstick covers. Oh my god, these are impossible to get on. I could get the blues kind of on, and let me tell you, these add absolutely nothing.
Don't you guys see why I love this stuff?
No, this is horrible.
Yeah.
Next up, something actually useful, a Joy-Con charging stand. This will hold and charge 4 Joy-Cons, and honestly, I like this. Not only will it charge them, but it'll also display them. That's so nice.
This isn't fun. See if there's more stick covers or something.
Why would there be? Oh, me. More Joy-Con stick covers. These are much more akin to the ones included in the Switch Lite case. These are fine, but I'm not gonna use them.
The way it should be.
A system stand, because the kickstand isn't good enough. It's fine, it's a stand for the Switch. I won't lose sleep over it. How about some screen protectors? For a handheld console with a touchscreen, this is an absolute necessity. I fucking hate screen protectors. I got one on my OLED well, and that's good enough for me. Lastly, in this package, we have another carrying case, and this thing is damn solid. It's huge, with 8 slots for games, plenty of space for the system and extra accessories. I still think the Tears of the Kingdom one I have is cooler, but this may become my standard just because of how much more I trust this thing. And those are some Nintendo Switch accessories. Who needs these?
Everybody, these are so fun. Play Mario Kart with wheels or Smash with a golf club?
These are the most interesting things we've seen all week.
Oh, come on. Pikmin 4 wasn't good enough?
No, you barely even played it. And I doubt you played any other Pikmin games. Not like you could on this silly little console.
Yeah, you're right. Is what I would say if it was 2019, f***o. Boom! Pikmin 1 plus 2 and 3 Deluxe.
Oh, awesome. And how many of them have you played?
And beaten?
Pikmin 1.
And why didn't you do the rest?
I'll get to them one day.
Nintendo pumped out multiple sublime new experiences for the Switch, but they've also done a solid job bringing over many of their own classic titles.
And by solid, I mean ho-hum.
The Nintendo Switch is full of remasters and remakes of Nintendo's own games, which I'm not against. Having all of Nintendo's games on one system is a dream come true. Just having access to their history is great, and having it all portable, it's even better. I can and play Metroid Prime now. So let's take a look at Nintendo's published remakes and remasters on Switch, and to spice things up, I'm gonna add in the worthometer. You see, many of these ports retailed for $60, the standard price of any Switch game, and what they add can be questionable if they meet the quota. So let's use the worthometer to see how worth their prices these games are. And of course, we have to start off with Mario, and with the doozy at that. New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe. I don't even like this game to begin with. New Super Mario Bros. U is already a lazy game. It's so generic, adding so little to the mix, and just looking so damn bland. So let's make that the Switch's only modern 2D Mario game for 4 years. The main addition to this game is a new playable character, Toadette, who can turn into Peach-Head with a power-up, and the internet hasn't been the same since. This release does include New Super Luigi U as well, but it's just those games with a new playable character. $60. You know, for a while there, I'd probably say this was more in the middle of the worthometer, but then they released Wonder for the same price. Super Mario 3D All-Stars. This was released in 2020 to celebrate Mario's 35th anniversary. This is a very controversial release. It includes Mario 64, Sunshine, and Galaxy with just a few enhancements each, no extras outside of the game's soundtracks, and was a limited release only being available until March 31st, 2021. Yeah, all that was pretty stupid, But come on, with this you get 3 3D Mario games, and these are great games with a ton to do in them. Acting like this isn't worth $60 is pretty wacky to me. I have plans to go more in depth on this game as a whole in the future, but for now, I'd say it's towards the top of the worthometer.
So I see. Pretty much no game is going to end up on the top of the worthometer.
Super Mario 3D World plus Bowser's Fury, a remaster of the Wii U original, and man what a remaster. All the characters move faster, parts that required gamepad use have been modified to no longer do so. Captain Toad levels now have multiplayer, and there's all these other little enhancements piled on top of the fact that this is a great game. It's not one of the best 3D Marios, but it's a really fun one, so to have it with a bunch of improvements and Bowser's Fury... As for more Mario spin-offs, none have done better than Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. This is the Switch's best-selling game, which makes sense. It's Mario Kart. This one's biggest addition was a new battle mode that is leagues better than the originals. Besides that, there were a bunch of smaller changes, but no new tracks until 2022 when they introduced the Booster Course Pass, which over the span of 2 years added 48 more tracks alongside a handful of characters. Earlier on, the tracks were pretty hit or miss, but as the waves went on, the tracks got better, and now that it's out, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe has 96 courses. Granted, with the DLC, it'll still cost $85, but still, it's Mario Kart. Of course it's f***ing worth it. Mario Party Superstars is the console's only other Mario Party game. It has 5 remastered boards from the Nintendo 64 games and remastered minigames from across the series. So I consider this a remaster, and the best Mario Party game in quite a while. As for its place on the worthometer, it could have used a few more game boards, but I'd still say it's up there. And Super Mario RPG, a remaster of Super Mario RPG Legend of the 7 Stars from the Super Nintendo. I still have yet to pick this one up, but it looks gorgeous. I really like its art style and modern visuals. It's definitely up there on the worthometer.
And knowing Mario, we're probably only halfway done with his games.
Do you like monkeys?
Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. Now this was a controversial one. $60 for a game that launched in 2014 that was $50, later cut down to $20. All that was added was an easy mode. Yeah, it's easy to rag on this one, but people agree that Tropical Freeze is one of the greatest 2D platformers of all time, so I'd say it's closer to the middle of the worthometer. And Captain Toad Treasure Tracker, also changed to account for no Wii U gamepad. $40 for it, I'll give it a pass.
And that's it for Mario.
What's next?
Fire Emblem.
On to Zelda.
You lied to me.
The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening, a full modern remake of the Game Boy original. This is a remake of the original version of my favorite game of all time, and while I still prefer DX, I'm so glad this version exists. Seeing everything recreated in a modern, gorgeous style brings a huge smile to my face, and just knowing that this legendary game is now more easily accessible in the modern day, it's great. $60 is a bit much for some, and I get it, it's a remake of a 2D Zelda game, but I think it's such a good remake that it's worth it. Now Skyward Sword, on the other hand,
still worth it.
I'll defend Skyward Sword HD for a couple sentences. A remaster of the Wii original, this one adds optional button controls and various other quality of life features that make it a better experience. The game looks great in HD, and it's a damn fun one. But it's a Wii game from 2011 that launched at $50 and was available digitally on Wii U for $20. Yeah, this is pretty low on the worthometer. It's a great game, but for that price, it's really only a good deal for Zelda fans, which, as much as I wish it was otherwise, isn't everyone. Those were the mainline Zelda remasters. However, Hyrule Warriors also received a definitive edition, and definitive is right. It pretty much took all the content for the Wii U original and 3DS port and combined it to make the definitive Hyrule Warrior experience. Worth it? Sure. Metroid Prime Remastered. This was announced and released on the same day for $40. For a GameCube game.
You think that's a good deal?
No.
I love Metroid Prime, and this is an excellent remaster, but for $40, my god. It's still a great game, but... Kirby Return to Dreamland Deluxe. I've played the demo.
Factual reliable, huh?
And it's pretty damn good. It also includes a new epilogue, good stuff, but for $60? Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee were remakes of Pokemon Yellow, and these don't look that great. They have forced motion control, which is lame, and a visual style that I am not a fan of. Speaking of visual style I'm not a fan of, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, remakes of the DS games. These just look lame and low budget, which is shocking for the biggest media franchise on the planet. As for spin-offs, there's Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Rescue Team DX.
What do you think of that?
What do you think I think?
And Pokken Tournament. Guess where the worthometer for all of these are? Talking about Pokemon as a non-Pokemon fan sucks. Pikmin time. First game, Pikmin 3 Deluxe in 2020. Haven't played it, but there's supposedly a new prologue and epilogue. Yeah, sure, it's probably kind of worth it. And Pikmin 1+2, much like Metroid Prime Remastered, announced some release on the same day. They could be bought separately for $30 each or for $50 together. And I like this. I've only played Pikmin 1, but it's quite good, and this is a good version of it. Worthometer, do your thing. Now on to a series that I don't have much to say about. Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition.
Good to see that here.
Bayonetta 2 with Bayonetta 1 included as a download.
Just call it Bayonetta 1+2 at that point.
Advance Wars 1+2 Reboot Camp.
That finally released?
Dragon Quest XI's.
Not Nintendo, but okay.
Live Alive.
Not Nintendo, but okay.
Miitopia.
Why not?
And Tokyo Mirage Session Sharp FE.
Wouldn't be the Switch without it. And those were the Nintendo published remakes and remasters, and overall, a pretty good bunch. It's good to see how much old content Nintendo has brought over to Switch in the definitive form, and the worth of each of these games kind of depends on the consumer, how much they care about the franchise, and just all of that. So while Skyward Sword HD may not be worth $60 to someone, hell, I'd pay $120 for it, bitch. It's still missing a bunch of games, Galaxy 2, the 2 Zelda GameCube games, the other 2 Prime games, Yoshi's Island DS, but we're still getting a couple more next year. We got Luigi's Mansion 2 HD, we got Mario vs. Donkey Kong, we got Paper Mario The Thousand Year Door, but all of those games, and yet Nintendo still won't bring Game Party to Switch? Why? It's been 10 days since this blizzard started. The whole time I've had to stare at the screen that is just okay, but I'm done with that. It's time I look at something different. It's time I look at the third version of the Nintendo Switch. Finally, let's take a look.
I think he's gone insane.
This is the Nintendo Switch.
Here we go again.
Throughout 2020 and early 2021, there were rampant rumors that Nintendo was working on yet another system revision, this time being a Pro model fan named the Nintendo Switch Pro. People thought it would be more powerful, have better Joy-Cons, a bigger screen, and still be $300.
Why do people think that?
In July of 2021, the Nintendo Switch OLED was revealed, which resulted in confusion. There were multiple changes, but the system would stay the same power-wise. Sure, it released in October of 2021 for $350. In my opinion, not bad at all for the luxury model of a $300 system. But now let's take a look at the system itself. I have the Tears of the Kingdom Special Edition, and as I said when talking about the normal Switch, the OLED introduced a new box style, this one being vertically oriented, since these ones are just vertically oriented. Anyways, the system comes with everything a normal Switch will come with: the tablet, Joy-Cons dock, HDMI and AC cords, and Joy-Con accessories. The tablet itself is the most changed. First off, the new screen. The bezel is shrunken significantly, making the screen a whopping 7 inches. Not only that, but the screen is now OLED, which is what the system is named after. You really have to see it in person, but the OLED screen is just so much better. The colors are much more vibrant, and it just looks so much better. With the screen now being OLED, there was a concern with the possibility of burn-in, but this guy, Wolfden, has been running a burn-in experiment since the system launched. He's left it on, displaying the same Breath of the Wild screenshot, and it's burned in. He's been doing this experiment for 2 years. Yes, it probably burns in faster than normal, but unless you're playing in handheld mode for a month straight, I see nothing to worry about. The top buttons have been changed a bit.
Good, I really hated these buttons.
But the kickstand in the back has been vastly improved. It's now much larger and doesn't have a preset amount of positions. Rather, you can fold it to a much larger range of degrees. This makes it so much easier to position right in a comfortable way, and is overall debatably the best improvement.
So that's all this thing has to offer? A better kickstand?
No, the dock has Ethernet.
The dock has been redesigned, and it feels much more premium. The back now comes off entirely, which I'm not a big fan of, but there's now an Ethernet port in the back.
Cause I'm sure we all use it in 2023.
I just think it's funny that this was a premium feature touted by Nintendo. Ethernet.
Oh, finally, a Switch for me!
The system also now has 64 gigabytes of internal storage. Listen, 64 gigabytes is a massive improvement, and it works well enough since the Switch's games are pretty small. But still, 64 gigabytes is pretty low. At least 128 would have been nice, or dare I say, 256. But then it probably costs $400, so I'll take 64 gigabytes. And that's the Nintendo Switch OLED. Impressed? Me neither. This is a very interesting redesign. The improvements are great, but are in no way necessary. I think the casual consumer is still better off just getting a normal Switch. But for bigger fans who want a better Switch, I think this is great. This is a luxury model, one that's not necessary, but a nice update regardless. And having one of these, it's hard to go back to a normal one. The smaller screen, the shitty kickstand, the lack of Ethernet support in the dock, it's not a necessity, but I'm glad I own an OLED.
I'm glad I don't own that. $50 for just Ethernet? That should be free in 2023.
Tell me what Ethernet is.
Yeah, it's the tube that piss goes through.
That's a urethra.
Oh guys, we've almost made it.
Whoa.
But we still have 2 more days. But don't worry, we're talking about special edition Switches today.
Special edition systems. I'm not buying a Game Boy Advance unless it's branded by the company who brought us Grand Theft Auto.
I need another GBASP.
Special edition consoles sure are neat, and the Switch has had a ton of awesome ones, enough to where I think I can talk about these bad boys for a few minutes. Now obviously I can't talk about every single one ever made, so I mainly want to focus on the biggest ones. Starting with the original Switch, things started off a bit slowly here. The Splatoon 2 edition had some Splatoon art on the back of the console. The Mario Odyssey edition is just a normal Switch with red Joy-Cons. Thanks. However, there was this awesome Monster Hunter Double Cross edition with art on the dock. 2018 saw some cool ones, Diablo 3 and Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee with art of each of them on the front, which is sick.
Did you just say a Pokemon thing is sick?
Am I allowed to have opinions?
But of course, the crowning jewel is the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Edition with a sick dock design and lame Joy-Con design. Like, they look cool together, but the right Joy-Con on its own? Who would want this? And this is great and all, but 2018 also saw the creation of the Labo edition. This is awesome, making the Switch look like it's cardboard, but this was a contest exclusive, so I'm never owning it. 2019, however, was pretty lame. There was this awesome Dragon Quest XI edition, exclusive to Japan. I swear to God, I will have this one of these days. And the Disney Soon Soon edition.
That's it. I'm getting a Switch.
That's all it took?
2020 has the 2 special edition Switches I think of the most. First off, the New Horizons edition. I swear to God, these were everywhere. I've never been a huge fan of the design, to be honest. I just don't think it fits in with the whole dingy basement thing I'm working on. But the other version, oh man, the Fortnite edition comes with V-Bucks? 2021 was the last year the original Switch got some special editions. First off, the Mario edition, ouch my eyes. I have always been a hater of this version. All the shells are red and the Joy-Con grip and rails are blue, and it just doesn't scream Mario to me. It screams Spider-Man. And another Monster Hunter edition, this one for Monster Hunter Rise. Cool. The Switch Lite only had a few. There's this design for Pokemon Sword and Shield, and a design for Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl.
Thoughts on these?
No, I try to avoid thinking about them.
There was also a New Horizons edition made this year. Perfect timing. Now the Switch OLED. Not many, but still some pretty great ones. The Splatoon 3 edition, I mainly like this one for the Joy-Cons. I love the gradient on them so much. The Pokemon Scarlet Violet edition is cool too. Nothing too exciting, but I really like the Joy-Con colors and it's perfect for the game.
Do you have an opinion on Pokemon or not?
Yeah.
And of course, the Tears of the Kingdom edition, which I own, and I love this thing. It's absolutely gorgeous. The dock is so slick, and the Joy-Cons, ooh! The back design is pretty lame, it's just circles, but still, this is a great design. And the Mario Edition OLED, again? This time it's just red with a gray grip. This is so lame. This was released alongside Mario Wonder, and a special edition for Wonder could have been crazy, but nope, how about red?
Jeez, man, you good?
Yeah, red can just make me mad sometimes.
Well, those are the major special edition Switches. There's some really cool ones, but some of them just... why? But hey, they're special editions. Just cool versions to get if you're a fan of a specific franchise, and it's always cool looking at these. Even if you don't have any thoughts about them.
There we go. We're done.
With looking at special edition Switches?
No, with everything I wanted to talk about in general.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, so, like, today and tomorrow we can actually spend time playing some of these games?
No.
What? Why?
Well, I wasn't planning on it, but I can spend tomorrow talking about my memories with the Switch.
Oh, your Switch memories?
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Oh, I don't know. It's just you around here.
Hey, I was perfectly content doing this alone. I didn't want you guys here, okay? It's my place. I talk about what the hell I want.
Why do you need to talk so much? Why can't you just spend some time just actually playing some games?
Well, I do, but...
We've been here for over a week, and you haven't played a single game for over a damn minute.
Okay, I get it. If you want to play some games, I probably have some Xbox 360 games you guys can play. I will take my Switch stuff and go talk about my memories on my own. I don't need you guys.
You know what? And take everybody 1-2 Switch while you're at it.
Well, here I am with the last day to talk about my Nintendo Switch memories. I was talking everything Nintendo Switch with my friends in there, but I don't know if I consider them that anymore. But whatever, I'm still here and I'm going to talk about my Nintendo Switch memories. I may have only had this system for about 2.5 years, but in that time I've made so many memories with this guy.
Prior to me getting my own Switch, I have had plenty of memories on other people's Switches. Whether it was playing Smash with friends before school started or playing Breath of the Wild on my sister's Switch, these experiences opened my eyes to the majesty of the Switch, and I finally received one in 2021. I got the blue Switch Lite for my sister alongside 3 games: Skyrim, Super Mario Odyssey, and Super Mario 3D All-Stars. And this was a great starting lineup. Skyrim I already had, but I didn't care. It was nice restarting actually knowing what I was doing, and having it portable was magical. Mario Odyssey was a damn blast. Such a great collectathon. This was one I chipped away at over the course of a few months, just collecting all the moons. And 3D All-Stars. These were old games, but great games. I played all 3 of them to death and 100% at 64 in Galaxy, but those damn blue coins in Sunshine are holding me back hard. Those 3 games definitely kept me busy, but it didn't matter because I wanted more. Since I got a new system, I had a free trial of Switch Online, so under that I got the NES and SNES apps and played a ton of those games. I also fell in love with Tetris 99 and Pac-Man 99. Yeah, not for me. But that wasn't all, because I also got Fortnite. Listen, it's a free game and not a bad one at that. Now, do I play it often?
What do I look like? Someone who does that?
A couple weeks later, I was out shopping with my grandma, who had given me some late birthday money earlier, and with it, I decided to pick up my own copy of Breath of the Wild. Now, I had already beaten it on my sister's Switch, but I still need my own copy, and even though I had already beaten it, I still spent hours finding the shrines, collecting Koroks, and just doing whatever the hell I pleased. This game was just so much fun to run around in. Super Mario 3D World plus Bowser's Fury. My god, what a game. 3D World itself was a blast. I beat it in a matter of days, then immediately went back and got all the green stars and whatnot to unlock Champions Road. And after that, it just became all reliable. Didn't know what to play? Just hop in 3D World and replay every level so every character to get true 100%. And that's just 3D World, because after I first beat Champions Road, I finally dived into Bowser's Fury, and oh man, what an experience. I was hooked. 100% in a day, and I went back multiple times, 100%ing it in a single sitting. It's such a short, simple experience that it's just a blast to do anytime. 5 games in and a pretty solid library if I say so myself, so let's f it up with this guy. LEGO Marvel Superheroes, a port of one of my favorite LEGO games that is also one of my least favorite handheld LEGO games. I mainly wanted this because of what it was, the real LEGO Marvel Superheroes portably, which was magical. But I didn't really play it much. It's a good game, but I just wasn't in the mood at the time. That Black Friday, multiple Nintendo games were on sale at GameStop, and I was deciding between getting New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe and Paper Mario the Origami King.
And considering the fact that I'm happy, it's probably pretty obvious what I went with.
As I said earlier, I like the Origami King. I definitely see some of its flaws, but to say it's a bad game, or even a bad Paper Mario game for that matter, is a bit much. I also got Doom and Doom 2 off of the eShop for like $2.50 each. I like these games, so it's just cool to have them on here. That Christmas I got Smash Ultimate, and my god, what a game. I got a lot more time out of this than I expected, but looking back, it makes sense. This is a great game. Unlocking all the characters, playing through classic mode of all of them, doing spirit battles, World of Light, and online. There's a lot to Ultimate, and I adore it, and I still like to occasionally go back to it as I want to play something I don't need to get invested into game. I also picked up some digital games, the Breath of the Wild expansion pass, but also Sonic Mania, LEGO Marvel Superheroes 2, and Final Fantasy 7. Sonic Mania was an excellent Sonic game. Not perfect, and I had flaws that I hope would be ironed out in a successor, and Sega gave us Sonic Superstars 6 years later. I'm in hell. LEGO Marvel Superheroes 2. This was my first time playing it, and it wasn't bad. Not as good as the first, but I still enjoyed my time with it. And Final Fantasy 7 I got since I heard it's one of the most beloved games of all time, and it's good. The built-in cheats of this version really help. It's nice to be able to experience the story without wasting time grinding. I still have a ways to go in it, but I quite like it. Over the next few months, I'll do random odds and ends for money, which is how I ended up with 7 more eShop games. Castlevania Anniversary Collection and Advanced Collection, both excellent collections of the Castlevania games. Jedi Knight 2 Jedi Outcast, a great game, but I prefer playing it on PC, and Cooking Simulator and Thief Simulator. These are both, they were some of the cheapest games I could find, so I got them. Cooking Simulator was fine, it was pretty fun just doing whatever, but it got old pretty quick. And Thief Simulator, yeah, that was just bad.
But it was $2.
How could that be?
Well, in April, LEGO Star Wars The Skywalker Saga finally came out, and I quite liked it. It was a blast playing through the saga in a modern format, then exploring the galaxy collecting Kyber bricks. I love this game. Now I look back and wince, but I can't lie, I had a blast with this game. And calculator, it was $2, give me a pass. And, well, it is a calculator.
Gonna pull this out the next time I take a math test.
That year for my birthday from my sister, I got The Legend of Zelda, Link's Awakening, and Skyward Sword HD, and both were excellent experiences. Link's Awakening DX is my favorite game of all time, so to play a modern remake with gorgeous visuals and excellent music, it was something else. And Skyward Sword HD, dare I say, a pretty good Zelda game. Not one of the best, but still a really good one. And for my grandma, I got Pokemon Legends Arceus.
If I said it wrong, shut the f up. I don't care.
And I have loved what I've played. I've made it pretty obvious, but I don't really care for Pokemon, mainly because neither the gameplay or story appeals to me, but Arceus has such a fun gameplay loop. Roaming these large areas, catching Pokemon, it's so much fun. And with some extra birthday money, I picked up a few more games. Friday the 13th the game, and LEGO Worlds. Okay, so Friday the 13th the game is pretty damn good and what I wanted from it. Playing a station is so damn fun. But man, this isn't the most enjoyable on Switch. The graphics take a severe hit, and it's just not crazy enjoyable here. And LEGO Worlds, this is probably a fine game, but I just couldn't get into it. I'd rather play Minecraft or something else. A few months later, I randomly got $50. I don't remember how, but I do know where those $50 went. I got an NSO expansion pack subscription and played a ton of Nintendo 64 games. Ocarina of Time, Banjo-Kazooie, F-Zero X, Mario Tennis, and later on, GoldenEye. Ho ho ho, what a game.
And if I was lying, I'd also say I played the Genesis games too.
After a couple more odds and ends, I got LEGO DC Super Villains digitally, and like LEGO Marvel Super Heroes 2, it was good. I wouldn't say these are great games, but they're good for what they are. And for Christmas from my grandma, I received No Man's Sky, and I fell in love. No Man's Sky was such a damn blast. I'm a huge space nut, so to have a game where you just explore space, jump galaxy to galaxy, land on random planets, discover the local wildlife, find a nice planet to build a base on, there's a lot of ways you can approach No Man's Sky, which is what has kept it so fresh for me.
And I think that's a good place to wrap it up for now. Over the past year in 2023, I have made a ton of new, incredible memories with the system. However, I've also gotten so many games with the system in this last year that I've kind of started to lose touch with them. I have much fonder memories back when I'd get a new game every few months, so I had to pick a game that I could get the most out of. Now I get WarioWare Move because I have an hour and a half to spare. But regardless, that is the Nintendo Switch, and if you can't tell, I love this system. The Nintendo Switch wasn't my first Nintendo console, but it was the first Nintendo console where I experienced so many franchises, explored Nintendo history, and I made so many memories with this guy that I will cherish for the rest of my life. It isn't perfect by any means, but considering how much great Nintendo support, new and old, there is on it, along with the fact that everything that comes with the system is portable, it makes it so easy to say that this system is my favorite console of all time. It's not perfect, but if I could only ever have one console for the rest of time, this would be a pretty easy choice for me. And on top of all that, it can bring people together so much easier, which is ironic because it tore me and my friends apart. Or maybe it was I who tore my friends apart. But I can use this system to bring us back together.
Reporting live now with an update. After a long 12 days, the snow has finally melted to 2 feet left. Meaning basement dwellers, you're home free. You can finally leave the basement again. If you didn't already starve to death.
Finally, we can get out of here. Let's go through the window.
Wait, guys, before you go, you want to play some Mario Kart 8 Deluxe?
With the Five Below Joy-Con wheels?
What if I wanted to play Smash Online?
Well, do I have the Switch Lite for you? I'm gonna whoop your ass, Victor.
I wouldn't be so sure. I got the Five Below wheel.
Oh, but look where we're playing, Victor. You better look out for the TSA.
Oh, you f***er. Oh, you f***er.
You f***er. You f***er. You f***er. You f***er. You f***er. You f***er. Well, what a 12 days it's been. Talking about the Switch and making memories I will cherish forever. I mean, who knew the TSA was so good at Mario Kart? And man, it wouldn't have been without this console, and it just goes to show that the best consoles aren't necessarily the most powerful consoles or the consoles with the best graphics. Rather, it's about the games and how they can bring everyone together, how much they mean to people, and biggest of all, as some of the greatest consoles, hot coffee that tastes like